On the distant planet Vampa, hidden at the edge of the North Galaxy, a shirtless young man stood alone on a mountaintop. His body was massive and powerful, but his eyes were dull, as if life itself had faded from them. His name was Suchin, a transmigrator. At first, waking up in the Dragon Ball world as the legendary Super Saiyan Broly had thrilled him. But once he understood his situation, that thrill disappeared completely. So, what if he was Broly? He was still trapped on Planet Vampa, unable to leave. According to the original story, he wouldn't be discovered by Frisia's forces for another 20 years. 20 years alone on this wasteland of a planet. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. To make things worse, Paragus, the only person who could talk to Broly, had died the last time Broly lost control. Now, Suchin was the only living being left on the entire planet. I'm exhausted. Can't I just restart? He sighed at the desolate landscape. Just then, a clear voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully crossed into the Dragon Ball world. Unlimited combat power system binding complete. System? His empty eyes suddenly lit up. A blue screen appeared before him. Host, Broly. Age, 24. Height, 195 centimeters. Base combat power, 180,000. System, unlimited combat power, LV1, combat power +1 per breath. Combat power +1. Combat power +1. Combat power +1. Seriously. Instead of excitement, Suchin could only curse. Sure, with this system, his combat power would grow nonstop, even while he slept. But no matter how strong a Saiyan became, if he couldn't survive in space or leave Vampa, he was still stuck here forever. Even with a combat power over 100 million, he'd just be a prisoner on this rock. I'm done. Restart everything. He sighed again. Ding. Host's desire to restart has reached maximum level. System reward unlocked. Free random teleport. Please choose your teleport destination. Huh. So that was an option. System, send me to Earth. He chose instantly. Based on his age, Earth should currently be in the Namek Saga. With his current combat power of 180,000, he shouldn't be in much danger. Teleporting. A blinding flash swallowed him. When he opened his eyes again, the wilderness of Vampa was gone. He was standing in the familiar city of West City. A grin slowly spread across his face. Yeah, this is definitely West City. He rose into the air and extended his senses, searching for strong ki nearby. Soon, he found 3 powerful signatures locked in combat. Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo? So it wasn't the Namek Saga yet. Instead, he landed right at the start of the Saiyan Saga. Even better. At this stage, nobody on Earth was a threat to him. And most importantly, Bulma hadn't met Vegeta yet. In other words, he still had a chance. A Dragon World transmigrator wasn't about to let any goddess escape. With that in mind, he headed straight for the battle. Came house. Goku and Piccolo were completely overwhelmed. Even working together, they couldn't scratch Raditz. Raditz laughed proudly. Face it, Kakarot. Even with this trash helping you, you don't stand a chance. Piccolo gritted his teeth. He hated to admit it, but it was true. Their power gap was simply too large. Goku shouted back at Krillin and the others to get to safety, but Raditz's gaze had already fallen on Gohan. Oh? That brat looks like you. Your son, I take it. In the blink of an eye, Raditz snatched Gohan and kicked Krillin aside like an insect. Goku lunged forward, only to be punched into the ground. Raditz smirked. I'll be taking the kid. If you want him alive, obey your big brother. Just then, whoosh, a sudden gust swept across the island. Everyone looked up. A massive figure hovered in the sky, arms folded, silently watching. Broly. Raditz scowled at first, assuming he was just another of Goku's allies. But when he noticed the brown tail wrapped around Broly's waist, his eyes went wide. A Saiyan? He fumbled for his scouter. The readings spiked. 3,000. 5,000. 8,000. Boom. The scouter exploded. Raditz froze in disbelief. And Broly simply looked down at him, calm and confident. The real story of Dragon Ball was about to be rewritten. It's off the scale. How is that possible? Who is he? Raditz's face twisted in shock. His scouter could only measure up to 10,000. The moment it overloaded, there was only one conclusion. The man floating above them had a combat power far beyond that. Even Raditz didn't want to believe it. Piccolo's expression darkened. Another monster? And from Raditz's reaction, this one looked even stronger. Who are you? Raditz demanded, fists clenched. Broly didn't even look at him. Instead, he landed lightly on the ground and turned his gaze toward Bulma. The moment their eyes met, her face flushed and she shyly covered her cheeks. Hey, I'm talking to you. Raditz snapped, furious at being ignored. You. Broly finally glanced at him. A weakling with only 1,000 combat power. The words hit Raditz like a slap. Since when was 1,000 considered weak? He was an elite Saiyan warrior. Yet this stranger dismissed him like trash. Fine, if that's how you want it. Raditz roared and launched a barrage of energy blasts at Broly. A waste of time. Broly waved his hand, casually batting the blasts aside. One of them spun away, straight toward Bulma. Bulma. Goku tried to rush forward, but pain from earlier stopped him cold. Bulma froze, eyes shut in terror. Then a tall figure appeared in front of her. Broly extended his palm. The blast vanished into his hand like it was nothing. You're safe, he said calmly. Bulma stared at his broad back, her fear melting away into warmth and admiration. Broly turned away without another word and walked toward the stunned Raditz. You don't do anything stupid, Raditz stammered. I'm with Frisia's. Broly grabbed him by the throat and lifted him effortlessly. I said stop talking. A weakling with only 1,000 combat power has no right to bark. His fist sank into Raditz's gut. Boom. Raditz's eyes bulged. Acid burned up his throat as he staggered backward, nearly collapsing. Broly had held back. Otherwise, that punch would have gone straight through him. Leave, Broly said flatly. Before I change my mind. Raditz didn't hesitate. He fled at full speed, terrified. Piccolo clenched his fists. One punch. That monster beat him with one punch. All his training. All his obsession with surpassing Goku. And yet someone like this existed. His pride burned. Meanwhile, Broly simply relaxed, uninterested in chasing Raditz down. Goku finally recovered after eating a senzu bean. He stepped forward and bowed gratefully. Thank you for saving us. My name is Son Goku. Broly, he replied with a small smile. And yes, I'm also a Saiyan. He lifted the tail at his waist. Krillin tensed instinctively. But Goku just laughed. It's fine. He helped us. He's not like Raditz. Bulma smiled sweetly. That's right. Mr. Broly saved our lives. I'm Bulma. Thank you, really. Her eyes lingered on him a moment longer than necessary. And just like that, the course of Dragon Ball quietly shifted.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Hello, Miss Bulma. Suchin stretched out his hand. Bulma, though a little shy, still stretched out her hand and held Broly's hand tightly. Son Goku, that guy just now will not give up. I advise you to find a way to improve your strength as soon as possible. Piccolo said this and flew away directly. Both Raditz and Broly shocked Piccolo. He decided to practice harder after returning. He really didn't want to encounter the feeling of powerlessness in the face of a strong man again. Anyway, I still have to thank you for this matter, Piccolo. Son Goku shouted loudly in the direction where Piccolo left. How could he not understand this in his heart? Raditz's strength made him realize his insignificance. If he wanted to protect the important people around him, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Son Goku, the reason why I didn't kill Raditz directly is that I hope you can use this as motivation to improve your strength as soon as possible. Broly looked at Son Goku and said lightly, "Well, thank you, Mr. Broly. I will definitely work hard to become stronger." Son Goku bowed to Broly again. "Oh, I almost forgot, you still have 1 year. 1 year? What does Mr. Broly mean?" Hearing this, Son Goku frowned and his expression became nervous. Originally, this should be told to you by Raditz, but in this case, let me explain it. Then Broly told Son Goku and others that Vegeta Nappa will arrive on Earth in a year. What? 20,000 combat power? Son Goku widened his eyes in shock. Although he didn't know what 20,000 combat power was, according to Raditz, his current combat power was only about 500. Facing Vegeta with 20,000 combat power, he might not be able to take even one move. Even though he knew it was difficult to defeat Vegeta with 20,000 combat power, he had no choice now. So he had to do it. "Mr. Broly, thank you for telling me. No matter what, I won't let anyone destroy the Earth," Son Goku said seriously. In an unknown galaxy far away in the solar system, on a gray life planet, 2 Saiyans wearing Frieza Corps combat uniforms are eating the creatures on this planet. It is the Saiyan princes Vegeta and Nappa. Originally, Vegeta didn't care what Raditz did. One is a waste with a combat power of only 1,000, and the other is a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2 at birth. Even if they grow up to this day, their combat power will not change much. It will only be useful when the giant ape obtains a 10-fold combat power increase. But now Vegeta is interested in this place called Earth. The reason is naturally the content monitored by Raditz's combat power detector. "Vegeta, are we going to Earth to help Raditz?" Nappa naturally heard the conversation between Raditz and others, an unknown Saiyan who let the combat power detector report directly. To be honest, if the other party is willing to join Vegeta, it will definitely be very helpful for them to resist Frieza in the future. Let's not talk about the other party's combat power, but the fact that the combat power detector can explode is enough to prove that the other party's combat power is definitely not weak. It is even very likely to be on par with his own combat power. Huh. Vegeta's mouth seemed to think of something and suddenly sneered. "I didn't expect that there are surviving Saiyans besides us, and the opponent's strength seems to be much stronger than Raditz, that waste. This is good news. Nappa, set off now, I want to see who that guy is." Vegeta has his own plans. He has long been plotting to resist Frieza and replace the other party's position as the Emperor of the Universe. However, the only ones left alive in their Saiyan clan are him, Nappa, and Raditz, who has a strength of only 1,000. But now it's different. I didn't expect that in addition to Kakarot, that waste, there is actually a living and powerful Saiyan on Earth, so Vegeta must take him under his command. In this way, when he rebels against Frieza in the future, there will be someone to help him share the pressure. Earth. After being reminded by Broly, Son Goku directly found the Earth God, and with the help of the god, he went to the underworld to practice. The Earth God was also deeply afraid of the terrifying strength of Saiyan, so he left Tien Shin Han, Krillin, and other Z warriors in the temple of the god to practice. After all, there are not just 1 Saiyan, but 3. Goku's strength alone is obviously not enough. Son Gohan, with Broly's help, was still handed over to Piccolo for training as in the original work. As for Broly, he was invited into Bulma's home. Broly naturally would not refuse this, after all, who can refuse to live with the Dragon Ball goddess? A year passed in a flash. During this year, Broly, who lived with Bulma, created many opportunities to get closer to her. With the various skills of flirting in his previous life, he finally won the Dragon Ball goddess Bulma in just 3 months. During this year, Broly indulged in the pleasure of S*X with Bulma almost every day. As for training, Broly only trained his waist and hips. But even so, with the help of the infinite combat power system, Broly's combat power has still been amazingly improved. Host, Broly. Age, 25. Height, 195 cm. Basic combat power, 8,589,600. System: Infinite Combat Power System. LV1 Combat Power plus 1 per breath. With a basic combat power of more than 8 million, Broly does not think he will lose even against the strongest form of Frieza. After all, this is only Broly's basic combat power, not the combat power after transformation. Will those evil Saiyans really come today? Bulma snuggled in Broly's arms, looking worried. She knew that Broly was very powerful, but thinking that Broly might have to face 3 powerful evil Saiyans next, Bulma couldn't help but worry. Yeah. Broly nodded, looked at Bulma's worried expression, and continued, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you." "I'm not afraid. I'm just a little worried that you will get hurt." Bulma bit her lip. With Suchin by her side, she didn't worry about getting hurt at all. Compared to this, she was more worried that Suchin would get hurt in the battle. "Haha, don't worry, no one can hurt me." Suchin smiled. Even if Vegeta turned into a giant ape, his combat power was only 200,000. And now his basic combat power alone has reached an astonishing 8 million. Even if he stood there and let the opponent attack, he might not get hurt. Swish! At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. Then a familiar figure appeared in front of Broly and the others. The person was Piccolo Daimao. When Piccolo noticed Broly, who arrived earlier, a look of vigilance immediately appeared on his face. "You." Piccolo narrowed his eyes and looked Broly up and down. But he did not get the answer he wanted. He wanted to see through Broly's true strength, but he couldn't do it at all, which made Piccolo very uncomfortable. "Your strength has improved a lot, but this is far from enough." Broly glanced at Piccolo casually and then stopped looking at him. Piccolo Combat Power 3,500. With the help of the system, Broly saw through Piccolo's current combat power level at a glance. It has indeed become much stronger than a year ago, but it is still no match for Nappa and Vegeta. Humph. Faced with Broly's contempt, Piccolo snorted coldly. "Although I don't know how strong you are, I am no longer the same person I was a year ago. Even if I face Raditz, I can defeat him with one move now." "From the tone of your voice, are you trying to challenge me?" Suchin naturally understood the meaning of Piccolo's words. After all, he defeated Raditz with one move. The reason why Piccolo said this is obviously to prove to himself that his current strength is not weaker than his. But is it possible? So what? After all, there is no difference between you and Raditz, they are all Saiyan. As he said this, Piccolo's mouth suddenly raised a provocative smile. Then he twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. The aura on his body also rose suddenly at this moment. The ground under his feet was slightly shaken by the powerful aura emanating from Piccolo. Haha, interesting. Piccolo's behavior made Broly sneer. "Stop talking nonsense, just do it if you want to." Broly didn't even look at Piccolo. Piccolo thought that after showing his current strength level, he would definitely be taken seriously by Broly. Unexpectedly, Broly didn't take him seriously at all. This made Piccolo a little angry. Arrogant. You asked for it. The moment the voice fell, Piccolo's body suddenly flashed. He came directly to Broly, and his clenched fist was merciless, and he hit Broly's chest fiercely. "Your attack is too slow." Suchin raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Then he stretched out a finger and easily blocked Piccolo's fist. No matter how hard Piccolo exerted, his body could not move at all. What? Piccolo's body retreated again and again, his green face almost twitching with shock. He blocked his attack so easily? In order to prove his strength to Broly, he did not hold back in that punch just now. He had imagined many results, but he did not expect Broly to be able to block his attack so easily. With just one finger, he blocked his full-strength attack. What is the point of his training for this year? Broly, how strong is he? Piccolo's heart was very complicated. Do you know the difference in strength between us now? Suchin snorted coldly and then lightly tapped his finger. Piccolo's body flew backwards instantly. Boom, boom, boom. After his body pierced through several mountains in succession, Piccolo finally stabilized his body. Although the injury was not serious, it greatly frustrated Piccolo's heart. He thought that after a year of hard training, his current fighting power would definitely be able to close the gap between himself and Broly and Raditz. However, the opponent defeated him completely with just one finger. Swish! At this time, a sound of breaking air came from the distance again. Son Gohan staggered over. Please don't hurt Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo is not a bad person. Son Gohan stood in front of Broly and said timidly, Don't worry, I just made a move to make him recognize the reality. Broly looked at the somewhat cute Son Gohan and said lightly. Although Piccolo's face was extremely ugly, he did not continue to refute. He defeated himself with just one finger. The gap between them was too big. He was not an opponent at all. Are you okay, Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan looked at Piccolo, who was covered with scratches, with an incredible look on his face. I'm fine, Gohan. As soon as Piccolo finished speaking, several more sounds of breaking air were heard from afar. Swoosh! 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 Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others also arrived at this moment. When Krillin and the others noticed the wounded Piccolo, everyone's faces showed varying degrees of shock. They knew how strong Piccolo Daima was. Among them, perhaps only Son Goku could compete with Piccolo. Mr. Broly, you're here too. When Krillin noticed Broly not far away, he immediately understood what happened. The scene of Broly defeating Goku's elder brother Raditz with one move a year ago is still vivid in his mind. Krillin knows very well how powerful the opponent is. So it's not surprising that Piccolo is in the state now. Your strength has also improved a lot. It seems that the training of the gods is still effective. Broly glanced at Krillin and the others calmly. The combat power data of several people also appeared in front of him. Krillin, combat power, 1700. Tien Shinhan, combat power, 1890. Yamcha, combat power, 1480. Dumplings, 810. Ahahaha. Faced with Broly's evaluation, Krillin scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. During the year of training in the Temple of Heaven, his strength naturally improved, but Krillin knew very well that even so he was still not comparable to Broly. After all, Broly defeated Raditz with one move, who Goku and Piccolo could not defeat together. Hey, this is Goku's son. I didn't expect him to be so big. Tien Shin-an looked at Son Gohan curiously. Although the other party was not very old, his aura was not weak at all. As expected of Goku's son, he is so strong at such a young age. Yamcha had a sad face. He felt that he had trained for a year in vain, and Gohan's current strength might be much stronger than his. TSK, you guys should just go home. Your fighting power is not even as good as that of a child. You will only get in the way if you stay here. I can handle those Saiyans by myself. Piccolo stood up at this time, looked at Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others, and said angrily, He may not be Broly's opponent, but he doesn't care about Krillin, Yamcha, and others at all. Don't say that, Piccolo. This time we are facing 3 powerful Saiyans. One more person means more strength. Krillin said, a little embarrassed. Their strength is indeed very weak, and even Gohan's strength may be much stronger than them. But Piccolo's words are still a bit too much. You are a self-righteous guy, it really makes me angry. Tien Shinhan clenched his fist and glared at Piccolo. If he didn't have to retain his strength to deal with Saiyan, he really wanted to have a good fight with Piccolo, the B*********************. At this moment, Broly looked up at the sky. 2 streams of light streaked across the sky, and at the same time, 2 powerful auras appeared on the earth. They are already here. The moment Broly's voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and others all looked as if they were facing a great enemy, with their fists clenched and their expressions extremely nervous. Boom! Just as several people were about to leave, there was a loud noise in the distance, followed by a black mushroom cloud rising up. A city just disappeared completely. Too outrageous, right? Looking at the huge mushroom cloud in the distance, Klin couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It was so easy to destroy a city, what kind of opponent were they going to fight? Thinking of this, everyone's faces became gloomy. On the other side, Two figures wearing the same combat uniforms as Raditz stood in the air. One was sturdy and tall. The other one was a little shorter, with a proud smile on his lips, his arms confidently folded across his chest, looking down at everything on the ground. These two people were Nappa and Vegeta. Hey Nappa, if the guy we are looking for is killed by your attack just now, wouldn't our trip be in vain? Vegeta frowned slightly and said to Nappa with a face full of accusation. Sorry King Vegeta, I was too excited just now. But with that guy's strength, it shouldn't be so easy for me to kill him. Facing Vegeta's accusation, Nappa quickly apologized with a scared face. Forget it, let Raditz come over and join us now. Vegeta said lightly. Yes, King Vegeta, I'll contact Raditz right now. Hey, King Vegeta, there is a fluctuation in combat power there. Nappa controlled the combat power detector and then said with a look of astonishment, Actually, there are actually several guys with combat power exceeding 1,000? Several guys with combat power exceeding 1,000? Interesting, then let's go over and play with them. Vegeta still looked confident. This kind of garbage planet actually has several guys with combat power exceeding 1,000, which did surprise him a little, but that was all. After all, his King Vegeta's combat power is as high as 20,000. A combat power of 1,000 is just a bunch of scum in his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Piccolo and the others took the initiative to attack, Nappa and Vegeta had already found the Z-Warriors and the others. Found it. There are actually 5 masters with combat power exceeding 1,000, and the other 2 have combat power of about 800. It seems that we can have a good time this time, King Vegeta. Nappa looked down at Broly and the others on the ground, and said to Vegeta excitedly. Although among these 5 high school students with combat power exceeding 1,000, there are 2 whose combat power has even reached more than 2,500, but Nappa still didn't take it seriously. With a combat power of only 2,500, it is still garbage in front of himself with 8,000 combat power, and he is only worthy of playing with himself. Looking at their posture, it seems that they have known that we are coming. They are just a group of garbage natives. Do they want to resist our fighting nation, Saiyan? They are really overestimating their own abilities. Vegeta had a confident smile on his lips, his hands folded in front of his chest, and he looked confident. They are just a few natives whose combat power has just exceeded 1,000. They are not a big deal. Have you notified Raditz? How long will it take for that rubbish to join us? I have already notified Raditz. He should join us soon. Nappa explained. Is this Vegeta? He is still as petite as in the original. Broly looked at Vegeta in the air and muttered to himself. Although he didn't know why Vegeta looked much taller in the later period of Dragon Ball, the Vegeta in front of him looked very short standing next to Nappa, a big bald man with a strong body. Are they the Saiyan you mentioned? Looking at the 2 people floating in the air, Tien Shinhan frowned and said in a heavy tone. Such a strong aura, and the same clothes as Raditz, there is no doubt that they are Saiyan. Krillin looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared in front of him. Whether it was the combat power detector worn on their eyes or the clothes on their bodies, they were exactly the same as Raditz who had met before. Obviously, they are the Saiyans that Broly mentioned. Are they the opponents we are going to face this time? Such a strong aura. Just looking at it, I feel as if my body is being pressed down by an evil spirit. Yamcha clenched his fists. Although he tried his best to keep calm, the strong aura of Nappa and Vegeta still made him sweat. This terrifying sense of oppression. It is far beyond any opponent he has faced before. If you guys are scared, stay away and don't get in the way. Although Piccolo was also shocked by the strong aura of Nappa and Vegeta, he had lost face after being easily defeated by Broly before, so he would not retreat easily at this moment. Hey, you 2 Saiyans, come and fight. With that, Piccolo took off his gravity suit and got into a fighting posture. Although he knew that both of them were very strong, Krillin still didn't think he would lose. He even couldn't wait to show the results of his training this year. King Vegeta, this guy is a little too arrogant. Please allow me to teach him a lesson. Nappa looked at Piccolo with a playful smile on his face. He had already used the combat power detector to see Piccolo's strength, which was just over 2,000. He should be the strongest among the group, so he can play for a while longer. Haha. Before Raditz, let these inferior races feel the strength of our Saiyan race. Vegeta nodded and did not refuse Nappa's request. However, just as Nappa was excited to rush up and teach Piccolo a lesson, Vegeta spoke again. By the way, Nappa, don't you still have the seeds of the cultivator? Take them out. Vegeta felt that they didn't need to do anything to deal with the natives of these inferior planets, and the cultivators could handle it. Cultivators? King Vegeta, you really like to play. But in this case, let them see how powerful the cultivators are. Although Nappa was a little unhappy, he still obediently took out the seeds of the cultivators, planted them in the soil, and finally dripped the cultivation liquid. Cultivators. Faced with Nappa's series of actions, Krillin and others were all confused and had never heard of it. But it is not difficult to see from the performance of the two that this is definitely not a good thing. Crack. Crack. A few seconds later, the land where the cultivators were planted suddenly cracked. One after another, green humanoid monsters jumped out of the soil, each with a hideous and terrifying smile on their faces, and their scarlet eyes flashed with bloodthirstiness. The cry of the cultivators was very sharp and piercing. What is this thing? It actually came out of the ground. Krillin and Son Gohan both showed expressions of fear on their faces, and their bodies even hid backwards. Gohan, don't be afraid and don't retreat. Although these cultivators are strong, they lack combat experience. They are not your opponents. Seeing that Son Gohan hid directly behind him, Piccolo immediately said with a stern face. Piccolo knew that Son Gohan had great potential and had no problem dealing with a cultivator. It's the same number as the cultivators. How interesting. Vegeta glanced at Broly and others and found that there were 7 of them, the same number as the cultivators. As if he had thought of something fun, he smiled sinisterly. How about a one-on-one fight with the cultivator? It's a game. Game? Are you kidding me? No need to drag it out, just get it over with. Vegeta's tone of not taking himself seriously at all made Piccolo very angry. Wait, Piccolo, this is just in our favor. We can just delay time and wait for Goku to come back. Krillin stopped in front of Piccolo and persuaded him. Son Goku was already on his way, although he could clearly feel that the strength of these two Saiyans was far from being comparable to Raditz a year ago. But as long as we delay until Goku comes back, there will definitely be a solution. Okay. In that case, let me take the lead. Yamcha simply moved his joints, and then took the initiative to ask for it. T-God, is it really okay? Krillin looked at Yamcha with some concern. Although the strength of all of them has been greatly improved during the year of training in the Heavenly God Temple. But the strength of these cultivators in front of him does not seem to be weak at all. No problem, let me go on stage. I want to let them know that this battle is over. Yamcha glanced at Krillin, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He has been training hard day and night in the past year, and now is the time for him to show his strong fighting power. Otherwise, let me take the lead, T-God. Krillin clenched his fists. Dragon Ball can only revive us once, and you have died once. If you die again by accident, you can't be resurrected even if you use the power of Dragon Ball, so let me do this first game. Leave it to me here. I want to deal with these 7 cultivators in one go. As he said, Yamcha directly took a fighting stance, and his momentum was rising at this moment. T-God, then you should be careful. Krillin stopped trying to stop Yamcha after all. After all, what the other party said was right. He had already died once. If he died again, he would not be able to use Dragon Ball to revive. Broly did not interfere. After all, he also wanted to witness the famous scene of Dragon Ball. When he thought of that classic scene, Broly couldn't help but reveal an intriguing smile. Ha ha, what a ridiculous friendship. Then you can defeat him. Nappa sneered and immediately ordered one of the cultivated people to deal with Yamcha. Yeah. After receiving Nappa's order, the cultivated person immediately made a piercing and strange cry. Then he attacked Yamcha. Although the strength of the cultivated people was not weak, the combat power of 1200 was still much weaker than that of Yamcha. In addition, The cultivator lacked combat experience and was soon completely suppressed by Yamcha. "Look at me, I'll get rid of you with this move." "Energy bomb!" Yamcha roared, and energy surged in his palm. The energy bomb hit the cultivator's chest at a very fast speed. Boom! Then the ground was directly blasted into a deep pit by Yamcha's energy bomb. And the cultivator was lying in it, and his life or death was unknown. Well, the strength of these natives doesn't seem as simple as it seems. Looking at the defeated cultivator, Nappa showed a surprised expression on his face. "I didn't expect that the cultivator with a combat power of 1200 would be defeated so quickly." Hee. Facing the defeat of the cultivator, Vegeta's face did not show any worry, but instead showed a sinister smile. Huh. Yamcha just glanced at the cultivator, whose life or death was unknown, and proudly thought that he had won the battle. "These monsters are not as strong as we thought. Next, all 6 of you come together." Yamcha looked at the other 6 cultivators confidently, intending to kill them all in one go. Haha, you underestimate the vitality of the cultivators. Facing Yamcha's contemptuous smile, Vegeta was not angry, and even showed a look on his face as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. What? Upon hearing this, Yamcha's face immediately showed a trace of horror. However, before he could react, the cultivator had already pounced on his back. "T-God." Seeing this, Krillin hurriedly shouted excitedly, "Go to hell, idiot." Vegeta snorted coldly. The next second, boom! The cultivator exploded instantly, and the powerful destructive force directly enveloped the bodies of the two. On Krillin's side, except for Broly's calm face, the faces of the others showed varying degrees of shock. They never thought that the cultivator would choose to self-destruct in order to win. After a few seconds, the smoke and dust dissipated. The originally flat ground was blasted by the cultivator's self-detonation, and a human-shaped shallow pit was blasted out. And Yamcha was like a sleeping baby, lying peacefully in it. Sure enough, it happened just like the original. Broly smacked his lips, and a helpless look appeared on his face. To be honest, he didn't think Yamcha's death was accidental. With Yamcha's personality, he would probably die in the hands of the cultivator even if it happened again. Obviously, he had the strength to defeat the cultivator, but he didn't defeat the opponent in one go, and he had to pretend to be cool, and ended up dying. Who can be blamed for this? The T-God is dead. A****Cole. A****Cole. Damn Saiyan. I will never forgive you. Looking at Yamcha's body, Krillin instantly felt a surge of anger in his heart. His round face was flushed, and the veins on his forehead were bulging because of anger. T-God, I will definitely avenge you. Mr. Broly, please move aside. I am going to show you the results of my training this year. After Krillin finished speaking, his hands turned directly into claws. Gritting his teeth, a powerful breath began to gush out from his body. Then all of Krillin's energy began to gather towards his palm. Combat power, 2100. The strength of this breath even surprised Broly on the side, because he saw through the system before that Krillin's combat power was only 1700. And now he can burst out 2100 points of combat power in anger, which has exceeded Krillin's physical limit. Spread. Kamehameha wave. Along with Krillin's shout, the energy cannon in his hand also shot out at Vegeta and Nappa at a very fast speed. King Vegeta, let me deal with it. Before Nappa could finish his words, the energy cannon that was originally shot at him and Vegeta suddenly turned around and went straight up into the sky. Looking at the energy bottle that suddenly turned around, Nappa's face showed surprise. He didn't understand why Krillin's attack suddenly turned around. Spread. However, at this moment, Krillin's hands suddenly separated. Then the energy cannon shot into the air instantly spread into 7 energy cannons of the same size and blasted towards the 6 cultivators and Nappa respectively. Boom. 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 Under the bombardment of Krillin's diffuse Kamehameha wave, the 6 cultivated people were instantly blasted into powder. As for the energy cannon that blasted towards Nappa and Vegeta at the end, it only raised some smoke and dust, and failed to have any effect on Nappa and Vegeta. Boring trick. Nappa, it's time to end this game. Vegeta looked at Krillin and others with contempt and said coldly, "Ha ha, is it finally my turn?" After receiving Vegeta's order, Nappa immediately stepped forward and sneered. He had been unable to bear watching the cultivated people fight just now, and now it was finally his turn. Nappa. Looking at the big bald Nappa who was slowly walking towards him, Krillin felt as if his body was pressed down by an evil ghost, and even his legs became heavier. The result of his 1 year of training. His strongest attack, even when it hit the opponent completely, could not even hurt the opponent. Facing such an opponent, how can they win? No. Impossible. Krillin's attack just now clearly hit them completely, but they are not hurt at all. Looking at the unharmed Nappa, Tien Shin-on couldn't help but feel nervous. If that attack had landed on him, he would have been killed instantly, but the two Saiyans in front of him were not hurt at all. Although Piccolo was very confident in his own strength, he was also shocked by the scene at this moment. They are too powerful. Is this the strength of Saiyan? Swish! Just before Nappa was about to attack Krillin and others, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from a distance. Then Raditz appeared in front of everyone. It's Goku's big brother. It's over. Looking at Raditz who suddenly arrived, Krillin immediately recalled the scene when he was hit by the opponent. The whole person was completely dominated by fear. Another Saiyan has appeared, damn it. Can we really hold off until Goku arrives? Tien Shin-han clenched his fists, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He could clearly feel that the auras of these three Saiyans were very strong. Facing such a powerful opponent, he really couldn't think of any way. Everyone's faces were filled with varying degrees of worry. Only Broly's expression was completely the opposite. Not only was he not worried at all, but he became even more excited. In his opinion, the real good show has just begun. Raditz, you are so slow, you idiot. Nappa looked at Raditz, who came in a hurry, and said with a sneer on his face, "King Vegeta. Sorry, the mission failed." Raditz ignored Nappa and knelt on one knee in front of Vegeta, saying with a panicked look on his face. He knew Vegeta's temper. He failed such a simple mission, which would definitely make Vegeta very angry. Waste? You can't even do such a small thing. What use is there for a waste like you in my team? Vegeta said and kicked Raditz on the shoulder. Wait, King Vegeta, although I failed to complete the mission successfully, I got very useful information during the year I was lurking on Earth. Raditz, who was kicked away, didn't care about the pain in his shoulder at all, and knelt in front of Vegeta again and said, "Information? What information?" Seeing that Raditz was kicked by him, he could still show such an excited expression. Vegeta immediately became interested. "King Vegeta, look at this." As he said that, Raditz took out a Dragon Ball directly from his arms. Dragon. How could the Dragon Ball be in Goku's hands? The moment he saw Raditz take out the Dragon Ball, Krillin's eyes suddenly opened and his expression became horrified. That was the thing that resurrected Yamcha. How could it fall into the hands of Saiyan now? Could these Saiyans already know the power of the Dragon Ball? Thinking of this, Krillin was in despair. The Saiyans are already so powerful. If they get the Dragon Ball and make some weird wishes like Piccolo Daimo before, then the Earth will be really finished. Dragon Ball? What's the use of this thing? Vegeta glanced at Krillin in the distance, then raised his eyebrows and carefully played with the 5-point ball in his hand. Although this thing looks a little beautiful, it doesn't seem to have any special use. King Vegeta, I got this thing from a native of this planet named Pilaf. According to him, this thing is called Dragon Ball. There are 7 of them. As long as you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon Shinron to fulfill any wish. At the end, Raditz's expression became excited. At first, he was a little suspicious whether Pilaf was deceiving him, but after Pilaf's various materials proved it, Raditz finally confirmed that what Pilaf said was true. Collecting 7 Dragon Balls can really make wishes come true. Originally, after Raditz got this news, he had the idea of collecting 7 Dragon Balls alone and summoning Shinron, and then living the life of the Emperor of the Universe. But later, Raditz discovered a very important problem. That is, his strength is too weak. If he rashly collects Dragon Balls, Broly will definitely find out. Then not only will he not be able to summon Shenron smoothly, but he himself may be in danger of his life. Whenever Raditz thought of Broly's terrifying strength, his legs felt weak. So he had to give up the plan to search for the Dragon Ball and wait for King Vegeta and Nappa to come to Earth before thinking of a solution. After all, as long as King Vegeta's strength becomes stronger, he can naturally share some benefits by following behind. Any wish? Vegeta shook the Dragon Ball in his hand, and his expression became extremely greedy. He didn't expect that there would be a divine object that could fulfill any wish on such a remote Earth. If he could collect all 7 Dragon Balls, wouldn't he be immortal and completely replace that damn B************** D Frisia? Thinking of this, Vegeta's breathing became rapid. Are you sure it's all true? Yes, King Vegeta, it's all true. I can guarantee it with my life. Raditz stood up and said with certainty. Hee. Very good, Raditz. You have done a great job this time. Vegeta excitedly put away the Dragon Ball, and now he has a new plan. As long as he can collect all the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes, then he, Vegeta, will become the strongest in the entire universe. It's over. It's over. These Saiyans know everything. They even know the secret of Dragon Ball. Krillin collapsed on the ground, like a deflated ball. If they died in the battle, they might be resurrected by the power of Dragon Ball. But now that Saiyans know the secret of Dragon Ball, everything is over. King Vegeta, is there really such a thing that can fulfill wishes? Is what Raditz said not true? Nappa frowned slightly, still a little unconvinced. They Saiyans have been rampant in the universe for hundreds of years, and have never heard of any beads that can fulfill wishes in this world. Hee. Faced with Nappa's questioning, Vegeta just snorted coldly. Then he looked at Krillin and said, "This little bald guy seems to know a lot about Dragon Ball. As for whether it can make wishes come true, I think he will tell us the answer." Saiyan, don't be delusional. I will never tell you the secret of Dragon Ball. Krillin subconsciously retorted. Seeing that Vegeta was not angry at all, but showed a cunning smile on his face, Krillin immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately shut up. But it was too late. Hee. It seems that what Raditz said is true. Dragon Ball can really make any wish come true. From Krillin's reaction, it can be seen that what Raditz said is true. As long as you can collect 7 Dragon Balls, there is a high probability that any wish can really come true. Don't be delusional, Vegeta. You have no chance to collect 7 Dragon Balls with me here. At this moment, Broly slowly walked out. Broly's words instantly made Vegeta's good mood disappear. Looking at Broly's confident expression, Vegeta instantly laughed. Hee. You scum with only about 2,000 combat power want to stop me. Obviously, Vegeta didn't take Broly seriously at all. Although Broly's momentum looked good, in his opinion, the opponent's combat power was at most about 2,000, while his combat power was as high as 20,000. Ding ding ding. 2,500, 3,000, no. King Vegeta's combat power is still rising. What? 4,500 combat power. King Vegeta, this guy's combat power has reached 4,500. Nappa looked at Broly with horror, and then said to Vegeta, "How could there be such a strong man on this remote planet? How is this possible? How could there be a guy with a combat power close to 5,000 on such a garbage planet? It's really unbelievable." Oh? 4,500 combat power? No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that you have some strength. Vegeta still had a sneer on his face. Although 4,500's combat power is not weak, it is still incomparable to them. It is only slightly stronger than Raditz, the loser. It's him. Raditz looked at Broly in the distance with horror. After confirming the other party's identity, Raditz's body trembled instinctively. Raditz's mind was focused on pleasing Vegeta, so he didn't notice that Broly was also in the crowd. Raditz, do you know this guy? Seeing Raditz's reaction, Nappa couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, Raditz nodded. King Vegeta, the reason why our plan failed is all because of this guy. Then Raditz told Nappa and Vegeta about the combat power detector bursting and how he was defeated by Broly in one move. After listening to Raditz's words, The two not only had no worries, but also laughed. Ha ha ha. What combat power bursting? I think it's just that your combat power detector is too old. This guy's combat power is obviously only 4,500, but it's normal for you to lose to this guy. After all, your combat power is only 2,500. Nappa folded his hands in front of his chest and laughed triumphantly. So you are the surviving Saiyan. Vegeta looked at Broly and smiled. Then he continued, now this prince will give you a chance to live. If you surrender to this prince, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. I can even give you this planet under our feet. Vegeta's tone was very arrogant. It seemed that as long as he became Vegeta's subordinate, it would be a supreme honor. Hearing Vegeta's recruitment of Broly, Krillin, Piccolo, and others' faces instantly turned gloomy. Originally, they were counting on Broly to protect the Earth. Unexpectedly, the other party actually planned to recruit Broly directly. And how strong Broly is, Krillin and others know very well. If even a strong man like Mr. Broly joins forces with Vegeta and others, then even if they hold on until Goku arrives, they may not have any chance of winning. Br. Mr. Broly. Krillin clenched his fist and said with a trembling voice. At this moment, the life and death of the Earth depends on Broly's thoughts. You are worthy of recruiting me? Broly shook his head and sneered. A year ago, his combat power was far superior to Vegeta. Now, he doesn't even take Frieza seriously, so how can he be Vegeta's younger brother? Haha. Very good, you actually said that this prince is not worthy. Vegeta's smile suddenly froze, replaced by a face full of anger. Damn guy, you take yourself too seriously, don't you? A low-level warrior with a combat power of only 4,500. It's your honor to be invited by this prince. Vegeta gnashed his teeth in anger. If he was not planning to deal with Frieza and needed some powerful cannon fodder, he would never waste time on a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 4,500. This guy obviously didn't recognize the situation. King Vegeta, please allow me to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Nappa also had a hint of anger on his face. But he was more excited. His combat power is 8,000, so it's easy for him to deal with a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 4,500. Yeah. Vegeta nodded grimly and continued, don't kill him. He is a Saiyan like us after all. Don't worry, King Vegeta, I will show mercy. Nappa licked his lips with his tongue, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He knew that King Vegeta intended to recruit the other party, so he naturally would not kill him. But for such an arrogant guy, if you want him to be honest and obedient, you must teach him a lesson. Nappa, don't be too careless. I always feel that this guy's strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Raditz reminded with lingering fear. The haze of being defeated by Broly in one move a year ago still lingers today. And Raditz believes that the reason why the combat power detector exploded at the beginning may not be because it was broken. Tisk. You don't need to remind me. Nappa curled his lips indifferently. He obviously didn't take Raditz's reminder to heart. Mr. Broly, thank you for your willingness to help us. But this Saiyan is not weak at all. Why don't we fight him together? Broly rejected Vegeta's invitation so straightforwardly and chose to stand with them to protect the Earth. This undoubtedly moved Krillin very much. Yes, Mr. Broly, this guy has a strong momentum. If we fight together, our chances of winning should be higher. Tien Shin-Han also spoke at this moment. Only Piccolo on the side curled his lips with disdain. He didn't believe that Broly was really on their side. After all, Broly, like Vegeta and the others, was a Saiyan. That's not necessary. It just so happens that I haven't exercised for a year. Today, I'll use these two to stretch my muscles a little. Broly smiled faintly. His current basic combat power is more than 8 million. And Nappa's combat power is only 8,000. If Broly wants to deal with such a guy, he only needs one finger to end the battle directly. However, Broly doesn't intend to do so, because although he is powerful now, he is not good at combat experience and skills. And now is a good opportunity to hone combat skills. Well, Mr. Broly, be careful. After being rejected by Broly, Krillin and others also stepped back tactfully. He knew very well that even if he and Broly joined forces, they would only be a burden. After all, his previous full-strength attack did not even hurt Nappa. You're using me to stretch your muscles? You're such an arrogant guy. But it doesn't matter. Next, I'll let you know how big the gap is between 4,500 combat power and 8,000 combat power. The moment Nappa's voice fell, he stomped his right foot on the ground, and the ground instantly broke into pieces. Then, Nappa rushed towards Broly with his whole body. Swish! Nappa's clenched fist hit Broly's chest fiercely. Although the speed was very fast, Nappa's attack was like slow motion in Broly's eyes, which was not worth watching at all. Then Broly's mouth corners slightly raised, and he easily dodged Nappa's fist with a slight sideways movement. While dodging the attack, Broly bent his right leg at the knee and hit Nappa's chest fiercely. Bang! A low collision sounded. Then Nappa spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body hit the ground and slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. This guy. Vegeta looked at Broly with a serious expression. He didn't expect that Nappa, whose combat power was 8,000, would be defeated by a guy with a combat power of only 4,500. However, Broly's speed was really fast, and even Vegeta was a little surprised. Is this guy's combat power really only 4,500? With this thought, Vegeta immediately used the combat power detector to detect again. What? 12,000? How did that guy's combat power suddenly reach 12,000? Vegeta said in great shock. He was very sure that Broly's combat power was only 4,500 before the battle with Nappa, so why did his combat power suddenly soar to 12,000? Could it be? This guy's combat power is 12,000? The data detected by the combat power detector before was just deliberately hidden by that guy. So that's it. Hey, Nappa. This guy's combat power suddenly soared to 12,000. You are no match for him. Come back, Vegeta warned. Although it is now basically certain that Broly's combat power is indeed 12,000, Vegeta still has no worries. Although 12,000 combat power is not weak, it is not strong enough to scare Vegeta. After all, his combat power is 20,000. 12,000? Are you kidding? Isn't this guy's strength 4,500? How can it be 12,000? Don't worry, King Vegeta, it's probably that the combat power detector has a problem. Just now I was just careless for a moment. This guy is definitely not my opponent. Nappa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked disapproving. He felt that he had suffered a little loss because he underestimated the other party. But next, the thing just now would never happen again. As for Vegeta saying that Broly's combat power reached 12,000, Nappa didn't believe it at all. There were only so many powerful Saiyans in the entire Vegeta planet, and those who could reach 8,000 combat power like him were already the elite among the elites. So he didn't think that Broly, an unknown Saiyan, would be stronger than him. This idiot. Vegeta curled his lips and cursed inwardly with a gloomy face. King Vegeta, or let Nappa come back, he doesn't seem to be the opponent of that guy. At this time, Raditz came to Vegeta and said cautiously, I have reminded him, since he wants to die, let him do it. Vegeta said indifferently, regardless of whether Broly's real strength is only 12,000, Nappa can no longer be his opponent. However, in this situation, Nappa is still stubborn. Isn't this looking for death? But Vegeta was too lazy to stop him. For him, Nappa and Raditz, these rubbish, are no longer useful. As long as he could get 7 Dragon Balls, he could make a wish for an immortal body, and then he would not need the help of these rubbish to replace Frieza. Raditz wanted to say something more, but seeing Vegeta's firm attitude, he did not dare to say anything more. You made me look bad in front of King Vegeta, you're dead. Nappa stared at Broly with a gloomy face. The moment the voice fell, Nappa clenched his fists and white energy flames instantly gushed out of his body. The powerful momentum even made the gravel on the ground float in the air. Huh! As Nappa shouted, the energy in Nappa's palm surged rapidly. Go to hell. Big Bang attack. The moment the voice fell, The condensed energy cannon in Nappa's hand instantly shot towards Broly. I wanted to continue playing with you, but since you want to die, I'll help you. Looking at the energy cannon coming towards him, Broly shook his head indifferently. Then he raised his right hand. He fired an energy cannon at random, which blasted away the energy cannon released by Nappa and directly engulfed Nappa's entire body. Wow! Finally, Nappa completely dissipated in the smoke and dust with an unwilling wail. Dead? Dead? That Ballz Saiyan just died like that? Looking at Nappa, who was killed in one shot, Krillin's eyes suddenly bulged and his face was full of disbelief. He knew that Broly was very strong, but he never thought that Broly's strength was so strong. He actually killed a Saiyan in one shot. This guy's strength is too terrible. Piccolo also opened his mouth in shock. His face was full of shock. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? Broly looked at his right hand, and then at Nappa, who was blown to pieces in the distance. Perhaps because of his Saiyan blood, Broly didn't feel a bit uncomfortable. He was even a little excited. Then, Nappa just died like that. Raditz took 2 steps back, looking at Broly in the distance with some disbelief. He knew Broly was very strong a year ago, but he never thought Broly could be so strong. Nappa, who has a combat power of 8,000, was so vulnerable in his hands. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Vegeta snorted coldly. He didn't even feel anything about Nappa's death. Hey, your name is Broly, right? You are really strong enough to kill Nappa. I will give you another chance now. Be loyal to me, and I can spare your life. Vegeta said to Broly with a slight arc on his lips. Although Broly was not respectful to him just now, it didn't matter. After all, the opponent's strength was not weak. He was able to kill Nappa with one blow, which was enough to prove his strength. Nappa died, and Raditz was too weak. Now he really needs a subordinate with slightly stronger strength. Spare my life? Just because you're a scum with a combat power of only 20,000. Broly looked at Vegeta with some sympathy. It seems that Vegeta has not figured out the situation yet. Hee. Very good, you have angered me for the second time. Vegeta suddenly narrowed his eyes and said with a fierce expression, "Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish." After Vegeta finished speaking, his body suddenly flashed out. He attacked Broly directly. Vegeta was very fast and arrived in front of Broly in almost an instant. You should feel honored to be loyal to this prince. But, unfortunately, you didn't seize the opportunity. After saying that, Vegeta punched Broly hard. However, Broly was not panicked when facing Vegeta's attack. Instead, he showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Your attack speed is too slow. After saying that, Broly turned his body to the side and easily dodged Vegeta's fist. What? How could you dodge my attack? My combat power is 20,000. Vegeta was shocked. He didn't expect that his attack would miss. What's more terrible is that he didn't see clearly when Broly's body moved. How is this possible? Broly's combat power is only 12,000, while he has a combat power of 20,000. How could he dodge his attack? However, the next second, Broly said to Vegeta in a blunt tone, "Face the reality, Vegeta. I've said it before, 20,000 combat power is nothing but scum in my opinion. Don't get too proud, isn't it just dodging my attack? I haven't used my full strength yet." Vegeta gritted his teeth, then raised his fist and smashed at Broly again. This time, he directly released his 20,000 combat power completely without any reservation. He didn't believe that Broly could still dodge his attack this time. Boring trick. Now I'll let you see what real power is. Vegeta's mouth corners rose. Then he clenched his right fist and went straight up. Although Broly was still suppressing his combat power at this moment, the combat power he burst out was still as high as 50,000. It was not comparable to Vegeta's 20,000 combat power at all. Bang! The moment the two fists collided, the powerful shock wave directly blasted a huge semicircular deep pit under their feet. Crack! A crisp bone-breaking sound was heard, and Vegeta felt as if his body was hit by a train, and then his whole body flew backwards quickly. Boom! 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 Finally, his body stopped after piercing through several mountains. Wow! Vegeta spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his right arm was completely numb, and he had no feeling. He looked even more embarrassed, and his face was no longer calm and composed as before. "Bay, King Vegeta." Looking at Vegeta, who was punched hundreds of meters by Broly, Raditz opened his mouth in shock. His eyes were as big as copper bells. King Vegeta, who had a combat power of 20,000, was actually defeated by one move. Shock. Nothing but shock. Damn the asterisk 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 D. Vegeta's fists clenched and creaked, although he was very unwilling in his heart. But Vegeta knew very well that he was indeed no match for Broly. Just one punch made his entire arm numb. Such a huge gap in strength made Vegeta have no intention of continuing to fight. Although he still had the last trump card to play, Vegeta knew very well that it would be useless even if he played it. Because Broly, like him, is a Saiyan. If Broly rashly releases the artificial moon, his combat power will also be increased tenfold. Win-win. Looking at the scene, Krillin was stunned for a long time and finally jumped up excitedly. I thought the Earth might be doomed this time, but he didn't expect that these two powerful Saiyans were easily defeated by Broly in an almost instant kill. Whether it was Nappa or Vegeta at this moment, they were all defeated by Broly in one move. Too powerful, Mr. Broly is really too strong. But fortunately, he is on our side. Tien Shinhan also clenched his fists excitedly. Fortunately, Broly is on their side. If Broly is an evil Saiyan like Vegeta and the others, I'm afraid the Earth will really have no hope. Great, Uncle Piccolo. This way, none of us will die. Son Gohan also clenched his chubby fists and said excitedly. He was originally afraid that they would die in the battle like Yamcha, but now it seems that this will not happen. In this way, there is no need for his father to take action, and the crisis of the Earth will be solved smoothly. Damn it. We have all worked hard for a year, but in the end, it has no effect at all? Piccolo gritted his teeth, feeling very unhappy. He had been working hard for a year, but in the end, he didn't even have the opportunity to show his strength. What's more hateful is that Krillin and Son Goku admired Broly, which made Piccolo, the master, even more angry. Then Piccolo made a decision. His body suddenly flashed and finally rushed directly towards Vegeta. Piccolo, what do you want to do? Seeing this, Krillin's heart tightened immediately, and he shouted hurriedly. Humph. We can't let him perform alone. Besides, Saiyon's strength doesn't seem to be as strong as we imagined. Now it's time for me to show the results of this year's training. Piccolo turned his head and raised a confident arc at the corner of his mouth. He had practiced hard for a year, wasn't it for today? So he had to show the results of his training today no matter what. Besides, Vegeta was obviously seriously injured by Broly, and he thought that he would never be able to defeat a seriously injured Saiyan. Piccolo, don't seek death. Although Vegeta is injured, you are still not his opponent. Broly looked at Piccolo and shook his head with a sneer. Piccolo at this time was as proud as Vegeta, but this would hurt him. Although Vegeta was injured, his combat power was 20,000 after all, while Piccolo's combat power was less than 5,000. Even if Vegeta is injured, Piccolo will never be Vegeta's opponent. Besides, Vegeta still has the last resort. Don't underestimate my strength, Piccolo. You just watch carefully from here. Broly's words made him feel underestimated. Piccolo, who was already in a very bad mood, was completely furious after hearing Broly's words. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. Broly shrugged and said indifferently. Piccolo is too impulsive. The battle is almost over. Krillin, Tien, Shin-On, and others all frowned. They admitted that their strength was not as strong as Piccolo, but they knew more about how terrifying Saiyon's strength was. Hey, Saiyan. I will take care of you from now on. Piccolo took a step forward and said arrogantly to the injured Vegeta. Namek, when did even this kind of trash dare to talk to me, King Vegeta, like this? Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Piccolo in front of him with disdain. There are two types of Namek people. One is the Namek people with strong combat power, and the other is the Namek people who have mastered some magic. Although it is not clear which kind of Namek this guy is, Vegeta does not take him seriously. According to the combat power detector, the opponent's combat power is only 3,500. Even if Vegeta is injured, he will not take this guy seriously. Namek? What do you mean by this? Hearing this, Piccolo showed a look of astonishment on his face. It was the first time he heard this name. Is he not an Earthling? Hee hee. What a waste, he doesn't even know that he is a Namek. At this point, Vegeta suddenly figured out something. No wonder the remote planet Earth actually has a Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish. It seems that these Dragon Balls were made by the mech people in front of him. In this case, it doesn't matter if Broly can't be defeated. After all, if even Earth has Dragon Balls, then Namek's homeland. Namek must also have Dragon Balls. As long as he can get Namek's Dragon Ball, he can still make a wish through the Dragon Ball to gain powerful combat power. By then, he must tear Broly, the B***************** D, into pieces. So I'm not from Earth, no wonder I look different from them. Piccolo was stunned. He had suspected this problem a long time ago. After all, he looked too different from Earth people. And he doesn't need to eat, he only needs to drink water to survive. Swish! Raditz also rushed over at this moment. He might not dare to let him deal with Broly, but he would have no problem dealing with Piccolo, his defeated opponent. King Vegeta, let me deal with him. Raditz crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Piccolo with a smug look on his face. In his opinion, Piccolo was just a defeated opponent. A year ago, he beat him and Son Goku without any chance of fighting back. Get out of the way, don't you realize that this guy's strength has surpassed you? Vegeta glared at Raditz coldly. Although Raditz's combat power has become much stronger than a year ago, his current combat power is only 2,500. Facing Piccolo with a combat power of 3,500, he has no chance of winning at all. What? Surpassed me? Impossible. Raditz looked puzzled. This guy's combat power was only 500 a year ago, and his current combat power is 2,500. How could he be surpassed? However, Raditz did not dare to refute Vegeta, so he clicked the combat power detector on his glasses. Beep beep. What? 3,500. How is this possible? This guy's combat power has increased by 3,000 in 1 year. How is this possible? Looking at the value on the combat power detector, Raditz's eyes suddenly bulged and he almost pushed the detector out. Humph. Saiyan is nothing special. Looking at Raditz's shocked expression, Piccolo curled his lips coldly. He was naturally very proud. A year ago, he couldn't shake the opponent even with all his strength, but now he has been far surpassed by himself. This feeling makes Piccolo very happy. Yes. I'm sorry, King Vegeta. Raditz shrank his neck and took 2 steps back involuntarily. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and ignored Raditz. It's just right to kill you now, so that guy won't borrow the power of Dragon Ball to continue to improve his strength in the future. Vegeta looked at Piccolo with a sinister look. He felt that the reason why Broly's strength was above his was definitely because he borrowed the Earth Dragon Ball. Otherwise, he would never be able to surpass himself, the Saiyan Prince. But it doesn't matter. As long as he can get Namek's Dragon Ball, he can also make a wish to Shenron to make himself stronger. Inexplicable. Although I don't know what you are planning, it's not that easy to kill me. The moment Piccolo's voice fell, the whole person jumped up and attacked Vegeta instantly. You're courting death. Vegeta curled his lips in disdain, then stretched out his left hand and easily caught Piccolo's fist. But his body still stood there without moving. What? Impossible. How can there be such a big difference in strength between us? The moment his fist was caught, Piccolo's pupils shrank in shock. He didn't expect that Vegeta would take his full strength blow so calmly. And his fist seemed to be sucked in and couldn't get rid of it at all. Piccolo is dead. Broly shook his head. It has to be said that Piccolo is really good at seeking his own death. Humph. It's too late to be afraid now, so use your life to vent the anger in this prince's heart. Vegeta showed a cold smile on his face, and then his palm suddenly exerted force, directly pulling Piccolo's body over. Then the other hand quickly condensed energy and hit Piccolo's chest directly. Boom! The energy cannon instantly pierced Piccolo's chest. A bull-sized hole was left directly on Piccolo's body. Then Piccolo's eyes gradually lost their color, and his vitality was fading away bit by bit. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Not enough. Vegeta sneered, and then fired more than 10 energy cannons at Piccolo's body again. Instantly, smoke and dust rose, and Piccolo's body completely disappeared into the air at this moment. Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo being killed, Krillin knelt on the ground with his knees weak. Piccolo and the life of the Earth God are one, and Piccolo's death also means that the Dragon Ball of the Earth can no longer be used. In this way, Yamcha really can't be resurrected. Uncle Piccolo. Looking at the Piccolo who was blasted to pieces, Son Gohan's eyes suddenly turned red, and the aura emanating from his body increased explosively. He rushed directly towards Vegeta. Get out of here, you overestimator. Vegeta slapped Son Gohan and sent him flying. Although Son Gohan's strength increased dramatically due to his anger, he was still no match for Vegeta. Krillin. Did you feel it? This is Goku's aura. So good, Goku is back. Tien Shin Han looked at Krillin with a fanatic look on his face. It seemed that in the minds of all of them, Son Goku had already become their backbone. As long as Son Goku came, all difficulties could be solved. That's right. It's Goku's aura, so good, Goku is back. Krillin was stunned at first, but soon he said excitedly. He would never be wrong about this familiar aura. It seems that Goku has returned from King Kai. The aura is indeed much stronger than a year ago, but it's still too weak. Broly naturally felt Son Goku's aura as well. He could clearly feel the strength of Son Goku's aura. Although it is indeed much stronger than a year ago, it is still much weaker than Vegeta. But think about it, according to the original work, Son Goku, who has just completed training with King Kai, has a basic combat power of only 8,000. Only when he uses Kaioken can he compete with Vegeta. Whoosh! When everyone was extremely happy, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Then Son Goku, wearing an orange-yellow enlightenment uniform, appeared in front of everyone. Great, Goku. Goku, you're finally back. Dad. Krillin, Tien Shin Han, Son Gohan, and others looked at the familiar figure in front of them and shouted excitedly. Son Gohan even had tears in his eyes. Extremely excited. Dad. Son Gohan tried hard not to cry. Dad. Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Yamcha were all killed by the Saiyan. Son Gohan clenched his fists, and his heart was extremely angry. Don't worry, Gohan, I won't let them go. Son Goku frowned and said angrily. On the way back, he felt Piccolo's aura suddenly disappear. Piccolo was killed, which means that the old gods of the earth will also disappear. And in this case, Yamcha really can't be resurrected, so he can never forgive Vegeta and others who killed Piccolo. Kakarot, how come you suddenly become so much stronger? Raditz looked at Son Goku in surprise. Although Son Goku hid his aura, Raditz could still feel that his current situation was the same as Piccolo, and his combat power was far superior to his own. Raditz, I didn't expect you to come too. Son Goku glanced at Raditz in the distance, and his expression became gloomy at this moment. Although the other party was his elder brother, Son Goku had no good feelings for this guy who wanted to destroy all humans on Earth. Raditz, is he Kakarot? It seems that his strength is not as weak as you said. Vegeta clenched his fists and looked at Son Goku with disdain. Although the aura exuded by the other party was much stronger than Raditz, it was still not comparable to his own. So Vegeta was not panicked at all. As long as Broly didn't intervene, no one here would be his opponent. King Vegeta, I don't know what happened to Kakarot. He wasn't that strong a year ago. Raditz was panicked. He didn't understand what kind of training Piccolo and Son Goku had done in the past year to increase their strength several times. This is something that none of them, the fighting nation, can do. Mr. Broly, thank you for protecting the Earth when I was away, but let me handle it next. Son Goku put Son Gohan down and looked at Broly seriously. Well, be careful. Although that guy was injured by me, his combat power is still higher than yours. Broly looked at Son Goku and said casually. Through the system, Suchin can accurately see Son Goku's current combat power. Son Goku combat power 9,000. Son Goku's current combat power has greatly improved compared to a year ago, but without using Kaioken, he is still no match for Vegeta. Don't worry, Mr. Broly. I've been training day and night for this year. After I deal with this guy, I hope to have a fight with you. Son Goku looked at Broly and said expectantly, "Let's talk about it later." Broly waved his hand very casually. Now he is not looking forward to fighting with Son Goku. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. Kakarot, since you and I are both Saiyan, I can give you a chance to live. Submit to this prince and fight Broly with me, and I can reward you with this planet. Vegeta showed a gloomy smile on his face and said to Son Goku, Don't dream, I will never submit to you. And Piccolo was also killed by you, I will never forgive you. Son Goku rejected Vegeta's invitation without thinking and then slowly walked towards Vegeta. TSK, don't be so self-righteous. How can a low-level warrior like you be a match for this prince? Vegeta curled his lips, feeling extremely annoyed. Broly refused his recruitment, but now even Son Goku, a low-level warrior, dared to talk to him like this, which made him extremely annoyed. Since you don't want to submit to me, then prepare to die, Kakarot. Vegeta's face showed a cold look. Then he stepped out with his right foot. A gap was instantly stepped out on the flat ground. Swish! Vegeta's body instantly disappeared from the spot and shot directly at Son Goku. What a fast speed! Son Goku's eyes suddenly opened. Then he hurriedly crossed his arms against his chest to block. Bang! The moment the fist hit Son Goku's arm, a low collision sound was heard. Although Son Goku's defense removed most of the force of this punch, the power of Vegeta's punch still made his body retreat more than 10 meters. His feet plowed a ditch on the ground and finally stabilized his body. What a powerful force! Son Goku shook his numb arms and said with a shocked face, Humph! Now you know the difference in strength between us, you low-level warrior. Vegeta raised his chin proudly, with a proud face. Vegeta, don't be happy too early. The real battle has just begun. Although he was indeed suppressed by Vegeta in the previous fight, this did not make Son Goku's face too much. Instead, it made Son Goku feel a little excited. He has trained with Lord Kai for a year, and now it is time to show the results of his training this year. Hey! Then Son Goku suddenly clenched his fists and shouted. Swish! White energy flares instantly gushed out of Son Goku's body. Although this did not substantially improve Son Goku's combat power, it made Son Goku's momentum stronger at the moment. Tisk, just a trick. Vegeta curled his lips with disdain. He didn't take Son Goku seriously at all. In his opinion, Son Goku's strength was at best a little stronger than Nappa, and he couldn't be compared with himself at all. Don't worry. Now I'll show you the new ability I learned from Lord Kai. Facing Vegeta's disdainful eyes, Son Goku's face remained calm, and then he clenched his fists again and shouted, Hiya! Double Kaioken! As the voice came out, a stream of red energy gushed out of Son Goku's body. For a moment, even the white flares gushing out of Son Goku's body turned black and red at this moment. Son Goku's combat power instantly soared to 18,000. Wow, so awesome! Is this Goku's true strength? I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a year, Goku has grown to this point. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Son Goku, Tien Shin Han widened his eyes in shock. Although he knew that when he met Son Goku again, the other party would definitely leave him further behind. But when he really felt the powerful aura from Son Goku, Tien Shin Han was still shocked. Too awesome. This way Goku will definitely be able to defeat that Saiyan. Krillin clenched his fists excitedly, his face full of excitement. He could feel that the aura emanating from Goku was no weaker than that Saiyan. What? This guy's fighting power instantly doubled. Looking at Son Goku's fighting power that suddenly soared by 2 times, Vegeta, who had been nonchalant, suddenly became extremely nervous at this moment. Although even if Son Goku's fighting power doubled, it was not as high as his fighting power. But Vegeta could only use 80% of his strength at this moment because he was injured by Broly. That is to say, Vegeta's combat power at this moment is only 16,000 at most. Facing Son Goku, whose combat power reached 18,000, even Vegeta felt a huge pressure. Take it, Vegeta. After Son Goku finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground. Whoosh! His body instantly shot towards Vegeta, and his clenched fist slammed into Vegeta's chest. Damn. Damn. Vegeta gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Son Goku to be able to burst out at such an amazing speed. Even if he was not injured, his speed could only reach this level. In the end, Vegeta had no choice but to clench his fist to meet it. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the powerful energy aftermath spread rapidly in all directions, with the two fists hitting each other as the center. Both of their bodies were shaken in opposite directions by the shock wave. However, Son Goku only retreated a dozen meters to stabilize his body, while Vegeta crashed directly into the mountain behind him. Although he was not injured, he looked particularly embarrassed. Kakarot actually suppressed King Vegeta. Raditz' jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock. Is this still his brother who was born with a combat power of only 5? Why has he grown to the point where he can suppress King Vegeta now? Can Saiyans lower-level fighters really do this? Raditz's heart is very complicated. He doesn't understand what Son Goku has experienced in the past year. He can grow from a combat power of 500 to the point where he can suppress King Vegeta now. Damn, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** completely D me off. Vegeta took his arm off the mountain behind him and yelled hysterically at Son Goku. Hiya. Then Vegeta took a half-squat posture and shouted wildly. A strong breath quickly gushed out of his body. As the energy gushed out, Vegeta's mouth suddenly raised a strange arc. Super Afterburner. Finally, with Vegeta's shout, the energy cannon in his hand dragged a long tail like a comet hitting the earth and blasted towards Son Goku in the distance. Facing the powerful energy cannon coming towards him, Son Goku did not get arrogant. Instead, he immediately put his hands on his waist to form a calyx shape and then began to condense energy frantically. Kamehameha Wave. As the sound came out, the two powerful energy cannons, Kamehameha Wave and Super Afterburner, slammed into each other fiercely. In an instant, the mountains under the feet of the two were crushed by the powerful energy shock wave. Even Krillin, Tien Shin Han, and others who were watching the battle in the distance retreated under the continuous impact of this powerful energy shock wave. I couldn't open my eyes at all. Wow, so powerful, whether it's Goku or that Saiyan, their strength is so strong. Krillin clenched his fists excitedly. Although he wanted to rush to help Son Goku, Krillin knew that this kind of battle was not something he could intervene in. Vegeta lost. Looking at the two people who were still fighting in the distance, Broly shook his head calmly. Facing Son Goku with twice the Kaioken, Vegeta was almost unable to bear the pressure and chose Great Ape. And it was time for him to leave. After all, his tail was not cut off like Son Goku. If Vegeta really released the artificial moon later, he would definitely follow Great Ape. And Broly didn't know if he would lose his mind like Son Goku if his current body turned into a giant ape. If he also lost his mind, then I'm afraid no one on the earth could stop him. Let's go, Bulma. There's nothing to see here. Broly flew to Bulma's side and said. Before the previous battle, Broly hid Bulma to avoid her getting hurt. Honey, are Goku and the others really okay? Those Saiyans look very powerful. Bulma said with some concern. Don't worry, I've already severely injured that Saiyan, and Goku can handle it now. Broly touched his somewhat shriveled stomach. I'm so hungry all of a sudden. I wonder if Auntie has made cookies. Ever since he became Broly, his appetite has become unusually large. This may also be due to the special relationship of Saiyon's body. I'll ask my mother to make dessert for you. Then Broly directly left the battlefield with Bulma in his arms. After returning to the Capsule Corporation, Broly had a big meal under the warm hospitality of Mrs. Brief. Brief and the doctor not only did not object to Broly being with him, but treated him very enthusiastically. As for Mrs. Brief, she was even more enthusiastic, and her enthusiasm for Broly even made him, a veteran in the love field, a little overwhelmed. As for the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta, it also came to an end. The result was almost the same as Broly expected. Facing Vegeta, who had turned into a giant ape, Son Goku finally risked his life to use the fourfold Kaioken, but the result was still no match for the giant ape Vegeta. Fortunately, Krillin used the Chi Yuanzhan in time to cut off Vegeta's tail. Only then did Vegeta succeed. However, after defeating Vegeta, Son Goku did not choose to kill him and Raditz, but let them leave the Earth on the Universe spacecraft. Although everyone opposed it unanimously, Son Goku insisted again and again, and they finally had to choose to believe each other. Broly, who was enjoying afternoon tea leisurely with Mrs. Cliff at the Super Capsule Company, immediately looked away after feeling Son Goku's fast-approaching chi. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and then Son Goku's figure appeared in front of Broly. "Long time no see, Mr. Broly. It has been a week since the last time I met Broly, and during this period, Son Goku's injuries from the battle have completely recovered. Why did you come to see me?" Even without thinking, Broly didn't know what the purpose of Son Goku's coming here was. Hehe. "Mr. Broly, if possible, can you spar with me for a while?" Son Goku rubbed his hands and looked at Broly with anticipation. Although his strength is countless times stronger than a year ago, Son Goku knows very well that he is still no match for Broly. Because according to the description of Krillin and others, Broly hit Vegeta hard with one blow. But even so, Son Goku still hopes to have a little fight with Broly. Through the battle with Vegeta, Son Goku discovered a very critical problem. It seems that as long as he fights with a strong opponent, his strength can be improved. Sure enough, it's a sparring match. Broly did not immediately agree to the other party, but instead checked Son Goku's current combat power again through the system. Son Goku battle power, 30,000. You were stronger than when you fought Vegeta. Broly looked at Son Goku and nodded slowly. When Son Goku fought Vegeta, his normal battle power was only 8,000. Unexpectedly, his battle power had soared to 30,000 after the battle. This is without further training. If Son Goku enters gravity training for a period of time, I am afraid that Son Goku's battle power will exceed 100,000 without going to Namek. Hehe. So, Mr. Broly, have you agreed to spar with me? Son Goku said impatiently. It was because he found that his strength would be improved after fighting with a strong opponent that Son Goku thought of sparring with Broly. Yes, I can. But I am afraid that fighting with me will undermine your confidence. Broly smiled and said calmly. His current normal battle power is 8.7 million. Even if he does not become the Legendary Super Saiyan, he can defeat Son Goku in an instant. It's okay, Mr. Broly. Just go for it, I won't be hit. Seeing Broly agreed, Son Goku immediately jumped back and took a fighting stance. Forget it, you should attack. Broly said lightly. If he attacked first, I'm afraid Son Goku would have no chance to fight back. Okay, in that case, I won't be polite. Son Goku nodded and clenched his fists immediately. Triple Kaioken. This time Son Goku didn't act too arrogantly, but directly used Triple Kaioken, and powerful energy instantly gushed out of his body. Son Goku's combat power soared to 90,000. Swoosh! Almost at the moment of using Kaioken, Son Goku's body attacked Broly directly. He was very fast, and the whole person almost turned into a stream of red light. In an instant, his body came in front of Broly. Huh, take off. Broly sneered and pressed Son Goku's head with his big hand, rubbing Son Goku's head on the ground in an extremely ambitious fighting method. Bang, bang, bang. The tiles on the ground were all overturned by Son Goku's head. Finally, under Broly's force, Son Goku's body flew directly to a huge statue in the distance. Boom! The moment it was hit, the huge statue collapsed instantly. And Son Goku was buried in it, and his life and death were unknown. Mr. Broly, you are so powerful that you destroyed the house like this by yourself. Looking at the destroyed backyard, Mrs. Cliff hurriedly hugged Broly's muscular arm, and her face was full of excitement and reverie. Wow! Wow, wow, wow! It hurts, Mr. Broly. Your strength is too strong. At this time, Son Goku slowly stood up and said with a bruised face, "Broly controlled the power, otherwise Son Goku would have already gone to hell. Now you know the gap between us. By the way, Son Goku, do you want to revive Piccolo and the others?" Broly looked at the embarrassed Son Goku and said, "Of course I want to revive Piccolo and the others, but Shenron on Earth has disappeared." Son Goku's eyes dimmed instantly when Piccolo and the others were mentioned. How could he not want to revive Piccolo and Yamcha, but Piccolo's death caused Shenron to no longer exist on Earth. Although Shenron on Earth has disappeared, I know there is another place where Dragon Ball still exists. Looking at Son Goku's disappointed expression, Broly said lightly, "Really? Really? Mr. Broly, where is the place you are talking about? As long as I can revive Piccolo and the others, I will go there no matter what." Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly, and he couldn't wait to find the Dragon Ball to revive Piccolo and the others. Namek Ball, which is Piccolo's hometown. But I only know that there's this place. As for the exact coordinates, you still need to ask King Kai. Broly did not lie. He really didn't know the exact location of Namek. And in the original Dragon Ball, Son Goku and the others also found the exact coordinates of Namek with the help of King Kai. "Thank you so much, Mr. Broly. I'll go ask Lord Kai right now." After Son Goku finished speaking, he tried to contact King Kai to ask for Namek's exact coordinates. As for Broly, he didn't want to continue intervening because he knew the plot would definitely develop according to the original work. Then Broly flew directly to the Temple of Heaven. That's right, he planned to enter the Spirit Time Chamber to practice a little. After all, the next person he had to face was Frieza, who had a combat power of 120 million. Broly planned to practice his transformation a little. Whoosh! When Broly appeared again, he had already arrived at the Temple of Heaven. "Hello, Mr. Broly." As soon as Broly arrived at the Temple of Heaven, Mr. Popo came up to him directly. It looked like he had known that Broly was coming. "You knew I would come?" Looking at Popo, who was not in a very good mental state, Broly was full of confusion. However, the next second, Broly's eyes suddenly opened. Popo, combat power, 1200 billion. Although Broly had guessed about Popo's strength long ago, he was still shocked when the system detected Popo's specific combat power. 1200 billion. No wonder Mr. Popo could easily suppress Super Saiyan 2 Son Goten and Super Saiyan 2 Trunks in the original work. "Yes, Mr. Broly, I heard the conversation between you and Mr. Goku. Can you help Goku and the others revive Lord Celestial?" Mr. Popo's round eyes stared at Broly, obviously looking forward to Broly's answer. He could see everything that happened underground in the Celestial Temple, so he naturally knew that Broly was very strong. If Broly was willing to help Goku, then the hope of reviving Lord Celestial would definitely be higher. Leave it to me." Broly hesitated for a moment, and then agreed directly. Namek was definitely going to go, so it was not a problem to help Son Goku. "That's great, thank you so much, Mr. Broly." Popo Elena looked at Broly gratefully and said, "Mr. Popo, I need to borrow the Spirit Time House here, is that okay?" Broly looked at Popo and said directly, "No problem, I'll prepare food for you now." Mr. Popo also agreed to Broly's request and happily prepared food for Broly to eat after entering. He hoped that Broly could improve his strength in the Spirit Time House. In this way, the hope of resurrecting the gods would be greater. Soon, Mr. Popo made enough preparations for Broly. "You can go in, Mr. Broly, but everyone can only go in for 2 days in their lifetime. If it exceeds 2 days, the entrance will disappear, so you must come out before the entrance disappears." Mr. Popo explained patiently to Broly. "Well, I know." Broly nodded lightly and then entered the Spirit Time House. He was naturally very clear about the precautions of the Spirit Time House. The gravity in the Spirit Time Room is 10 times that outside. It is a natural gravity room, which is very suitable for training. "Very good. Next I can try to become a Super Saiyan." After adjusting his breath, Broly squatted slightly and began to try to transform into a Super Saiyan. "Hiya!" Accompanied by shouts, Broly came out of his mouth. His original combat power of 1 million showed a geometric increase at this moment. The grass-green energy flame burst out from Broly's body. At the moment when the energy flame burst out, Broly's muscles all over his body bulged inch by inch, and the whole person instantly became twice as strong. The originally black hair also completely turned into grass green at this moment. Yes, this is Broly's Super Saiyan form. Then Broly checked his current combat power value. Broly, combat power. From the current combat power, the Super Saiyan bloodline is indeed stronger than the ordinary Saiyan bloodline. The maximum increase of an ordinary Saiyan to Super Saiyan is only 50 times, while the increase of becoming a Super Saiyan is 100 times. Of course, this is only the initial combat power after the transformation. Broly's Super Saiyan bloodline can continue to grow stronger as the battle time goes by. To put it simply, the stronger the opponent is, the faster Broly will become stronger in the battle with him. It's a pity that he can't survive in the universe yet, otherwise, Broly really wants to compete with gods of destruction. After a simple warm-up, Broly felt that he could continue to transform, although he had not tried to directly become the second stage of Super Saiyan. But the powerful energy in his body made Broly full of confidence. Then next, try to become the second stage of Super Saiyan. Broly thought of this. He clenched his fists again, and the powerful energy of the Super Saiyan burst out of his body again. Swish! The grass-green flame continued to pour out of Broly's body. Hiya! As Broly roared, the grass-green flame gushing out of his body also underwent subtle changes. The grass-green flame that originally appeared like a flame now burst out of Broly's body like a rocket. Crackling! Then blue arcs appeared around Broly and swirled back and forth. Then Broly's grass-green hair was completely inverted, like a spike. Finally, with Broly's last roar. The originally flat ground in the Spirit Time House instantly sank into a huge pit. In the center of the pit, Broly's body stood in it, like a killing god, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body. Broly exhaled a breath of foul air and carefully felt the powerful energy in his body that was about to overflow. This is the second stage of the Transcendent Saiyan. I succeeded. Feeling the huge energy in his body, Broly's excitement was beyond words. Then Broly simply moved his body. Although there was no opponent to fight him, he could still feel that his current fighting power was already very powerful to a very terrifying degree. Although he had never fought with Frieza, Broly was very confident that he could definitely blow Frieza into pieces in one move. According to the original record, the strongest form of Frieza in the Namek chapter had a fighting power of only 120 million. With Broly's current strength, he could definitely kill Frieza in one move. But even so, Broly did not waste the next period of time. On the contrary, he worked hard to practice in the Spirit Time Room. As for the outside of the Spirit Time Room, Son Goku naturally got the exact coordinates of Namek from King Kai. Although the exact coordinates of the Namek ball were obtained, Son Goku and others soon encountered another problem. That is, they cannot survive in the universe, so if they want to go to Namek, they must use the universe ship. However, with the current technology on Earth, it is impossible to make a universe ship that can sail in the universe. Even genius scientists like Bulma and Dr. Cliff cannot make a universe ship that can fly in the universe. Just when everyone was at a loss, Mr. Popo brought good news. That is the universe ship that the old god of the Earth used. Although most of the parts in the universe ship have been damaged after too long, this is not difficult for Dr. Cliff and Bulma, the genius girl. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of the two, the universe ship of the old god was finally repaired. Great! This way we can go to Namek to revive Piccolo and others. Looking at the weird-shaped universe ship in front of him like a hedgehog, Son Goku said excitedly. With this universe ship, they can finally go to Namek. Now we just need to wait for Mr. Broly to finish his training, and then we can set off for Namek. Son Goku looked up at the sky in the distance. Originally, Son Goku planned to wait for the universe spaceship to be repaired, and then go to Namek with Krillin immediately. But then Mr. Popo told Son Goku that Broly would also come with him, so Son Goku planned to wait for Broly to finish his training before entering Namek together. Let's calculate the time. Mr. Broly will soon finish his training, Son Goku said with some expectation, looking at the direction of the Heavenly Temple. Mr. Broly is already so powerful. I'm afraid he will become even stronger after this training. Swoosh! At this time, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and then Broly's figure appeared in front of Son Goku and others. Husband! Bulma, who hadn't seen each other for several days, immediately threw herself into Broly's arms the moment she saw Broly. Mr. Broly, your strength has become stronger again. Although Broly hid his breath, Son Goku could still feel that Broly's strength had become stronger. That strong breath was definitely correct. Broly's strength was much stronger than a few days ago. Well, you're not bad either. Your strength is also much stronger than a few days ago. Broly looked at Son Goku with a satisfied smile on his face. A few days ago, when Son Goku fought with him, his combat power was only 30,000, but now Son Goku's combat power has reached 120,000. It is obvious that after being defeated by him, Son Goku's strength has also ushered in a huge increase. Hehe. After fighting with you, Mr. Broly, last time, I felt that my strength has become much stronger. I wonder when I can fight with Mr. Broly again. Son Goku rubbed his hands and looked at Broly with anticipation. The increase in combat power brought by fighting with Broly is much faster than his own hard training. Don't worry, there will be a chance. But before that, let's go to Namek first. Broly looked at the strange-shaped universe spaceship in front of him and said, Well, let's go. Son Goku nodded and then took Krillin and Son Gohan into the universe spaceship. Originally, Bulma also planned to go to Namek with Broly. But Broly directly refused, because he knew very well that this trip was very dangerous. Even if the plot developed the same as the original, Namek would be detonated at the end. If Bulma didn't leave in time on the universe spacecraft, she might be in danger of her life. Although Broly was very reluctant to part with Broly, under the strong request of the other party, Broly could only do it obediently. Old husband, then you must come back safely. Bulma is waiting for you to come back safely at home. Bulma snuggled in Broly's arms and said reluctantly, Don't worry. With a beautiful wife like you at home, I will never put myself in danger. As he said that, Broly touched Bulma's small buttocks hard. This action made Bulma's pretty face blush immediately. Then she said coquettishly, Wait for you to come back. I will agree to your request and let you come from behind. Although Bulma's voice was as soft as a mosquito, it still made Broly stand at attention instantly. After a brief moment of tenderness, Broly finally stepped into the universe spaceship. Namek's universe spaceship is very smart. It can drive itself as long as the coordinates are adjusted. And Broly also built a gravity room in the universe spaceship so that they can practice in the spaceship. Unfortunately, the speed of the spaceship is not very fast. It finally arrived in Namek after flying for nearly a month. This also made Broly realize the benefits of instant transmission. If he had mastered instant transmission at this moment, he could arrive in an instant by locking the breath of the Namek people. Click! The spaceship landed safely and the hatch slowly opened. However, Broly felt a familiar breath just after he walked out of the universe spaceship. It's Saiyan. After feeling the familiar breath, Krillin's face immediately showed a look of horror. Unexpectedly, Saiyan also came with them. When Krillin thought of Vegeta's powerful combat power after becoming a giant ape, he felt his scalp tingling. Fortunately, Mr. Broly also came with them this time. With Broly's help, they should be able to relax a little. It's Vegeta's aura. I didn't expect him to come too. Son Goku's expression was not as nervous as Krillin's. Instead, he was a little excited. Don't be careless. This time we have to face more than just Vegeta. He should also be accompanied by the Universe Emperor Frieza. Broly naturally felt Vegeta's aura, but he also felt another powerful aura. This aura was the strongest aura Broly had ever felt since he came to this world. It's obvious that it was Frieza's aura. Frieza? Although I don't know how strong that guy is, the guy who can make King Kai so afraid must be very strong. Son Goku clenched his fist. Before coming, King Kai reminded Son Goku about the Universe Emperor Frieza. And according to King Kai, Frieza is the overlord of the entire Northern Galaxy, and his strength is so strong that even King Kai dare not easily provoke him. However, this did not make Son Goku afraid, but made him more excited. Wait, someone is coming. At this time, Krillin suddenly looked into the distance and shouted loudly. Swoosh! Two sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and then two universe people wearing the same combat uniform as Vegeta appeared in front of Broly and others. Aren't they Namekians? Who are you? One of the universe people with a big beard looked at Krillin with contempt. Just now, he had seen through the combat power detector that the combat power of these people in front of him was only in the single digit, so they naturally didn't take Krillin seriously. The same outfit as Vegeta? Are they in the same group with Vegeta? Son Goku scratched his head and didn't take the two people who suddenly appeared to heart. Just two scumbags under Frieza. Broly also said with a nonchalant look. Cole. You actually called us two scums. You're really looking for death. Then I'll destroy your universe spaceship first, and see how you can escape then. Another universe man who looked like a lizard said, and aimed his weapon at the universe spaceship behind Son Goku. Looking for death. Broly snorted coldly. Swish! Then his body disappeared instantly, and then instantly appeared in front of the two people. What? Broly didn't give the two people a chance to react at all, and raised his hand and fired two energy cannons to directly blast the two universe people into scum. So powerful, worthy of Mr. Broly. Krillin looked at Broly with admiration. Just now, he didn't see clearly when Broly's body moved, but the battle was already over. It seems that Frieza has already brought his army to Namek. If we don't hurry up, the Dragon Ball may be taken by them first. Broly glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and said lightly. According to the image displayed by the Dragon Ball radar, 4 Dragon Balls are gathered in one place. It is obvious that Frieza has obtained 4 Dragon Balls. Mr. Broly is right. If they use the Dragon Ball first, it will be troublesome. Son Goku nodded seriously. Then Broly and Son Goku and the other two split up. Broly went to find the farthest Dragon Ball, and the closest one was given to Son Goku and the other two. On the other side of the planet, inside Frieza's super-large universe spaceship, Frieza, who was sitting in the stroller, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Oh, I didn't expect that this remote Namek would be so lively. So many powerful guys suddenly appeared. Did Mr. Sabo contact Jinyu? Frieza looked at Sabo beside him. Captain Jinyu has been notified. They should be on their way. Sabo said to Frieza very respectfully. Well, very good. There should be something interesting to watch today. Also, how are the Dragon Balls collected? Frieza clenched his fists with a gloomy face. He has ruled the entire Northern Galaxy for many years, but he has not discovered the magical thing called Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish. If it weren't for the fact that he installed a monitoring device on Vegeta's combat power detector, I'm afraid he wouldn't have discovered the magical use of Dragon Ball until now. 4 Dragon Balls have been collected so far, and the 5th Dragon Ball is on the way back. Sabo still said respectfully. Very good. Mr. Sabo, you should go with me, and bring all the Dragon Balls to me as soon as possible. Yes. Sabo nodded, and then disappeared from the spot. In a village of Namek, Dodoria, who looked extremely ugly, was looking at the 3 elders of Namek in front of him with an irritated face. Hand over the Dragon Ball to me quickly, otherwise these 2 little guys will die. Looking at the 2 Namek children behind the 3 elders of Namek, Dodoria suddenly raised her hand and condensed the energy bomb instantly. Don't dream, I won't tell you where the Dragon Ball is. The 3 elders gritted their teeth. Looking at the bodies of the Namek people on the ground, he was extremely angry. Very good, then you can collect the bodies of these 2 children. After that, Dodoria suddenly laughed strangely, and then the condensed energy bomb in his hand was also shot at the 3 elders of Namek. Swish! However, just before the energy bomb was about to hit the 3 elders, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked the energy bomb away with 1 foot. What? Who dares to hinder me, Dodoria? Dodoria looked at Broly with an angry face. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and showed an unbelievable expression. Saiyan? Dodoria would never mistake that tail, only Saiyans have that kind of tail. But what makes Dodoria curious is that since they destroyed Vegeta's planet, aren't Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz the only Saiyans left alive? But what's going on with this Saiyan who suddenly appeared in front of him? You. Dend, you two stay away. The third elder Namek pushed Dend behind him, signaling him to take the opportunity to hide. Although the man in front of him did save them, the third elder is not sure whether the other party is also here for the Dragon Ball. Dodoria did not rashly attack Broly, but turned on the combat power detector on his eyes. Beep beep. Combat power 18,000. Humph, I thought he was some powerful guy, but his combat power is only 18,000, not as good as Vegeta, that waste. After confirming that the other party's combat power is not as good as his own, Dodoria immediately changed his face. If Broly's one move to knock away his energy bombs had made him feel a little scared, then at this moment, Dodoria didn't take Broly seriously at all. After all, his combat power was 22,000. He didn't take 18,000 combat power seriously at all. A dog under Frieza's command dares to talk to me like this? Broly crossed his arms in front of his chest and said jokingly. A*****, a wild monkey with only 18,000 combat power dares to talk to me like this. I was going to spare your life because of your good strength, but since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. Dodoria clenched his fist and shot out. He was very fast, and his fist was in front of Broly in an instant. You're dead. The fist blasted out. Dodoria had a cruel smile on his face. However, the next second, the smile on Dodoria's face suddenly froze. Then his pupils shrank, his eyes moved down, and he showed a look of horror. Because at the moment when his fist was less than 5 centimeters away from Broly's body, Broly's fist had already sunk into Dodoria's abdomen. No. Impossible. Your combat power is only 18,000. How can you be my opponent? Dodoria suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, still with a look of horror on his face. Really? Then look at my combat power now. Broly sneered. Beep beep. Then the combat power detector on Dodoria's eyes suddenly sounded an alarm. Broly's combat power value also increased rapidly at this moment. 18,000, 20,000. 24,000. Boom. Finally, the detector exploded with a bang. 24,000. How can this be possible? Dodoria swallowed his saliva with a look of horror on his face, and his body kept retreating. Finally, he flew away like crazy. However, Broly just sneered. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The next second, Dodoria, who had fled hundreds of meters away, exploded instantly, turned into a pink light spot, and disappeared in the wind. Wow, so awesome! Dend, who was hiding in the distance, looked at Broly's back with admiration in his eyes. Why did you help us? The three elders of Namek looked at Broly and asked tentatively. I need to borrow Namek's Dragon Ball, but you can rest assured that I am not the same as them. Broly said truthfully. He did come for the Dragon Ball, so there was nothing to hide. Although you saved us, Namek's Dragon Ball will not be easily lent to outsiders. If you really need it, I can let Den take you to see the Great Elder. Perhaps because Broly saved their lives, the three elders of Namek chose to believe Broly. Because his aura is indeed different from Dodoria and others, Broly's aura is very clear. But Dodoria and others' aura is very evil. Thank you very much. Broly nodded to the three elders of Namek in front of him. Just when Broly was about to go with Den to meet the Great Elder Namek, there was another sound of breaking air in the distance. Whoosh! Then Sabo appeared in front of Broly and others. Did you kill Dodoria? Sabo looked at Broly with some doubt in his eyes. Although he also felt a strong aura just now, he saw through the combat power detector that Broly's combat power was only 8,000. Such combat power is obviously not Dodoria's opponent. I thought it was Frieza who came in person. I didn't expect that it was you, an ugly thing. Looking at Sabo in front of him, Broly shrugged indifferently. With his current strength, Even if Frieza came in person, he would have to be slapped twice before leaving, let alone Sabo with a combat power of only 280,000. TSK. Although I don't know how you killed Dodoria, you can never be my opponent. Sabo clenched his fists and didn't take Broly to heart. To avoid wasting time, let's end the battle right away. After saying that, Broly raised his index and middle fingers to the sky at the same time, and a touch of energy surged from his fingertips. Boom! Sabo, who hadn't figured out the situation yet, exploded in the next second. The death was exactly the same as Dodoria's just now. We can go now. Looking at Dend, who was almost stunned in place, Broly reminded him. Oh, okay. After being reminded by Broly, Dend finally reacted and nodded hurriedly. He was really shocked by Broly's powerful strength. The powerful invader that even their combat-type Namek people could not defeat was defeated by Broly in such an easy manner. This brought a great shock to Dend. Be careful along the way, Dend, and be sure to tell the Elder everything that happened here. The third Elder of Namek instructed Dend. Yes, I know, the third Elder. Dend nodded hurriedly. Then Broly grabbed Dend and held him in his arms, and his body instantly flew away. Inside the large universe spacecraft of Frieza's army, Frieza's expression suddenly became gloomy. The other party is actually a Saiyan. Oh, it's getting more and more interesting. Frieza rarely jumped out of his stroller and looked into the distance. Sabo's highest combat power is 28,000. He didn't expect that the other party could even kill Sabo, which made Frieza interested. Start the spaceship. I want to see what kind of guy can kill Sabo. Frieza said to the spaceship pilot beside him. Yes, King Frieza. After receiving Frieza's order, the spaceship pilot immediately nodded heavily. Then, at Frieza's request, he went to the designated location. On the other side, Broly, under the guidance of Dend, successfully arrived at the residence of the Great Elder. Great Brother Naru, you're still alive. Looking at the young Namek who slowly walked out of the room of the Great Elder, Dend shouted excitedly. You've come just in time, Dend. The Great Elder has told me everything. He's already waiting inside. Go quickly. After saying that, Naru glanced at Broly and made way. To be honest, he didn't trust Broly, the alien. After all, his purpose should be the same as that of the Frieza Corps. But this was the order of the Great Elder after all, so he could only do it. Naru, combat power, 52,000. Broly also glanced at Naru and smiled faintly. Then he followed Dend into the Great Elder's room. Great Elder, the people have been brought here. Entering the room, Naru said respectfully to the Great Elder. You must be the Great Elder of Namek. Sorry to bother you. Broly looked at the old and frail Great Elder of Namek in front of him and said respectfully. Yeah, although you're a Saiyan, I can feel that you are different from those people. First of all, I still want to thank you for saving my child, Dend. The Great Elder said gratefully to Broly. It's just a small favor, you don't have to be polite, Great Elder. Broly waved his hand. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The Great Elder of Namek was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that although the other party had never left here, he knew everything that happened outside. Since the Great Elder knows everything, I'll tell you straight away. My purpose of coming here is the same as Frieza's army, both for the Dragon Ball. But I am different from them. I will not hurt anyone on Namek. Broly felt that, even if he didn't say it, the Great Elder Namek knew why he came here. Yes, I know. I am willing to lend you the Dragon Ball, but I hope you can help Namek get through this disaster. The Great Elder coughed twice and finally spoke. Don't worry, Great Elder, I will do my best. Broly nodded very seriously. Whether it is to help the Namek people or for the Dragon Ball, he needs to face Frieza. Well, thank you for your help. After the Great Elder finished speaking, he handed the planet behind him to Broly. You guys go quickly, they are here. At this time, the Great Elder rarely opened his eyes and looked into the distance with an angry tone. Don't worry, Great Elder, leave them to me. Broly naturally also noticed Frieza's approaching aura. Dend, please keep the Dragon Ball for me first. As he said that, Broly flew out directly. Dend and Nero followed closely behind him and rushed out. As soon as he left the room of the Great Elder, Broly saw the super-large universe spaceship flying towards him. Frieza, are you finally here? Broly folded his hands in front of his chest, looking at the approaching universe spaceship, his face full of excitement. Soon the universe spaceship stopped. Then the hatch opened, and the minions of Frieza's army flew out quickly. And in front of them was Frieza in the stroller. Tail. It's really a Saiyan. Frieza looked at Broly, and after seeing the slowly swinging tail behind Broly, he completely confirmed his identity. You are the one who killed Dodoria and Sabo. I didn't expect that a Saiyan wild monkey could kill Mr. Sabo. It seems that you are not very different from other Saiyans. Frieza looked at Broly with disdain. Obviously, he didn't take it seriously. He destroyed the entire Vegeta planet, so how could he take this Saiyan who survived by chance seriously? Stop talking nonsense, Frieza. Don't you want the Dragon Ball? It's here now, come and get it if you have the ability. Broly pointed to the planet in Den's arms behind him and said confidently. Den hugged the Dragon Ball in his arms with some fear. At the same time, Nero was also ready for battle. I didn't expect that the Dragon Ball was also here. It was really easy to get it. Looking at the Dragon Ball in Den's arms, Frieza suddenly smiled sinisterly. Being able to kill Sabo and Dodoria proves that you are quite strong. If you are willing to work for me and be my dog, I can spare your life without any regrets. Frieza looked at Broly, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and said in a feminine tone. Of course, he didn't really want to recruit Broly. If that was the case, he wouldn't have destroyed the entire Vegeta planet. How about this, Frieza? Give me all the Dragon Balls in your hand, and I will not only spare your life, but I will also make a wish to Shinron to make you grow 5 centimeters taller. What do you think? As he spoke, Broly's body slowly rose several meters into the air, looking down at Frieza. What did you say? Grow 5 centimeters taller. Frieza looked up at Broly in the air, his eyes almost spitting fire. Broly's words shocked and angered him. How did this guy know his real purpose? Although he told his subordinates on the surface that the main purpose of collecting Dragon Balls was to gain immortality. But only Frieza himself knew what he really wanted to wish for. That was to grow 5 centimeters taller. Although his second form was very tall, his final form was the strongest form. And the final form made him look too short, so Frieza hoped to use the power of Dragon Ball to make himself grow 5 centimeters taller. Why 5 centimeters? Because it would be easy to be discovered if he grew too much at once. As for gaining powerful strength and immortality, Frieza had no interest in this at all. He knew very well how strong his talent was. If he just wanted to become stronger, he could do a few push-ups on the spot, and he didn't need permanent life. Because the frozen demons are very tenacious, not only can they survive in the universe, but their lifespan can basically reach thousands of years. Hee. How about it, Frieza? Are you tempted? It doesn't matter. If you think 5 centimeters is too short, I can also let Shinron help you grow 10 centimeters taller. But that would be too big a change, and others might find out that you borrowed Shenron's power. Broly stood in the air, with a smile on his lips, still looking down at Frieza. You ignorant wild monkey, you have completely angered me. Frieza's cold voice fell, and the next second his body jumped directly from the stroller. Go to hell. As the roar came out, Frieza had already arrived in front of Broly. He clenched his fist and punched Broly's chest fiercely. Just when everyone thought Broly would be knocked away by Frieza's sudden attack, they noticed that Frieza's fist actually penetrated Broly's chest. What? It's an afterimage. Looking at his missing fist, Frieza realized that what he had just hit was just the afterimage of Broly's body. Amazing, he actually dodged that kind of attack. Nero's eyes were as big as copper bells, looking at Broly in disbelief. Of course, he had heard of the notoriety of Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, so he did not doubt Frieza's strength. But he did not expect Broly to be able to dodge Frieza's attack. Frieza, you should transform. At this level, you can't even touch my clothes. Behind Frieza, Broly still had his hands folded in front of his chest, with a confident look on his face. Frisia's combat power in the first form is only 530,000, which is really too weak for Broly now. What? Frisia looked at Broly with a look of surprise. I didn't expect that the other party even knew that he could improve his strength through transformation, which made Frisia panic for a while. Could this guy have become the Super Saiyan in Saiyan legend? Tisk. It's just a boring legend. How can such a thing be true? Frisia curled his lips with disdain. In that case, I'll show you my second form. After saying that, Frisia clenched his fists and a white light flashed. There were spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. And Frisia's body was like a crack, with white cracks appearing one after another. The body seemed to have transformed, and the body suddenly became taller. 2 spikes like horns grew on the top of his head. What a terrible aura! His strength suddenly became several times stronger. After feeling the sudden surge of aura on Frisia, Den showed a look of horror. He began to worry about Broly in his heart. Is this all his strength? I am still far behind. Nero's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his clenched fists were completely released at this moment. If he was facing Frisia in his first form, he felt that he might still have the strength to fight, but facing Frisia in front of him, Nero didn't even have the courage to resist. You wild monkey can feel honored to see my second form. Frisia, who turned into the second form, looked at Broly with a smug look on his face. His second form has a combat power of more than 1 million. In this universe, except for his brother Cooler and his father King Cold, there is no one who can be his second form's opponent. You want to defeat me with a combat power of just over 1 million? Frisia, it seems that you really don't understand the current situation. Looking at Frisia in the second form, Broly's mouth still had a confident arc. What did you say? Just over 1 million. Looking at Broly's still confident face, Frisia also began to doubt at this moment. Is this guy's combat power beyond 1 million? Now I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. As he said, Broly suddenly stepped out. A hole was instantly stepped on the ground. Then Broly's body appeared in front of Frisia almost instantly. What? Such a fast speed. Frisia's eyes suddenly opened, his pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't even wait for him to react. Bang! A low collision sound was heard, and Broly's fist directly sank into Frisia's chest. The terrifying force directly blasted Frisia away. Boom! 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 Then Frisia's body smashed more than 10 large holes on the ground before stopping. Wow! Frisia slowly stood up, and the severe pain from his abdomen made his stomach churn like a river and sea. Finally, he vomited a mouthful of sour water. He looked so embarrassed at the moment, and even one of the horns on his head was broken. What? Frisia was knocked away with one punch? How is this possible? How strong is this guy? Null said with his eyes wide open like copper bells. The visual impact brought by the scene was too strong. Just now, he didn't see clearly when Broly started. However, Frisia was already knocked away by his punch. King Frisia was defeated. Run for your life, that Saiyan is too strong. Seeing that their king was defeated by Broly, the minions of Frisia's army fled in all directions in an instant. Even King Frisia couldn't defeat the opponent, so what would it be if they stayed here? Cole. Go to hell. Frisia, with an angry face, waved his hand casually, and a super large energy bomb directly destroyed all the minions who were fleeing. He actually killed his companions directly? Den's eyes widened, and he pointed at Frisia in the distance with an unbelievable look. Don't worry about it, Den. This is a good thing for us. After all, our people were killed by them. Nero clenched his fists excitedly. This can be regarded as revenge for their people in disguise. Killed all his subordinates in one breath. Frisia, so are you going to beg for mercy from me now? Broly looked at Frisia and sneered. Unforgivable. You damn wild monkey, now I will let you see my true power. Frisia was completely crazy at this moment. No one had ever been able to hurt him, but now he was so embarrassed in the hands of a Saiyan wild monkey. This was simply the shame of his life. Hiya! Frisia clenched his fists and roared from his mouth. Then red flames swirled around Frisia's body. Countless cracks appeared on his skin, as if his body was about to break. Swish! The powerful air waves spread in all directions like a hurricane. Dend and Naru, who were watching the battle from a distance, covered their eyes with their arms. That demon, he seems to have transformed into Brother Naru again. Can Mr. Broly really defeat him? Dent hid behind a rock and said to Naru beside him with a worried look on his face. I don't know, Naru said with a serious expression. Now this battle is no longer something he can evaluate. The strength of both sides far exceeds his by far. This huge gap in strength makes it impossible for him to see the direction of the battle clearly. Your transformation time is really long enough. Broly hugged his arms in front of his chest, looking at Frieza, who was still breathing in the distance with some impatience. It has to be said that the transformation time of Frieza's ultimate form is really long enough. Cole, you'll regret this later. Frieza glanced at Broly with a look of resentment. Soon, it was completely over. Frieza's body became petite again, with only white and purple colors on the whole body. The red pupils made Frieza look even more indifferent and oppressive at this moment, like a demon from hell. However, this petite body, compared with his nearly 2-meter height, Broly immediately understood why Frieza had to grow taller. Hee. Are you ready to die? Wild monkey. As the red flames around him disappeared, Frieza in his ultimate form slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Is this your strongest form? It looks really petite. Broly completely ignored Frieza's threat and instead said to Frieza with a teasing look on his face. Although Frieza has become the strongest form, but Frieza's initial combat power in this form is only about 4 million. Only when Frieza's muscles burst and exert 100% of his strength, the combat power will reach 100 to 200 million. So Broly is naturally not afraid of any threat from Frieza, because there is absolutely no need for that. You can still say such stupid things when you're about to die. I have to say that you Saiyans are really a group of brainless wild monkeys. I thought that Broly would be shocked by his powerful momentum after he turned into the strongest form, but he didn't expect that the other party would not take him seriously at all. This also made Frieza angry again. On the other side, Son Goku and others who had successfully dealt with the Jinyu force also felt this huge and suffocating aura. Then all of them showed shocked expressions. Wow! Such a powerful aura. Is this Frieza's aura? Compared with this aura, the opponent we just defeated is really too weak. Krillin looked at the direction where the aura came from in the distance, and the whole person took 2 steps back in fear. Frieza's aura was too strong. This was the strongest aura he had ever felt. Dad, are we going over there? This aura is really strong. Son Gohan looked at Son Goku with a worried look on his face. Son Goku was already injured in the fight just now. If he rushed over to help immediately, Son Gohan was really worried that Son Goku would be in danger. Yeah, the owner of the other energy should be Mr. Broly. It seems that Mr. Broly is dealing with Frieza now. No matter what, we have to go over there. Even if we can't help, we must not let Mr. Broly deal with it alone. Son Goku clenched his fists and said with a firm face. Although he knew that he was no match for anyone, Son Goku still wanted to go over and see with his own eyes what the battle between real strong men was like. Well, okay. Seeing that Son Goku was so determined, Son Gohan and the others could only nod and agree. Not long after the 3 of them left, Vegeta and Raditz also followed. Too terrible. This energy is too terrible. Is this really something that people can do? King Vegeta, are we really going to follow? Raditz looked at Vegeta with a look of extreme horror and said, Stop talking nonsense and catch up. Vegeta glanced at Raditz and said in a cold tone. He really wanted to find out who else could force Frieza to this extent besides himself. With such a strong aura, Frieza might have already transformed into the 3rd form. You ignorant wild monkey, you have no idea how strong I am in this form. The reason why I show myself in my 1st form is because my power is too strong in this form, and sometimes I can't control it, so I can only turn into my 1st form to seal my power as much as possible. It's been a long time since anyone has forced me to turn into this form, and in return I will break your bones inch by inch until they are broken. Frieza licked his lips and showed a cruel smile on his face. Such a weak power still needs to be sealed? It's ridiculous. The moment Broly's voice fell, his body instantly rushed towards Frieza. Even though Broly only used less than 1/10 of his power at this moment, his speed was still ridiculously fast. In almost an instant, his body had already arrived in front of Frieza. What? How could your speed be faster than mine? Looking at Broly, who was already close at hand, Frieza opened his eyes suddenly. His expression was a little dazed. This is too outrageous. I have clearly become the ultimate form, so why can this Saiyan monkey in front of me be faster than me? Could it be? Has his combat power reached 5 million? How dare you be distracted while fighting with me? Broly snorted coldly, and then clenched his fist and punched Frieza's chest fiercely. Facing this oncoming heavy punch, Frieza had no time to dodge. He could only passively cross his arms against his chest to resist. Bang! A low collision sounded. Broly's fist hit Frieza's arms hard. Even though Frieza had made sufficient preparations, facing Broly's fierce punch, his arms that were originally against his chest now hit his chest hard. Then Frieza's legs rubbed against the ground, and he plowed for more than 10 kilometers before he stabilized his body. Puff! The last mouthful of purple blood spurted out of Frieza's mouth. Although his defense blocked most of the damage from the punch, it still made Frieza feel stuffy in his chest and numb in his arms. Swish! At this time, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard in the distance. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Krillin, and others appeared in front of Broly one after another. What a terrible aura is he, Frieza? Krillin said as he looked at Frieza with a shocked face. This should be the strongest aura he has ever felt. Although the opponent was injured, the aura he exuded was still terrifyingly strong. Mr. Broly, do you need our help? Son Goku glanced at Frieza, then looked at Broly and said. Although he said this, Son Goku knew very well in his heart that there was no chance for him to intervene in such a battle. There is no need for that, just hide aside and watch. Broly shook his head and said confidently. Frieza, since you don't intend to use all your strength, I will send you on your way. Broly's eyes turned cold. The moment the voice fell, his body disappeared directly from the spot. Almost instantly, he appeared in front of Frieza. Bang! Another punch hit Frieza's cheek, and the power of this punch was even stronger than before. This time, Frieza was directly knocked out. The whole person's body pierced through more than 10 mountains in succession and was finally buried in the rubble. How is this possible? Aren't Saiyans a group of wild monkeys? Why can this guy suppress me so much? Is it possible? Is he really the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza stood up, covered with dust. At this moment, he had completely lost his previous calmness, and there was only endless panic and anger. He actually made himself so embarrassed. Regardless of whether Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan or not, he would tear him into pieces. Unforgivable. Go to hell. As soon as the words fell, countless red death rays shot out from his fingertips. Boom, boom, boom. The death rays exploded the moment they hit Broly. In a few seconds, a huge crater had been blasted out at the explosion site. Smoke and dust rose, and flames surged. It was like hell on earth. Frieza looked at the flames of the explosion, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh. What Super Saiyan, you are just a wild monkey in front of this king. Frieza's smile was as creepy as a devil. Krillin and others who watched this scene trembled involuntarily. The gap in strength was too big. Facing a powerful opponent like Frieza, he had no idea of resisting. Even his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Dad, is Uncle Broly really okay? Son Gohan clenched his fists, and his face was also full of worry. Don't worry, Gohan. Broly is stronger than us. He can definitely defeat that devil Frieza. Son Goku clenched his fists, ready to take over Broly's battle at any time. As for the other side, Vegeta and Raditz also rushed over. Looking at Frieza, who was madly firing death rays, neither of them dared to act rashly. Is this his final form? Frieza, this monster. Vegeta clenched his fists. He wanted to rush up to challenge Frieza, but he completely gave up the idea. The gap in strength was too big, and he had no idea of resisting at all. It's really a bargain for you to die like this. Looking at the huge crater in front of him caused by his own death ray, Frieza stopped attacking with satisfaction. Just when he thought Broly had been killed by his own firepower, the smoke slowly dissipated and Broly's body appeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Broly stood in place, with no damage at all except for some smoke on his body. Even his body didn't move a step from beginning to end. What? How is this possible? My attack has no effect at all. Frieza's eyes widened, and he looked at Broly in the cenote with horror. He was so frightened that he took a half step back involuntarily. What's wrong? Are you surprised, Frieza? Broly smiled slightly. The next second, the voice came directly to Broly's ears. Is this all your strength? You are so weak. What? You are. Bang. Before Frieza finished speaking, Broly punched Frieza in the face again. At the moment when Frieza flew backwards, Broly quickly stretched out his arms and grabbed Frieza's ankles and threw him left and right crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Broly's attack method is very simple and also very rough. Facing Broly's crazy attack, Frieza screamed and was finally kicked away dozens of kilometers by Broly. This scene made Vegeta, who was far away, drop his jaw. What? Broly completely crushed Frieza in his final form. Could it be that he has become the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta's expression kept changing. There was excitement and anger. Why did Broly become a Super Saiyan instead of himself, the Saiyan Prince? He was unwilling. Wow, so awesome! Krillin and Son Gohan were also shocked. They originally thought that Frieza's strength was already very terrifying, but they didn't expect that Frieza's strong attack not only failed to hurt Broly. Even now, Broly repeatedly beat him. Son Goku took a deep breath and was also extremely shocked. Frieza stood up and looked at Broly with an extremely gloomy look. Purple blood continued to seep out from the numerous wounds on his body, and this scene made Frieza completely crazy. As the Emperor of the Universe, how could he have suffered such humiliation? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. You actually made my lovely body look like this now. I must kill you, the damn wild monkey. The moment Frieza's voice fell. Swish! Suddenly, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and blue lightning fell from the sky. Then Frieza's eyes suddenly bulged. As his mouth opened wide and roared, Frieza's aura soared at an extremely fast speed. His combat power instantly reached. Ho. I admit that as a Super Saiyan, you do have some strength, but it is not enough to defeat me, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Next, I will use 70% of my strength to kill you in one breath. Frieza, who was originally angry, suddenly sneered at Broly. The powerful fighting power of 84 million made Frieza confident again. Did you lose your mind after I beat you up? How could you say such nonsense? And I never said that I am in the form of a Super Saiyan now. Broly looked at Frieza as if he was a fool. He really couldn't understand Frieza. He was beaten so badly by him, but he could still laugh. What did you say? You are not in the form of a Super Saiyan now. Hearing Broly's words, the smile on Frieza's face suddenly froze. Then combined with Broly's calm expression, Frieza seemed to think of something extremely terrifying, and the smile on the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What are you kidding? You mean, you are not using all your strength to fight me now? Frieza clenched his fists and looked at Broly with a cold face. Use all your strength? Sorry, you are not worthy of me using all my strength. Broly shrugged and shook his head with disdain. He had been training in the Spirit Time Chamber for a whole year, and with the combat power increase brought by the system, although Broly's combat power did not directly exceed 100 million, it made his combat power reach. So as long as he was not facing Frieza with 100% combat power, Broly did not need to become a Super Saiyan to easily crush him. Good, very good. I am not worthy of you to use your full strength. You are the first person who dares to say that in front of me. Get ready to die, damn wild monkey. Frieza's fists clenched and creaked, and the anger in his heart was beyond words. Then Frieza's body suddenly jumped high. With his right hand raised high, a terrifying super-large energy ball condensed from his palm. The energy contained in this energy ball was extremely terrifying, and even Broly felt a hint of danger. But soon Broly's mouth corners showed that confident smile again. "Go to hell, wild monkey!" Frieza roared almost crazily, then slapped his arm, and the super-large energy ball in his palm also blasted towards Broly at this moment. "It's finished! This terrifying energy, Frieza is going to destroy the entire Namek." Feeling the powerful energy contained in the terrifying energy ball, Krillin sat down on the ground with his buttocks. Son Goku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, ready to use 10 times Kaioken at any time. However, just when everyone was almost desperate, Broly's body suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then he actually came directly in front of the huge energy ball. He raised his right leg, and the next second, the super-large energy ball that was enough to destroy everything was kicked away by Broly. Boom! The super-large energy ball flew out of Namek directly and finally exploded in the universe. But even so, Namek still trembled violently, and the ground was directly explored hundreds of feet. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, like the end of the world. Gurgle. Great! So powerful, Mr. Broly kicked away Frieza's attack with one kick. Son Gohan widened his eyes, clenched his fists, and said excitedly, "Yeah, great, it was a very wise decision to let Mr. Broly come with us." Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, also excited. He actually kicked away my planet destroyer. How is this possible?" Frieza's eyes widened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "My strongest attack was kicked away by Broly? You know, my planet destroyer can easily destroy a planet. But now it was kicked away by Broly. How strong is he? You better show your full strength, Frieza. If you keep going like this, I will really kill you." Broly looked at Frieza with a cold face, revealing a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Broly had had enough of this one-sided battle. If Frieza still didn't intend to fight him with 100% strength, Broly would definitely kill Frieza in the next move. Damn wild monkey. Frieza was completely furious. The purpose of coming to Namek was to find the Dragon Ball and wish to grow 5 centimeters taller. I thought this kind of thing should be easy to handle. Unexpectedly, there were so many twists and turns along the way. "Even if you kneel down now, I will never forgive you." Frieza roared as if he was controlled by anger. Then Frieza suddenly shook his arms. Sizzle. Then purple lightning instantly appeared around Frieza. Goo! 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 At the same time, Frieza's muscles began to swell rapidly. Although his height did not change at all, he became extremely strong. "This is my 100% strength, wild monkey. You will not have any power to fight back next." Frieza clenched his fists and roared at Broly, and the purple lightning around him crackled. Frieza, who had used 100% of his strength, was so powerful that his aura was terrifying. Even the entire Namek was shaking. Is Frieza a monster? Just the aura he exudes has made it difficult for me to breathe. Vegeta, who was far away, looked at Frieza with horror, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Vegeta now found it ridiculous. He actually wanted to defeat a monster like Frieza. How could he do that? Even watching from a distance, he was already scared to the point of being breathless. If he faced Frieza directly, he would probably not have the courage to resist. King Vegeta, why don't we escape now? If this goes on, Frieza will definitely kill everyone on this planet. Raditz was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. His face was full of despair. Yeah. Vegeta nodded almost subconsciously. However, just before he was about to leave, Broly's sneer came to his ears. Hee. Frieza, you finally showed your full strength. 120 million combat power. I am inexplicably excited. Broly raised his lips and looked at Frieza, whose muscles were bulging. Although Frieza's aura was very strong at the moment, there was still no fear on his face. On the contrary, he was excited. You can actually see my combat power. I have to say that you, a wild monkey, are indeed extraordinary. But that's it. With my 100% combat power, you won't have any power to fight back. Frieza smiled coldly. At the same time as the smile appeared, his moment disappeared instantly. Swoosh! The next second, Frisia's body suddenly came in front of Broly. He punched Broly's chest with his clenched fist without reservation. Come on, let me feel how far the full strength of the Universe Emperor Frisia can fight me. Broly roared, then clenched his fist and slammed into Frisia's fist. Bang! The moment the two fists collided, a loud bang instantly resounded throughout Namek. The powerful energy shock wave quickly spread in all directions, with the two people's bodies as the center. The ground, which had already been riddled with holes due to the fight between the two, was now torn into a huge semicircular crater by this huge shock wave. Sizzle! Broly's feet inserted into the ground, plowing for hundreds of meters before stabilizing his body. Although Broly was the suppressed party in this fist fight, but this not only did not make him feel any panic, but made the expression on his face more excited. It's really refreshing. Sure enough, only such a well-matched battle can make me excited. Broly looked at Broly in the distance, and his excitement was beyond words. He felt that the punch he had just exchanged with Frisia seemed to have activated the long-dormant belligerent factor in his body. Now, he just wanted to have a good fight with Frisia. Arrogant wild monkey, the next attack will not be so simple. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, and an invisible killing intent was released instantly. Swish! Then Frisia's body disappeared again. Swish! Then Broly's body also disappeared. Bang! The collision sounded, and the two bodies collided fiercely again. Although Broly was still repelled by Frisia's powerful strength, this time Broly's retreat distance was obviously much shorter. Broly can fight a monster like Frisia to this extent. Vegeta, who had been planning to escape, stopped immediately when he saw the fight between Broly and Frisia. He was shocked. Frisia's strength was strong, but why was Broly so strong? Amazing, both Mr. Broly and Frisia are so strong. Looking at the two people who kept colliding in the air, Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly. The strength of the two was too strong. Even Son Goku could only vaguely see the figures of the two at this moment, and could not accurately capture the movements of the two. The fists of the two collided again and then separated. But this time Frisia's face no longer had the calmness and composure before, and there was only endless panic. What's wrong with this wild monkey? I was able to suppress him just now. I was able to completely suppress Broly just now, but what's going on now? Not only was he unable to suppress Broly, but he had even completely matched his strength and speed. Come on, Frisia, I've been waiting for a fight like this for a long time. Broly still looked at Frisia with excitement. The fight with Frisia completely activated the legendary Saiyan blood in his body. His own combat power also soared from the original to the current 130 million. He had completely surpassed Frisia, who had 100% combat power. Damn, B*******************. Looking at the smile on Broly's face, Frisia roared again. Then he attacked Broly again. However, this time, his kick was caught by Broly with one hand. What? How is this possible? How can you catch my attack? Looking at Broly in front of him, Frisia couldn't help but widen his eyes. His current combat power is 120 million. How could Broly catch his full strength attack with one hand? And he was so calm. Has he been playing tricks on me? His strength is far beyond 120 million? Are you surprised, Frisia? Broly looked at Frisia and sneered. Have you been playing tricks on me? Frisia was completely furious. He could accept that he was not as strong as Broly, but he could never accept Broly playing tricks on him. This was simply trampling on the pride of Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, and rubbing it repeatedly on the ground. Congratulations, you got it right. After saying that, Broly grabbed Frisia's ankle and threw it directly towards the distant mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises were heard. Frisia's body rubbed against the ground for more than 10 kilometers before finally stopping. Such a powerful Frisia was completely suppressed by Mr. Broly. Looking at the extremely embarrassed Frisia in the distance, Son Goku widened his eyes again. I thought Broly's strength should be at the same level as Frisia, but now it seems that I still underestimated Broly's strength. Damn wild monkey. Frieza stood up slowly. His scarlet eyes were now bloodshot, and he was completely engulfed by anger. Let's go to hell together. Frieza raised his hands, and a super-large energy bomb like magma quickly condensed. Supernova explosion. Broly looked at the super-large energy ball in Frieza's hand with disdain. You are not qualified to die with me. After saying that, Broly suddenly opened his arms, and then the two energy balls condensed together. Planet Crusher. With a roar, the energy cannon condensed in Broly's hand instantly blasted towards Frieza. Planet Crusher. This is an ability that Broly himself has mastered. Boom. The moment the two energies collided, the whole world suddenly became quiet. But after that 0.1 second of silence, boom, the huge sound instantly resounded throughout Namek, and then Namek began to tremble violently, and then the ground instantly sank. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the supernova explosion released by Frieza was directly blasted towards universe by Broly's Planet Crusher. My supernova explosion. Damn wild monkey. Frieza panted, and his face was even uglier. He didn't expect that the energy bullet he released with all his strength was blocked by Broly so easily. He was really a little desperate now. Could it be that he, the Emperor of the Universe, couldn't even die with the other party? A strong sense of humiliation surged in his heart. Damn wild monkey. Frieza made a shrill cry. His extreme anger made his whole body tremble. Sizzle. Frieza's muscles swelled again, blue arcs flashed, and the already chaotic chi on his body instantly recovered and grew, and then began to increase again. Sacrificing speed in exchange for increased strength? It seems that you really have no way out, Frieza. Looking at the changes in Frieza's body, Broly shook his head with some death. Sacrificing speed can indeed gain stronger power, but this will not only not improve one's overall strength, but will make oneself lose faster. Now Frieza is the same as Big Trot when fighting Cell. Hehe. As long as I can improve my strength, I don't care even if I sacrifice my speed. We, the frozen demons, can survive even in the universe, but you Saiyans can't do that. Frieza didn't care about his reduced speed at all. For him, as long as he could get enough power to destroy the planet under his feet, then he could kill Broly. I know what you're thinking. Broly sneered. You want to destroy Namek. Even if you sacrifice your speed to greatly improve your strength, you still can't do it. Don't be ridiculous. That's absolutely not the case. In my opinion, your strength is just a little stronger than mine. Now our strength should be at the same level, so you can't stop me at all. Frieza looked at Broly with a gloomy look, obviously not agreeing with what he said. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. But if that's the case, then I'll let you see my true strength. As he said that, Broly smiled. The next second, Broly suddenly clenched his fists and shouted. The ground beneath his feet collapsed instantly, and a powerful aura continued to gush out. Then the entire planet shook violently like a small boat in a tsunami. It seemed that it would capsize completely. Broly's original combat power of 130 million increased exponentially at this moment, reaching 13 billion in an instant. Grass-green energy flames gushed out of Broly's body. At the moment when the energy flames gushed out, Broly's muscles all over his body bulged inch by inch, and the whole person looked twice as strong. His originally black hair completely turned into grass green at this moment. What? This is impossible? This is absolutely impossible. How could you have such a powerful strength? Looking at Broly, who had become a legendary Super Saiyan, Frieza shouted hysterically. But soon, Frieza recalled the ancestral precepts passed down by his ancestors in his mind. Don't mess with Saiyans with golden hair, because they are Super Saiyans. Super Saiyan? Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza looked at Broly and almost shouted subconsciously. Although Broly's hair was not golden but grass green, Broly looked like the Super Saiyan described in his ancestral teachings. Super Saiyan? Is this the Super Saiyan? Broly, that be *******D. He really has become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who was watching from a distance, was surprised and angry. The surprise was that the legend was true, and they Saiyans could really become the legendary Super Saiyan. The anger was because he, the dignified Saiyan prince, could not reach that form. Wow, so amazing. Is this the Super Saiyan that King Kai said? If I can also reach this form, that would be great. Son Goku also clenched his fists excitedly. The aura emanating from Broly at this moment was too strong. Frisia's aura was already very strong, but at this moment, Frisia in front of Broly was like the difference between the sea and a small ditch. The gap was too big. To be precise, it's a legendary Saiyan. Broly responded to Frisia's doubts with a cold face. Then he slowly walked towards Frisia. What legendary Saiyan? Just a boring legend. Frisia clenched his fists and rushed towards Broly as if he was attacking suicidal. He alternated his fists and launched a crazy attack on Broly like a machine gun. However, no matter how hard he attacked, his fists could not touch Broly's body. How could it be? How could this be? How could the gap in strength between us be so big? Frisia roared with unwillingness while attacking. However, it was useless. It's over, Frisia. After saying that, Broly grabbed Frisia's fist. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and blasted it suddenly. Puff! Broly's punch went directly into Frisia's chest and then went out from the back. What? Frisia looked down, showing a look of horror. However, the next second, his body suddenly became like broken tempered glass, covered with cracks. Boom! Under Broly's energy impact, Frisia's body was directly transformed into countless fragments and scattered all over the ground. Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, also completely disappeared in this universe at this moment. After destroying Frisia, Broly cancelled his transformation into a Super Saiyan. At the same time, Son Goku, Krillin, and others came to Broly. Mr. Broly is so awesome. A monster like Frisia died in your hands. Krillin looked at Broly with admiration. Although Broly, who had become a Super Saiyan, was frightened by the aura he exuded, Krillin was still excited at the moment. After all, a strong man like Broly was on their side. Yes, Uncle Broly, you're really strong. Now that the bad guy Frisia has been destroyed, we can finally revive Uncle Piccolo and the others. Son Gohan clenched his fists and looked at Broly with excitement. Broly smiled faintly, then looked at the silent Son Goku. Son Goku, you must have a lot of questions, right? Yes, Mr. Broly, I would like to ask, is the form you just transformed into a Super Saiyan? Well, I am also a Saiyan. I wonder if I can become as powerful as you. Son Goku looked at Broly, feeling a little bit expectant and a little bit worried. The impact Broly brought to Son Goku in the Super Saiyan form was too strong. Son Goku said that he was yearning for such a powerful force, which was a lie. Yes, but not entirely. What I just transformed into is the Legendary Super Saiyan, which you can understand as the Legendary Super Saiyan. Of course, you can also become a Super Saiyan, but your current strength is too weak. When you become stronger in the future, you will naturally become a Super Saiyan. Broly looked at Son Goku and explained very patiently. Because of his own relationship, Son Goku did not become a Super Saiyan in Namek like in the original Dragon Ball. But Son Goku's strength has reached 3 million. As long as it is improved a little more, it should not take long to become a Super Saiyan. Although I still don't quite understand what the difference is between a Super Saiyan and a Legendary Super Saiyan. But as long as I can become as strong as Mr. Broly. After getting Broly's affirmative answer, Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly. After Vegeta, who had been hiding in the distance, overheard the conversation between Broly and Son Goku, his whole face showed an irrepressible joy. If Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan, then I can definitely do it too. Since even Son Goku can become a Super Saiyan, there is no reason why he, the Prince of Saiyan, cannot do it. King Vegeta, then, can I also become a Super Saiyan? Raditz also said with some excitement. TSK, don't dream about it, you useless person. Vegeta glanced at Raditz coldly. Okay. Raditz sighed helplessly and did not continue to refute. Mr. Broly, thank you so much. At this time, Neru and Nera flew over with a planet. Thank you for destroying Frieza, the damn demon. Nero looked at Broly with admiration. He was really grateful for what Broly had done for Namek. If Broly hadn't taken action, I'm afraid that today their Namek would have been completely destroyed by the demon Frieza. You're welcome. I also came for the Dragon Ball. As for destroying Frieza, I promised the Great Elder, so I will do it naturally. Broly nodded. Then he asked Son Goku and others to bring the 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza's spaceship. Together with Son Goku's 2 Dragon Balls, all 7 Dragon Balls were collected. Mr. Broly, let's summon Shannon now. The Great Elder may not be able to hold on for too long. Feeling the Great Elder's breath getting weaker and weaker, Dend became worried. Well, let's summon Shannon now. Broly nodded. Namek language, come out Shinron. Dend shouted the spell to summon Shinron, and then the sky suddenly darkened, and 7 Dragon Balls flashed with golden light. Soon, a toad-like Shinron was summoned. Finally, Uncle Piccolo can be resurrected. Looking at the Namek Shinron in front of him, Son Gohan clenched his fists excitedly. Mr. Broly, please resurrect Piccolo, so that the gods of the earth can be resurrected together. Son Goku looked at Broly and said seriously, Well, this is what I promised, Mr. Popo. Broly nodded. Then he asked Den to resurrect Piccolo. With the twinkling of Shinron Purunga's scarlet eyes, the Earth God and Piccolo were resurrected at the same time. So, Mr. Broly, what is your second wish? Den looked at Broly and asked, Let me have the ability to survive in the universe. Broly directly said the wish that he had planned long ago. His biggest weakness now is that he can't survive in the universe. If Frieza really destroys Namek, then even if he becomes a legendary Saiyan, he may not be able to escape death in the end. Okay, I know. Den nodded and then conveyed Broly's wish to Purunga. Soon, Purunga's scarlet eyes flickered again, and then Broly felt that his genetic defects were completely repaired. Now he can survive in the universe. No. Mr. Broly, do you have a third wish? Den looked at Broly, his eyes a little erratic. You want to revive those Namek people who were killed by the Frieza army? Broly looked at Dend and saw through his thoughts at a glance. Yes, no. No. After hearing Broly's words, Dend immediately panicked. It's useless, Dend. The Shinron can only revive one person at a time. Nell shook his head helplessly. Although the Namek Dragon Ball can be used once every 3 months, the Shinron can only revive one person at a time. It is obviously unrealistic to want to revive all the Namek people at once. Then, what should we do, Brother Nairu? After hearing Nairu's explanation, Dend was obviously a little panicked. Because in their village, except for the 3 elders and another Namek child, almost everyone else was killed by the Frieza army. I have a way. After saying that, Broly looked at Son Goku beside him. Then let him contact King Kai, let King Kai contact the Earth God, and then let the Earth God and Popo collect the Dragon Balls on Earth. In this way, all Namek people can be resurrected through Shinron on Earth. As for the last wish of Purunga, it was left to Son Goku, and Son Goku naturally chose to resurrect Yamcha. Son Goku, do you want to go to universe with me to practice for a while? After all the things were settled, Broly looked at Son Goku and asked, Train in the universe? But I can't survive in the universe. After hearing Broly's invitation, Son Goku's expression was obviously a little excited, but he soon calmed down. Because he couldn't survive in the universe. It doesn't matter, we are going to other planets to practice, not really in the universe. Broly smiled faintly, and then pointed to Frieza's super-large universe spaceship in the distance. Although he can survive in the universe now, the flying speed is far less than Frieza's super-large universe spaceship. So if you want to reach your destination quickly, it is obviously more suitable to use the universe spaceship. That's great. Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly. Then he looked at Son Gohan and said that, Gohan, please explain to Chi-Chi that I plan to go to other planets in the universe with Mr. Broly to practice for a while. Well, I know, Dad, don't worry, I believe Mom will definitely understand. Son Gohan nodded very seriously. After seeing Broly's powerful strength, Son Gohan's heart also yearns to become such a strong man. However, he still needs to learn, but it is a good thing that his father's strength has become stronger. Yeah, Krillin, then I'll ask you to go back with Gohan. Son Goku was very excited and wanted to set off to Universe to practice immediately. Goku, then you must pay attention to safety. Krillin nodded. After saying goodbye to Broly and the two of them, they took the Universe spaceship they came from and left Namek with Son Gohan. After Broly said goodbye to Dend and the new Namek Elder, he also took Frieza's Universe spaceship to leave Namek. King Vegeta, what should we do now? Raditz looked at Vegeta beside him and asked. TSK, what else can we do? We should also practice well. Vegeta clenched his fists. Although he hated Broly very much, he envied Son Goku at this moment. Being able to stay with Broly, a super strong man, to practice, Son Goku's strength will definitely increase at a very fast speed. If he doesn't find a way to improve his strength quickly, he will probably be completely crushed by Son Goku and Broly the next time they meet. Moreover, Namek's Dragon Ball has turned into stone again, and it is unknown when he can summon Shinon again. It is meaningless for him to stay here. Let's go, Raditz. I suddenly thought of a good place to practice. I must defeat those two bastards Kakarot and Broly when we meet next time. After Vegeta finished speaking, he flew directly to his Universe spaceship, and Raditz naturally followed closely behind. On the other side, after setting the destination coordinates, the Universe spaceship started the automatic driving mode. Their destination is exactly where Son Goku went after escaping Namek in the original work, Yardratstar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Universe Emperor Frieza. The host has been detected to change the main plot of Dragon Ball, and the Infinite Combat Power System has begun to upgrade. Upgrade completed. Infinite Combat System, LV2 Combat Power plus 10 per breath. The familiar system prompt in his mind sounded, and Broly raised his eyebrows. Then a hint of excitement appeared on his face. I didn't expect that killing Frieza would accidentally change the main plot of Dragon Ball and also upgrade my Infinite Combat System. Now, every time I breathe, my combat power increases tenfold. Huh. The excitement in my heart made Broly take a deep breath. Since changing the main storyline of Dragon Ball can upgrade the system, wouldn't it be possible for me to live a life without training and my strength can be infinitely increased in the future? On the other side, in King Cold's super large universe spaceship, a universe man who looks like a lizard stumbled in. What did you say? My son Frieza was killed. King Cold looked at the lizard universe man, kneeling on the ground with a surprised face. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. King Cold knew how strong his son was. Frieza was a super genius that their frozen demon clan rarely saw in 100 years, but he died just like that. Although King Cold didn't believe that anyone could kill Frieza, he really couldn't feel Frieza's anger at this moment. Who did it? The angry King Cold suddenly jumped up and questioned angrily. What did you say? Super Saiyan? Is the ancestral precept true? Super Saiyan really appeared. After hearing the name of Super Saiyan, King Cold, who was originally furious, sat back again. His expression gradually calmed down from the original extreme anger. If all this is true, King Cold would not dare to go for revenge easily. After all, that is Super Saiyan. The ancestral precepts clearly state that you should not provoke a powerful existence. Gotcha. At this time, the main door of the spaceship slowly opened. Then a figure who looked 70% like Frieza, but was much taller than Frieza, slowly walked in. Goo. Cooler, why are you here? King Cold looked at Cooler who came in, and his heart, which had originally calmed down, beat rapidly again at this moment. Although Frieza is a rare genius in their frozen demon clan in 100 years, his other son Cooler is the same. Even Cooler's strength is even stronger than Frieza. Don't worry, father. I have asked my men to collect data. It won't be long before we can get the accurate data of that Saiyan. Super Saiyan is just a legend. Frieza must have been killed because of carelessness before he even transformed into his final form. If that idiot had used his strongest form to fight from the beginning, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Saiyan. Cooler folded his hands in front of his chest, raised his chin, and said confidently. He felt that the reason why Frieza was killed was that he was killed before he transformed into his final form. Otherwise, with Frieza's combat power of 120 million, he would never lose. Yes, you're right, it must be like this. What ancestral precepts are all lies? You and I, father and son, will definitely be able to destroy that damn B*************** D together. King Cold clenched his fists and said very confidently. If it were just him, he might not dare to rashly go for revenge. But with Cooler, it would be completely different. Hee hee. Father, I have another new discovery. There is a place called Namek in the Northern Galaxy, and there is a very mysterious Dragon Ball on Namek. As long as you get the Dragon Ball, you can make any wish come true. After saying that, Cooler showed a sinister smile on his face. What did you say? You can make any wish come true. King Cold was stunned at first, and then his face also showed an extremely greedy expression. If any wish can really come true, then do they still need to work hard to develop universe real estate? After a long flight of 1 month, the universe spaceship that Broly and his partner took finally arrived at Yadrit. Wow, is this Yadrit? The architectural style is somewhat similar to that of Earth. As soon as he got off the spaceship, Son Goku looked around excitedly. At this time, Broly immediately noticed that their spaceship was surrounded by the Yadrit people. The other party looked very strange, especially their heads, which were like green water drops. Mr. Broly, why do they look so scared of us? After noticing the fearful eyes of the green water drop people, Son Goku couldn't help scratching his head in confusion. He and Mr. Broly looked very kind, but why were they so scared? It should be because of this universe spaceship. Broly raised his eyebrows. He immediately thought of the problem, which was the universe spaceship behind him. This universe spaceship was originally Frieza's main ship, and it was obvious that these Yadrit people also knew this. Frieza Core, leave Yadrit quickly, or we will be rude. At this time, the green water droplet suddenly shouted. Then his body instantly grew dozens of times larger, and then the green water drops behind him that looked exactly like him also grew dozens of times larger. It looked particularly intimidating. So that's it, they thought we were from Frieza Core. Mr. Broly, let me explain. After Son Goku finished speaking, he flew directly towards the huge Yadrit. And the Yadrit was so scared that he retreated again and again when he saw Son Goku approaching. Finally, with Son Goku's hard explanation, these Yadrit people were completely relieved. You guys are so awesome for destroying that bad guy Frieza. My name is Pippi, thank you so much. The green water droplet looked at Broly and Son Goku with admiration. Because the Ginyu Force had invaded their planet before, they were very excited when they heard that Son Goku had destroyed the Ginyu Force and Broly had destroyed Frieza. This was definitely good news for the Yadrits. Hello, Pippi, I have something to see the Great Elder of your planet. Broly said straight to the point. His purpose of coming to Yadrits was to learn instant transmission, and the Great Elder was the only one on Yadrits who could help him learn instant transmission. Okay, Mr. Broly, please follow me. Pippi nodded, and then the group of Pippi who looked like him disappeared instantly. Hey, what happened? Why did they all disappear? Son Goku widened his eyes and looked at Pippi in disbelief. There were at least dozens of people just now. How come they all disappeared in the blink of an eye? Oh, don't panic, Mr. Goku, those are my clones. Because our Yadrit people are very weak, so in order not to be underestimated, we will use clones to increase the number of people when we encounter enemies. Pippi explained with a smile. Clone? I didn't expect that those huge guys just now were all your clones. After listening to Pippi's explanation, Son Goku still widened his eyes. It was indeed the right choice to follow Broly to Universe to practice. You too, please follow me. As he said, Pippi took Son Goku and the two to the room of the Great Elder. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a huge blue water drop man, which was very similar to Pippi except for the different color. Can you call me Pabala? Thank you for destroying the Frieza Core. The Great Elder of Yadrit stood up and introduced Son Goku and the two with a smile. Excuse me. We want to learn instant transmission. Broly said directly to the point. It's not hard to master instant transmission, but first you need to learn to control Spiritor. Once you do that, you can derive many tricks. The elder Pabala explained. What is Spiritor? Son Goku scratched his head. It was the first time he heard this name. In your words, it should be Chi. Pabala suddenly explained. At this time, countless Pabala clones appeared behind him. Each of these Pabala mastered instant transmission and shuttled back and forth in the room. Even Pabala, the elder, was relieved of his gigantism and returned to his original size. As you can see, everything we have done is achieved through the movement, division, and expansion of Spiritor. And this kind of thing, every one of us Yadrik can do it. So as long as you Spiritor understand it, you can be like us. The elder Pabala explained again. Suga. It's really exciting, great elder, please teach us how to control Spiritor. Son Goku clenched his fists, obviously impatient. If you destroy that bad guy Frieza, we won't have to worry about being invaded on Yadrit anymore. So I am willing to teach you how to control Spiritor. The great elder looked at Son Goku and nodded very seriously. Under the guidance of the great elder Pabala, after 3 months of intensive practice, Broly finally completed the control of Spiritor. This allowed him to use instant transmission at will and even mastered the clone technique and deformation technique. Although Son Goku's practice was slower than Broly's, he also successfully mastered instant transmission after half a year. Not only that, the two of them also made great progress in their strength during this half-year training period. Under Broly's guidance, Son Goku successfully became a Super Saiyan. His basic combat power reached 7 million, and when he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, Son Goku's strength has now reached 350 million. Broly's strength has increased even more. From the original basic combat power of 130 million, with the help of the system and his own hard work, Broly's basic combat power has now directly reached 290 million. It was indeed the right choice to choose to practice with Mr. Broly in Universe. Son Goku exhaled and then exited the Super Saiyan form. Son Goku is very obsessed with the powerful fighting power of Super Saiyan. If he were to fight Frieza at this moment, Son Goku would have absolute confidence that he could completely crush the opponent. Son Goku, it's almost time for us to go back now. Broly looked into the distance with a faint smile on his face. He could clearly feel that two powerful energies were approaching the direction of the Earth. Although Broly didn't know why there were two powerful energies, it didn't matter. After all, no matter how strong the opponent was, he couldn't be compared with himself at this moment. Yeah, I've been training on Yadrit for almost a year without realizing it. Son Goku scratched his head, his face full of excitement. After leaving the Earth for so long, I don't know if there are any major events on the Earth, so it's better to go back quickly. You have decided to leave. Pippi looked at Son Goku and Broly with some reluctance. After more than half a year of getting along, Pippi has also learned a lot from Broly, and the two sides can be said to learn from each other. Broly learned how the Yadrits controlled Spiritor, while Pippi learned Broly's strong fighting spirit, which also improved Pippi's strength a lot. Yes, Pippi. I feel that two powerful energies are approaching the Earth. Although I don't know the identity of the other party, we do have to go back. Broly looked at Pippi and nodded. Is that so? Then you should go back quickly. We will practice together again if there is a chance. Pippi looked at Broly and Son Goku and nodded with a serious expression. Hee. Pippi, remember to say goodbye to Elder Pabala for us. Son Goku smiled, but he didn't care about the two powerful energies mentioned by Broly. After all, he has returned from studying, and he is not afraid even if he meets an opponent like Frieza again. In addition, I will give you the universe spacecraft of the Frieza Corps. We probably won't need it in the future. As he said that, Broly directly placed the middle finger and index finger of his right hand on his forehead. Whoosh! The next second, Broly's body disappeared from the spot. Seeing that Broly had left, Son Goku didn't waste time and used instant transmission like Broly to disappear from the spot. Son Goku was searching for Broly's breath using instant transmission, so Son Goku came directly to Broly's side at this moment. Is this breath Frieza? Hasn't he been killed by you, Mr. Broly? Son Goku looked at the sky in the distance, showing a look of surprise. As soon as he arrived on Earth, Son Goku sensed the evil aura. Although he couldn't accurately sense the opponent's strength, this aura was as evil as Frieza's aura. It was even more evil than Frieza's aura. It shouldn't be Frieza. The owner of this aura is more evil than Frieza. It's probably Frieza's father, King Cold. Broly frowned slightly. He didn't care about King Cold because the opponent's aura was even weaker than Frieza's. Compared to this, he is more interested in another chi. The owner of that chi is obviously stronger than Frieza's chi in the final form. But soon Broly thought of someone. Apart from Cooler, I am afraid that King Cold will not have such a strong chi around him. Although it is not clear how Cooler, who is far away in the South Galaxy, came to Earth with King Cold, but it should be a series of chain reactions caused by his butterfly. Frieza's father. Hearing this, Son Goku couldn't help but frown slightly. No wonder the other party's chi is more evil than that be *********** D Frieza. It turned out that the other party is Frieza's father. Boom. At this moment, 2 round universe spaceships suddenly landed on the Earth. And Son Goku immediately raised his eyebrows. This is Vegeta's chi and Raditz chi. I didn't expect them to come to Earth too. After noticing the other party's chi, Son Goku immediately prepared to fly over. But he was stopped by Broly. Don't worry, Son Goku. With the previous lesson, they shouldn't dare to harm the Earth. Now the most important thing is to deal with King Cold and the others. Broly looked into the distance and said lightly. At the same time, he also sensed another breath. Although the other party tried to hide his breath, Broly still sensed the other party. Without thinking, he knew that this breath that appeared out of thin air was Trunks, who came in a time machine. Boom! At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the open space in the distance. Then a huge universe spaceship that was exactly the same as Frieza's army appeared in the sight of Broly and the others. With the hatch opened, several minions universe people walked out quickly with weapons. Then King Cold and Cooler behind him walked out slowly. Is this Frieza's father? Such a terrifying aura. After sensing Cooler's powerful aura, Son Goku widened his eyes in shock. This aura is much stronger than Frieza's at the beginning, and it is not even weaker than his own Super Saiyan form. After feeling the powerful aura of King Cold and others, Krillin and other Z warriors rushed over at the fastest speed. Uncle Krillin, is this aura Frieza? But hasn't he been killed by Mr. Broly? Son Gohan asked nervously. I also know very well whether the owner of this aura is Frieza. But this aura seems to be more evil than Frieza's aura at the beginning. Krillin's face was solemn. Regardless of whether the opponent is Frieza or not, this is not something they can deal with. Now he can only pray that Son Goku and Broly can return to Earth as soon as possible, otherwise, the Earth may really be finished this time. Soon Piccolo and Tien Shinhan and others also rushed over. However, they all concealed their auras. Facing such powerful opponents, they did not dare to act rashly. No, not Frieza? Feeling the powerful aura emanating from King Cold and Cooler, Krillin's body trembled involuntarily. Although I don't know what their relationship with Frieza is, that guy looks very similar to Frieza and they are probably of the same race. Piccolo frowned and was panicking. Although he had been training hard for a year after his resurrection, his current combat power has just reached 500,000. Facing a powerful opponent like King Cold, he dared not act rashly. We have no chance of winning against such a guy. Let's hide and wait for Goku to come back. Yamcha swallowed his saliva. He didn't want to die again. Whoosh! King Cold didn't give them a chance to escape. He flashed in front of them. Hee. It turned out to be a few bugs. It's a pity that the guy who killed Frieza doesn't seem to be here. It's a pity, otherwise I can avenge him. King Cold looked at Piccolo and others with disdain, but he didn't rush to attack him. He really didn't take a guy with a combat power of only a few 100,000 seriously. Cooler, are you sure the Dragon Ball you mentioned is on this planet? Yes, father. According to the information I have learned, the Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wishes on this planet, and these people seem to have a special device that can accurately find the location of the Dragon Ball. Cooler explained. Wow, can we find the specific location of the Dragon Ball? That would be much easier. As long as I get the Dragon Ball, I can become the true master of this universe. King Cold grabbed Krillin's neck and lifted him up. Little bug, tell me where the Dragon Ball is? Krillin. Son Goku, who was hiding in the distance, saw the scene and was about to take action immediately, but was stopped by Broly. Don't worry. Just as Broly finished speaking. Puff. The mysterious boy who suddenly appeared from nowhere directly cut off King Cold's arm with a sword. King Cold, whose arm was cut off, screamed shrilly. The whole person's body retreated one after another, revealing a horrified expression. Who is it? Krillin also looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him with a look of surprise. Amazing! He cut off that guy's arm with one sword. I can't tell how strong he is. Piccolo frowned slightly and was also very confused. There were only these strong people on the whole earth, but he had never seen the boy in front of him. Are you the guy who killed Frieza? Your strength is weaker than I expected. I really don't understand how Frieza died at the hands of someone like you. Although Trunks cut off one of King Cold's arms with one sword, it did not make Cooler show any expression on his face. The other party still had a calm face. Frieza? No, not Frieza. What's going on? Trunks glanced at Cooler in the distance and then frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. According to the development of his own time and space, shouldn't King Cold and the resurrected mechanical Frieza arrive on Earth at this time? But why didn't Frieza come, but a guy who looked 70% like Frieza? Although I don't know what's going on, I'll destroy you all first. Trunks said, and the long sword in his hand returned to its sheath. Destroy us? What a joke. You want to be my enemy, King Cold? You be **************** D. I'll make you pay. King Cold looked at Trunks with a ferocious face. The revenge of the broken arm made him extremely angry. However, before he could react, Trunks's aura suddenly increased explosively. With a low roar, Trunks' drooping hair instantly stood upside down. The originally light blue hair also turned golden at this moment. Swish! The golden flames continued to gush out from his body. What's going on? How did this guy's fighting power increase so much in an instant? Feeling the sudden surge of energy on Trunks, King Cold instantly opened his eyes wide, with an extremely unbelievable expression on his face, and his body trembled slightly at this moment. His combat power is only 90 million, while Trunk, who has become a Super Saiyan, has a combat power of 280 million. What? Super Saiyan. He can actually become a Super Saiyan? Both Krillin and Son Gohan have seen Broly become a Super Saiyan. Although the hair color is slightly different, Son Gohan can be sure that this is the form of a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Gohan, is this the Super Saiyan you mentioned before? But how did this guy become a Super Saiyan? Piccolo raised his eyebrows and was also confused. Of course, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and others were not the only ones shocked. Vegeta, who was hiding on the other side, was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How is this possible? Super Saiyan, this guy can also become a Super Saiyan? Who is he? Aren't there only a few of us living Saiyans? Except for Broly, how could anyone become a Super Saiyan in front of me, King Vegeta? Vegeta punched the ground angrily. But no one can answer his doubts. Super Saiyan? That boy, he can also become a Super Saiyan? Looking at Trunks in the distance, Son Goku opened his eyes suddenly. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, he was under the guidance of Mr. Broly, and he went through a lot of rigorous training before he finally succeeded in becoming a Super Saiyan. However, this guy in front of him looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old at most, but he could already become a Super Saiyan, which shocked Son Goku. Don't worry, Son Goku. Watch carefully. The guy who looks like Frieza is very powerful. Broly said lightly. Well, I know, Mr. Broly. Son Goku nodded seriously. He naturally noticed Cooler in the distance. Facing Trunks, who had become a Super Saiyan, the other party could still maintain such a calm expression. This is enough to prove that his strength is by no means as simple as it seems on the surface. Wait. How about we make a deal? If you are willing to be my son, I am willing to give you the entire North Galaxy and let you become the new emperor of the universe." Looking at the approaching Trunks, King Cold felt the breath of death, and his whole body involuntarily stepped back several steps. Not interested. With that, Trunks fired an energy cannon. Without giving King Cold any chance to react, the energy cannon pierced through his chest. Although this attack did not kill King Cold directly, King Cold's vitality was also rapidly draining. If he did not take the time to treat it, death was only a matter of time. Wow! King Cold spit out a mouthful of blood and then shouted to Cooler in a panic, "Goo, Cooler, save me, save me." Faced with King Cold shouting, Cooler was not moved at all, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boom! Trunks showed no mercy, and the powerful energy cannon directly blasted King Cold into powder. Wow, so amazing! That big guy was destroyed so easily by him. Krillin's eyes widened as he watched the scene in front of him. What a terrifying guy. Cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's forehead. "It's your turn next." Trunks looked at Cooler and said indifferently. Although he didn't know why the person next to King Cold was not Frieza, but a guy he had never seen before, he had to destroy the other party anyway. Hee. I really have to thank you for getting rid of King Cold for me. In this way, the entire universe belongs to me, Cooler. I will replace King Cold and become the strongest ruler of the entire universe. Cooler stretched out his arms and looked up at the sky, as if looking forward to a better future. Don't dream, you have no chance to leave the Earth with me here. Trunks laughed indifferently. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, his current combat power has reached 280 million. Even Frieza couldn't be his opponent, so this guy who didn't know his identity at all couldn't be his opponent. It seems that you don't know my identity yet. I'm different from my useless brother. I have one more transformation than him, Cooler said with a sneer on his face. Now I'll show you how big the gap between our strength is. As soon as the voice fell, Cooler suddenly clenched his fists and shouted. As the voice came out, Cooler's body changed. His originally thin body suddenly became extremely tall, with 4 spikes growing on his head, and his muscles bulged high. His aura increased several times in an instant. This powerful aura. Trunks looked at Cooler in shock, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. The opponent's aura actually surpassed his own in Super Saiyan form? So powerful. No wonder I felt that his aura was stronger than Frieza's, so that's it. Son Goku in the distance naturally felt Cooler's powerful aura. The expression on his face also became tense. Because the aura exuded by Cooler was much stronger than that of Trunks, who had become a Super Saiyan at this moment. Die, arrogant brat. After saying that, Cooler's body suddenly flashed and came directly in front of Trunks. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard at Trunks' chest. So fast. Looking at the fist coming at him, Trunks had no time to think and subconsciously crossed his arms against his chest to resist. Bang! There was a collision sound, and Trunks' body was directly punched hundreds of meters away by Cooler. The whole person was hit hard on the mountain in the distance. Then, who is that guy? And he actually punched away that unknown Super Saiyan. Vegeta, who was watching the game, opened his jaw in shock, his face full of disbelief. This guy who looks like Frieza is even stronger than Frieza. 2 more desperate people are here. Cooler looked at Son Goku and Broly with disdain. Because both of them hid their chi in Cooler's eyes, they were just trash with single-digit combat power. Mr. Son Goku? At this time, Trunks also noticed that Son Goku suddenly appeared. He had seen Son Goku's photo, so he recognized his identity at a glance. But he had never seen the person next to him. You know me. Son Goku looked at Trunks with a puzzled look. He didn't expect that the other party actually knew his name, and seemed to know him very well. Yes, Mr. Son Goku, although I don't know why you suddenly appeared here, but now the most urgent thing is to find a way to solve the trouble in front of us. After saying that, Trunks looked at Cooler in front of him with a serious look. Through the simple fight just now, he could confirm that the other party's combat power was indeed above his own. Originally, Trunks was a little worried. If he couldn't beat this guy, it would really bring big trouble to this time and space. But now Son Goku's timely appearance made Trunks feel a lot more at ease. After all, he is Gohan's big brother's father, and his strength must be as strong as the legend. Yeah, that's true. Son Goku nodded, and then clenched his fists and roared. Huh. As the voice came out, Son Goku's aura soared rapidly. The golden flame on his body continued to spurt. The originally black hair also turned directly into the golden color that symbolizes Super Saiyan at this moment. Super Saiyan. Great, Dad has successfully become a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan clenched his fists excitedly. Goku can actually become a Super Saiyan. The moment he saw Son Goku become a Super Saiyan, Krillin cheered excitedly. Unexpectedly, Goku trained in universe for a year and actually mastered the power of Super Saiyan. Is this a Super Saiyan? I feel like I'm almost out of breath before I even make a move. Piccolo clenched his fists, his face also showing shock. Trunks alone had already shocked him, but he didn't expect that Son Goku would also become a Super Saiyan. And Goku's aura seems to be even stronger than that mysterious boy. Tien Shin-on also said with shock. Among all the people present, the one with the most complicated feelings was Vegeta, who was hiding in the distance. What a joke. Kakarot, that guy actually became a Super Saiyan too. How's this possible? Vegeta was almost driven crazy by Son Goku and Trunks. A mysterious Trunks would be fine, after all, he didn't know him. But Kakarot was just a low-level warrior. How could he become a Super Saiyan before him? Amazing, Kakarot's aura may have completely surpassed Frieza. Raditz was doubly shocked at this moment. His brother, who had a combat power of only 2, has now become the legendary Super Saiyan. This makes Raditz feel very complicated. He has even considered whether to leave Vegeta and follow his brother Kakarot. Although the relationship between the two is not harmonious, he is his brother after all. If he is willing to tell him the secret of becoming a Super Saiyan, maybe he can also become the legendary Super Saiyan. So that's it. Is this a Super Saiyan? It seems that the person who killed my brother Frieza should be you. Through the discussion of the crowd, Cooler also confirmed that Son Goku and his golden hair now are the Super Saiyan mentioned in the ancestral teachings of their frozen demon clan. But even so, Cooler still didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, although the strength of these two people is not weak, they are still not comparable to his ultimate form. No wonder your aura is so evil. It turns out that you are the same guy as Frieza. In that case, there is no need for me to show mercy. As he said that, Son Goku opened his legs and made his hands into claws, and took a fighting stance. Uncle Goku, don't be careless, this guy is very strong. Trunks reminded. Don't worry, it's just a good opportunity to test the results of my training this year. After Son Goku finished speaking, he took the lead in attacking Cooler. Whoosh! After becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Goku's speed was very fast. In almost an instant, his body had arrived in front of Cooler. The tightly clenched fist, as if wrapped in a mighty force, suddenly blasted towards Cooler's chest. Humph. Looking at the oncoming attack, Cooler snorted coldly. Then he also clenched his fists to meet it. Bang! The moment their fists collided, the powerful energy aftermath immediately spread rapidly in all directions with their bodies as the center. The ground under their feet was instantly torn into a huge semicircular crater. Although Son Goku did not hold back at all in this punch, Cooler's body still stood still without moving. What a powerful force! Son Goku frowned. He did not expect that his full-strength attack could not even make Cooler retreat. It turns out that the Super Saiyan mentioned in the ancestral teachings is only this level. I still have expectations for you. Cooler looked at Son Goku and shook his head, obviously disappointed. Don't be happy too early, my attack is not over yet. Son Goku suddenly smiled. Swish! The next second, Son Goku's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Even his breath disappeared completely. What? Disappeared? Cooler looked around in shock, but still could not find any trace of Son Goku. Here. The moment the voice came out, Son Goku's body instantly appeared behind Cooler. And the energy of Kamehameha Wave had been condensed at his waist. Kamehameha Wave. Son Goku didn't give Cooler any chance to react at all, and the energy that had been condensed in his hand was directly blasted towards Cooler's chest. Boom! The Kamehameha dragged a long tail and blasted Cooler's body dozens of kilometers away. And Cooler's body was even more powerful under the power of Kamehameha Wave, flying backwards and smashing countless mountains. Finally, under the huge explosion of Kamehameha Wave, a huge mushroom cloud instantly rose in the distance. The originally flat ground was blown into a huge crater. Did it destroy it directly? Trunks looked at Son Goku in front of him with a shocked face. Even though his combat power was not as good as his opponent, he could achieve this step with his strong combat experience. No wonder his mother and Gohan brother gave such a high evaluation. It seems that what they said is true. Mr. Son Goku is really a very reliable existence. No, not yet. Cooler is still alive. Broly glanced at the distance and then spoke lightly. Although Cooler's chi became much weaker, it did not completely disappear. What, still alive? Trunks looked at Broly not far away with some surprise. Just now, even he did not notice Cooler's chi, but Broly actually found it. It seems that the opponent's strength is not weak at all. If so, why have I never heard my mother and Gohan elder brother mention any news about the opponent? This made Trunks very confused. Boom! At this time, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Cooler, who was buried in the rubble, rushed to Son Goku in an instant. Damn V********************* D. I was injured. Cooler's body was covered with small wounds and purple blood was constantly pouring out. Even the horns on his head that were like spikes were broken. The whole person was extremely embarrassed. But even so, Cooler's fighting power did not weaken too much, and his aura was still very strong. What a powerful guy. Son Goku clenched his fists, his expression was extremely solemn. The Kamehameha Wave just now was the strongest attack he could release at present, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't kill Cooler. Uncle Goku, I'll help you deal with him. As the voice came out, Trunks instantly attacked Cooler. Trunks was extremely fast and arrived in front of Cooler in almost an instant. His clenched fists kept swinging at Cooler's body like raindrops. However, this kind of attack was not enough for Cooler, who had a combat power of 480 million. Cooler easily blocked all of Trunks' attacks. How is it possible? How could his strength be so much stronger than I expected? Trunks looked extremely shocked. There had never been such a powerful opponent on the Earth in his time and space. Even the artificial man who almost completely destroyed the Earth was not as powerful as the guy in front of him. Have you fought enough? Then it's my turn next. As he said that, Cooler took the opportunity to grab the fist that Trunks swung. Then he clenched his right fist and punched Trunks' lower abdomen. Bang! With his wrist caught by Cooler, Trunks couldn't escape at all, and then several punches hit Trunks' lower abdomen. Wow! The severe pain from the abdomen made Trunks scream directly. Then he spat out a mouthful of acid. Stop, your opponent is me. Seeing this, Son Goku rushed over without hesitation. As a result, he was hit hard by Trunks thrown out by Cooler. The pain from the abdomen made Trunks unable to continue to maintain the Super Saiyan transformation and finally turned back to normal. Then, is that guy a monster? Super Saiyan is so vulnerable in his hands? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of shock. The cold sweat on his forehead flowed down his cheeks to his chin and finally dripped to the ground. Vegeta was really shocked. He thought that Son Goku, after becoming a Super Saiyan, would be able to easily defeat the monster like Frieza, but he didn't expect that Son Goku's power would be so vulnerable in front of that monster. Damn wild monkey. Cooler's body slowly rose into the air, and a huge orange energy ball instantly condensed when his right hand was raised. This huge energy made everyone present clench their fists. Die! Supernova explosion. As Cooler roared, the huge energy bomb condensed in his hand also blasted in the direction of Son Goku and the others. It's over. Trunks clenched his fists unwillingly. He didn't expect that because of his appearance, he would bring such a big trouble to his own time and space. Now, there is no need for the androids to take action. The monster in front of him can destroy the Earth. Although I don't know why you helped us, I still want to thank you. Don't worry, that guy is no match for Mr. Broly. Son Goku sighed helplessly. I thought I had become a Super Saiyan and could protect the Earth by myself this time, but I didn't expect that my strength was still too weak. In the end, Mr. Broly was still needed to protect the Earth. Brook? Mr. Broly? Hearing this, Trunks showed a puzzled look. He had never heard of this name. But the next second, Trunks seemed to think of something and immediately looked into the distance. However, Broly was no longer there. Whoosh! When Trunks turned his head again, Broly had already appeared in front of the huge energy ball. Broly punched out, and the huge orange energy ball was actually blown up by Broly's punch. The powerful energy shock wave spread instantly. Even the people watching the battle from a distance were blown back more than 10 meters away by this powerful energy wave. You are looking for death. You actually want to use your body to resist my supernova explosion. Looking at the huge crater on the ground, Cooler showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. The blow just now was enough to destroy a planet. This guy with a combat power of only 2 digits actually dared to resist with his body. He was simply seeking death. However, the next second, the smile on Cooler's face suddenly froze. The moment the grass-green energy gushed out, the billowing smoke and dust were instantly blown away by the energy wave. Then Broly's godlike body also appeared in Cooler's sight. What? Such a powerful energy. What's wrong with that guy's body? Cooler's voice trembled a little. It was the first time he felt such a huge energy in a person. Swish! However, the next second, Broly's body appeared directly in front of Cooler. You can die. After saying that, Broly's mouth corners rose, and his hands were already placed on Cooler's chest. What? Before Cooler could react, Broly's hands suddenly gushed out golden energy. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and Cooler's body was completely blown into slag at this moment. Finally, it turned into a little black smoke and disappeared completely. So strong. He actually solved that monster with just one move. Looking at Broly's back in the air, Trunks was shocked to the extreme. Why has this time and space changed so much? Not only did Cooler, a monster whose strength surpassed that of a human, appear, but there was also a mysterious Saiyan whose strength was almost unfathomable. All this shocked Trunks' heart. It's over. Piccolo stared with his eyes wide open, looking at Broly's back in disbelief. The monster Cooler, which Son Goku and the mysterious Super Saiyan boy could not defeat together, was completely destroyed by Broly in such an easy manner? This scene brought a strong impact to Piccolo's heart. Great, Mr. Broly completely destroyed that monster. Son Gohan jumped up excitedly, and then flew in the direction of Son Goku. The Z-Warriors also flew over. At this time, Broly also lifted the Super Saiyan transformation and returned to the crowd. I'm so sorry, Mr. Broly. You'll have to solve this problem in the end. Son Goku scratched his head and said with an embarrassed look. At the same time, Son Goku secretly made up his mind that he would let Mr. Broly train him more strictly. It doesn't matter. After all, I'm Bulma's husband, and it's my duty to protect the Earth. Broly smiled faintly at Son Goku and Trunks. However, as soon as he said this, Trunks' originally calm face suddenly showed an extremely shocked look. His eyes were wide open. Sorry. Excuse me, what's your name, and what's your relationship with Miss Bulma? Trunks was obviously a little anxious. My name is Broly. As you just saw, I'm also a Saiyan, but I'm also Bulma's husband. Broly explained calmly. However, his words made Trunks' expression freeze again. He never thought that Bulma in this time and space didn't get together with Vegeta. By the way, I don't know your name yet, but I still want to thank you for protecting the Earth with us. Son Goku looked at Trunks with a strange expression and couldn't help but speak up. That? Mr. Goku, I need to talk to you alone. Trunks looked at Son Goku and said very seriously. No problem. Son Goku nodded, and then the two flew away. Mr. Broly, don't you know the boy just now? But he is obviously also your Saiyan, right? Krillin looked at Broly and said curiously. He is indeed a Saiyan, but I also see him for the first time. Broly said calmly. It's really strange. If that's the case, then why would he help us? Tien Shinhan and others were also confused. Piccolo on the side was concentrating on listening to the conversation between Son Goku and Trunks in the distance. Namek people have very sharp hearing, so even if the distance is far, he can still hear the conversation between Son Goku and Trunks clearly. However, Trunks did not say that his mother was Bulma, but only said that he was Vegeta's son. Because he still hasn't figured out why this time and space has changed so much. And does Broly exist in the time and space he is in? He also needs to go back to this time and space to confirm this. So Trunks only told Son Goku about the evil android duo that will appear in 3 years and a series of things that will happen in the future. After listening to Trunks' story, Son Goku was very shocked. He didn't expect that he would die of a heart attack in 3 years. He was very sorry that he couldn't participate in the battle to protect the Earth. Fortunately, Trunks took out a special medicine for heart disease. Son Goku was excited again. Mr. Son Goku, that's all I have to say. I hope you can prepare well and don't let the tragedy of my time and space happen again. Trunks looked at Son Goku and said very seriously, Don't worry, Trunks, I will never let such a future happen. Son Goku held the special medicine for heart disease tightly in his hand, full of confidence. After following Mr. Broly for a year, his strength has improved so much. Son Goku feels that his strength will definitely reach another level in 3 years. Well, then I'm relieved. Goodbye, Mr. Son Goku. I will come here again in 3 years to help you fight against the androids. After that, Trunks took out the universal capsule of the time machine directly from his arms. As the time machine slowly ascended, Trunks finally looked at Vegeta hiding behind the rocks in the distance. Although the other party had hidden his aura, Trunks still found him very early. Finally, under the eyes of Son Goku, he completely disappeared from the Earth in the time machine. Disappeared? That mysterious boy disappeared directly. Krillin and others were all shocked. They found that Trunks did not leave, but disappeared completely. Because his aura was no longer on the Earth. Whoosh! At this time, Son Goku also flew over. Goku, what did that boy say to you? Krillin and Son Gohan and others were all curious. Only Piccolo and Broly knew very well. It's nothing, really nothing. Son Goku scratched his head and didn't know how to explain for a while. After all, Trunks had clearly explained that it was best not to tell about his identity, because he still had some things to verify in the future time and space, and rashly telling about his identity might make him disappear. Let me explain, Goku. Piccolo glanced at Son Goku and said, How can Piccolo say you already know? Son Goku opened his mouth in surprise. I almost forgot that Piccolo's hearing was very good. At this distance, Piccolo must have heard everything. Don't worry, I know what to say. Piccolo immediately smiled after seeing Son Goku's worry. In the end, Piccolo cleverly concealed the mystery of Trunks' life experience and explained to everyone what was about to happen in the future. This incident shocked everyone. Is this all true? It still sounds a little hard to believe. Yamcha's mouth twitched. Time machine, time travel, etc. He still felt a little bizarre. Humph. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it, just go and have fun by yourself. I will take this time to practice well, because I won't wait to die. Piccolo looked at Yamcha with indifference. Hey, Vegeta, don't hide anymore. After all, you will be killed by the androids in 3 years. Then Piccolo glanced at the direction where Vegeta and Raditz were hiding in the distance and shouted loudly. Whoosh! 2 figures flashed by, and then Vegeta and Raditz appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the sudden appearance of Vegeta and Raditz, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and others were all shocked. Vegeta? How come you are here? Yamcha subconsciously took a half step back. The scene of being blown up by the cultivated man appeared in his mind. Krillin and Tien Shinhan even took a fighting stance. Don't worry, everyone. Now we have a common enemy. I think Vegeta will fight the androids with us. Son Goku looked at Tien Shinhan and the others calmly, signaling them to rest assured. But this guy wanted to destroy the Earth at the beginning. I don't feel at ease if he stays on Earth with a guy like a time bomb. Yamcha stood up directly and looked at Vegeta with an unhappy face. He didn't know how others viewed Vegeta, but he would never believe him anyway. Son Goku frowned slightly and did not continue to refute, but instead looked at Vegeta and Raditz. To be honest, he didn't really believe Vegeta. The reason why he said that just now was entirely because of Trunks. According to Trunks, in his time and space, Vegeta not only settled on Earth with them, but also joined the team against the androids. In the end, he was killed by the androids for protecting the Earth. So no matter what, he was willing to give Vegeta and Raditz a chance to choose. Cole. What a joke. Vegeta, finally got rid of that monster Frieza, but I'm going to die at the hands of the androids on Earth 3 years later. Vegeta clenched his fists in anger. He heard everything Piccolo said. Although it was a little unbelievable, the strength shown by Trunks made him believe it. There was no need for such a powerful guy to lie about such a boring thing. Whether you believe it or not, the reality is in front of you. Of course, you can also choose to leave the Earth with your tail between your legs. After all, this way you won't be killed by the androids who came 3 years later like in Trunks' time and space. Broly looked at Vegeta calmly. Vegeta in the later period of Dragon Ball has indeed changed a lot, and he has become more and more charismatic and more likable. But it is really hard to have a good impression of Vegeta in this period. What a joke. Do you think Vegeta, will choose to escape? Vegeta clenched his fists and looked at Broly with an unconvinced look. Although he was very angry, he did not dare to say anything rude to Broly. The strong fighting power shown by Broly's one blow to destroy Cooler just now made Vegeta dare not provoke him at all. I am willing to stay on Earth and fight with you. Just when everyone was silent, Raditz suddenly scratched his head and stood up. Ahem. Seeing that everyone showed doubts, Raditz's old face suddenly turned red, and he coughed twice and said a little embarrassedly, Kakarot, I am your elder brother after all. Now that Planet Vegeta no longer exists, you are the only relative I have left in this world, so if you don't mind, I am willing to stay on Earth and fight with you. Of course, these words of his were all made up. The main reason why he was willing to stay was the strong fighting power shown by Son Goku. Son Goku even successfully became a Super Saiyan that only appeared in Saiyan Legends. He felt that staying here would definitely be much safer than going anywhere else, and he also hoped to become as strong as Son Goku. Although he didn't know how Son Goku trained to this level. But Raditz believed that as long as he could stay on Earth and train with Son Goku, even if he couldn't become a Super Saiyan like Son Goku, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. What did you say? Raditz, are you planning to betray me? After hearing what Raditz said, Vegeta's eyes narrowed and his face became extremely gloomy. A murderous intent suddenly arose in his heart. It was fine that he didn't dare to provoke Son Goku and Broly easily. After all, their strength was above his. But what was Raditz? He was just a waste whose combat power had not yet exceeded 10,000. He actually dared to disobey him. Vegeta, I said what I really think. Now that Frieza is dead and Planet Vegeta no longer exists, it seems that there is nothing wrong with us staying on this planet and living with Kakarot and the others. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Vegeta, Raditz instinctively stepped back. The angry Vegeta could not listen to Raditz's explanation at all. The moment he clenched his fists, the powerful energy in his body suddenly gushed out. You spineless waste, go down with Nappa. The moment the voice came out, Vegeta stepped out with his right foot, and his body was like an arrow from a string, punching Raditz. Feeling Vegeta's terrifying killing intent, Raditz was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. The difference in strength made him unable to think of any resistance. Stop it, Vegeta. Son Goku flashed and came to Raditz in an instant, and easily blocked Vegeta's punch with his palm. Kakarot, thank you. Looking at Son Goku who was blocking him, Raditz couldn't help but feel grateful. He really didn't expect Son Goku to stand up to help him. After all, he had threatened him with Son Gohan before. Cole, Kakarot. Don't think that you can't do anything to you just because you have become a Super Saiyan. Go to hell. Being humiliated in front of so many people made Vegeta ashamed and angry. He immediately raised his fist and punched Son Goku again. However, the result was still blocked by Son Goku with one hand. Watching Vegeta leave the Earth, Son Goku finally looked at Raditz. You can stay on Earth like us, but you need to promise me that you will never hurt any Earth residents. No problem, I will never hurt any Earthlings. Seeing that Son Goku accepted him, Raditz immediately nodded excitedly. Kakarot, can I practice with you? Raditz asked again. Yes, Son Goku nodded. In fact, he didn't want to practice with Raditz. After all, the other party's strength was too weak, and practicing with him was really meaningless. But thinking about it, keeping Raditz by his side seemed to be able to better monitor the other party. Gohan, practice well. I hope to see a stronger you in 3 years. Piccolo looked at Son Gohan and smiled faintly, then his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Finally, Krillin and others said goodbye to each other and left. The androids that will appear in 3 years make each of them feel full of crisis, so they all decided to practice hard after returning. Mr. Broly, I wonder if I will have the opportunity to get your guidance in the days ahead? Son Goku looked at Broly and asked expectantly. Originally, Son Goku liked to train with King Kai the most, but now Son Goku thinks that it is faster to train with Broly. Because some of the training methods mentioned by Broly were things that Son Goku had never thought of before. Okay, but we'll talk about those things later. Train your son Gohan well. I can feel that there is a very powerful power hidden in his body. It would be a waste if it is not dug out well. As he said, Broly looked at Son Gohan next to Son Goku. At this moment, Son Gohan's strength has also been greatly improved after the Battle of Namek. Today's combat power has reached 830,000. Gohan? Okay, Mr. Broly, I will definitely teach Gohan to train well. Son Goku touched Son Gohan's head and nodded with a smile. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Son Goku and others, Broly went straight back to Bulma's home at the Universal Capsule Company. Under the effect of instant transmission, Broly arrived in Bulma's room in the blink of an eye. Bulma looked out the window with a sad face and didn't notice Broly suddenly appearing behind her. Today Bulma was wearing a pink dress and her whole body exuded the breath of youth. Bulma sighed. In the past year since she and Broly separated, she has been waiting for his return all the time. I'm sorry for leaving for so long. At this time, Broly suddenly stepped forward and hugged Bulma's slender waist from behind. Broly's sudden move scared Bulma. But after seeing clearly that the person behind her was the man she had been thinking about day and night, Bulma's eyes instantly became gentle. You left for so long without saying a word. Bulma pouted her lips. Although she looked a little angry, her eyes betrayed her excitement at the moment. I have to improve my strength so that I can better protect you, right? Besides, I'm back. As he spoke, the locator of Broly's big hands instantly locked onto the destination. Bulma, do you remember what you promised me before you set off? A sly smile appeared on Broly's lips. What? Bulma was stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately after a few seconds. She blushed immediately. You. I said that. I said that to get you back safely. Bulma's voice became trembling for a while. But her pretty little face became more and more blushing, and finally Bulma simply closed her eyes and covered her cheeks with her hands. I don't care about that. You promised it yourself. As he spoke, Broly raised his eyebrows, and the window that was originally open suddenly closed, and the curtains followed closely. Then Broly directly hugged Bulma. A few hours later, Broly stretched his body and showed a satisfied look. He had not dressed Bulma for a year since he left, and now he finally vented his anger. Looking at Bulma, who was sleeping happily beside him, Broly gently kissed her forehead and then covered her with a blanket. Broly didn't wake up until noon the next day. To be precise, Broly was awakened by hunger, and then he went downstairs at the speed of light. Mrs. Brief had already prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. Broly was not polite at all and just drank a lot of food. After eating and drinking, Broly said goodbye to Bulma. Then he used instant transmission to go to Namek. That's right, he needed to borrow Namek's Dragon Ball again. The key to becoming a 4th-level Super Saiyan is the Saiyan tail. But the tail alone is not enough. You also need to keep your sanity when you become a giant ape. Only in this way can you successfully become a 4th-level Super Saiyan. The purpose of Broly's trip to Namek this time is to borrow the power of Shinron so that he can still keep his sanity even when he becomes a golden giant ape. Searching for Den's aura, Broly directly instant transmission to Den's side. Mr. Broly? Looking at Broly, who suddenly appeared beside him, Den couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. He didn't expect Broly to appear suddenly. This is the instant transmission I learned on Yadrit. Now I can instant transmission to Namek even without borrowing the universe spacecraft. Broly touched Den's little head and said with a smile, there is such a magical ability. But Mr. Broly, do you have any important things to do in Namek this time? Den looked at Broly and asked curiously. He felt that Broly's sudden arrival was definitely not to show him his instant transmission. I need to use Namek's Dragon Ball again. Broly directly explained his purpose. Is that so? No problem, Mr. Broly. The Great Elder will definitely agree. Den nodded and then called the Great Elder over. The current Great Elder of Namek was the 3rd Elder whom Broly had saved from Dodoria. Long time no see, Mr. Broly. I have asked Nara to notify the other elders to send the Dragon Ball. Please wait here for a moment. Lin looked at Broly and said very respectfully. Lin can be said to have great respect for Broly. The other party not only eliminated Frieza, who was poisoning the Namek residents with a powerful attitude, but also used the Earth's Dragon Ball to resurrect all the Namek residents who were killed by Frieza's army. This kindness is enough for all Namek residents to remember. Thank you, Great Elder. Broly smiled and nodded. It turned out that his original choice to resurrect the Namek residents was the right one. Soon, Nara brought all the Dragon Balls here. Finally, Lin personally summoned Namek Shinron Purunga for Broly. I wonder what wish Mr. Broly will make this time? Lin looked at Broly and asked. My first wish is to keep absolute rationality when I become a giant ape. Broly directly said the wish he had thought of a long time ago. This is also the main purpose of Broly coming here. Okay. Lin nodded and then conveyed Broly's wish to Shinron Purunga in the obscure Namek language. This wish is very simple. Namek language. After Shinron Purunga finished speaking, the scarlet eyes flickered. Then a ray of white light sank from Shenron's body into Broly's brow. Although there was no obvious change in his body, Broly could feel that his wish had been fulfilled. Then, Mr. Broly, what is your second wish? Lin asked again. This time Broly did not answer immediately, but pondered. Finally Broly said, let me master the ancient language of God. Mullen nodded and conveyed Broly's wish to Purunga. It's very simple. Purunga's scarlet eyes flickered again, and Broly's wish was fulfilled. Because for Broly, apart from the first wish, he really couldn't think of any other wishes he wanted to fulfill. So with the mentality of not using it for nothing, he thought of this second wish. After all, he will definitely come into contact with Super Dragon Ball in the future, so learning in advance will definitely not hurt. Mr. Broly has one last wish. Mullen looked at Broly and said, there is another wish. Broly frowned. He really didn't know what to make for this last wish. After all, everything he needed had been fulfilled. But if he didn't use it, it would be a bit of a waste. I want to know where Dr. Gero's laboratory is. Finally, Broly said his last wish. According to the original book, Dr. Gero's laboratory should be on a small island in the south, but there are many small islands in the south, and the androids have no air, so even if Broly wants to find Dr. Gero's laboratory in advance, it is relatively difficult. Then Mullen conveyed Broly's last wish to Shinron Purunga. Purunga's scarlet eyes flashed quickly, and soon locked the exact location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Dr. Gero has many laboratories, but most of them are abandoned. There are 12 laboratories that are still in normal operation. They are respectively in. Then Purunga told Broly the specific locations of Dr. Gero's 12 laboratories. After saying this, Shinron Purunga also disappeared, and the 7 huge Dragon Balls turned back into stones and fell to the ground. There are 12 laboratories. Dr. Gero is really cautious. Broly touched his chin. No wonder in the original book, Dr. Gero was able to take their genetic samples and implant them into Cell's body without the knowledge of Son Goku and others. But from his 12 laboratories that are still in normal operation, it can be seen how cautious the other party is. Grand Elder Mulin, thank you for this time. No matter what trouble Namek encounters in the future, I will not sit idly by. Broly looked at the great Elder Mulin and nodded. In order to be able to use Dragon Ball freely in the future, Broly naturally does not allow anyone to harm Namek. Mr. Broly, you are too kind. You saved our Namek people. This little help is nothing. Mullen also nodded to Broly, and his attitude was still very respectful. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, Dend. After saying goodbye to Dend, Broly instant transmission directly went to the Earth's Celestial Temple. The old Celestial saw Broly suddenly appear, and his body trembled. Although he knew that the other party was not a bad person, he still felt a little nervous when he thought of the powerful aura that Broly exuded when he became a Super Saiyan not long ago. After all, the gap in strength is too big. Mr. Broly, I don't know what you are doing here this time. The old Celestial looked at Broly very respectfully and said, I need to borrow the Spirit Time Room. It should be okay. Broly looked at the old Celestial and said, No problem, please follow me. The old god would not refuse Broly's request. After all, it would not affect him. Mr. Broly, you have been in the Spirit Time Room for a day last time, so you must come out one day before this time, otherwise you may be trapped inside the Spirit Time Room forever. Mr. Popo kindly reminded. Don't worry, Mr. Popo, I know this. Broly nodded on the surface, but he didn't take it to heart. With his current strength, he can completely break the dimensional wall and leave the Spirit Time Room like Majin Buu and Gotenks, so there is no need to care about this restriction. The interior of the Spirit Time House is brand new. The ground that was damaged by Broly's training last time has been completely repaired by Bobo. On the other side is the food that Bobo prepared for Broly, which is enough for a year. After the warm-up, Broly began to practice formally. Broly's primary purpose of entering the Spirit Time House this time is to impact the 4th level of Super Saiyan. As for the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, before Broly left the Spirit Time House last time, he had already reached that threshold. Although he did not succeed at that time, Broly believed that this time he would easily achieve the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. The reason is also very simple. Whether it was the previous battle with Frieza or the year of training on Yardrat, Broly's basic strength has been greatly improved. Although Broly did not immediately try to transform into the 3rd level of Super Saiyan during this period, Broly has sufficient confidence. This time, he will definitely be able to successfully transform into the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Then Broly took a deep breath. He spread his legs and took a fighting stance. The roar came from Broly's mouth. At the same time as the roar came out, Broly's aura soared instantly. The originally black hair also turned grass green. Crackle. The blue lightning visible to the naked eye lingered around Broly's body. Swish! The grass-green aura also appeared in a jet shape at this moment. The ground under his feet, which had been repaired, collapsed instantly under the pressure of the powerful aura emanating from Broly. Not enough. This is far from enough. Hiya! Broly shouted again. The energy gushing out of his body was like a bottomless pit, and there was no sign of stopping at all. Instead, it continued to soar. The tiles on the ground that were shattered slowly rose into the air under the influence of Broly's powerful aura. Then Broly's body changed a little. The originally thick eyebrows suddenly disappeared at this moment, replaced by 2 particularly prominent brow bones. The grass-green hair grew rapidly and finally fell on Broly's back. Coupled with the arcs of electricity lingering on the grass-green flames around his body, Broly looked extraordinary at the moment. Is this the 3rd stage of the Super Saiyan? Broly exhaled and carefully felt the energy changes in his body. The strength improvement brought by the 3rd stage of the Super Saiyan was even stronger than Broly expected. A rough estimate shows that the increase brought by the 3rd stage of the Super Saiyan is about 50 times higher than the 2nd stage of the Super Saiyan. That is a 150-fold increase in strength. Then Broly checked his current combat power index. Host, Broly. Combat power, 495 trillion. System, Infinite Combat Power System, LV2 combat power plus 10 per breath. Sure enough, it is 150 times, just as I expected. After seeing his accurate combat power, Broly's mouth showed a curve. He just estimated a 150-fold increase in strength, and the result was exactly the same as he expected. This also made Broly deeply understand one thing: the importance of basic combat power for Saiyan. Before transforming into Super Saiyan, Broly's basic combat power was only 330 million. However, after the 100-fold increase of Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2, plus the 150-fold increase of Super Saiyan 3, Broly's current strength has directly reached an astonishing billion, that is, 495 trillion. Such an intuitive improvement in strength forced Broly to pay attention to the improvement of basic combat power. After all, how high his strength ceiling is still depends on how strong his basic combat power is. As long as his basic combat power is strong enough, I am afraid that even if he only transforms into the most ordinary Super Saiyan 1, he can crush any form of Son Goku's transformation in the original work. Thinking of this, Broly couldn't help but curl up his mouth. Because of the system, his basic combat power will increase by 10 points every time he breathes. Even if you do nothing in a year, your basic combat power will be improved by 84 million. And most importantly, your system can be upgraded. According to the system description, as long as you can change the main plot of the Dragon Ball world, the system will have a chance to be upgraded. Broly took a deep breath and tried to calm his restless heart. Never mind. The most urgent thing is to try to break through the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. Broly clenched his fist and planned to impact the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. Then Broly raised his right hand and released an artificial moon directly. The artificial moon hung in the air like a real moon. And Broly only took a look. His eyes immediately became empty, and the whole person seemed to be attracted and stagnant in place. The next second, Broly's chest began to rise and fall violently, and his heart seemed to jump out. Roar! Finally, with Broly's roar, his face completely turned into a giant ape, and his whole body was covered with golden hair. A moment later, the whole person completely turned into a golden giant ape. Roar! Roar! The golden giant ape Broly kept beating his chest, and roars continued to come out. Powerful energy cannons kept spraying out of his mouth. However, this crazy behavior only lasted for 2 minutes, and soon Broly completely regained his sanity. Drink. Go beyond the limit for me. The golden giant ape Broly roared. A dazzling golden light emanated from his body. Then the body of the giant ape Broly began to change, and then became the size of a normal person. As the golden light dissipated, Broly changed into a brand new posture. At this moment, his appearance has changed dramatically. The original clothes on his body disappeared, and the surface of his skin was covered with a layer of red hair. The green hair also turned back to black, but at this moment Broly's hair was more coarse, and the red eye sockets made him exude an evil aura in the blink of an eye. The most obvious thing is the red tail behind Broly. And this is Broly's 4th level of Super Saiyan. Unlike Son Goku's 4th level Super Saiyan in the original, Broly, the 4th level Super Saiyan, is more muscular. And the aura gushing out of his body is not golden, but dark green. This makes Broly look more domineering than Son Goku and Vegeta's 4th level Super Saiyan in the original. Is this the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan? Broly looked at his body, his face showing indescribable excitement. This power is really shocking. Broly clenched his fists and carefully felt the changes in his body. At this moment, he could clearly feel the difference between the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan and the 3rd stage of the Super Saiyan. The most obvious difference is the increase brought by the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan. Although both are 150 times, the increase brought by the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan is more intuitive. This made Broly's strength soar from the original 495 trillion to 7.5 kyo. Then Broly used Spirito to create a clone. Facing the clone that released powerful power like himself, the Saiyan belligerent factor in Broly's body was instantly activated. Then the two started a fierce fight. After fighting for about 10 minutes, Broly came to a conclusion. That is, the fourth stage of the Super Saiyan consumes very little energy without releasing super strong energy waves. Even lower than the first stage of the Super Saiyan, the energy consumption is lower. For Broly, even if he keeps this form, it will not have much impact. Sure enough, the fourth stage of the Super Saiyan is a qualitative change compared to the third stage of the Super Saiyan. Broly exhaled, and then clenched his fist again. The whole person became more and more excited. With his current strength, the entire Dragon Ball world is probably only the gods of destruction and Angel can pose a threat to him. However, Broly was not in a hurry to leave the Spirit Time House, but continued to practice. And this time, because Broly mastered the relationship of Spirito, he could directly use Spirito to create a clone to fight together, which made Broly's practice more fun. However, when he practiced for the third month, Broly also found the problem he was currently lacking. Combat experience and combat skills, these Broly almost have no problem. But Broly still lacks some energy cannon moves. He currently only has some basic energy cannon attacks. Apart from the Planet Crusher that Broly himself has mastered, there are no other moves. So Broly plans to create some moves of his own. And, because of a year of training on Yadrit, Broly's perfect control of Spirito allows him to create any moves freely. However, if you want to master it, you need to practice hard in the later stage. Finally, after a week of hard work, Broly successfully created his own energy cannon. Energy Compression Cannon. As for why Broly named it the Energy Compression Cannon, the reason is actually very simple. That is to condense the energy cannon in your hand at a very fast speed and then compress it instantly. This is like the original power of the energy bomb is only 1000, but the power of the energy compression cannon after being compressed by Broly can reach 1000 to the square. The power of the compressed energy cannon is not added, but multiplied. Even if Broly is strong enough, he can compress the energy compression cannon to the original 100th power. Even Broly dare not imagine how powerful that power is. Just now, he only compressed the energy bomb to the 5th power, and the power of the energy compression cannon almost caused the entire spiritual time house to collapse completely. Although Broly felt that he could continue to compress, he did not dare to try it easily. If this space really collapsed, he didn't know if he could get out of it. So Broly did not continue to try to compress the energy compression cannon. Although in the spiritual time house, you can get more combat power from the system in the shortest time in the outside world, but a person's life is really too boring. In the end, Broly left the spiritual time house when he practiced for 10 months. Although he only practiced for 10 months, Broly's combat power has increased from the original 330 million to the current 480 million. The first thing Broly did after leaving the spiritual time house was to return to the Universal Capsule Company. After a hearty meal, Broly played duo with Bulma again. After being released, Broly searched for the 12 locations mentioned by Shinron Palunga one by one. Broly flew very fast and arrived at the nearest laboratory in almost no time. After breaking the door with a punch, what came into view were Dr. Gero's various experimental equipment and even a few dilapidated culture chambers. Unfortunately, there were no androids in these culture chambers, and judging from the dilapidated degree of the culture chambers, this laboratory may have been unattended for several months. Although there was no gain. However, Broly still put the experimental data and experimental equipment left by Dr. Gero into the Universal Capsule. These things may not be of much use to him, but for Bulma, a scientific genius, they will definitely be of great use. Next, Broly went to other laboratories. However, the results were the same. There were only some experimental equipment and various daunting experimental data in the laboratory, which made Broly not gain any substantial results. When he went to the 8th laboratory, Broly's eyes suddenly lit up. Outside the laboratory, 5 android soldiers were escorting a group of people into the laboratory. Looking at the escorted people, Broly was immediately attracted by a blonde girl about 17 years old. The other party was Lazuli, who had not yet been transformed into Android 18. And the short-haired boy next to Lazuli was Raditz' younger brother, Android 17 Lapis. Damn it, where are you bastards taking us? Lapis clenched his fists and roared at the android soldiers in front of him with anger. Puh. However, the boy was greeted by a fierce slap from the android soldiers. Stop talking nonsense, be honest. It's your honor to be transformed into a robot by Dr. Gero. Hurry up and follow me. The robot soldier looked at Lapis, who was slapped away by him, with a mocking face. Cole. Lazuli helped Lapis up and looked at the robot soldier in front of her with extremely angry eyes. Although she was extremely angry, she did not dare to act rashly, because she knew that she was no match for these robot soldiers. Click. The crisp sound of opening the door sounded, and then the heavy door of the laboratory slowly opened. Dr. Gero walked out slowly. Dr. Gero, the people have been brought here. I wonder if there are any useful experimental materials among these people? The leading robot soldier saw Dr. Gero and immediately stepped forward to report respectfully. However, Dr. Gero did not speak. He took 2 steps forward, then turned on the detector and scanned the crowd. Their combat power index is 15 and 16, which is very good. Dr. Gero, who was originally disappointed, became excited after scanning Lazuli and Lapis. I understand, Dr. Gero. The android soldiers who received the order directly drove Lazuli and Lapis out of the crowd. As for those scum whose combat power was only 5, the android soldiers were ready to kill them on the spot. Just when the android soldiers raised their weapons and were about to attack, the body of one of the android soldiers exploded instantly. What happened? Dr. Gero, who noticed the abnormality, looked around vigilantly. The rest of the android soldiers also raised their weapons. Swoosh! Are you looking for me, Dr. Gero? At this time, Broly's body teleported directly in front of Dr. Gero. What, Broly, why are you here? After seeing the face of the person in front of him clearly, Dr. Gero's face immediately showed an extremely horrified expression. Then he almost didn't hesitate and jumped forward to distance himself from Broly. Who is that guy? How could he make Dr. Gero, that be ************** D, so scared? Lazuli looked at Broly's back with a surprised look on her face. Although she didn't know who the man who suddenly appeared in front of her was, she still knew something about Dr. Gero, the madman. What she didn't expect was that there was someone in this world who could make a madman like Dr. Gero so scared. I didn't expect you to know my name. Does this mean that you have collected my genes? Broly frowned slightly. It seems that Dr. Gero, the old coin, has been monitoring all the Z-Fighters for a long time. And he is obviously no exception. The only uncertainty now is whether Dr. Gero has mastered his genes. If the other party also injects his genes into Cell, I wonder how Cell will grow. What? How do you know? Broly's words made Dr. Gero tremble. He didn't expect Broly to find out about his gene collection. This gave him a bad feeling. Then Dr. Gero no longer hesitated and released his strongest attack directly at Broly. The powerful energy bomb instantly devoured Broly's body. Everyone attack. But Dr. Gero, who knew that Broly was powerful, didn't dare to be careless at all, and then ordered people to find soldiers to launch a crazy attack on Broly. The attack was explained, and the smoke and dust dissipated. Broly's body appeared in front of everyone again intact. What? Who is this guy? Our attack just now didn't work on him at all. The soldiers looked at Broly in shock. They had just used up all their firepower, but their attack couldn't even hurt Broly. You haven't answered my question yet? Dr. Gero. The moment the voice fell, Broly raised his right hand and counted the number of people in the air with his fingers. Then 5 death rays instantly pierced the chests of all the soldiers. Wow, so awesome! He killed all the android soldiers in an instant. Looking at the android soldiers falling one by one beside them, the Lazuli siblings were shocked beyond words. In their eyes, the android soldiers were almost invincible monsters. No matter whether they were shot with guns or bombarded with shells, they could not cause any harm to them. However, Broly actually destroyed all the android soldiers so easily. The visual impact brought to them by these words was simply too strong. Strange, monster, you are the real monster. Dr. Gero was shocked by Broly's power and opened his jaw wide. Then he ran away like crazy without any hesitation. Broly was not in a hurry to catch up. He wanted to see what Dr. Gero could make without people looking for number 17 and number 18. Saved. Great, we are saved. Thank you so much, little hero. Thank you for saving us. Seeing that Dr. Gero was actually scared away by Broly's strength, the people who were originally held hostage cheered excitedly. Then after thanking Broly, they left the place without stopping. Aren't you going to leave? Broly turned and looked at Laszlo and Lapis, who had not left behind. Thank you for saving my life. Raditz looked up at Broly, biting his lips tightly. His eyes were extremely firm. Can you help me become stronger? I want to worship you as my master. Dr. Gero, that be ********D, killed all our relatives. I want to kill him myself to avenge my relatives. Broly looked at Laszlo, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He came for Laszlo, so how could he refuse the other party's request? Yes, my sister and I think the same. That be ********D dared to treat us like this. I must find a way to take revenge. Lapis clenched his fists. His eyes were very angry. The slap from the captain of the android just now made his left face still swollen. Forget about becoming his disciple. Dr. Gero is very strong, you can't succeed. Broly shook his head and then pretended to turn around and leave. But then, Laszlo actually hugged Broly's arm directly. Please, I know you have a way to make us stronger. No matter how difficult the process is, I can accept it. Laszlo looked at Broly with firm eyes. Are you sure? My repair method is not something that everyone can bear. Broly looked at Laszlo in front of him and said seriously, Sure. Laszlo nodded heavily, almost without hesitation. In that case, then follow me. Broly nodded, and then took the two of them to King Kai Star by instant transmission. Hello, King Kai. Broly looked at King Kai and greeted him with a smile. Broly. King Kai was naturally frightened when he saw Broly suddenly appear. He dared not easily provoke this guy who easily eliminated Frieza and then defeated Cooler with one move. I need to practice here for a while, it should be okay. Broly looked at King Kai and said with a smile. No problem, this is naturally no problem. King Kai nodded repeatedly. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just practice, not an excessive request. I'll let Bobris prepare food for you, Mr. Broly. Please wait for a moment. After that, King Kai hurried away. Although he knew that Broly was not a bad person, Broly's strength still made him a little worried. You will practice here for the next period of time. In addition, the gravity here is 10 times that of the Earth. You may not feel anything now because I used Chi to protect your body. But I will take back the Chi I release next, so the gravity should become 5 times that of the Earth. Be prepared. Broly looked at Laszlo and Lapis and said, 5 times the gravity? No problem. Laszlo clenched her fists. Her attitude was very firm. Seeing this, Broly smiled slightly and then directly took back some of the Chi. Gravity was also transmitted to Laszlo. Great. So powerful. Is this 5 times the gravity? I feel like my body is about to be crushed. Lapis clenched his teeth. He didn't expect that his body could not bear it with only 5 times the gravity. Although Laszlo on the other side was also struggling to bear it, there was no sound. Slowly take steps, move your body little by little, so that you can adapt to the gravity here as soon as possible. Under Broly's guidance, after about 2 weeks, Laszlo had completely adapted to the 10 times gravity here. As for Lapis, although it was a bit reluctant, he could move freely. Finally, Broly spent another 3 days to guide Laszlo to feel the existence of Chi. After a week, Laszlo successfully learned the flying technique. This repair speed even surprised Broly. He thought that Laszlo would not be able to fly after leaving her identity as a person looking for someone, but he didn't expect her learning talent to be so amazing. It took only 1 month to successfully master the flying technique and even achieve high-speed flight under 10 times gravity. Lastly, combat power, 398. Lapis, combat power, 165. Looking at the current combat power of the two, Broly is still quite satisfied. Although they are still not comparable to the Z fighters, their strength has been improving very quickly. Even King Kai didn't expect that two ordinary Earthlings could grow so quickly. At this rate, their strength will definitely become stronger in 2 years. Earth, Southern Island. In Dr. Gero's laboratory. Humph, damn Son Goku and that damn Saiyan Broly. I will make you pay the price. Dr. Gero looked at the big screen in front of him with a gloomy look. The picture on the screen was the battle data of Son Goku, Piccolo, Broly, and others. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Goku's combat power has improved a lot, but Dr. Gero finally estimated his current combat power value through unremitting efforts. Even the combat power values of Cooler and King Cold were calculated by Dr. Gero. The only thing that made him panic was Broly. Since his surveillance robot captured the details of Broly's battle last time, Dr. Gero was deeply shocked. That powerful combat power was not something he could calculate at all. Ha ha, Broly, you will regret letting me go. Dr. Gero looked at Broly's image on the big screen and laughed triumphantly. He thought that since Broly found out that he was secretly collecting genes, he would definitely not let him go easily. However, what Dr. Gero did not expect was that Broly not only did not hunt him down, but also let him go easily. Wait, Broly, I will use all of your genes to create the most powerful artificial man in this universe, and then kill all of you completely. Looking at the culture tank behind him, Dr. Gero's face showed an extremely cold expression. King Kaistar. Broly, who was guiding Leslie in her training, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the fate of Leslie and Lapis. The host has changed the main plot of Dragon Ball. The Infinite Combat System has begun to upgrade. Upgrade completed. Infinite Combat System, LV3 Combat Power plus 100 per breath. The system prompt in his mind made Broly stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. He didn't expect that saving Leslie would directly upgrade the system again. Combat Power plus 100 per breath. He can get about 850 million basic combat power in a year, which is a huge improvement for Broly. Even Broly can clearly feel his body getting stronger every time he breathes now. Mr. Broly, lunch is ready. King Kai, who prepared lunch, shouted to Broly from a distance. Broly nodded, and then looked at Leslie, who is still training. Let's stop here for the morning training. Let's continue after we have a full meal. Yes! Leslie was silent for a moment before she looked at Broly and nodded. But Broly could see that he seemed to be worried. Finally, after lunch, Leslie couldn't help but look at Broly with an evasive look in her eyes, but her expression was a little stubborn and she said that, "Can you let me see how strong you are?" Through the training for a year and a half, Leslie naturally realized how powerful Broly was. She was eager to catch up with Broly through unremitting efforts in training. However, as the training time continued to increase, Leslie found that no matter how hard she practiced and improved her strength, there was always a huge gap between her and Broly. Even when she was training with Broly, she couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. This made Leslie feel frustrated, but she also admired Broly very much. In addition, Broly scared the monster Dr. Gero with just one sentence, so Leslie really wanted to see with her own eyes how powerful Broly's real strength was. Yes, brother-in-law, show us all your strength and let us open our eyes. At this time, Lapis also showed an expectant expression. When he first arrived at King Kai to practice, Lapis always called Broly Mr. But as they spent more and more time together, Leslie spent more and more time practicing alone with Broly, which made Lapis, the smart brother-in-law, immediately smell the scent of love. Immediately changed his words and stopped calling Broly Mr., but simply called him brother-in-law. At the beginning, Leslie was naturally embarrassed, But later, as Lapis called him more and more, Leslie seemed to be completely accustomed to this title. As for Broly, he was also very pleased with the cleverness of his brother-in-law. Well, since you want to see it so much, I'll let you see it for a bit. After saying that, Broly's mouth curled up into a smile. Please wait a moment, Mr. Broly. Could you please be a little more restrained for a while? Just before Broly finished warming up and was about to breathe, King Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a worried look. Last time, because he accidentally offended Gods of Destruction Beerus, his King Kai star had become very small, and he didn't want to be destroyed by Broly again. Okay, I'll hold back a bit. Broly nodded, then opened his legs and took a posture of exerting force. Huh. As the roar came out, Broly's black hair turned light green, and he was in an inverted posture. Crackling. Blue arcs surrounded the grass-green flames. Under the influence of Broly's powerful energy, the entire King Kai planet shook violently. The terrifying energy emitted by the second stage of the Transcendent Saiyan directly caused the ground of King Kai's planet to collapse instantly. Under the impact of the hurricane formed by Broly's powerful energy, King Kai and others hid far away. But even so, if Beerus, who was slightly weaker, hadn't grabbed the big tree next to him, he would have been blown to universe. So powerful, he is indeed the guy who can destroy Cooler with one move. This is when he is holding back. I wonder what he can achieve if he lets go and releases all the energy in his body. I wonder if he can compete with that adult. King Kai said inwardly, feeling Broly's terrifying aura. What a terrifying aura. Even at such a long distance, I feel as if my neck is being tightened. Is this the full strength of my brother-in-law? He is so strong. Lapis hid behind King Kai. He didn't know whether he was frightened by Broly's terrifying aura or because he was too excited. His whole body trembled violently. So powerful, I am afraid I can't achieve such strength even if I practice for a lifetime. Looking at Broly's figure, Leslie couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. I thought that if I put in 1,000 times more effort, I would definitely be able to reduce the gap in strength between myself and Broly. Unexpectedly, the gap in strength between the two was like a firefly and a bright moon, not in the same dimension at all. But a few seconds later, Leslie swept away the previous disappointed expression, replaced by a face full of joy and excitement. Her man is so powerful, of course she should feel happy. Leslie was extremely grateful in her heart, grateful that she did not fall into the hands of Dr. Gero, and grateful that she met Broly, a powerful and perfect man. If King Kai had not explained it in advance, Broly really wanted to become a 4th-level Super Saiyan to feel the extent of his current strongest power. Because of more than a year of training, coupled with the blessing of the infinite combat power system, Broly's current basic combat power has reached 980 million. The improvement of basic combat power allows Broly to feel the explosive improvement of strength when he becomes a Super Saiyan. In the end, in order not to affect King Kai Star, Broly gave up the plan to continue transforming. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from a distance. Then a figure that made King Kai's body tremble appeared on King Kai Star. Although Broly could only see the back of the person from where he was, the clothing style he wore surprised Broly. Especially the silver-white crew cut and the familiar staff in his hand. Whis! Broly opened his eyes suddenly. He didn't expect to meet Angel Whis from the 7th universe here. Whis! Mr. Whis! King Kai, who was hiding behind the house, immediately came to Whis tremblingly after seeing the identity of the person. Long time no see, King Kai. Whis smiled at King Kai, and then looked in the direction of Broly. Yeah. Long time no see, Mr. Whis. Is Mr. Beerus here too? North King Kai swallowed his saliva and looked behind Whis with some palpitations. But he didn't find any trace of Beerus. Ho ho ho. Don't be afraid, King Kai. Lord Beerus is still sleeping, so he didn't come. Looking at King Kai's frightened expression, Whis couldn't help but cover his mouth and smile. Is that so? That's great. Hearing this, King Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Whis is also scary, as long as Lord Beerus doesn't come, it's fine. He is really afraid of Beerus. He is afraid that the other party will make his King Kai star smaller again. By the way, King Kai, are these all your friends? They all look like ordinary humans. And when I just passed by, I felt a very strong breath, so I came to see it out of curiosity. After saying that, Whis looked at Broly in the distance again. As for Leslie and the others, he obviously didn't care much. It is extremely rare in this universe that a human can cultivate his strength to this level. Mr. Whis, you mean Mr. Broly, right? They are both Mr. Broly's friends, and the powerful energy you just felt should also come from Mr. Broly. King Kai was relieved after confirming that Beerus was still asleep. Hey, Mr. Broly, please come over here. Then King Kai shouted loudly in the direction of Broly. After hearing King Kai's call, Broly flew over immediately. Broly thought that the reason why he didn't feel Whis' chi was probably because the other party was hiding a deeper relationship, so if he got closer, he should still be able to feel it. But after getting closer, Broly still couldn't feel a trace of chi fluctuations on Whis. This also made Broly feel the difference between chi and God's chi. I, who had never practiced God's chi, could not feel the fluctuations of God's chi. Mr. Broly, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Whis, the angel of our universe. Mr. Whis, this is Broly. King Kai introduced the two directly. Hello, Mr. Broly. That powerful energy just now should be from you, right? Whis looked at Broly and said politely with a smile. It should be. Broly nodded. For some reason, although he couldn't feel how strong the energy on Whis was, Broly couldn't control the belligerent factor in his body when he saw Whis in front of him. Even Broly's fists tightened unconsciously, as if he wanted to fight with Whis. It's interesting. I didn't expect Mr. Broly to be able to cultivate his strength to this level. This is indeed very rare. But that doesn't seem to be all your strength, right? Whis glanced at Broly's clenched fist, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a faint smile. What? That terrifying aura just now, isn't it the full strength of my brother-in-law? Listening to Whis' words, Lapis couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Broly in disbelief. The aura that Broly had just exploded had deeply shocked his soul. Lapis had never thought that it was not Broly's full strength. Although Leslie was also a little shocked, she was more excited and proud. That's right. King Kai was worried that I would destroy this planet if I released my full strength, so I reserved some of my strength. Broly said truthfully. In front of Whis, there was nothing to hide. Don't say that. My King Kai planet is already very small. If it shrinks further, I'm afraid I can only move with my luggage. Listening to Broly's explanation, King Kai couldn't help but blush. As expected, Whis smiled and then tapped the ground with the staff in his hand. A green light curtain instantly enveloped the entire King Kai planet. I have now wrapped this planet with divine power. Mr. Broly, can you let me see your full strength? Whis looked at Broly and said seriously, a peaceful life is very boring and Lord Beerus sleeps all year round. Today, he finally found a powerful human being. Whis naturally wanted to see how strong the other party was. I can show you my full strength. But in exchange, how about you play with me? Broly clenched his fists and showed a confident smile. At this moment, the belligerent factor in his body has shown signs of boiling. Even if Whis does not take the initiative to ask, Broly will ask to fight with the other party. For the super blood in his body, the more he fights with powerful opponents, the stronger he will become. Mr. Broly, are you crazy? This is Mr. Whis, our angel of universe. Okay, I agree to your request. Without waiting for King Kai to finish his words, Whis interrupted directly. In that case, I'll start. After saying that, Broly immediately spread his legs and shouted in a low voice. Accompanied by Broly's roar. The grass-green energy flame instantly gushed out of Broly's body. And the momentum emanating from Broly's body also surged instantly. Then Broly's black hair instantly turned light green. But the surging aura on his body had no intention of stopping at all. On the contrary, it continued to surge. Crack, crack. Even the ground of King Kai Star, which was wrapped by Whis' divine power, gradually showed cracks at this moment. Then Broly's body changed a little. The originally thick eyebrows suddenly disappeared at this moment, replaced by two particularly prominent brow bones. The grass-green hair grew rapidly and finally fell on Broly's back. Hiya! With Broly's last shout, Broly's continuously surging aura gradually stopped. As a human being, you can cultivate yourself to this level without the guidance of God. Mr. Broly, I have to say you are really amazing. Whis praised, but his expression was not moved from beginning to end. Is this Mr. Broly's true power? It's ridiculously strong. Feeling the terrifying energy emitted by Broly in the third stage of the Super Saiyan form, King Kai's body was trembling. Except for Lord Beerus, it was the first time that he felt such a powerful energy in a person. Great, so powerful, my brother-in-law's strength is really terrifying. At this moment, Lapis was shocked beyond words by Broly's powerful strength. In his opinion, Broly in the second stage of the Super Saiyan form was already very powerful. But he never thought that Broly's full strength was hundreds of times stronger than the strength he had shown before. Sister, I'm afraid I got it from you. Otherwise, a super strong man like my brother-in-law would probably not even look at me. Lapis looked at his sister Leslie with a frustrated expression. He originally thought that the reason why Broly was willing to teach them to practice was that he must have taken a fancy to his real strength and future growth. But now it seems that he definitely got it from his sister Leslie. Stop talking so much and watch carefully. Leslie hit Lapis's head hard, which made him quiet down. Although Lapis did talk a lot, Leslie didn't mind. She also felt that Lapis was right. The reason why Broly was willing to teach them to practice and become stronger must be because of her. I have already shown all my strength. Then Mr. Whis, can we start now? Broly raised his fist and said excitedly. He couldn't wait to have a good fight with Angel Whis. Wow! Facing Broly, who was eager to try, Angel Whis covered his mouth and smiled. He thought Broly was just talking, but he didn't expect that the other party would really challenge him. You know, even the strongest person in the entire universe, Gods of Destruction Beerus, didn't dare to make such a request easily. What? Are you going to regret it? Whis' behavior made Broly frown slightly, and his face suddenly showed displeasure. I'm not going to regret it, but if you want to challenge me, you have to be prepared. Whis put away his smile and said seriously, in that case, I'll start. Broly clenched his fist. Then his body disappeared instantly. Swish! When he reappeared, Broly's body was already in front of Whis. Whoosh! An unexpected punch, like the rage of thunder and lightning, hit Angel Whis' chest fiercely. However, facing this sudden attack, Angel Whis' face remained calm. At the moment when Broly's fist was less than 5 centimeters away from his chest, Whis dodged the incoming fist with a gorgeous sideways movement. As expected of Mr. Whis, he dodged Mr. Broly's attack so easily. Although King Kai didn't see clearly when Broly made the move, he saw the result. That was Whis dodging Whis' attack easily. Wow! I didn't expect Mr. Broly to punch so fast. I'm really surprised. Whis still had a smile on his face and said lightly, TSK. Broly snorted coldly. Although his attack was easily dodged by Whis, he was not too surprised. After all, the opponent was Angel, so Broly was naturally prepared. Come again. Almost at the same time as the sound came out, Broly attacked Angel Whis again. This time Broly's attack was not only faster, but also more coherent. Obviously, he didn't intend to give Whis any chance to breathe. Swinging both fists together, the fist shadows launched a crazy attack on Whis like raindrops. Such a fierce attack made King Kai and Leslie, who were hiding in the distance, dumbfounded. The speed of Broly's punches was so fast that they could only see a series of light and shadows flashing in the air. Facing Broly's swift attack, Angel Whis' expression remained calm. Obviously, Broly's attacking style could not make him take it seriously. Broly stopped after throwing hundreds of punches without any effect. The initial fight just now also made him feel Angel's strong fighting power. especially Angel's almost abnormal reaction speed. No matter which direction he attacked Whis from, the opponent could dodge with the smallest body movement. Mr. Whis is really strong. Broly spread his hands, and then directly cancelled the transformation and returned to normal. Huh? Are you going to give up so soon? I thought Mr. Broly would persist. Seeing that Broly actually returned to normal, Angel Whis was a little surprised. He didn't expect Broly to give up so quickly. If he gave up so easily, there is really no need to pay attention to him. There is no need to waste time on someone who wants to give up so easily. Looking at Broly, who had changed dramatically in appearance, Whis's slightly sleepy eyelids suddenly opened. Then he showed a look of surprise. After a few seconds of surprise, Whis's face showed an expectant smile. Wow! I see. Mr. Broly has hidden his strength. I underestimated you a little. Whis looked at Broly in front of him with a serious expression. Although Broly no longer spurted out energy after becoming a 4th-level Super Saiyan, this does not mean that Broly at this moment is weaker than the previous 3rd-level Super Saiyan. On the contrary, this form of energy being restrained in the body is the perfect performance. Although it may seem that there is no energy gushing out, it is more deterrent. But this can minimize the consumption of energy, allowing Broly to almost always maintain this form. So handsome. Noticing Broly's changes, Leslie, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but blush on her pretty face. Although she could not accurately feel how strong Broly, the 4th-level Saiyan, was, she could clearly feel the special charm that Broly exuded at the moment. Even though the distance was very fast, she was still deeply fascinated by Broly's form. Amazing! Mr. Broly actually retained his strength. This is probably his strongest form. It's amazing! Even Mr. Whis didn't see it for a while. King Kai clenched his fist slightly. At this moment, he was actually looking forward to the next contest between the two. One side was Gods of Destruction's teacher, Angel of Universe. The other side was the strongest person he had ever seen except Gods of Destruction. This made King Kai very much looking forward to the extent of the two people's battle. Are you ready, Mr. Whis? Next, I really have to fight with all my strength. Broly, in the 4th-level Saiyan form, raised his mouth with a confident arc. Go ahead, Mr. Broly. Whis smiled, but he became more and more interested in Broly. There are not many things in this universe that can interest him, and Broly in front of him is obviously one of them. Take it. After saying that, Broly stepped out with his right foot. Crack. The place where Broly stepped on was instantly sunken. Then Broly's body turned into a red arrow and shot towards Whis. The speed of Broly, who turned into the 4th-order Saiyan form, was much faster than before, and he arrived in front of Whis in almost an instant. Whoosh! The fist that was clenched tightly at some point, as if carrying a force of 10,000 kilograms, suddenly blasted towards Whis' chest. So fast! Whis raised his eyebrows, and then hurriedly crossed the staff in his hand across his chest. Cling! Accompanied by the sound of fists and metal colliding, Broly and Whis both stood in the air as if they were still. Although the power of Broly's punch was enough to destroy the stars and the world, it still failed to make Angel Whis' body retreat half a step at this moment. Did you block it perfectly? Broly's eyes quickly looked at Whis. He didn't expect that even if he became a 4th-level Super Saiyan, his attack still couldn't make Whis retreat even half a step. But this did not make Broly depressed. On the contrary, it completely activated the Saiyan's belligerent factor in his body. Broly felt his blood boiling at this moment, and an unprecedented refreshing feeling spread from inside to outside. I was really shocked. I thought Mr. Broly's change was only in appearance, but I didn't expect your speed to be so much faster than before. Whis said this with a smile. But he was still very surprised at Broly's sudden surge in strength and speed. I didn't expect that a seemingly ordinary human could surpass his own limits through continuous transformations and reach new heights. As expected of Mr. Whis. Even when facing a heavy punch from my 4th-order Saiyan form, he didn't retreat a single step. But it's only fun this way. After all, if the opponent's strength is too weak, it would be too boring. Feeling the restless blood in his body, Broly's expression became more and more excited. Even because he felt the relationship with the powerful opponent, Broly's body trembled with excitement under the effect of the belligerent factor in his body. Is the body shaking due to excitement? Noticing the changes in Broly's body, Whis' expression suddenly became serious. The opponent's body seemed not to be afraid of his own strength, but was excited to the point of shaking. It seems that I really need to be more serious. Whis exhaled, and the Annie smile that had been hanging on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a serious face. Because at this moment, Whis also wanted to see how far Broly's limit could reach the level of God. Are you going to be serious? That's right, then let you see the full power of my 4th level Super Saiyan. As he said that, Broly's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then he clenched his fists. Hey, accompanied by the roar. Powerful energy gushed out of Broly's body in an instant. Crackle. As the energy gushed, the blue arc visible to the naked eye lingered around Broly's entire body. Although Broly's appearance did not change at this moment, but the energy emanating from his body has made a qualitative leap. Has your strength increased again? Mr. Broly, I am really more and more interested in you. Whis looked at Broly with a serious expression, although he knew that the other party could not be his opponent. But facing the powerful aura emanating from Broly, Whis unconsciously became more serious. He wanted to see where Broly's limit was. Mr. Whis, I'm going to attack. Broly's mouth curled up. The next second, he launched an attack on Whis again. At this moment, Whis did not continue to choose to use Ultra Instinct to dodge, but took the initiative to step forward to cater to Broly's fighting style. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the powerful energy aftermath immediately spread in all directions with the location of the fist collision as the center. Boom boom. The King Kai star, which was originally reinforced by Whis, was directly torn into a huge cemetery at this moment. But the two did not stop because of this, but continued to collide in the air, separated, and then continued to collide. Boom, boom, boom. The planet under their feet was like being bombed by missiles, and huge cemeteries emerged one after another. Looking at the planet that was destroyed by the fight between the two, King Kai was almost crying. My King Kai planet. Although his heart was bleeding, King Kai had no way out. One of them was Broly, who was so powerful that it was frightening, and the other was the master of the strongest gods of destruction in the universe. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. It's so refreshing. After being knocked back hundreds of meters by Whis' punch, Broly's expression was not only not depressed, but he shouted excitedly. The battle with Whis made Broly's belligerent factor in his body completely active. His basic combat power was rising. This unprecedented feeling made Broly very happy. It seemed that in his eyes, the one fighting against him was not Angel Whis, but a training tool that could quickly improve his strength. Angel Whis looked at Broly in surprise. The fierce battle between the two had lasted for more than 20 minutes. Broly was beaten away by him again and again. But Broly's aura not only did not decrease, but it was like a perpetual motion machine, becoming braver and stronger as he fought. Such a magical situation was the first time that even Angel Whis encountered it. Mr. Whis, I know I am not your opponent, but I still hope you can be more serious and show more powerful strength to compete with me. After all, the attack like you just now is far from defeating me. Broly's mouth corners slightly raised, although he would be repelled a long distance every time he fought with Whis. But as the number of fights increased, Broly gradually adapted to Whis' offensive rhythm, and even the distance of his body retreating was gradually shortened. Wow! I have to say, Mr. Broly, your growth rate is indeed very abnormal. But this makes me more and more interested in you. Angel Whis smiled again with his mouth covered. Although Broly's growth rate is indeed very abnormal, it is naturally unrealistic to reach the level that can threaten Angel. In that case, I won't be polite. Broly suddenly squatted after saying that. He condensed a huge energy ball in each hand. Then the energy ball became smaller and smaller under Broly's continuous compression. The energy ball, which was originally about 5 meters in diameter, was finally compressed to the size of a football. Compressing energy? That's quite interesting. Whis looked at Broly with interest and obviously did not intend to stop him. He really wanted to see what kind of surprise Broly could bring him next. Huh. Then Broly roared, and the two football-sized energy balls in his hand were instantly kneaded together. But this was far from over. Then, I don't know when Broly appeared around him again. And Broly just stretched out his palm, with a faint smile on his lips. The next second, more than a dozen huge energy balls behind him instantly flew towards Broly's palm. Condensation, compression, condensation again, compression again. Wow, so amazing. Mr. Broly can actually compress his own energy to this extent? King Kai opened his mouth in shock. Although ordinary people can also compress energy, under normal circumstances, they can no longer control it after compressing it once or twice. However, Broly actually compressed such a huge energy ball dozens of times. What shocked King Kai the most was that this energy ball that had been compressed dozens of times was still under Broly's control. Mr. Broly can really always bring unexpected surprises to people. Looking at the energy ball in Broly's hand, Whis' face showed appreciation. As the angel of the 7th universe, Whis has no idea how many tens of thousands of years he has lived in this universe. But among the many cultivation geniuses he met during this period, Broly is definitely one of the best. Are you ready to take it, Mr. Whis? Broly finished speaking with a smile on his lips. Swish! The next second, Broly's body disappeared directly on the spot. Huh? Whis raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Broly's body suddenly appeared behind him. Energy compression cannon. Broly did not hesitate at all and used the energy compression cannon directly on Whis' back. Broly did not hold back in this process because he knew the difference in strength between him and Angel. Even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to hurt Whis, so there was no need to hold back at all. Facing the energy compression cannon attacking from behind, Angel Whis' face also showed a solemn expression. Even he did not dare to be careless about an energy bomb that had been compressed dozens of times. Boom boom. Accompanied by the flashing of dazzling white light. The energy aftermath of the explosion spread rapidly, and under the continuous impact of this energy, the King Kai star under his feet shook violently. Even the planets that were slightly closer to the King Kai star were shattered at this moment. If Broly had not used instant transmission to escape in time, he would probably have been seriously injured by such a close-range explosion. The explosion lasted for 2 minutes before gradually subsiding. When the smoke and dust quickly dissipated, Angel Whis' figure was exposed to everyone's sight. Because of the angel barrier, Whis was not injured. But his angel barrier, which protected his entire body, was now full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. Failed again. Looking at the completely uninjured Angel Whis, Broly couldn't help but exhale. Now it seems that he still underestimated Angel's strength. The strongest attack he released with all his strength couldn't even hurt the opponent. It actually broke my angel barrier? It's unbelievable. Looking at the cracked angel barrier in front of him, Whis showed a surprised expression on his face. Whis knew very well how strong the angel barrier was. But now his angel barrier was broken just like that, which made Whis feel extremely surprised. This shows how strong Broly's last attack was just now. So powerful. As expected of Mr. Whis, even that level of attack couldn't hurt him. King Kai looked at Angel Whis in surprise. Even the planet strengthened by Angel was destroyed like this. You can imagine how terrifying that attack was. Mr. Whis, let's continue the fight. Broly looked at Angel Whis, clenched his fists, and planned to continue fighting. Although the previous attack almost consumed all the energy in his body, Broly can still continue to fight with the strength of his body. However, it is unrealistic to release a powerful energy cannon again. Swish! Angel Whis did not respond, but slowly landed in front of Broly. The previous attack should have consumed almost all your energy. I don't think there is any need to continue fighting, Angel Whis said. He could see that although the previous attack consumed a lot of Broly's energy, Broly still had a strong fighting power at this moment. However, through the previous battle, he already knew Broly's strength and his terrifying growth ability. So naturally, there was no need to continue fighting. Although the previous attack did consume a lot of my energy, I can still fight now. As he said, Broly couldn't help but clench his fists. Grass-green energy also gushed out. But the momentum emanating from his body was obviously not as strong as before. Ho ho ho. I know you will have many opportunities to challenge me in the future, so let's stop here today. Angel Whis covered his mouth and smiled. Then he looked at the King Kai planet that was destroyed by the two of them. I'm so sorry, King Kai, I accidentally destroyed your planet like this. Whis looked at King Kai in the distance and said embarrassedly. It's okay. It's okay, Mr. Whis. Just some ground was destroyed. I also want to thank you for strengthening my King Kai planet. Otherwise, I'm afraid King Kai planet no longer exists at this moment. In the face of Whis's value, King Kai waved his hands quickly. Although he was very depressed in his heart, he couldn't say much. After all, the other party was Angel. And King Kai planet was only destroyed, not shrunk or destroyed. As long as it took some effort, it could still be repaired. I'd better do a little bit to restore it here. After Whis said this, he stretched out his palm, and the angel staff immediately appeared. Then, as Whis waved his staff, the destroyed ground and buildings were restored to their original positions. Although it was not restored to its original state, it was much better than before. Thank you so much, Mr. Whis. Seeing that his planet was basically restored, King Kai's face was immediately filled with excitement and gratitude. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Whis smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Broly in front of him. I wonder if Mr. Broly is interested in going to the Gods of Destruction world with me to practice? Whis looked at Broly and took the initiative to extend an olive branch. As a human being, Broly was able to practice to this level without the guidance of gods, which had already attracted Whis' attention. Coupled with the terrifying growth rate that Broly showed in the battle just now, Whis was very shocked. So Whis took the initiative to invite Broly. Gods of Destruction world? Broly scratched his head and pretended to be puzzled. But he was secretly happy in his heart. The battle with Whis just now greatly improved his strength. His original basic combat power of 980 million has now soared to 5.9 billion. If he can stay in the Gods of Destruction world, he will definitely have the opportunity to challenge Whis in the future, so his strength will definitely be improved very quickly. I almost forgot that Mr. Broly doesn't know about the Gods of Destruction world yet. In this case, let me explain it a little bit. Then Whis told him about the 12 universes and the Gods of Destruction Angel Supreme Kai. Broly was naturally very cooperative and showed a surprised expression. But the two siblings of Razli on the other side were really shocked. They never thought that this world was so vast and there were so many powerful gods. Of course, the one who surprised them the most was Broly. They didn't expect that Whis, the master of Gods of Destruction, would take the initiative to invite Broly to practice in the Gods of Destruction world. You should know that Gods of Destruction is the most powerful existence in their universe. It can be seen that Broly's talent and potential are probably comparable to Gods of Destruction. So, Mr. Broly, are you willing to go to the Gods of Destruction world with me to practice? In addition, we angels usually only guide Gods of Destruction and Gods of Destruction candidates to practice, so if you are willing to accept my guidance, you will most likely become the backup Gods of Destruction in our 7th universe. Angel Whis said this. King Kai on the side suddenly widened his eyes in shock, his face full of disbelief. The backup Gods of Destruction, that is the future Gods of Destruction of the universe. As long as Mr. Beerus steps down, then Mr. Broly will be the new Gods of Destruction of this universe. That is to say, even if I go to the Gods of Destruction world with you to practice, I may not necessarily become the backup of Gods of Destruction in the future. Am I right, Mr. Whis? Broly said directly. Well, theoretically, it is like this, but Mr. Broly, you don't have to worry. You have great potential. I think there is still a great possibility that you will become the backup of Gods of Destruction in the future. Whis thought Broly was worried that he would not be able to become Gods of Destruction in the future and immediately explained. In that case, I agree. I am willing to go to the Gods of Destruction world with you to practice. After confirming this, Broly agreed directly. He was only interested in improving his strength. As for becoming the Gods of Destruction of this universe, Broly was not very interested. Gods of Destruction does seem to be the highest-ranking existence in the universe on the surface. But Broly knew very well that there were Xeno and Grand Priest above Gods of Destruction. Think about the humble look of Beerus kneeling on the ground after seeing Grand Priest and Xeno in the original book. Broly really has no good feelings about becoming Gods of Destruction. Moreover, after becoming Gods of Destruction, there will be many restrictions. It is better to be as free as he is now. If it is just for longevity, then as long as you practice the power of God and become a Super Saiyan God, your lifespan can still be increased to thousands of years. There is no need to become Gods of Destruction. Wow, that's really great. Broly agreed. Whis covered his mouth and smiled. In that case, let's prepare to return to the Gods of Destruction world now. Whis said directly. Well, Razli, you two should stay here with King Kai to practice for the time being, and I will come back to guide you to practice after a while. Broly nodded, and then looked at Razli. Although Whis would not stop him even if he took Razli and the other two to the Gods of Destruction to practice, Broly did not plan to take them with him for the time being, because he did not want to be distracted. For him, going to the Gods of Destruction was for a purpose, which was to master the power of God and improve his own strength. And during this period, it was obviously impossible to waste time on other things. So it would be better to let them stay with King Kai to practice, and King Kai could also give them some useful guidance. Well, I will wait for you to come back. Leslie nodded seriously. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I will take good care of my sister. Lapis patted his chest and promised. Mr. Broly, don't worry. During your absence, I will definitely urge them to practice well. King Kai looked at Broly and said with a flattering expression. In his opinion, Broly will definitely be able to become a substitute for Gods of Destruction in the future, and even become the future Gods of Destruction of this universe. So he naturally has to maintain a good relationship with Broly. That's troublesome. Mr. Whis, let's go. Broly nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Angel Whis. Okay, since Mr. Broly is ready, let's go now. Whis put his hand on Broly's shoulder and then gently tapped the ground with the delivery station in his hand. The bodies of the two were instantly wrapped in white light and then directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared in King Kai Star. Although Whis could not instant transmission, his flying speed shocked Broly. One planet after another flashed by him. Time passed by, and in less than 20 minutes, the two had arrived at the Gods of Destruction world. Broly was very shocked by Whis's terrifying flying speed. Although he could fly at high speed in the universe now, he was completely incomparable with Whis. He felt that if Whis hadn't taken him with him, the distance he had just covered would be enough for him to fly for half a year, and he might not be able to reach the Gods of Destruction. Mr. Broly, we have arrived at the Gods of Destruction, Whis said. The Gods of Destruction in front of him was not much different from the original book. As far as the eye could see, it was almost purple. In the center of the Gods of Destruction was a purple palace. Although it was a palace, it looked more like a huge purple tree from the outside. Is this where we are going to live next? It looks really simple. Broly shook his head helplessly. Apart from the filter of the Gods of Destruction, this place looks even worse than the Earth. Wow. No, that's Lady Beerus's bedroom. As for why it looks so simple, you have to ask Lady Beerus. After all, it's decorated according to her favorite style, Angel Whis said with a smile. And his implication was very obvious. Beerus's strange aesthetics are indeed not acceptable to everyone. At least Whis himself can't appreciate it. Also, Mr. Broly, if there is nothing special, try not to get close to Lady Beerus' bedroom. If you accidentally wake up Lady Beerus, the consequences will be very terrible, Angel Whis reminded. Well, I know. Broly nodded. He was not afraid of Beerus waking up, and even looked forward to Beerus waking up earlier. After all, this way he could have a good fight with Beerus. Then Broly took out the universal capsule that Bulma had prepared in advance from his pocket. Press the switch and throw the capsule out. Bang! White smoke rose, and then a semicircular hut appeared in front of the two. Huh? What is this? Can a house appear out of thin air? Looking at the semicircular house that suddenly appeared in front of him, Whis said with a puzzled look. This is the first time he has seen this kind of technology. This is called the Universal Capsule, a product made by Earth Technology. Any item can be stored in it and taken out when needed. Come in and take a look, Whis. After Broly's brief explanation, he went straight into the room. The previous battle with Whis consumed a lot of his physical energy. In order to practice better in the future, he really needs to rest well now. I didn't expect that Earth technology could make such a useful thing. Whis opened his mouth in surprise and then followed Broly in. However, after entering, Whis was immediately attracted by the ham on the table. Broly naturally noticed the change in Whis's eyes. Immediately, Broly went straight forward, picked up the ham, and quickly peeled off the package. The battle with Mr. Whis just now consumed a lot of energy. It's a good time to eat something to replenish my energy. After saying that, Broly started eating. He knew very well that Whis had almost no resistance to food. So if you want to better control Whis, using food is naturally the best choice. Seeing Broly eating with relish, Whis licked his lips subconsciously, staring at the half-finished ham sausage in Broly's hand. After a few seconds, Whis finally couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Broly, what kind of food are you eating? It looks delicious." "You mean this? This is a special food I made. I call it ham sausage. It is a top-notch delicacy made by me after traveling all over the northern galaxy and collecting 9,981 kinds of spices." Seeing Whis successfully attracted by the ham sausage, Broly couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the best way to control Whis's food. As long as Whis can be successfully controlled, regardless of whether the system will be upgraded, he will definitely learn more angel abilities from Whis. Gurgle. After listening to Broly's explanation, Whis swallowed his saliva subconsciously. But from the other party's description, it is not difficult to see that this thing called ham sausage is definitely a top-notch delicacy. Such an alluring aroma, coupled with Broly's expression of enjoyment when tasting the ham sausage. These details made Whis believe Broly's words without a doubt. "Well, Mr. Broly, do you have any extra ham sausages you made? The reason why I left the Gods of Destruction world before was to find delicious food, but later I forgot this, because I met you. Now watching you eat, my stomach suddenly feels so hungry." Whis swallowed hard and looked at Broly eagerly. His mind was full of the aroma of ham sausage. If he couldn't taste this delicacy called ham sausage today, he would definitely not want to sleep peacefully today. Although it is very difficult to make ham sausage, since Mr. Whis wants to eat it, then I can only reluctantly give it up. Broly showed an embarrassed expression, then took out a ham sausage from the refrigerator and handed it to Whis. At this moment, Whis had already been attracted by the ham sausage in his hand and didn't pay attention to other delicacies in the refrigerator at all. "Wow! Thank you so much, Mr. Broly. In the future, no matter what difficulties you encounter in your practice, just come and ask me." Whis excitedly opened the ham sausage package. He then took a bite. Then, Whis's whole body trembled, and his eyes showed an excitement that could not be described in words. Then his whole body swayed from side to side like jelly. Obviously, for Whis, who had never tasted delicious food, ham sausage was definitely a top-notch delicacy. "It's so delicious." After swaying from side to side for a long time, Whis finally couldn't help screaming. Then Whis number 4 swallowed the remaining half of the ham sausage in one gulp without caring about his image. Although he was choking on the ham sausage and had difficulty breathing, the expression on Whis's face was still particularly enjoyable. Wow, Mr. Broly didn't expect that in addition to your high talent for practice, you are also so good at cooking." After completely swallowing the ham sausage, Whis immediately looked at Broly with excitement. He felt that he had really picked up a treasure this time. Broly not only had such an amazing talent for cultivation, but he could also make such exquisite food as ham sausage. As long as Broly stayed in the Gods of Destruction world, he would not have to worry about not having delicious food to eat in the future. Whis was excited just thinking about it. In fact, the production of ham sausage is quite simple. The taste of other delicacies I made is not inferior to ham sausage at all, Broly said very confidently. Of course, Broly can't make delicacies and can't even cook. But what does it matter? He can instant transmission to the Earth, so he can bring any delicacies he wants. Wow, that's great, Mr. Broly. I think we can start practicing right now, and when we finish practicing, we can prepare for dinner. Whis looked at the time and found that it was almost time for dinner, so he said impatiently, "That won't do. The fight with you just now has almost exhausted my energy. Even if I want to practice, I have to wait until I rest." Broly shook his head. Whether it was the fierce fight with Whis or the energy compression cannon that was compressed dozens of times in the end, this almost consumed Broly's energy. If there were senzu beans, of course he could practice immediately, but Broly didn't bring any senzu beans this time, so it would be more appropriate to practice after resting. Wow! Isn't it just that the energy is too much? What's so difficult about it? Leave it to me. Whis raised his chin very confidently, then took out the angel staff and tapped Broly's shoulder. The light green light sank into Broly's body. The next second, Broly suddenly opened his eyes, and he felt that all the energy consumed in his body was instantly restored. And not only that, his body seemed to have become stronger because of this. "How is it, Mr. Broly? Can we start practicing now?" Whis said with a smile, covering his mouth. "Well, since the physical strength has been completely restored, let's get started." Broly clenched his fists excitedly. He thought he would have to wait until tomorrow to continue practicing. Now, with the help of Whis, Broly felt that he could go a week without sleeping. "In order to train you to become a substitute for gods of destruction, we will start practicing with the breath of God." Then Whis gave Broly a series of explanations. What is the breath of God? What is the difference between the breath of God and Chi? And how to feel the breath of God, absorb the breath of God, and transform it into the power of God. In the original work, it took Son Goku and others about 2 weeks from the beginning of contact with the breath of God to the complete mastery of the power of God. It took 3 months to successfully become Super Saiyan God Blue. Under the guidance of Whis, Broly completely mastered the breath of God in just 1 day and transformed the breath of God into his own power of God. After practicing the power of God for 2 weeks, Broly can freely transform into Super Saiyan God Red. However, Broly did not continue to cultivate towards the path of Super Saiyan God. Instead, he integrated his divine power into the 4th stage of Super Saiyan and successfully achieved the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. "Mr. Whis, how about we have another fight?" Although Broly couldn't hurt Whis at all even if he used all his strength when he was at full power of the 4th stage of Super Saiyan before. But now Broly has not only successfully mastered the power of God, but also achieved the 4th stage of Super Saiyan limit breakthrough. With his strength greatly improved, he naturally wants to challenge Whis again. Yes, but it's almost lunchtime. In order not to affect our tasting of delicious food, you must be prepared to be hit, Angel Whis said calmly. Since Broly came to the Gods of Destruction world, the food they eat every day is almost different, and all kinds of food they have never seen make Whis unable to stop. Now he can hardly leave Broly. After eating the food prepared by Broly, going back to eat the food he used to eat is really like chewing wax for Whis. There is no appetite at all. That won't do. You can't end the battle with just one move, or I won't be able to grow in the battle. Broly frowned slightly, obviously disagreeing with Whis's proposal. Because if Whis is willing, he really only needs one move to defeat him. Ho ho ho. How about this, Mr. Broly? How about you prepare another bucket of the same bucket noodles you ate last time? If you agree, I will delay lunchtime and train with you for 2 more hours. Angel Whis covered his mouth, his eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Obviously all this was premeditated. Since tasting the bucket noodles made by Broly last time, Whis has completely fallen for it. This kind of food that only needs to be added with hot water, although it looks very simple, the taste is irresistible. That won't do, Mr. Whis. The production of bucket noodles is very complicated. You need to knead the dough first, then dry it and fry it. And the seasoning package is made by collecting 749 spices in the universe. Although the way to eat bucket noodles is simple, The difficulty of making them is unimaginable. But if Mr. Whis is willing to accompany me to fight for another hour, I will reluctantly agree. Broly pretended to be embarrassed, but a smile of success appeared at the corner of his mouth. A bucket of instant noodles in exchange for Whis to accompany him to train for 3 hours is simply a blood profit. No problem, Mr. Broly. Whis agreed without even thinking about it. For Angel, there is no need to eat anything, and the body will not be affected in any way. The reason why they like to eat delicious food is simply to enjoy the pleasure brought by delicious food. So delaying eating for an hour or 2 is naturally not a big problem for Whis. Great, let's get started. Broly nodded excitedly, and then immediately jumped up and opened a distance of more than 10 meters from Whis. Huh. At the moment of clenching his fist, a low roar came out of Broly's mouth. At the same time as the roar came out, a grass-green energy flame immediately gushed out of Broly's body. Then Broly's enlightenment uniform suddenly disappeared, replaced by a body of red hair. Is he a 4th-level Super Saiyan right away? It seems that Mr. Broly seems to have mastered new power. Angel Whis looked at Broly, who had become a 4th-level Super Saiyan, and couldn't help but say curiously. According to his understanding of Broly, he couldn't show his full strength right away unless he still had more powerful abilities. And the current situation is obviously the case. Worthy of being Whis, you can see through my thoughts at a glance. Before showing your full strength, let's do a warm-up exercise first. Broly chuckled. As expected of Whis, he could see that he had retained his strength at a glance. No problem. Whis nodded. I'm going to attack Mr. Whis. The moment the voice came out, Broly's body suddenly turned into a red arrow and shot towards Whis. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Broly came to Whis in an instant. The fist that had been clenched for a long time was fiercely blasted towards Whis' chest. Mr. Broly's speed has also increased, Whis said, leaning back slightly and easily dodged Broly's fist. The punch missed. Broly was not surprised and did not stay for long, and then a whip kick hit Whis' waist and abdomen fiercely. But the result was still missed. As long as Whis did not actively resist, this level of attack could not touch his body at all. Come again, come again. As if ignited, Broly waved his fist again and launched a crazy attack on Whis. Using both fists, the attack rained down on Whis' body. However, such an attack was no pressure at all for Whis. Even without using his eyes to see, his body could respond autonomously. Mr. Broly, you can't hit me with such an attack, Whis said with a smile. Under the effect of Ultra Instinct, even without using his eyes to see, his body could spontaneously dodge Broly's attacks from all directions. Really? Then you'll be in for a good time. Broly was not discouraged by this, but instead showed a curve at the corner of his mouth. Then he punched Whis in the face again. What? This time Whis did not dodge, or it could not be avoided, and finally could only meet it with his fist. It's unbelievable. Mr. Broly, you actually learned my fighting style in the battle. After blocking Broly's attack, Whis looked at Broly with an unbelievable look. Just now he could clearly feel that Broly's movements were obviously at the level of extreme freedom. Although it is not perfect, it has the prototype of Ultra Instinct. Mr. Whis, you don't think I was just doing warm-up exercises just now? Broly smiled faintly. Although it is a bit difficult to control, combined with Whis' expression at the moment, he is sure that he has just briefly entered the realm of ultimate selfies. Next, he only needs to feel the feeling just now, and then repeat it a few more times, and he will definitely master the entry-level signs of ultimate selfies. I see. I didn't expect Mr. Broly to have been learning my movements and postures in battle. I have to say, Mr. Broly, you are really a godlike fighting genius. Even Whis, an angel, is extremely shocked by Broly's terrifying growth rate and learning ability. When Master Beerus was learning Ultra Instinct, it took a long time under his continuous teaching to reach that realm. Unexpectedly, Mr. Broly has touched the threshold of ultimate self-ease just by fighting with himself. The best is yet to come, Whis. Now I'll show you my new form. After saying that, Broly suddenly opened his legs and put his clenched fists on his waist. That is the power of God. It's really surprising. I didn't expect Mr. Broly to be able to release such a powerful aura of God. With such a powerful divine power, it will be troublesome if it accidentally wakes up Lord Beerus. Whis immediately waved the angel staff, and then a light green light curtain instantly enveloped Beerus' palace. In this way, there is no need to worry that the two of them will accidentally wake up Beerus in the next battle. However, just when Whis was about to take it a little more seriously, two powerful auras of God in the distance rushed towards them at a very fast speed. What a strong aura of God! Broly frowned and also felt this huge aura of God. Although it is not clear who it is certain that Supreme Kai will never have such a huge aura of God. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Then two figures appeared in front of Broly. Looking at the two familiar figures in front of him, Broly couldn't help but frowned. It turned out to be the two of them. The moment he saw the two people, Broly's face immediately showed a surprised look. Broly was very familiar with the two people in front of him. To be precise, it was not two people, but one person and one cat. The woman was wearing a dark green angel costume, holding a staff in her hand, and there was a black gem on the top of the staff. The silver-white ponytail was high and hung down to her waist. She had a graceful figure and perfect facial features. Although her light blue skin made her look a little different from ordinary humans, it made her whole body exude a different kind of noble temperament. Next to her was a purple fat cat. And these two people were Angel Vados of the 6th universe and Gods of Destruction Kampa of the 6th universe. Long time no see, Sister Vados. Whis first looked at Vados and greeted her with a smile. It's been a long time since we last met, Whis. Master Kampa insisted on coming over, and I couldn't stop him. Vados sighed helplessly. Master Kampa, why did you suddenly come to our 7th universe when you weren't staying in the 6th universe? Whis looked at Kampa, his expression obviously a little unhappy. For him, as long as he accompanied Broly in the battle for a while, he could taste delicious food, but being disturbed at this time, even though Whis had a stable personality, he lost his temper at this moment. TSK. Nothing, can't I come, Whis? Beerus should still be sleeping now. As he spoke, Kampa's eyes involuntarily looked at Broly opposite Whis. Because Broly had returned to normal at this moment, Kampa's gaze did not stay for long. In his opinion, the other party was just a weak human being, and there was nothing to care about at all. As for the huge breath of God just now, it is definitely not something that a human can release. Lord Beerus is still sleeping. Whis responded indifferently. Since Beerus is still sleeping, where did the huge breath of God just now come from? Kampa narrowed his eyes and looked at Whis with curiosity. He came here to steal the super wishing beads of the 7th universe, so after hearing Whis's explanation, he felt more relieved. As for stealing the super wishing beads, Whis turned a blind eye and basically ignored it, so as long as Beerus was still sleeping, there was no need to worry about being discovered. The huge breath of God? Hearing this, Whis showed a hint of doubt on his face, but soon thought of something. Then he looked at Broly and said, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Broly, the candidate of Gods of Destruction that I trained for Lord Beerus. The powerful divine aura you just felt should be emitted by Mr. Broly. What? Gods of Destruction candidate? Hearing this, Kampa's face changed slightly. Candidates for Gods of Destruction are generally selected before Gods of Destruction steps down, and many Gods of Destruction in the 12 universes have already found candidates suitable to become backup Gods of Destruction. What surprised Kampa was that Beerus' 7th universe actually found a suitable candidate to train ahead of him. And this move obviously made Kampa, who always liked to compete with Beerus, very unhappy. That's right, Lord Kampa. Although Mr. Broly is a human, his strength and talent for cultivation are very shocking. Whis raised his neck with great pride. Broly's cultivation talent and amazing growth ability are not inferior to Gods of Destruction. So Whis is naturally very satisfied with Broly as his apprentice. Of course, the most important thing is that Broly can make super delicacies that he has never eaten before, and each one can make him unable to stop. TSK, what a joke. He is just a human being. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? There is always a limit to human growth. Whis, you still overestimate him. Kampa put his hands on his hips and scanned Broly's body. Then he came to a conclusion. Just a human, there is no need to take it to heart. If he, Kampa, were to choose a candidate for gods of destruction, he would definitely be tens of thousands of times stronger than the guy in front of him. At least he would not choose a human with a limited strength. Master Kampa, don't make a conclusion so early. I think Mr. Broly's body is very suitable for fighting, and if it is true as Whis said, that the breath just now came from Mr. Broly, then his strength should not be weak at all. Angel Vados looked Broly up and down, and then nodded. Although she did not feel too strong divine power from Broly, Broly's body was much more suitable for fighting than Kampa's celestial being. Detnet. Vados, are you saying I'm fat? You're such a nasty guy, I've been losing weight recently, okay? Kampa, who was already in a bad mood, became even more angry after hearing what Vados said. But Vados was right, but in terms of body shape, Broly's body is indeed more suitable for fighting than him. Hello, Miss Vados. Nice to meet you. This is our lunch today. If you don't mind, let's enjoy it together. Broly ignored Kampa and walked past him to Vados. He didn't expect Vados to speak for him, which made Broly feel more favorable towards Vados. Then Broly took out the lunch he had prepared in advance. This was the macaron cake he brought back to Earth after instant transmission. It was originally prepared to seduce Whis to fight with him, but he didn't expect Vados and Kampa to suddenly appear. Then Broly opened a delicate little box, and then several colorful and delicate little cakes were presented in front of Vados. Wow! It smells so good. It seems that you, sister, are in for a treat today. After smelling the fragrance of the little cake, Whis was immediately attracted. TSK, what can be so delicious about a human's food? Kampa curled his lips with disdain. He believed that only their sixth universe was the real kingdom of food, so the food Broly brought out was nothing good. What a beautiful food, and it smells so good. Vados looked at the macaron cake Broly handed over, and her eyes lit up, and stars appeared in her eyes. Wow, it's so delicious! Angel Whis picked up a macaron and swallowed it. Then she immediately screamed like an O*************************************************************************************************************************. Is it really that delicious, Whis? Vados was also very curious, and he thought that Whis's reaction was a bit too much. Even if the cake looks good, it doesn't mean it tastes good. Of course, Sister Vados, you can trust Mr. Broly's cooking skills. Any kind of food he makes is the best among the many foods I have tasted. Whis's eyes were very determined. Then I'll try it too. Seeing Whis's eyes were so sure, Vados immediately picked up a piece of cake and started eating. As the food went down his throat, Vados's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened. Then his whole body paused for a few seconds and suddenly trembled. Really, Whis, this cake tastes really great. Sweet but not greasy, the sweetness of sugar and the fragrance of cake are perfectly fused together. It's really delicious. Vados covered his cheeks with a satisfied expression. If it weren't for maintaining a good image in front of Broly, Urguos really wanted to scream like Whis now. Because this macaron cake made by Broly is simply the most delicious food he has ever eaten. In fact, she had never thought that there would be such exquisite food in this world. Hee, now you know how powerful Mr. Broly is, Sister Vados. Seeing his sister's evaluation, Whis was naturally very proud. Now let's see if Sister Vados dares to tempt him with the food of the sixth universe in the future. Well, Mr. Broly is really amazing. I didn't expect the food you made to be so delicious. While commenting, Vados did not forget to pick up another piece of cake and put it in his mouth. Then a satisfied expression appeared on his face again. This little cake tastes really great. Soon, a box of macaron cakes was swept away by Whis and Vados. But both of them had an expression of wanting more. Vados, is this thing really that delicious? Kampa stood by and watched for a long time, and finally swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking. That's true, Master Kampa. Although I don't know how Mr. Broly made it, the taste of this little cake is really the best of the best. This is even the most delicious food I have ever eaten. Vados licked the remaining cream at the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but savor it again. Damn it, I don't believe that a food made by humans can be so special. Kampa stamped his feet in anger and then immediately looked at Broly in front of him. Hey, your name is Broly, right? Hurry up and take out some more of the food just now so that I, the gods of destruction, can also taste it a little bit. Kampa looked at Broly with a proud face and said to him in the tone of commanding a servant. It's so funny. Why should I give you the food? Broly frowned slightly. If Kampa's attitude was better, Broly would not mind taking out some more cakes to share. But Kampa's almost commanding tone made Broly a little annoyed. What? Do you know what you are saying? I am the gods of destruction. I am giving you face by eating your food. You are just a human ant. If it weren't for Whis, I would destroy you right now. Listening to Broly's answer, Kampa was stunned for a moment and then immediately looked at Broly fiercely. He thought Broly would obediently give him the food, but he didn't expect that the other party would dare to refuse him directly. Please give me flowers. A mere human dared to talk to him like this, which made Kampa furious. How ridiculous. Gods of destruction, so what? You are just the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Don't forget that this is the 7th universe. Why should I listen to you? And if you want to destroy me, you have to have that ability. Broly's mouth corners raised, looking at Kampa with a look of idiot. Gods of destruction, so what? With his current strength, he is not afraid of gods of destruction at all. Broly even hopes that the other party will attack him, so that he can take this opportunity to improve his strength. *7, 17. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this. Your good days are over, kid. Kampa said with a cold smile on his face. A powerful breath of God suddenly gushed out of his body. The powerful breath of God poured out like an ocean, and then the entire gods of destruction world trembled. It's bad. Master Kampa seems to be angry. Whis, aren't you going to stop it? Seeing that Kampa was really angry, Vados couldn't help but look worried. But when she looked at Whis, she found that his face was surprisingly calm, as if he was not worried at all that Broly would be accidentally killed by Kampa. That's not necessary, Sister Vados. I believe in Mr. Broly. It's not that easy for Lord Kampa to kill Mr. Broly. A confident smile appeared on the corner of Whis' mouth. Although Kampa, as the gods of destruction, is very powerful, Broly is equally powerful, and Kampa dare not use all his strength in their 7th universe. So Whis hoped that Broly could teach Kampa a little lesson, even if it was to embarrass him. After all, if Kampa hadn't brought Sister Vados here, she might have been tasting the delicious bucket noodles now. Is that really the case? Although Whis was confident, Vados was still a little worried. He held the angel staff tightly in his right hand, ready to rescue Broly at any time. She wanted to eat the food made by Broly in the future, so naturally she didn't want to see Broly die again. Is this the aura of gods of destruction? It's really ridiculously strong. But this will only make me more excited. Broly felt the terrifying aura released by Kampa, and not only did he not retreat, but he showed an excited smile on his face. He had originally planned to test his current strength to see what level it was, and Kampa's appearance was obviously just in time. ISI. Then Broly suddenly clenched his fists and shouted. As he shouted, a powerful aura suddenly gushed out of his body. Swish! The grass-green aura continued to gush, and at this moment Broly also turned into the full-power form of the 4th stage of the Super Saiyan. Interesting, it turns out that you still have some strength. No wonder you dare to talk to me like this. But it's a pity that you provoked the wrong god. Kampa still looked at Broly with disdain. Although the aura emanating from the opponent was very strong, it was only that strong for ordinary gods. For a true god of destruction like him, Broly's aura was not a concern at all. Really? In my opinion, your strength is just like that. The moment Broly's voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. He was extremely fast, and almost in an instant he arrived in front of God of Destruction Kampa, and then punched Kampa's chest without hesitation. Looking at Xiao Li's fist, Kampa's expression did not change at all, but he just stretched out a palm lightly. Puh! The moment the fists and palms collided, Broly's body seemed to be still and stopped abruptly. But Kampa's body stood still, without moving at all. "Ant." Kampa raised his mouth and looked at Broly with a mocking expression. "Now you know how big the gap between our strength is. I think the reason why Whis chose to train you as a candidate for Gods of Destruction is not because he thinks you are so strong, but because you can make some food." Faced with Kampa's ridicule, Broly was not angry but sneered. "Gods of Destruction are indeed very strong, but not as strong as I imagined. Broly, he only used 60% of his strength in that punch just now. The purpose was to test the strength of Gods of Destruction Kampa. Because in the original Dragon Ball, Gods of Destruction Kampa's strength is not very strong, and even the weakest among the 12 Gods of Destruction. Now it seems that Kampa's strength is not as weak as imagined." "Arrogant ant. Do you really think I dare not destroy you? Go to hell." Broly's words made Kampa completely murderous. He clenched his right fist and punched Broly's chest fiercely. Facing the oncoming punch, Broly instinctively crossed his arms against his chest. Bang! A low collision sounded, and the next second Broly's body flew backwards instantly. Broly's feet rubbed against the ground, and he plowed the ground for several kilometers before he stabilized his body. Although his posture was a bit awkward, he was not injured. "You can actually withstand my attack. It seems that it is not unreasonable for Whis to choose you as a candidate for Gods of Destruction." Kampa hugged his hands in front of his chest and looked down at Broly on the ground with a smug look. In his opinion, although Broly's strength is good, it is still in the category of humans, and there is no comparison with gods of the level of Gods of Destruction. Crack crack. Broly twisted his neck and made a crackling sound. Although he was obviously at a disadvantage in this confrontation, Broly's face did not show any panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth showed a hint of excitement. Even Broly's body was trembling slightly at this moment. Excited? Yes, it was excitement. This kind of excitement in the face of a strong opponent was completely different from the previous battle with Whis. Because Whis didn't really want to hurt Broly, he would hold back every time he attacked. Although this still made Broly excited, he still felt that something was missing. However, the battle with Kampa would not have this feeling at all. Although Kampa also retained his strength, he would not let Broly go, and every attack was aimed at severely injuring Broly. This also completely ignited the Super Saiyan blood in Broly's body. The boiling blood made Broly almost crazy. He just wanted to have a sweaty battle now. Kampa couldn't understand Broly at all. Obviously, the gap in strength between the two sides was so huge, and this guy didn't show any 510 fear on his face, but he was so excited, which made Kampa very confused. "Take it, Kampa." Broly growled, and then attacked Kampa again. Under the influence of the red hair, Broly's body almost turned into a red arrow and rushed towards Kampa. With a clenched fist, he punched Kampa again. Although his attack was either easily dodged by Kampa or perfectly blocked by Kampa, it did not affect Broly at all, but made him more excited. Tisk. "Damn human ant, die." Kampa snorted coldly, and then punched Broly's jaw fiercely. Bang. A low collision sound sounded, and this punch sent Broly flying hundreds of meters. But while Broly's body was almost stable, he launched a more fierce attack on Kampa again. The speed of his punches was faster and fiercer each time. This made Kampa a little irritated. In the past, no matter how powerful a human was, they would immediately treat him with respect after seeing his power. However, Broly was an exception. After seeing his power, he was not afraid but became more excited. It was as if he had always been eager to fight with a strong man like him. "And, since you want to die so much, I will let you see the true power of Gods of Destruction now." Kampa roared, and powerful divine power gushed out of his body instantly. The moment the purple energy flame gushed out, the ground under his feet was instantly shattered. If it weren't for Whis protecting Beerus's bedroom in advance, I'm afraid Beerus would have been awakened by this huge energy. Swish! Kampa, who was a little serious, was much faster than before. Before Broly could react, Kampa's body had already appeared in front of him. Then he kicked Broly's chest fiercely. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding sounded. Broly's body instantly flew backwards. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and dozens of mountains were instantly smashed into pieces by Broly's body. Broly slowly stood up. Although he looked very embarrassed, he still had an excited smile on his face. Is this the power of gods of destruction? Although it is much weaker than Angel, it is still very strong. In this case, I will also show my true strength. Feeling Kampa's powerful divine power, Broly not only did not have any fear, but excitedly clenched his fists. A low roar came from Broly's mouth, and at the same time as the sound came out, the black and red energy flames instantly burst out from his body. At the moment of the energy explosion, the entire Gods of Destruction world trembled. The gravels on the ground kept shaking, and the gravels closer to Broly floated directly into the air. At this moment, Broly's appearance also changed. His black hair turned from black to black-red. The red hair on his body also turned slightly black at this moment, which was Broly's fourth-order limit breakthrough of the Super Saiyan. Such a powerful divine power. It seems that the huge divine power they sensed before really came from Mr. Broly. Whis, no wonder you are so confident in Mr. Broly. It turns out that he still has such strength. Angel Vados looked at Whis with a surprised expression. No wonder Whis had no intention of stopping the two from fighting. With such a powerful divine power, even if Lord Kampa wanted to defeat Mr. Broly, it would not be so easy without using destructive power. Wow! I've said it before, Mr. Broly is definitely not as simple as he looks. Mr. Broly has great potential. That's why I chose to train him to be the candidate for the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction. Angel Whis raised his neck very proudly. He was really satisfied with Whis, his apprentice. But now Whis was also very curious about how far Broly could fight Kampa. But even so, Mr. Broly can't be a match for Lord Kampa, Vados said to himself. Although the divine power erupted from Broly was very huge, it still couldn't be compared with Gods of Destruction. But Whis's confident expression made Vados very confused. Could it be that Mr. Broly still had some special means? Is that so? I didn't expect that the divine power I sensed before actually came from you. No wonder you dared to be so presumptuous in front of Gods of Destruction. It turns out that you have some strength. But even so, your strength is still far behind that of Gods of Destruction. After a brief surprise, Kampa's face showed a contemptuous expression again. Although the divine power that Broly burst out at this moment is indeed not weak, it is still not worth mentioning compared to their Gods of Destruction. That's great. If Gods of Destruction is too weak, I would be disappointed. Broly raised his mouth and showed a sneer. For him, the stronger Kampa is, the more help he can get. His super blood can only be fully activated when fighting against an opponent stronger than himself. So the stronger Kampa is than himself, the more excited Broly is. TSK, you arrogant human ant, you get so arrogant just because I praised you. Do you think that with the little power you have, you can compete with Gods of Destruction? You are really overestimating yourself. Kampa's face changed slightly. I didn't expect that he would be so proud after I just praised him. You will know if you can compete with Gods of Destruction if you try. After Broly finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground and his body shot out instantly. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he rushed directly to Gods of Destruction Kampa. His speed was so fast that he arrived in front of Gods of Destruction Kampa in almost an instant, and then he slammed his fist hard at Kampa's chest. Don't overestimate your ability. Now I'll let you know the difference between ants and gods. Kampa pursed his lips and showed a sneer on his face. Then he also clenched his fist to greet him. Boom! At the moment when the two fists collided, powerful energy immediately spread in all directions. But even so, Kampa's body still stood in place, without moving. 0909. Ants are ants. Now you know the difference between them and Gods of Destruction. Kampa looked at Broly in front of him with a smug look. In his opinion, although Broly's strength was much stronger than before, it was just like that. It's totally different from the Gods of Destruction. Really? Broly responded calmly. Although this punch didn't have any effect, there was no sign of retreat on his face. There was only endless excitement. DRI. The next second, Broly's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, He had come to the side of Kampa, and then he kicked Kampa's flying barrel waist with a whip kick. 1+, 1+. Kampa's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened suddenly. He never thought that Broly's speed would be so fast. But such a distance was already incomparable to respond. Bang! The sound of the collision of flesh sounded, and Kampa was instantly blasted to the ground by Broly's kick. The moment his feet landed, the ground collapsed instantly. The smoke and dust were flying all over the sky, making Kampa look a little embarrassed at this moment. Amazing. That was the ability of instant transmission, right? I didn't expect Mr. Broly to have mastered this ability. Vados naturally discovered that what Broly had just used was instant transmission. But what surprised her was not instant transmission, but that Broly could actually sense the breath and perform instant transmission while fighting. And there was no stagnation at all. It was obvious that Broly's control of instant transmission had already reached perfection. Yes, Sister Vados, just watch carefully. Mr. Broly will definitely bring you a bigger surprise. Whis still said with confidence. Although the divine power that Broly exploded was not as huge as that of Gods of Destruction Kampa. But Whis was not worried. He knew very well how fast Broly was growing. Now Broly's divine power might not be as strong as Kampa's, but as the battle went on, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with Kampa's divine power. Kampa's fists clenched and creaked. As the Gods of Destruction, he was actually defeated by a tiny human ant. This was a great shame for him. If Beerus knew about this, he would probably take this opportunity to laugh at him again. What's wrong, Kampa? Is this all you can do? Broly looked down at Kampa on the ground, also showing a mocking look on his face. His posture was exactly the same as Kampa just now. This made Kampa even more angry. Looking for death. The moment the voice came out, Kampa's body instantly disappeared from the spot. Although Kampa's body was a little bloated, his speed was not slow at all. In a flash, his body had already arrived in front of Broly, and his clenched fist hit Broly's chest fiercely. Seeing this, Broly did not dare to be careless at all and also waved his fist to meet it. However, at the moment when the two fists were about to collide, Kampa's body twisted again, and his right knee directly hit Broly's abdomen. 1+4. Broly's pupils shrank slightly. He did not expect Kampa to be so insidious. In a hurry, he could only take advantage of the situation to put his fist against his chest to resist. Bang! Kampa's knee hit Broly's right arm heavily. Suddenly, a huge force came, and Broly's right arm against his chest was damaged and hit his chest, and then his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Boom! Countless mountains were directly pierced by Broly's flying body. For a while, gravel flew, and the ground was blasted with a shocking pressure by the terrifying shock wave. Isis. Broly slowly stood up and spit out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. Although his body was covered with different degrees of scratches, Broly's face was full of excitement. The pain in his body seemed to have completely activated the belligerent factor in his body, and even the black and red arrogance gushing out of Broly's body doubled. GG. It's not too late to kneel down and admit your mistakes now. For Whis' sake, as long as you kneel down and admit your mistakes to me, and make me another 100 copies of the delicious food you gave to Vados and others before, I can forgive your disrespect for Gods of Destruction this time. Kampa asked with a sneer. Although he wanted to kill Broly directly, Kampa knew that this was not realistic. After all, this was not his 6th universe, and even if he really wanted to kill Broly, Whis would definitely not agree. So as long as Broly was willing to kneel down and admit his mistakes, Kampa would naturally be willing to let him go. Don't dream, Kampa. You are not worthy of my delicious food. Broly walked towards Kampa step by step, with a confident arc on his lips. Although Kampa's strength is indeed very strong, it is precisely because of this that Broly needs to fight with him. It is absolutely impossible for him to kneel down and beg for mercy and admit his mistakes with just 4.5. Moreover, Broly can clearly feel that the super transmission blood in his body has been completely boiling, and his basic combat power has also made a huge leap in the battle just now. Now even if Kampa begs for mercy, Broly can't stop at this time. *7:17. Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. Of course, I won't really kill you for Whis' sake, but I can't make you a useless person. Kampa narrowed his eyes, and his murderous intent was clearly revealed. Originally, as long as Broly knelt down and begged for mercy and offered delicious food, he could cover this matter. But since the other party refused to surrender, he could only let the other party know the consequences of offending gods of destruction. What a toad yawning, what a big mouth. Broly sneered, then took a step and came directly in front of Kampa. Then he clenched his fists like raindrops and blasted towards Kampa. Swish, swish, swish. Every time he punched, the air was buzzing. But even so, his attack still couldn't shake Kampa. Kampa also easily resisted all of Broly's attacks. But as time went by, Kampa also realized a very scary problem. That is Broly, this guy, didn't feel tired at all. The speed of his punches was faster and faster, and the power was stronger and stronger. It was just like a humanoid fighting machine. As the fighting time increased, his fighting power was also growing rapidly in the battle. Kampa was soon out of breath due to lack of exercise for many years. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? After punching Broly away, Kampa couldn't help but curse. The amount of activity today has caught up with his activity in the past 10 years. He really couldn't figure out what was wrong with Broly. Did he hide his strength when he fought with him before? So he improved his strength little by little in the process of fighting with him? Wow! Sister Vados, you should have discovered the specialness of Mr. Broly. Angel Whis glanced at Vados beside him and said with a smile. Mr. Broly is indeed very amazing. I can feel that he is not hiding his strength, but is constantly growing in the battle with Master Kampa. Angel Vados said with a serious expression. For the well-informed angels, they knew very well that there were many races in the universe that could improve their strength in battle. But the strength they could improve was very limited, and there was often a limit. But Broly was completely different. His body seemed to be a bottomless pit, and it was improving without limit as the battle progressed. This made Vados feel a little troubled. If Broly was allowed to continue to grow like this, it would probably only be a matter of time before he surpassed Master Kampa. That's right. As my sister said, Mr. Broly's body is very special. If he encounters a strong opponent in battle, he will not only not feel fear and terror, but can improve his own combat power while fighting with the opponent. Whis explained very proudly. He also felt extremely fortunate in his heart that he had brought Broly to the Gods of Destruction world to practice. Otherwise, he would not only miss a super genius, but also miss the opportunity to meet Mate 1. It's really amazing. By the way, Whis, what race is Mr. Broly? If he is an ordinary human, it should be impossible to improve indefinitely. Vados suddenly thought of this key question. Yes, Sister Vados, Broly is a Saiyan. Although he is a kind of human, he is far superior to ordinary humans. Of course, Mr. Broly is a very special existence even among the Saiyans, because ordinary Saiyans cannot improve their strength in battle. 12. But I heard from Mr. Broly that he seems to have the blood of the Legendary Super Saiyan, so he can continue to become stronger in battle. Angel Whis explained. The Legendary Super Saiyan? I always feel like I have heard this name somewhere, but I suddenly can't remember it. Forget it. I'll ask Mr. Grand Priest again next time I see him. Vados shook her head. She vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a very powerful Saiyan who appeared tens of thousands of years ago, but because it was too long ago, Vados couldn't remember it now. On the other side, Broly was still fighting with Kampa physically. However, as time went by, Kampa, the Gods of Destruction, who was originally in an absolute advantage, gradually felt a little powerless. He found that no matter how he attacked Broly, Broly would stand up again as if nothing had happened. And every time he stood up again, his strength would increase. Even now, Broly can perfectly resist Kampa's attacks. This made Kampa very irritated. He thought that as a Gods of Destruction, it would only take a few minutes to deal with a human. As a result, the battle dragged on for more than an hour and it was not over yet. And now Broly even seemed to want to suppress him vaguely, which made Kampa even more frustrated. "What's wrong, Kampa? Your strength is not limited to this." Broly looked at Kampa and raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. Broly is now refreshed. Through the battle with Kampa, not only did his combat power increase to 18 billion, but even his control over the power of God was rapidly increasing. Why? Kampa put his hands on his knees and gasped for air. Just a human, don't you feel tired?" Kampa raised his head and looked at Broly angrily. He now suspected that Whis was playing tricks on him. He, the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, was already very tired. Why does this guy in front of me still look so energetic? It seems like he has endless energy. Tired. How can I be tired after such a sweaty battle? I think you should lose weight, Kampa. Broly shrugged and provoked Kampa. Now the super blood in his body is boiling, and he doesn't want to end the battle between the two. Cole. How dare you say I'm fat? Kampa hates it most when others say she is fat, and so far only 2 people dare to say she is fat. The first is Vados, who is an angel, and the second is Gods of Destruction Beerus, his twin brother in the 7th universe. Although Kampa will be angry if they say he is fat, they are his master and brother after all, and their strength is stronger than his, and he can't do anything to them. But this guy in front of him is just a human ant. If he were in the 6th universe, the guy who dared to provoke him like this would have died 10,000 times. Tell me the truth. You look breathless. Don't you want me to tell you? Broly raised his mouth and continued to add fuel to the fire. Damn you, B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** so don't blame me. I'll show you why everyone is so afraid of gods of destruction. After Kampa finished speaking, he clenched his fists, and a huge amount of purple energy immediately gushed out of his body. Then the ground under Kampa's feet suddenly sank, showing a huge spiderweb-like crack. The sky also changed color. Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered. And the terrifying and suffocating power of gods of destruction Kampa continued to rise. Good. Such a strong power of God. Is this Kampa's full strength? Feeling the rising power of God, Broly couldn't help but clench his fists. Although the strength of this power of God was terrifying, Broly's face showed no other emotion except excitement. This is what he wanted. Only by forcing Kampa to use his full strength can he gain more from this battle. Oh my, things seem to be going in the worst direction. Lord Kampa hates it most when someone says he is fat. Now Lord Kampa is probably really serious about it. Vados rubbed his forehead, obviously feeling a little headache about it. She knew Kampa's character very well. Once someone said he was fat, he would never let it go easily. And the current situation is obviously like this. Vados can only pray that Lord Kampa should not use destructive power. Although it is a bit troublesome, I believe Mr. Broly. Whis also looked serious. He naturally felt Kampa's continuously surging divine power, and the strength of the god of stocks far exceeded Broly. Whis was indeed a little worried, but after noticing Broly's excited expression, Whis was completely relieved. Since Mr. Broly didn't show any worry, what else could he worry about? Besides, even if things really developed to the point where they were irreversible, with him and Sister Vados around, it was unlikely that an uncontrollable situation would occur. However, let's add another layer of protection barrier to Lord Beerus's bedroom. Whis glanced at the direction of Beerus' bedroom. Then he immediately waved the angel staff and covered Beerus' bedroom with another layer of protection barrier. The next battle will definitely be extremely fierce. If Lord Beerus is accidentally woken up, it will not be good. Kampa's aura continued to surge for nearly a minute before it slowly stopped. See, this is the true strength of the gods of destruction. I was just playing with you just now, you really took yourself too seriously, but it doesn't matter, it's too late for you to regret it now. As he spoke, Kampa clenched his fist towards a Death Star in the distance. Boom! Then the Death Star collapsed and turned into dust and disappeared in the universe. Regret? Are you kidding me? I can't wait to be excited. As he said this, Broly opened his legs and took a fighting stance. Black and red energy flares also gushed out of his body at this moment. Then the strength of the divine power in Broly's body also surged. Although he was still much weaker than the gods of destruction Kampa at this moment, he was completely different from before. Humph, ants are ants, and they don't even know when they are about to die. Now feel how big the gap between us is. The moment the voice fell, Kampa's body appeared in front of Broly silently like a ghost. Then, without any warning, a straight punch hit Broly's abdomen fiercely. Broly, who was not prepared at all, was hit hard and flew out. The powerful force of Kampa's punch directly hit Broly's body from the gods of destruction whirled into the universe. After smashing 2 planets in a row, he finally stabilized his body. Pfft, the power of this punch is really terrifying. Broly spat out a mouthful of blood and then quickly adjusted his breath. Swish! At this moment, gods of destruction Kampa still came in front of him. Another heavy punch without any fancy moves. Bang! This punch still hit Broly's abdomen. Then Broly's body was hit hard and flew out again. But this time, before Broly could stabilize his body, gods of destruction Kampa predicted where he was about to land. Then he kicked him in the opposite direction. Just like this, after Broly was beaten for 3 full minutes. The black and red energy gushing out of his body not only did not weaken at all, but expanded again. And the powerful divine aura gushing out made Whis and Vados, who were watching from a distance, open their eyes wide. Mr. Broly, is this beyond the limit? Vados looked at Broly in the distance with astonishment. He thought that facing the almost full strength of Lord Kampa, Broly would be defeated quickly. However, it was indeed the case just now. Broly, who was beaten without any ability to fight back, actually burst out such amazing divine power in his body at this moment. This made Vados, as an angel, feel particularly incredible. Could it be that Mr. Broly's strength can really be unlimited? Improved in battle? If this is really the case, it is too terrifying. As expected of Mr. Broly, I knew he would not be defeated so easily. Whis excitedly clenched the angel staff in his hand. If he hadn't noticed that Broly's breath had not weakened at all because of Kampa's attack, he would have planned to stop the fight between the two. Now it seems that his approach was indeed wise. If he had suddenly interrupted the fight between the two, Mr. Broly would probably not have been able to exceed his own limits at this moment. Tisk, so what if he has exceeded his limits? Ants are ants, and our strength is not in the same dimension at all. As he said, Kampa punched Broly's body again. Puh. However, this time, the result Kampa expected did not appear. The fist he punched at Broly was actually blocked by Broly's palm. What? Actually caught my attack? Kampa widened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief. Have you had enough? If you have, it's my turn now. Looking at the terrified gods of destruction Kampa, Broly showed a bloodthirsty smile. Then he grabbed Kampa's right hand and pulled it hard, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched Kampa's abdomen fiercely. Bang! A low collision sound was heard. With this blow, Broly's fist almost sank into Kampa's abdomen. And Kampa's body was bent into the shape of a shrimp under the power of Broly's punch. Then his body flew out like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Kampa's body rushed all the way, and after smashing more than a dozen small planets, he stood firm. Swish! However, at this moment, Broly's body instant transmission to his back. Without giving Kampa any chance to breathe, Broly clasped his 10 fingers and punched Kampa's back neck fiercely. Boom! This time, Kampa's body flew backwards again. And this time, it fell directly on the ground of gods of destruction. On the ground that was already in tatters due to the fight between the two, a huge semicircular pit appeared again. Then Broly did not stop. Instead, he began to condense energy frantically at the fastest speed. Condensation, compression, condensation, compression. This time Broly compressed it by a full 108 times, even stronger than when he attacked Whis before. Go! Energy compression cannon. Broly flicked his right hand and fired the energy compression cannon that had been compressed by 10 times. It immediately blasted towards the center of the cenote where Kampa was at a very fast speed. Good, such a powerful energy fluctuation. Whis, it's our turn to attack. Vados frowned with some worry. Even if the gods of destruction's body strength is extremely high, facing such a powerful compressed energy bomb attack, I'm afraid there will be no good results. Don't worry, sister. Master Kampa can handle it himself. Whis directly stopped Vados, who was about to attack. Although Broly's attack was very powerful, it should not be enough to destroy a gods of destruction. So Whis felt that he had to stop it. Vados, who was originally going to stop it, could only sigh helplessly when he saw Whis blocking it. He could only pray silently for Master Kampa in his heart. A******, A******, A*****. This guy is just a mere human ant. How could he release such a powerful attack? This huge divine power, is it really going to use destructive energy? BA. Kampa didn't want to use destructive energy. If he had to use all his strength to deal with a candidate for Beerus, it would be too embarrassing. But when he saw that Vados had no intention of helping him, Kampa finally gritted his teeth. He began to activate the destructive power in his body. A******, destroy it. The moment he used the destructive power, Kampa's divine power soared to another level again. But the moment he raised his hand, a destructive energy ball the size of a football directly destroyed the oncoming energy compression cannon. No trace was left, as if it had been eliminated. And you can be proud of forcing me to use destructive power. But next, you will no longer have any chance of survival. Powerful destructive energy surged continuously. The gods of destruction world, which had been destroyed beyond recognition, trembled violently again. Except for the skinny Beerus, you are the first guy who can make me so angry, so I decided to give you a quick death. Are you ready to die, damn ant? Kampa looked at Broly with a cold face. As the voice fell, the huge destructive energy in his body gushed out again. With the blessing of the destructive power, the divine power emanating from Kampa at this moment reached an unprecedented height. If you can do it, then come on. Broly looked at Kampa calmly. Although the opponent had used the strongest means of gods of destruction, there was still no fear on his face. On the contrary, there was still an excited smile on the corner of his mouth. What if he used the destructive power? If he couldn't defeat himself instantly, the result would only make his strength increase faster. Haha, you are such an ignorant ant. Why do you think gods of destruction is the top god in the universe? Now I will let you see the horror of the power of destruction. The moment the voice fell, the elephant's body suddenly turned into a stream of purple light and rushed towards Broly. His speed was so fast that even Broly only caught a shadow of Kampa's body. Swish! However, the next second, Kampa's body appeared in front of Broly. It's over. As he said that, Kampa raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. He clenched his fist and blasted it towards Broly's chest without any warning. The speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. But even so, Broly still relied on his body's fighting instinct to put his arm against his chest in time to resist. Bang! The sound of flesh collision was heard. Then Broly's arm against his chest was hit hard on his chest by the powerful force of Kampa's punch. The powerful impact immediately made Broly spit out a mouthful of blood. Then his whole body flew backwards quickly to the other side of the universe, like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Under the continuous impact of Broly's body, the originally dense group of meteorites was cleared up in an instant. Boom! Finally, it was embedded in the surface of a distant asteroid. Whis, are you still not going to make a move? Realizing that Broly's breath was gradually decreasing, Vados' expression began to become a little anxious. Obviously, Mr. Kampa's punch caused Mr. Broly a serious injury, otherwise Mr. Broly's breath would not have dropped so much suddenly. Whis frowned, and his expression was particularly solemn. Even the right hand holding the angel's staff tightened unconsciously. Let's wait a little longer, Sister Vados. After a few seconds of silence, Whis finally made up his mind. He chose to trust Broly. Although the aura emitted by Broly was indeed much lower at this moment, it soon stabilized again. Whis also knew that the gods of destruction, who had used the power of destruction, was completely in a different dimension from Broly, but out of trust in Broly, Whis still wanted to wait a little longer. He believed that Broly would definitely bring them another surprise. Well then. Seeing Whis so determined, Vados could only nod. Ahem. Broly coughed twice, then stood up slowly. When Kampa threw a punch just now, he put his arms against his chest in time to block it. But his body was still seriously injured, and after blocking Kampa's attack, Broly felt that both of his arms were numb. So at this moment, Broly even wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and became a little slow. Tisk, you're not dead yet. I didn't expect that the vitality of an ant like you is so tenacious. Kampa hugged his hands in front of his chest and looked down at Broly on the ground with disdain. He didn't show any mercy in that punch just now, but he didn't expect Broly to be still alive. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Kampa. You missed the best chance to defeat me, so you won't have any chance to defeat me next time. As he said that, Broly's face showed a confident smile again. GG. This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. In your current state, I only need one finger to crush you to death. I really don't know where you get the courage to say such a thing. Kampa looked at Broly with a nonchalant look on his face. For him, Broly's words were simply the biggest joke in the world. At this moment, Broly's breath was not only declining, but even his chest was sunken. In this situation, he dared to speak so shamelessly, which made Kampa feel extremely ridiculous. You will know soon. Broly sneered. Then he stretched out his right hand, took out a green bean from somewhere, and put it directly into his mouth. Crack! As the fairy bean entered his throat, Broly's momentum, which was still a little sluggish, instantly recovered to the peak. Not only that, even the scratches on his body were all healed at this moment. Amazing! What did Mr. Broly eat just now? Why can his energy be completely restored in such a short time? And now Broly seems to be even stronger than before. Vados covered his mouth and said in disbelief. Although the angels can also do it, they can instantly restore the energy consumed by others, but it is impossible to be as fast as Broly. And Broly just recovered not only energy, but also the injuries he suffered in the battle with Master Kampa. This is what shocked Vados. Wow! It's Senzabean's sister Vados. This is a special item cultivated by a planet called Earth in our 7th universe. No matter how serious your injury is, you can recover instantly after eating Senzabeans. Angel Whis explained with a smile. Vados' expression now is exactly the same as the expression when he first saw Broly using Senzabeans. If it weren't for Broly's explanation, even he, an angel, didn't know that there was such a magical thing in their 7th universe. As long as you eat a Senzabean, no matter how serious your injury is, the Senzabean can help you recover completely in an instant. And the most important thing is that Senzabean can not only repair the damage to the body, but also restore the physical energy consumed by the body. Senzabean. I didn't expect that your 7th universe would have such a magical thing. After listening to Whis' explanation, the shocked expression on Vados' face eased. Each universe has its own special items. Although their 6th universe does not have magical things like Senzabeans, it also has similar magical items. What? What's going on? What did this guy eat just now? How come the divine aura in his body not only recovered instantly, but also became so much stronger? Kampa looked at Broly in front of him with a look of astonishment, his face full of question marks. He didn't know what Broly did, why his energy that should have been consumed was suddenly fully restored. This kind of thing, I'm afraid Angel can't do it so easily. Very good, the consumed energy is completely restored. Broly clenched his fist and carefully felt the energy that had been completely restored in his body. Then he looked at Kampa excitedly and said, I told you, Kampa, you have missed your only chance to defeat me. Now you will never have any chance to defeat me again. After saying that, Broly immediately spread his legs and stretched out his arms to form a stance. Haha. Accompanied by a roar from Broly's mouth, powerful divine power instantly gushed out from his body. Swish! The black and red flames continued to gush out, and the intensity of the divine power erupting from Broly's body also reached an unprecedented height. Det. Even if your energy is fully restored, what can it do? The difference in strength is there. Even if you say that the consumed energy is completely restored, the result will not change. At best, it will just let you get beaten up again. Kampa curled his lips. Although he was a little surprised at Broly's sudden recovery of energy, Kampa still didn't take Broly's words to heart. In his opinion, as long as he wanted, he could completely destroy Broly with a burst of destructive energy. It's just that he doesn't bother to do so now. It's already very embarrassing to use destructive power against a human. If you continue to use destructive energy, you will definitely be ridiculed by Beerus, the skinny guy. So Kampa doesn't plan to use destructive energy unless it's absolutely necessary. Go ahead, Kampa. Let me feel whether gods of destruction can defeat me after using destructive power. As he said, Broly hooked his finger at Kampa. And this in Kampa's eyes, it was a huge provocation to himself. Damn ant, I'll send you to hell. After saying that, Kampa stepped forward with his right foot. Boom. At the same time as a loud noise came out, Kampa's body also appeared in front of Broly. The clenched fist was not fancy, and it was directly hit in Broly's face. Come on. Broly roared and also clenched his fist to meet it. At the moment when the two fists collided with each other, the powerful energy aftermath immediately spread in all directions, and the planet under Broly's feet was shattered. Then Broly's body exploded back several kilometers again. But fortunately, this time he quickly stabilized his body. Although his arms were still a little numb, it did not affect the battle. Such a battle allowed Broly to clearly feel that his combat power was rapidly increasing every minute and every second. This feeling of rapid increase in strength made Broly feel extremely happy. Come again. This time, Rowley took the initiative. His body turned into a stream of red light and rushed towards Kampa, punching Kampa's body with his clenched fist. Swish! However, Kampa easily avoided it. It's ridiculous that you want to hit me at such a slow speed. Kampa sneered, then took Broly's wrist, then bent his knee and hit Broly's chest hard. However, just when Kampa was smug and thought that Broly was dead this time, then a scene that shocked him appeared. At the moment when his knee was less than 2 centimeters away from Broly's chest, Broly's body dodged his attack in a very clever posture. At such a close distance, he couldn't dodge my attack. No. Impossible. This guy must be lucky. Kampa frowned, and his expression became a little nervous. Because Broly's posture of dodging his attack just now made him feel very familiar, but Kampa soon abandoned this idea. How could this be possible? How could a human ant master Angel's ability? So Broly must have just been lucky. Whether it's luck or not, you'll know if you try it. Broly looked at Kampa's doubtful look and couldn't help but sneered. TSK, come again. Kampa curled his lips and turned to attack Broly. This time he used all his strength and his speed was so fast that it was outrageous. However, his next attack was still dodged by Broly in a very thrilling manner. Although each dodging process was very thrilling, he was able to dodge Kampa's attack just right every time. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The continuous attacks failed, making Kampa's eyes widen in shock. He even roared in disbelief. However, he did not stop the attack in his hand, but used his fists and feet to launch a more crazy offensive against Broly again. But the results were the same. Most of his attacks were cleverly avoided by Broly, and those that could not be avoided were cleverly blocked by Broly with his arms. Whis, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Vados looked at Angel Whis with resentment. Vados, as an angel, knows Broly's posture at this moment and his movements to dodge Kampa's attack very well. If this is not Ultra Instinct, then what is it? Although it is not perfect, it is only a matter of time before he can spontaneously enter this realm and cultivate to perfection. Wow! I am not hiding it, Sister Goodos. Angel Whis laughed and was also very excited. Although Broly had briefly entered the realm of ultimate freedom when he fought with him before. However, Whis thought that it was most likely that Broly was lucky and happened to enter the realm of ultimate freedom. So even he did not expect that Broly would spontaneously enter the realm of ultimate freedom again at this moment. And there is only one possibility, that is, Broly has initially mastered the power of the omen of ultimate freedom. Otherwise, he would absolutely not be able to enter the realm of ultimate freedom at such a critical moment. Humph, I never thought that Whis would accept such a good apprentice. Mr. Broly not only makes delicious food, but also has such an exaggerated talent for cultivation. I really envy you now. Vados exhaled a bit depressed. Looking at Broly, who was still dodging Kampa's attack in the distance, Vados felt that he was getting more and more pleasing to the eye. It would be great if the other party was his apprentice. Wow. Don't worry, Sister Vados. I'm just lucky, but I believe that Sister Vados can definitely find such an apprentice. After listening to Vados' words, Whis covered her mouth and smiled brightly. Although Ultra Instinct can greatly improve one's speed and evasion ability, it consumes too much physical energy. But even so, Broly is still not panicked. Because when he was practicing the power of God with Whis in the Gods of Destruction, Broly returned to Earth by instant transmission and brought back a bag of senza beans from Karen-sama in order to avoid overdrawing energy and affecting the progress of the subsequent practice. Although Broly had consumed a lot of these senza beans in his previous practice, there are still more than a dozen left, enough to support the battle between him and Kampa. What a joke. UB*********************. D. How can a divine skill like Ultra Instinct be mastered by a mere human ant? Kampa almost shouted. Although he denied it with all his might, he knew it very well in his heart. Broly's current state is probably really the realm of Ultra Instinct. I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible. And at the moment when his voice came out, he punched Broly hard. Swish! Looking at the heavy punch that was so close, Broly raised his mouth and his body suddenly flashed, dodging Kampa's punch. While dodging the attack, his body dragged a shadow like a ghost and came behind Kampa. Then he whipped Kampa with a fierce kick. With the blessing of the extreme freedom, Broly's body moved extremely fast. Even Gods of Destruction Kampa, who had already used the destructive power, did not react for a while in the face of this sudden attack. There was no way to dodge, and he could only rely on the body's defensive instinct to cross his arms above his head to resist. Bang! The next second, Shi Tianli's heavy kick directly chopped Kampa's arm above his head. The moment the low collision sounded, Kampa's body was directly hit by Broly's blow and flew out. His feet rubbed against the ground, leaving two shocking traces on the ground of the planet. The whole body retreated hundreds of meters before finally stopping. It seems that Ultra Instinct not only improves my body's movement speed and reaction ability, but also my strength. Broly looked at his right leg that was still in the air with satisfaction, and finally showed a satisfied expression on his face. Although Ultra Instinct improves speed and reaction ability the most. But as long as the speed is improved, the strength will naturally be improved accordingly. However, compared with the huge improvement in speed and reaction ability, the improvement in strength is obviously much weaker. You made me so embarrassed, damn ant. Kampa spit, although the timely defense just now did not hurt him. But Broly's 410 kick still made his arms feel sore and numb. This made Kampa's eyes immediately show endless anger. As I said before, you have missed the only chance to defeat me, and now you will never have any chance to defeat me again. Broly looked at Kampa with angry eyes and said calmly. He was not arrogant, that was the fact. Kampa has already missed the only chance, so Broly will never give him any chance next time. Moreover, since Broly entered the realm of ultimate self-ease, he can clearly feel that while his energy is being consumed rapidly, his basic combat power is also increasing rapidly. This rapid increase in strength makes Broly extremely excited. Kampa can't do anything to him now, so if he continues, Kampa will only be crushed by him. An ant who doesn't know his own strength dares to challenge the majesty of Gods of Destruction. Even if you really enter the realm of ultimate self-ease, what can you do? Ants are always ants. Soon I will let you know how huge the gap is between you and Gods of Destruction. Kampa's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he clenched his fists. And almost at this moment, endless purple flames suddenly gushed out around Gods of Destruction Kampa's body. It was similar to the black and red flames gushing out of Broly, but not exactly the same. At this moment, Kampa's divine power has increased explosively. Obviously, Kampa is finally going to show his strongest strength. Tisk, worthy of being the gods of destruction, the means are really extraordinary. Feeling the sudden explosive increase in Kampa's divine power, Broly also clenched his fist. But even so, Broly's face still did not show any fear. There was only the desire and excitement for the battle. Go to hell, Ant. The moment the voice fell, Kampa suddenly stretched out his hands. Then more than a dozen golden energy balls condensed instantly. Although they were not destructive energy balls, each of these golden energy balls contained very terrifying energy condensed by divine power. A planet can be destroyed in an instant at any moment. Planet Crusher. Looking at the more than a dozen golden energy balls coming towards him, Broly did not dare to be arrogant at all, and spread his hands to form claws. Then two huge grass-green energy balls condensed instantly, and then blasted towards the golden energy ball that was attacking them. Boom! The moment the two powerful energies collided, the powerful energy aftermath immediately spread rapidly in all directions. The surrounding meteorites and some small planets were instantly destroyed by the impact of the energy aftermath. Even Broly's body was repelled more than 10 meters by this huge energy shockwave. Swish! However, just when Broly had just stabilized his body, Gods of Destruction Kampa's body instantly appeared in front of him. The fists surrounded by purple flames seemed to carry a huge force and blasted straight towards Broly's chest. It was obvious that Kampa had no reservations this time, and he was going to kill Broly with one punch. Swish! However, just when the purple flames touched Broly's chest, Broly's body once again dodged it by some strange coincidence. At that moment, Broly's brain didn't react at all. His body was dodging spontaneously. Die. Kampa, who failed in the sneak attack, roared angrily. Then he raised his fist again and launched a more fierce attack on Broly's body. His fist was like a machine gun, shooting at Broly's body crazily. However, facing the fist shadows that were coming, Broly's body was like a feather, constantly flashing in the shadows. Every time Kampa's fist was about to fall on Broly's body, he would be dodged very cleverly. How is this possible? How could this be decultivate Ultra Instinct to this level? Kampa threw tens of thousands of punches in a row, but still failed to touch Broly's body. This made Kampa's face even uglier. He was the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe, but he condescended to attack a small Gods of Destruction candidate. It was fine if he didn't end the fight instantly, but now he couldn't even touch the opponent's clothes. This made Kampa feel that his face as a Gods of Destruction was pressed to the ground as if it was rubbed. This humiliation made his purple skin turn red at this moment. And the most important thing was that Whis and Vados were watching from the side. Kampa knew very well how powerful Whis' big mouth was. When Beerus woke up in the future, Whis' big mouth would definitely tell Jin Jiangling what happened. 10 told Beerus. If Beerus, who was skinny, really knew about it, he would probably not be able to raise his head in front of other Gods of Destruction in the future. Kampa's anger intensified when he thought of this. Accept your fate, Kampa. You are no match for me now. Broly glanced at the red-faced Kampa and sneered. And at the moment when the voice fell, Broly's body instantly turned red and appeared in front of Kampa. Then he punched out without warning. Bang! Wow! The punch went straight into Kampa's lower abdomen. Kampa then spit out a mouthful of acid water, and then his whole body immediately flew backwards. Boom! After piercing through countless meteorites in succession, the body finally stabilized. The Gods of Destruction's body strength is very high, and Broly's attack cannot effectively injure it, but even so, it can make the opponent miserable. Because of the continuous impact of the meteorites just now, Kampa's skin is now covered with scratches of varying degrees. Purple blood keeps oozing out. DV. Damn ants, damn ants. Kampa just clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart made him roar like crazy. Swish! Then he stepped out with his right foot again, and his body rushed towards Broly again. It must be said that Kampa in the red temperature state has greatly improved both speed and strength compared to before. But even so, His attack still couldn't hit Broly, who had entered the state of ultimate freedom. Kampa, you lose. As the voice fell, Broly grabbed Kampa's right arm and then threw him over his shoulder and slammed him to the ground of Gods of Destruction. Then Broly showed no mercy and instant transmission came to Kampa. He grabbed the opponent's ankle and beat him back and forth on the ground of Gods of Destruction. Moreover, Broly's attacks became more fierce and powerful each time. After just 10 minutes of continuous attacks, Kampa's aura was rapidly decreasing. However, Broly's divine power continued to increase. Oh, I didn't expect things to turn out like this in the end. Vados covered his face with his hands, unable to bear to look directly at it. She thought that Master Kampa would win easily, but unexpectedly, Broly's strength surpassed the limit again and again because of the long delay. Now he has grown to the level that is not weaker than Gods of Destruction. In addition, Broly has mastered the relationship of the ultimate self, which makes Kampa Tianwen have no chance of winning. Originally, Vados thought that he would have to stop Master Kampa from killing Mr. Broly in the end. Now it seems that he was really worried about the wrong thing. The person he should really worry about is Master Kampa, right? Ho ho ho. What do you think, Sister Vados? I'm right, Mr. Broly always brings unexpected surprises to people. Angel Whis laughed. The expression on his face was extremely bright. Every time Kampa came to their 7th universe, he would cause trouble in various ways. To be honest, Whis has been annoyed with him for a long time. Now seeing Broly beat Kampa so violently, Whis's heart is even happier. Cole, you've completely D me off. Kampa, who was out of defense, roared, and purple destructive energy instantly gushed out of his body. At the same time, a basketball-sized destructive energy was shot out at a very fast speed in the direction of Broly. Swish! Sensing the danger, Broly dodged the incoming destructive energy by turning sideways, and then immediately dodged and distanced himself from Kampa. Although Broly has now mastered the power of Gods of Destruction, which is not weaker than that of Gods of Destruction. But facing the greatest reliance of Gods of Destruction, destructive energy, he still dared not be careless. You know, if you are really hit by destructive energy, your body may really disappear completely in an instant. Before he also mastered the power of destruction, Broly dared not try it easily. Tisk, damn, you actually escaped the ultimate freedom again. Kampa stared at Broly with gloomy eyes. At this moment, he really wanted to kill Broly. Master Kampa, you can stop now. Gods of Destruction has expressly forbidden to use destructive energy in a universe that does not belong to you. If you violate this rule, Mr. Grand Priest will not easily forgive you. Vados looked at Kampa with a serious expression. She could let Kampa do whatever he wanted, even if Kampa used the destruction history before. But if Kampa insisted on using destructive energy in the 7th universe, Vados would definitely not pretend not to see it. Because this was something that Master Zeno had expressly forbidden. Even Gods of Destruction were forbidden to leave their own universe without permission and go to other universes, but because the violation of this rule was not very strict, basically, no one cared. But using destructive energy in other universes is completely different. Destructive energy exists to assist Gods of Destruction in destroying planets and maintaining the normal operation of the universe. And now Lord Kampa actually used it to deal with the candidate of Gods of Destruction in this universe, which is a serious violation of the rules. So Vados must stop it. Otherwise, even she will be punished. 2. Don't scare me with those boring rules. Grand Priest is so busy, as long as you don't leak the news, how can he know? Kampa curled his lips, obviously not intending to stop. Because Broly has made him lose face, so at this moment he must save some face by destroying Broly anyway. Kampa, you have already lost. Even if you use destructive energy, it can't change the fact that you lost. Broly looked at Kampa calmly. He was just a little afraid of Gods of Destruction's destructive energy, but he didn't think Kampa could defeat him after using the destructive energy. Even if the destructive energy can destroy anything in a universe, it will be useless as long as it can't touch him. What a joke, Kampa will never be defeated. You damn be asterisk 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 D. Destroy it for me. Listening to Broly's ridicule, Kampa's teeth were chattering with anger, and finally, he quickly raised his right hand, and a destructive energy as big as a basketball court quickly condensed, and then blasted directly at Broly. Then facing the huge destructive energy bomb, Broly didn't even need to think with his brain. Under the effect of the extreme freedom, his body could spontaneously dodge it. Although the speed of the destructive energy ball was extremely fast, in Broly's eyes, the speed of the destructive energy ball was like slow motion. It can be easily avoided. Do you think this level of attack can hit me? Broly looked at Kampa with indifference. If Kampa released multiple destructive energy balls at the same time, Broly might still have a hard time dealing with it, but it was too easy to dodge such a large destructive energy ball. Drawer. Ants are ants, and they still feel the danger until now. Take a good look behind you. Seeing that Broly did not realize his intention, Kampa sneered. Duh. Hearing this, Broly hesitated, but still turned his head to look. And at this moment, Kampa suddenly spread his arms, and his clenched fists turned into 10 fingers, waving them quickly in the air. Then the huge destructive energy ball that Broly avoided instantly split into countless small energy balls the size of basketballs. Finally, these small energy bombs, like air bombs, immediately blocked all of Broly's retreat routes under Kampa's control. Under the influence of these destructive energy balls, the surrounding space was even distorted. Damn careless. Broly looked at the destructive energy balls around him with a serious expression. Now, as long as Kampa moved his mind, the countless destructive energy balls behind him would attack him all at once. By then, even if Broly mastered the ultimate freedom, it would be difficult to avoid perfectly. And as long as he made a mistake, these destructive energy balls would be able to completely destroy him in an instant. Drawer. Don't even think about escaping. Under the influence of my destructive energy, the surrounding space has changed. Now even if you want to escape by sensing the breath, instant transmission is impossible. Kampa laughed wildly with a smug look on his face. As gods of destruction, Kampa doesn't know instant transmission, but he is not very clear about the basic operating principles of instant transmission. And now the surrounding space has been completely distorted. In this case, Broly can't accurately sense the breath, let alone perform instant transmission. In his opinion, Broly is definitely dead this time. And there is no possibility of reversal. Facing the countless destructive energy balls, even if Broly enters the realm of ultimate self-definition, he will definitely not be able to dodge them completely. Of course, the most important thing is that Kampa has absolute control over the destructive energy balls all over the sky. So even if Broly can rely on the power of ultimate self-definition to dodge some of the attacks of the destructive energy balls, under such a dense attack of the destructive energy balls, Broly will definitely be exposed due to excessive energy consumption. At that time, he can destroy Broly in an instant. After listening to Kampa's words, Broly tried to feel the aura of Son Goku and others, trying to escape through instant transmission, but the result was exactly the same as Kampa said. Because of the destructive energy around him, he can't use instant transmission at all now. I didn't expect that the gods of destruction could be so sinister. Broly clenched his fists. He really made a mistake this time. I didn't expect Kampa to be so gloomy. After all, he was the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, but he would use such a sinister trick. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Sinister? You can say whatever you want. Anyway, you are destined to die here today. Kampa didn't care what Broly said. Now he had only one thought, which was to destroy Broly. As soon as the voice fell, Kampa immediately controlled the destructive energy ball to attack Broly. Broly didn't dare to be arrogant at all. He swallowed a senzu bean at the first time to restore his energy to the peak state. This would at least ensure that he would not exit the state of extreme freedom due to excessive energy consumption. However, just as the destructive energy balls were rushing towards Broly, they suddenly stopped. What's going on? Why can't my body move? Broly's eyes widened in shock, because it was not only the destructive energy balls that were stilled, but he was also fixed. No matter how Broly struggled, his body could not move a single step. Kampa on the other side was also fixed. Damn. Damn Vados. Which side are you on? Kampa was so angry that he yelled directly. He was just a little bit away from getting rid of Broly. However, Vados intervened at this moment. I have already reminded you just now, Lord Kampa. It is strictly forbidden to rashly use destructive energy in other universes. Since you don't listen, I can only stop you. Vados' expression was particularly serious. That's true. I didn't expect Lord Kampa to be so narrow-minded and use such despicable means to deal with a candidate for gods of destruction. Angel Whis also flew over at this moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Broly, because of the use of Angel's magical power, you were also frozen. Please wait a moment. I will remove the restriction for you right away. Whis smiled at Broly and then waved the angel staff with Vados. The next second, a shocking scene happened. The countless destructive energy balls disappeared one by one. It was as if they had never appeared. What is this? Broly looked at Whis in surprise. Although he knew that Angel had many means, he did not expect Angel to be able to do this. That was the destructive energy of the gods of destruction. Although it was not clear how Whis did it, it seemed that the destructive energy was obviously not very effective for Angel. Okay, Mr. Broly, you can move freely. Then Whis waved the angel staff again, and the restriction on Broly disappeared completely. This also made Broly realize the horror of Angel again. It was so easy to fix himself, Kampa, and the destructive energy balls in the sky. If he could not break this trick, he was afraid that no matter how much he grew, he would not be Angel's opponent. Col. Damn Vados, do you know what you did? I'm so D off. Seeing that his only chance to kill Broly was ruined by Whis and Vados, Kampa was almost crying. Because he knew very well that such a sinister trick could only be used once. Now the opportunity has been wasted. It will not be so easy for him to destroy Broly in the future. Master Kampa. Angel Vados frowned slightly, looked at Kampa, who was frozen in place with a serious expression, and said, Whis promised not to report your use of destructive energy in the 7th universe to Mr. Grand Priest for my sake. If you still make trouble like this, even if Whis doesn't report you, I will definitely describe what you did in detail to Mr. Grand Priest. Master Kampa, please think about it carefully. Vados rubbed his forehead helplessly. Why did he choose such an apprentice in the first place? Maybe Master Kampa's talent for cultivation is not bad. But now compared with Mr. Broly, Vados really can't see any advantages in Kampa. In his opinion, Broly not only makes delicious food, but also is very polite. Whether it is figure or appearance, it is completely beat by countless streets of Master Kampa. Now, Mr. Broly seems to have crushed Kampa in every aspect except the power of destruction. Vados now dislikes Kampa more and more, and wishes to dig Broly out of the 7th universe. Bah! Vados, I know I was wrong. Don't tell Mr. Grand Priest about this. Kampa's face flushed. Although he was unwilling to admit his mistake in his heart, Kampa knew that Vados was really angry at the moment. If he insisted again and again, according to Vados' character, she would definitely report everything that happened today to Grand Priest. By then, he would have to face the punishment from Grand Priest. Thinking of this, Kampa's purple hair stood upside down. It's good that Master Kampa knows he was wrong. In that case, I won't rush to report today's events to Mr. Grand Priest. If you still don't listen to my advice next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Vados ignored Kampa and went straight to Broly and Whis. I'm really sorry about this, Mr. Broly. Vados looked at Broly and spoke slowly. It's okay, Ms. Vados. After all, this is not your problem. Besides, I have gained a lot from this battle. As he spoke, Broly clenched his fists and carefully felt the powerful energy in his body that was about to overflow. The intensity of this energy made Broly very obsessed. Although it may be a little weaker than the real gods of destruction, it is almost the same. In addition, he also mastered the ultimate freedom, which made it impossible for Broly to be easily defeated even when facing gods of destruction. Oh. Mr. Broly is really generous. It would be great if Lord Kampa was half as generous as you. Vados sighed helplessly. The more she looked at Broly, the more she liked him. On the contrary, she felt uncomfortable looking at Kampa. Don't worry about this for now, Sister Vados. Lord Kampa and his men's battle just now destroyed the world of gods of destruction like this. If Lord Beerus suddenly wakes up, it will be troublesome. At this moment, the world of gods of destruction under their feet was almost riddled with holes. More than half of the entire planet was destroyed, and only the gods of destruction temple protected by Whis' angel barrier was intact. As for other places, it was almost impossible to tell that this was the world of gods of destruction. That's right, let's quickly restore the gods of destruction to its original state. Vados nodded. Beerus is not as easy to talk to as Broly. If Beerus finds out that his home was destroyed like this while he was sleeping, then there will definitely be another fierce dispute between Master Beerus and Master Kampa. Then Angel Whis and Angel Vados began to repair the gods of destruction. With the help of their angel magical powers, the gods of destruction, which was destroyed beyond recognition, was soon completely renewed. Then Whis, I will take Master Kampa back to the 6th universe first. When Master Beerus wakes up, please say hello to Master Beerus for me. After all the damaged places were repaired, Vados simply said goodbye to Whis. Don't worry, Sister Vados. Whis smiled and waved his hand. Although he has many angel brothers and sisters, the one he has the best relationship with is Sister Vados. But even so, Whis still hoped that Vados would leave quickly. In this way, he could enjoy all kinds of delicious food made by Mr. Broly alone. Goodbye, Mr. Broly. Vados finally looked at Broly and said reluctantly, Well, goodbye, Miss Vados. Broly waved to Vados. Then Vados disappeared into the air with Kampa, which was still frozen in place. Congratulations, Mr. Broly. I'm afraid your strength has been greatly improved this time. Ask for flowers. Whis looked at Broly and said with a smile. And Broly knew what Whis wanted to do without thinking. Whis, you want to remind me that I promised to give you a bucket of noodles before. Broly shook his head helplessly. He really underestimated Whis' love for food. His sister had just left, and he was about to start tasting the food. Wow! I knew Mr. Broly would not forget it. Although our training was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Master Kampa will fight with you for more than 3 hours. Angel Whis rubbed his hands and looked at Broly expectantly. The purpose was obvious. Okay, I got it, then I'll give you another serving of ham sausage. Broly smiled, which really fits Whis' character. Then Broly returned to his room and took out a bucket of noodles and a ham sausage. Mr. Broly is the best to me. After taking the noodles and ham sausage handed over by Broly, Angel Whis' eyes lit up immediately, and the whole person jumped up excitedly. Don't be excited, Whis. Answer me a few questions first. Broly was not in a hurry to give the food to Whis. Before that, he still had a few questions to ask him. Excuse me, Mr. Broly, as long as I know it, it's fine. Whis nodded very readily. He just wanted to taste the bucket noodles as soon as possible. Even Whis was already imagining that if the ham sausage was soaked in the bucket noodles, would the taste of the ham sausage become more delicious. Where did the destructive energy released by Kampa just now go? Broly looked at Angel Whis with a serious expression. He really wanted to figure out this question. And this question was very important to him. If he could do it like Whis, he would never be afraid of destructive energy again. Oh, you mean that? The destructive energy was eliminated by me and Sister Vados. Whis explained calmly. Eliminated? Eliminated? What does this mean? Hearing this, Broly looked stunned, and then asked again. Because after hearing the other party's words, he immediately connected it with Zeno's erasure ability. How to explain it? You can understand that our angel has a kind of power similar to Gods of Destruction's destructive energy, but this ability is a little different from Gods of Destruction's destructive energy. Of course, we angels can also eliminate things that can be destroyed by destructive energy. As you have seen before, our ability can even eliminate Gods of Destruction's destructive energy. Whis thought for a moment, then explained. Amazing! It can even eliminate Gods of Destruction's destructive energy. Hearing this, Broly showed a look of shock. Although it is not yet certain whether Angel's elimination power and Xeno's erasure power are the same ability, it is certain that Angel completely crushes gods of destruction in any aspect. After all, they can easily eliminate the destructive energy that gods of destruction relies on the most. Whis, do you want to learn this elimination power? After handing the bucket noodles and ham sausage to Whis, Broly immediately asked excitedly. Originally, he planned to learn the gods of destruction from Whis after the battle with Kampa, but now that he has discovered an elimination power that is more powerful than the gods of destruction, Broly naturally wants to learn the elimination power. Well, I'm afraid it won't work. Whis hugged the bucket noodles with a happy face and then shook his head after thinking for a moment. Why, are you worried that I can't learn it? Seeing that Whis refused so thoroughly, Broly couldn't help but frown. Of course not, Mr. Broly. I know your learning talent very well, but because Mr. Grand Priest has clearly stipulated it, even I can't do anything. Whis shook his head helplessly. Of course, he didn't doubt Broly's learning ability. After all, he hadn't taught Broly Ultra Instinct yet, and he had already learned it thoroughly. With such a terrifying talent for cultivation, I'm afraid Broly could easily get started with just a little guidance. But unfortunately, this is not allowed by Grand Priest. So he had no way. Broly bit his lip, feeling a little angry and helpless. It seems that it's not so easy to get Whis to teach him to eliminate the magic power. But even so, Broly will never give up easily. Then in addition to the magic power of elimination, other abilities are also possible? Broly raised a curve at the corner of his mouth and said, "It should be like this, because Mr. Grand Priest has clearly stipulated it before, so other abilities except the magic power of elimination should be no problem," Angel Whis said while pouring hot water into the bucket. Very good. In that case, I want to learn your ability to freeze me in place just now. Broly raised a smile. Since it is impossible to learn the power of elimination, the power to freeze gods of destruction is naturally the best choice. Just from the fact that Whis and Vados can freeze themselves and Kampa in place so easily, without even the ability to resist, we can see how perverted this ability is. Slurp. Whis took a big sip of noodles and then chewed while thinking. Freeze magic, this is not a big problem. But Mr. Broly, since you are not an angel, even if you master this ability, I am afraid you can't use it perfectly. Whis held his cheek and said with a look of aftertaste. Wow, it's really delicious. I knew that after soaking the ham sausage with the bucket noodles, it would definitely be more delicious. Why? Broly frowned slightly and asked in confusion. That's because these abilities are divine skills created for our angels. To release them perfectly, you need a part of Angel's power, and Mr. Broly, you are not an angel, so you cannot master Angel's power, and naturally you cannot perform it perfectly. Just like your ultimate self-mastery, our angels can integrate it into themselves so that they can stay in the state of ultimate self-mastery at all times, and it will not cause excessive consumption of their own physical energy. But if you, Mr. Broly, also want to reach this level, it may be more difficult. After explaining, Angel Whis slurped up a big mouthful of noodles again. The expression on his face was particularly satisfied. Angel power? I see. After listening to Whis's explanation, Raleigh also understood why he, Whis, integrated Ultra Instinct into his normal state. He didn't expect that it was because he didn't have angel power in his body. It's okay, 180 Whis. Even if I can't reach perfection, I will learn. Broly said with a very affirmative attitude. The power of the free frame magic is not weaker than the ultimate freedom. Even if it can't reach perfection, it is definitely a very powerful means. So Broly must learn. Besides, who can guarantee that he can't master the power of Angel in the future? When he really masters the power of Angel in the future, both the ultimate freedom and the freeze frame magic will instantly reach perfection. Leave it to me, Mr. Broly. But the free frame ability is very difficult to master, and it will definitely consume a lot of energy for me to guide you. So, Mr. Broly, please add one more meal for the next meal. This way, I will be full and can better guide you in your practice. Angel Whis' eyes narrowed into two crescents, and the smile on his face could not be suppressed at all. No problem. Broly nodded without hesitation. Multi-level food for one person. This is too easy for Broly. Because of instant transmission, he doesn't need to do it himself. He just needs to instant transmission to Earth to bring the food back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the 6th Universe Gods of Destruction Kampa. The main plot of Dragon Ball has changed. The Infinite Combat System has begun to upgrade. Upgrade completed. Infinite Combat System. LV4 Combat Power plus 1000 per breath. The system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind, making Broly's expression stagnate. Then there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart. He didn't expect that defeating Kampa would actually bring extra gains. A smile rose at the corner of Broly's mouth. From now on, the gap between him and her will become bigger and bigger. In the next week, Broly did not continue to practice physical strength, but devoted himself to learning the freeze frame magic. However, after learning, Broly found that Whis' words about being difficult to master were simply nonsense. It only took him 2 days to make a small progress. Although he cannot freeze gods of destruction in place like Whis did, he can easily freeze anything weaker than himself. As for the duration of freezing, it depends on the opponent's strength and the degree of control over the power of God. If the opponent is strong and has a deep control over the power of God, then he cannot control it for too long. But Broly does not care. In a battle, even if he freezes the opponent in place for 0.1 seconds, it is enough to change the final outcome of a battle. In the next few days, Broly tempted Angel Whis with various delicacies. Angel Whis, who could not resist the temptation of delicacies, finally gave Broly Angel's self-healing and super speed abilities. Broly, who mastered Angel's super speed ability, can finally fly rapidly in the universe. Although this ability is not very useful for Broly, who has mastered instant transmission, it is better to have it than not. Moreover, instant transmission needs to sense the other party's breath. If the planet you need to reach does not have the breath you are familiar with, you will need Angel's super speed at this time. The 6th Universe, Gods of Destruction. After returning to Gods of Destruction Kampa was angry no matter how he thought about it. If he had known that this would be the result, he should not have been curious to go to Gods of Destruction in the 7th Universe. In the end, he did not get any benefits and was severely humiliated. Kampa was so angry that he could not even eat. Oh, damn, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Kampa clenched his fists and his teeth creaked. But he had no way to deal with Broly. Still angry, Lord Kampa. Vados looked at the restless Kampa and said, "What do you think? If it were you, you would be even angrier than me. I am the strongest Gods of Destruction Kampa in the 6th Universe, but I was humiliated by a mere human ant. This is a great shame. No, I must find a way to get back at you." Then Kampa jumped down from his seat. "Master Kampa, if you really want to seek revenge on Mr. Broly, why do you practice to improve your strength? As long as your strength is greatly improved, you can defeat Mr. Broly." Looking at Kampa, who was throwing a tantrum like an angry child, Vados couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, Vados, you are right. I am Gods of Destruction. If I talk about my talent for practice, I am no worse than anyone else. As long as I work hard, I will definitely teach that damn B** DA lesson next time. I think I'd better forget it." Kampa, who was originally full of fighting spirit, seemed to have suddenly thought of something and suddenly put down his raised fist and sighed with a listless look on his face. "What's wrong with you, Lord Kampa?" Vados looked at Kampa in confusion, not knowing why the other party suddenly became so emotional. "That guy has mastered the ultimate self-liberation. Even if my strength increases a lot, it will be useless. As long as you can't touch his body, no matter how strong you are, you can't defeat him." Kampa spread his hands helplessly, like a deflated ball. He was really helpless. This damn ultimate self-liberation, an ability that even the Gods of Destruction couldn't master. How could a mere human master the ultimate self-liberation? Kampa really couldn't figure it out. "It seems so." Vados held his chin with one hand and laughed. Because just as Kampa was worried, Even if his strength was greatly improved in a short period of time, as long as he couldn't think of a way to break the Ultra Instinct, he still couldn't guarantee that he would be able to beat Broly. Vados, even you make me angry. How abominable. The extremely corrupt Kampa stomped his feet. But there was nothing he could do, because he was no match for Vados. Then why don't you try to practice Ultra Instinct, Master Kampa? If you can master Ultra Instinct, you might be able to defeat Mr. Broly easily. Vados suggested. Don't be ridiculous. It's not like I haven't tried it before. That ability was originally created for you angels. It's simply impossible for us gods of destruction to master that ability. Almost all gods of destruction have tried to practice Ultra Instinct, but they all failed. It's not because it's difficult to practice Ultra Instinct, but to practice Ultra Instinct, you must keep a normal mind and keep yourself calm. But gods of destruction are full of all kinds of hostility, and it's almost impossible for them to keep calm. In this way, it becomes impossible to master Ultra Instinct. Of course, there are very few gods of destruction who can master this ability among the 12 gods of destruction. For example, Kampa's twin brother, gods of destruction Beerus of the 7th universe. He has mastered a part of Ultra Instinct, although it is not perfect. But as a gods of destruction, it is already very remarkable to be able to master imperfect Ultra Instinct. As long as you are willing to work hard, Kampa, nothing is impossible. Vados said lightly. She felt that Kampa was just making excuses for his laziness. Who said that gods of destruction could not master Ultra Instinct? Didn't Lord Beerus succeed? Tisk, in that case, I will try again. If I do nothing, I really can't swallow this breath. Kampa clenched his fists and said with a firm look in his eyes. Vados, start the most rigorous training for me now. Don't care about my feelings as long as you can quickly improve my strength. Kampa looked at Vados with a firm look in his eyes and said. This time he really risked his life. He had to save face no matter what. Otherwise, when Beerus, the skinny guy, woke up, he would definitely mock him. And as long as the other parties spread the news in the Gods of Destruction Circle, he would not be able to raise his head in the Gods of Destruction Circle in the future. Wow! You said that, Lord Kampa, so don't blame me for my strict training. Vados smiled with his hands covering his mouth. He was obviously very excited. By the way, Vados, lend me the shuttle cube. At this time, Kampa seemed to have thought of some vicious scheme, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, it is possible, but why do you suddenly want to tell the story of the cube, Master Kampa? Are you going to let Mr. Grand Priest personally guide you in your practice? Vados frowned slightly. She didn't know why Kampa suddenly wanted to travel through the cube. Stop talking nonsense. I want the travel through the cube, of course. I have a use for it. Since Whis has already selected the candidates for Gods of Destruction for Beerus, how can our 6th universe fall behind? So I plan to drive the travel through the cube and search our 6th universe carefully. Maybe I can find a human with more potential than that D. Broly. Kampa said a lot of words, but there was always a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Is it really just like that? Vados was still a little skeptical. Of course, otherwise why would I need the shuttle cube? Stop talking, Vados, and take out the shuttle cube. I'm going to Universe to select candidates for Gods of Destruction who are suitable for training. Kampa rubbed his hands and said impatiently. Okay then. Seeing that Kampa insisted again and again, Vados had no choice but to give the shuttle cube to Kampa. After all, the other party was nominally selecting candidates for Gods of Destruction, and she really couldn't find a reason to refuse this. Great, Vados, you can tidy up the venue I need for my training now, and I will go to select the right candidate. After saying that, Kampa directly entered the shuttle cube, and then disappeared in a flash with the posture of releasing the legend. It's really strange. Why do I have a strange feeling? Did Lord Kampa suddenly change his personality after being beaten? Vados stroked his chin, still a little unbelievable. In Vados's impression, Lord Kampa should not be so active, and she had urged him to select the candidates for Gods of Destruction a long time ago. But Kampa didn't bother to pay attention. Forget it, maybe Lord Kampa thought of looking for candidates for Gods of Destruction because of Mr. Broly. Vados shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After all, as long as Lord Kampa doesn't mess around, it's fine. As for the other side, Kampa, the gods of destruction, who was driving the shuttle cube, showed a sinister smile. Damn Broly, don't think that I, Kampa, will let you go so easily. It seems that the #1 killer of our 6th universe is on this planet. It is said that this guy has never failed. Broly, your death is coming. Kampa narrowed his eyes and said sinisterly. Soon the shuttle cube landed on an asteroid. 7th universe, gods of destruction. After staying in the Gods of Destruction world for another half a month, he calculated the time and found that the Earth had almost started the chapter of artificial humans at this time. So Broly said goodbye to Whis and left the Gods of Destruction world. Whis was naturally reluctant to see Broly leave and even almost hugged Broly's thigh to prevent him from leaving. However, Broly still left a lot of delicious food for Whis, and the other party agreed to his departure. Swish! Under the effect of instant transmission, Broly's body reached the Earth in almost 1.24 seconds. However, just after Broly arrived on Earth, he was hit by a punch. But Broly dodged it by leaning sideways. It's Mr. Broly, I'm so sorry, I almost hurt you. Son Goku scratched his head with an embarrassed look. Because Broly came here to search for Son Goku's breath, he appeared directly beside Son Goku. Broly did not answer Son Goku, but looked around with his light. At this moment, all the Z warriors gathered, and everyone had a very solemn expression. It was only then that Broly noticed that Son Goku had become a Super Saiyan and had scratches of varying degrees on his body. And opposite Son Goku and others, it was the familiar Android 19. But Broly actually sensed a trace of his own energy fluctuations on the other party. Great, it's Mr. Broly. Mr. Broly is back. Great, the Earth is saved. After seeing Broly suddenly appear, Krillin and the others were all delighted. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely excited. Broly, I didn't expect you to come too, but you came just in time. This time, I'll just catch all of you in one fell swoop. Dr. Gero, who was hiding in the distance, naturally noticed Broly, who suddenly appeared on the battlefield. But there was no fear on his face, but a hint of pride. In his opinion, although Broly's strength was much stronger than Son Goku, even his machine could not accurately calculate Broly's specific combat power. But it didn't matter, even if Android 19 was not an opponent, it didn't matter at all. After all, he still had other means left. As long as he released that guy, everyone present would be completely cleaned up by his ultimate masterpiece. Mr. Broly, you came just in time. The androids are too strong. Goku alone may not be able to defeat this guy, Krillin said excitedly, looking at Broly's back. Originally, they were a little worried about what to do if Goku was not a match for the two androids, but now they all had smiles on their faces. Obviously, they were all relieved. It seemed that their subconscious had already regarded Broly as an omnipotent existence. Broly did not rush to answer, looking up and down at Android 19 in front of him and Android 20 Dr. Gero hiding in the distance. Then the combat power information of the two appeared in front of Broly. Android 19, combat power, 750 million. Android 20, combat power, 480 million. Then Broly looked at Son Goku beside him. Son Goku, combat power, 720 million. Long time no see, Son Goku, your strength has become much stronger. Broly patted Son Goku on the shoulder and said with a smile. Before he left the Earth, Son Goku's combat power was only about 280 million, and now his combat power has reached 720 million. Although the speed of strength improvement cannot be compared with Broly, it is already very remarkable that Chinkong can reach this level. After all, in the original work, when Son Goku was fighting the androids, his combat power was only about 400 million. It is not easy to reach 720 million combat power now. Hey, but in the current situation, Mr. Broly may still need to take action. Son Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. Originally, his strength was completely overwhelming Android 19. But later, because Son Goku liked to be reckless, he did not directly use his strongest attack to defeat the opponent. Finally, when Son Goku used his strongest attack, the Kamehameha Wave, and planned to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. The Kamehameha Wave he released was directly absorbed by Android 19, which led to the increase of number 19's strength from the original 500 million to the current 750 million. Number 19, who absorbed Son Goku's energy, instantly reversed the situation. This is why Son Goku was suppressed by number 19. It's no problem to attack. But don't you find that this guy seems to have the energy fluctuations of all of us? Broly looked at Android 19 in front of him and frowned. According to the original story, Android 19's initial combat power was only more than 90 million. Later, after absorbing Son Goku's energy, his combat power finally reached 250 million. However, the combat power of Android 19 in front of him reached an astonishing 750 million. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a trace of his own energy fluctuations on the opponent's body, which makes Broly curious. Could it be that because he rescued the Lasley siblings last time, the development of the quality was changed by accident? In the end, Dr. Gero not only injected their genes into Cell, but also implanted them into the body of Android 19 in front of him. Although it is a bit bizarre, it seems that this is likely the case now. Perhaps Android 19 in front of him is the test product that Dr. Gero developed in the process of creating Cell that can accommodate his own energy. If it is really as speculated in the supplementary recording, then it must be said that Dr. Gero is indeed a true scientific genius. It seems not. I don't feel anything different. Son Goku scratched his head, looking puzzled. Apparently, he didn't find anything unusual. I see. Son Goku's answer made Broly realize the problem immediately. It should be because he practiced the power of God, so he was more sensitive to energy. The reason why Son Goku and the others didn't notice anything unusual was probably because they hadn't been exposed to the power of God. What are you two talking about? My baby number 19 can't wait to absorb the energy in your body. Dr. Gero looked at Broly and the others and sneered sinisterly. Although he was not sure whether number 19 could defeat Broly, it didn't matter if he couldn't. After all, number 19 was just a semi-finished product of his experiment. As long as he could collect more combat data through fighting with Son Goku and others, his ultimate work would grow to an unimaginable height. By the way, Mr. Broly, be careful of that guy. His body is very special and can take the energy from his opponent's body through fighting. I was suppressed by him because of his energy absorption before. Son Goku clenched his fists and said nervously. If it weren't for his carelessness that allowed number 19 to absorb energy, number 19 would never be his opponent. Interesting. I think we don't need to take action for the time being. Broly raised his eyebrows slightly, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He felt Vegeta's breath, rushing towards this side quickly. What does Mr. Broly mean? Son Goku scratched his head, obviously not understanding the situation yet. But soon, Son Goku suddenly opened his eyes. It's Vegeta's breath. That guy actually came back to Earth. Swish! Just as Son Goku's voice fell, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Then Vegeta's figure appeared in front of everyone. It's Vegeta. Why is he back? Krillin clenched his fists, his expression a little panicked. Although he knew that Vegeta was different from the real bad guys like Frieza, Krillin was still a little worried. Vegeta's strength has increased so much? Piccolo's eyes suddenly opened, revealing an incredible expression. He could clearly feel the powerful breath in Vegeta's body. Looking at Vegeta's back, Raditz' legs trembled immediately, obviously worried to the extreme. Don't worry, Uncle Raditz, with Dad and Mr. Broly here, Vegeta doesn't dare to attack you. Son Gohan said with certainty. Gurgle. Such a strong aura, could it be? Could it be that Vegeta has also become a Super Saiyan? Raditz swallowed his saliva, his expression still extremely nervous. Vegeta? He's here too. It seems that we need to activate the other androids in advance. As Dr. Gero spoke, his right hand hidden behind his back immediately pressed the remote control. After confirming that the other androids were activated, Dr. Gero's face once again showed a sneer. Long time no see, Vegeta. Your strength has also become stronger. Looking at Vegeta in front of him, Son Goku waved and greeted him. Tisk, Kakarot, stop pretending there. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku and then looked at Android 19 and Android 20 in front of him. They are the androids that Trunks mentioned, just two puppets. I, King Vegeta, can deal with them both by myself. Vegeta said with a proud face. Don't be careless, Vegeta. They're not weak at all. Son Goku kindly reminded. Kakarot, wait until I finish dealing with them. It will be your turn next. Now I will let you see the results of my 3 years of training. As he spoke, Vegeta raised a proud arc at the corner of his mouth and then opened his legs and pulled out a posture. Now I am Super Vegeta. The moment the voice fell, Vegeta roared. The roar continued to come out of Vegeta's mouth. The whole ground began to tremble, and the small gravel on the ground floated in the air. A golden halo appeared around Vegeta, and the halo became more and more intense. Swish! Suddenly, Vegeta's pupils turned green. Free! Then a golden flame burst out from Vegeta's body, like a flame around Vegeta. Obviously, Vegeta can freely become a Super Saiyan at this moment. Super Saiyan. Vegeta can really become a Super Saiyan, Piccolo said in shock. Although he had guessed it just now, he was still shocked when he felt the powerful energy emitted by Vegeta at this moment. Sure enough, Vegeta has mastered the way to become a Super Saiyan. Feeling the powerful energy emitted by Vegeta, Raditz sat down on the ground. Although his strength has been greatly improved in the past 3 years, his current strength has only just reached 500,000, even worse than Son Gohan. Vegeta can really become a Super Saiyan, Son Goku said with a slightly surprised expression. Although Vegeta's aura has become dozens of times stronger at this moment, Son Goku still feels that he may not be the opponent of Android 19. 580 million, it is indeed much stronger, but Vegeta is still not the opponent of the android. Broly shrugged and said lightly. Although Vegeta's strength has been greatly improved in the 3 years of training in universe, compared with the androids who have also been improved, Vegeta's strength is still much weaker. What's the use of becoming a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, you can't be the opponent of number 19. Dr. Gero said very confidently. He has a breath-sensing device in his body, which can clearly judge the strength of Vegeta's current combat power. So he is very sure that Vegeta can never be the opponent of number 19. TSK, what nonsense are you talking about, old man? I am a Super Saiyan now. I only need one move to deal with puppets like you. The moment Vegeta's voice fell, his body flashed out. He instantly came in front of Android 19, and then his clenched fist hit number 19's chest fiercely. However, the next second, what happened made Vegeta's eyes widen in shock. Dig! With a snap, his attack was actually blocked by Android 19. 1 ton, 1 plus 4? Vegeta's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. Although he did not use all his strength in that punch just now, it was definitely not weak. He really didn't expect that the puppet in front of him, who had no breath fluctuations, could block his fist so easily. Drawer. Go to hell. Android 19 sneered, then grabbed Vegeta's fist with his right hand and pulled it back, clenched his left hand into a fist, and punched Vegeta's chest fiercely. *7***. Vegeta's pupils shrank suddenly. He never expected that the speed of the android would be so fast. In a hurry, he could only use his other arm to resist his chest. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding sounded, and Vegeta's body was instantly punched away by Android 19. Doc. Vegeta flew backwards, and his feet rubbed against the ground and slid for dozens of meters before he stabilized his body. However, just as he stabilized his body, Android 19 had already appeared behind him. What? How could this guy be faster than me? Vegeta was shocked. But Android 19 didn't give him any chance to react and kicked Vegeta hard on the back. Then Vegeta's body flew backwards again. This time, Vegeta's body flew backwards several kilometers away, and his body hit the distant mountain hard and then firmly embedded in it. It's amazing. The strength of the android is so strong. Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan, but he was beaten without any ability to fight back. Krillin clenched his fists excitedly, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Because the android's body has no breath, Krillin can't accurately sense how strong the android is, but he can clearly sense the powerful breath of Super Saiyan Vegeta. However, Krillin never thought that Vegeta, who was already so powerful, would be so vulnerable to 300 blows in the hands of the android. Mr. Broly, I'll go help Vegeta. After Son Goku finished speaking, he was about to help Vegeta. But in the end, he was stopped by Broly. Don't worry, Son Goku, someone else is coming, Broly said lightly. Because just now, he felt Trunks' breath suddenly appear on the earth. Presumably, Trunks should be rushing towards them now. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and then Trunks' familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. It's Trunks, great, Trunks is here to help us too. Looking at the suddenly appearing Trunks, Krillin jumped up excitedly. Now they have 4 Super Saiyans here, he doesn't believe that they can't defeat those 2 hateful androids. It's Brother Trunks, Son Gohan also said excitedly. Mr. Goku, Mr. Broly, I just seem to feel Mr. Vegeta's breath, isn't he here? Trunks looked around, but did not find Vegeta, and then asked with some doubts. Because he did feel Vegeta's aura just now, and it was very strong. Look, isn't that coming? Broly pointed to Vegeta, who was rushing towards this side in the distance, and said, how did Mr. Vegeta get hurt? Looking at Vegeta with scratches all over his body, Trunks said in surprise. He was injured by the androids. After Son Goku explained, he couldn't help but point to Android 19 and Android 20 in the distance. Trunks, they should be the android combination you mentioned before. It's really the same as you said before. Their strength is very strong. What? What's going on? The 2 androids I was talking about are not them at all, but 2 boys and girls aged 17 or 18. Why, this time and space has changed so much. Trunks looked at Android 19 and Android 20 in disbelief. He had never seen these 2 androids before. They are not the androids you mentioned, so what's going on? Son Goku scratched his head, confused for a moment. Maybe it's because of me that this time and space has changed a little. But anyway, let's defeat these androids first. After saying that, Trunks turned into a Super Saiyan and rushed towards Android 19. At this time, Vegeta's breath was rapidly declining under the continuous beating of Android 19. If Trunks didn't take action in time, he might really have to explain it here today. Yes, it's your mysterious Saiyan. Looking at Trunks, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Vegeta couldn't help but said with surprise, Mr. Vegeta, please take a rest first. Mr. Goku and I will deal with this android. After that, Trunks launched a fierce attack on Android 19. Although his combat power is stronger than Vegeta, it is only 630 million. Facing Android 19 with a combat power of 750 million, he is no match at all. I'll help you, Trunks. Son Goku shouted and joined the battle. Facing the joint attack of Son Goku and Trunks, Android 19 was quickly completely suppressed. Although his combat power is stronger than that of Son Goku and Trunks, he can't get any benefit from the joint siege of the 2. In addition, with the previous experience, Son Goku and Trunks did not give Android 19 any chance to steal energy. In the end, Android 19 was hit hard in the abdomen by Son Goku's punch, and then the whole person was embedded in the ground. Damn it, I am the Saiyan Prince, Super Saiyan Vegeta. How could you be defeated by a puppet? Vegeta clenched his fists, unwilling to give up. In order to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta has been practicing hard every moment in the past 3 years. He thought that after successfully becoming a Super Saiyan, he could completely surpass Son Goku and Broly, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated so miserably by an android. It's your turn next. Son Goku looked at Android 20 in the distance and said with a serious expression. The opponent has not made a move, so Son Goku is not sure whether the opponent's strength is stronger than Android 19 just now. 0909. Son Goku, don't think that everything will be fine if you defeat Android 19. Today, none of you can escape. Android 20 looked at Son Goku and the other man, and a sarcastic sneer appeared on his face. Even though Android 19 lost, there was still no panic on his face. Because his other two works, Android 17 and Android 18, are on their way. As long as he gets more Saiyan combat data through this battle, his ultimate work will be perfect. By then, no one in the entire universe will be able to defeat his ultimate work. Trunks, be careful, someone else is coming. Son Goku raised his eyebrows and said with a particularly solemn expression. Swish! Swish! Two sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and then two new androids appeared in front of everyone. The words 18 and 17 were written on their bodies respectively. However, they were not Android 17 and Android 18 in the original work, but two new androids. Number 18 is tall and strong, while number 17 is a dwarf with a height of only 1.3 meters. In this regard, Broly was not surprised. After all, because he had rescued the Lasley siblings in advance, they would not be androids 17 and 18. But the energy fluctuations they emitted surprised Broly. Because they also had their own energy fluctuations, and the intensity of the energy fluctuations was stronger than that of Android 19 just now. Dr. Gero, this guy, really transplanted my energy into the bodies of these androids. Broly rubbed his chin and said lightly. Although Android 17 and Android 18 had their own energy fluctuations in their bodies, Broly didn't take them seriously at all. That was just the residual energy collected by Dr. Gero's microrobot when he fought Cooler before. Even if Dr. Gero maximized the value of the residual energy through various calculations and modifications, it was not a concern at all. After all, Broly now is not in the same dimension as he was 3 years ago. You know, now he can't even do anything to Gods of Destruction. The only thing that Broly is looking forward to is Cell. He really wanted to know what Dr. Gero would transform Cell into now that he had disrupted the original story. Aren't there only 2 androids? How come there are 2 more androids? Looking at the androids 17 and Android 18 that suddenly appeared, Krillin said with a worried look. Everyone, be prepared for the battle. The strength of the 2 androids that appeared now may be even stronger than the number 19 that was defeated by Goku and his team just now. Piccolo frowned and was ready for the battle. It was just that Goku and Trunks, 2 Saiyans, had to work together to defeat Android 19. Now that 2 androids suddenly appeared, Goku and Trunks could definitely not deal with them at the same time. So they had to buy time for Goku. We know, Uncle Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan also immediately took a fighting stance, ready to join the battle at any time. Tien Shin-an and others were also fully prepared. Damn it. Why is this happening? Why has this time and space changed so much? Looking at the androids 17 and Android 18 that suddenly appeared in front of him, Trunks' expression was extremely nervous. He didn't understand what went wrong and why this time and space had changed so much. Not only are the androids much stronger than those in his own time and space, but their numbers are even much greater than those in his own time and space. Trunks had cold sweat on his forehead. His original intention was to change the tragedy of the future of this time and space through the time machine, but now it seems that he can't change anything at all. Go ahead, number 17 and number 18. Kill everyone here for me. Android number 20 waved his arm, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Yes, Dr. Gero. The 2 androids nodded respectfully to Dr. Gero, and then rushed towards Son Goku and Trunks. The combat power of Android 17 and Android 18 is 1.6 billion and 1.4 billion respectively. With such a huge gap in strength, Son Goku and the others are no match at all. After 2 rounds, they were completely beaten back to normal by the androids. Old Son. Seeing Son Goku being defeated in an instant, Piccolo's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. He knew that Son Goku and his team were probably no match for these 2 androids, but he didn't expect the gap in strength between the 2 sides would be so huge. In just 2 rounds, Son Goku and his team were beaten back to normal. Goku. Dad. Seeing that both Son Goku and Trunks were beaten back to normal, Krillin, Son Gohan, and others shouted anxiously. Then everyone knew they were no match for them, but they still rushed towards Android 17 and Android 18 without hesitation. Swish! But at this moment, Broly's figure suddenly blocked them. "Stand back, leave the rest to me." Broly glanced at Son Gohan and Piccolo and others behind him. "Broly, then you should be careful." "Gohan, let's retreat." Piccolo, who wanted to refute, finally nodded with a heavy face. Because just at that moment, he clearly felt the terrifying aura emanating from Broly. At that moment, he even had difficulty breathing. So he knew very well that this kind of battle was not something they could intervene in. *7. Son Gohan nodded, and then several people retreated one after another. "Broly, no matter how strong you are, you can't fight two androids at the same time. But I should thank you. If it weren't for my micro-robot collecting your combat data and combat energy, I wouldn't be able to create such an excellent android. So to show my gratitude, I will let Android 17 and Android 18 kill you with your own power." Android 20 looked at Broly in front of him and said proudly. Although the androids he created were developed based on the energy of Son Goku and Broly, he screened and optimized the combat data and combat energy of everyone. Therefore, the energy possessed by the androids now has even far surpassed the original owners of these energies. Use my power to kill me? What a big mouth. If they can do it, then come on. Broly looked at Android 17 and Android 18 with contempt. Two guys whose combat power has not exceeded 10 billion. As long as Broly wants, a thought can completely crush them. Arrogant. Looking for death. After feeling Broly's contemptuous eyes, the two androids immediately attacked Broly. "Mr. Broly, be careful. The strength of those two androids is very strong." At this time, Trunks also stood up again, and seeing the scene, he couldn't help but remind loudly. However, at the same time as Trunks' voice came out, the two androids had surrounded Broly one after another. Then the two of them attacked together and launched a crazy offensive against Broly. Android number 20, who thought he could easily get rid of Broly, really widened his eyes after seeing what happened next. Broly's body was swinging back and forth, and he easily avoided all the attacks from Android 17 and Android 18. 1 ton, 1 plus 4? How could such a thing happen? Android 20 widened his eyes in shock. As the creator of Android 17 and Android 18, he knew very well how strong Android 17 and Android 18 were. But at this moment, facing Broly, who had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan, the combined attack of the two had no effect at all. They didn't even touch Broly's clothes. This shocked Android 20 so much that he even took 2 steps back. Broly's strength has improved so much compared to 3 years ago. Damn it. We are both Saiyans. Why can't I do what he can do? Vegeta punched the ground angrily. I thought that after becoming a Super Saiyan, I could completely surpass Son Goku and Vegeta, but reality gave him a hard slap in the face. Wow, so awesome. Mr. Broly is so awesome. Facing the joint attack of 2 androids, he was able to dodge so calmly. Trunks also looked at Broly's back in the distance with a shocked face. Although he had seen Broly's strength when Broly defeated Cooler last time, Trunks was still shocked after seeing Broly's powerful strength again at this moment. Too strong, Broly's strength is completely not at the same level as them. Damn, you guys can only dodge like this? After swinging tens of thousands of punches in a row, he still couldn't touch Broly's clothes, which made Android 18, who had no emotions, a little annoyed. Yes, if you have the ability, don't keep hiding and fight us head-on. Android 17 also looked at Broly with an angry face. Although they all have infinite energy, they have been mechanically fatigued after punching Broly tens of thousands of times in a row. Now even their speed has slowed down. Okay, you want a head-on battle, right? Then I'll satisfy you. As he said that, the corners of Broly's mouth raised a confident arc. Then his body suddenly flashed and came directly in front of the two people. Your speed. How can it be so fast? Looking at the fist that was already against their chests, the two androids showed incredible expressions on their faces. Puff. The next second, Broly's fist pierced through the chests of the two androids. As he pulled his arm back, the oil flowed all over the floor. The eyes of the two androids dimmed instantly, and then they fell heavily to the ground. Krillin widened his eyes, looking at Androids 17 and Android 18 lying on the ground in disbelief. He knew that Broly was very strong, but he never thought that Broly's strength would be so great. He killed 2 Saiyans in just one blow. And that was without transforming into a Super Saiyan. So amazing. It turns out that I still underestimated his strength. Piccolo's face was solemn, and his fists tightened unconsciously. I thought that after 3 years of hard training, I would definitely be able to narrow the gap between my strength and Broly. But now it seems that there is no hope in this life. Sure enough, Mr. Broly still needs to take action to resolve the battle. Seeing that Broly killed 2 powerful androids so easily, Son Goku was relieved. Although it's a bit regrettable, as long as the crisis on Earth can be solved, it's fine. Whoosh! When Android 17 and Android 18 were defeated, Dr. Gero almost didn't hesitate at all, and his body flashed and disappeared into the mountains in an instant. Oh no, another android escaped. At this time, Krillin suddenly shouted loudly. The shock they had just received from Broly killing 2 androids, Wang Li's, in one move was too great, so they ignored Android 20. Chase him. Those androids seem to have been created by him, so we must kill that be ************ D. The moment Piccolo's voice fell, his body jumped up and chased in the direction Dr. Gero left. Whoosh! Krillin, Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and others also jumped up and chased after him. But because Dr. Gero had no chi, they could not accurately lock the other party's location. They could only slowly check through the most primitive methods. However, after all the investigations, they still could not find the escaped Dr. Gero. Let that guy get away. I'm afraid that guy will make more powerful androids after he goes back. It's really a headache. Son Goku rubbed his head. The android just now brought him a lot of pressure. Don't worry, Son Goku, we will deal with it as soon as possible. Since we know that we may face a stronger opponent next, the most urgent thing is to find a way to improve our strength as soon as possible. Broly patted Son Goku on the shoulder and said with a smile, Mr. Broly is right. It is more important to find a way to improve our strength. But I still have to think, Mr. Broly, you saved the Earth again. Son Goku looked at Broly and scratched his head. Originally, he thought that Mr. Broly should not need to take action this time, and he could solve the crisis of the androids by himself. Unexpectedly, his strength was still too weak. Hee. Let's not talk about this for now. Son Goku, I suddenly thought of a good place to quickly improve your strength. 1 day of training there is equivalent to 1 year outside. Do you want to go? And Trunks, you can come too. Broly looked at the two and said with a smile. And the place he was talking about was naturally the Spirit Time House of the Celestial Temple. What? 1 day of training there is equivalent to 1 year outside. There is such a place. Hearing this, Son Goku immediately widened his eyes in shock. He didn't expect that there would be such a place. Of course I thought about it, Mr. Broly. Son Goku didn't even think about it, and nodded and agreed directly. Mr. Broly, the place you are talking about should be the Spirit Time House of the Celestial Temple? Trunks was stunned for a moment, and then his mind immediately remembered some information that Son Gohan had told him. But unfortunately, the celestial god of his time and space had been killed, so the Spirit Time House could not be used. Otherwise, as long as Brother Gohan went into practice for a day, the improved strength would definitely be enough for him to defeat the powerful androids. Spirit Time Room? What is that place? Son Goku said with a puzzled look. You're right, Time Ranks. Broly nodded. Great, it's the Spirit Time Room, so I'll go with you. After getting Broly's affirmative answer, Trunks immediately nodded heavily. However, just as the three of them were about to leave for the Temple of Heaven, Vegeta, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, I want to go with you too. Although such behavior made Vegeta feel very embarrassed, Vegeta is no longer here. A good place where 1 day of training is equivalent to 1 year of training outside. How important this is to them, Vegeta knows very well. In order to improve his strength, he is willing to temporarily put aside the pride of the Saiyan Prince. Because Vegeta saw very clearly the strength that Son Goku and Trunks showed in the battle against Android 19 before. Although they are both Super Saiyan, the strength of Son Goku and Trunks is obviously much stronger than him. Trunks was stunned for a moment, looking at Vegeta in surprise. He never thought that his proud father would choose to bow his head to increase his strength. Please, Broly. I want to become stronger like you. I know you have a way. Vegeta looked at Broly with a firm look, although this made him feel a little ashamed. But as long as he can make himself stronger, these are nothing. Okay, if you want to become stronger, come with 720. Broly nodded and then flew directly towards the direction of the Temple of Heaven. Then Vegeta, Son Goku, and others followed. As for Piccolo and others, they also followed. Because the artificial people have no breath, they can't find the hidden Dr. Gero at all. The best way is to wait for the other party to appear. But before that, they certainly can't wait, so naturally they have to find ways to improve their strength as much as possible. Soon Broly and others arrived at the Temple of Heaven. At this moment, in the Temple of Heaven, Old God and Mr. Popo seemed to know everything and stood there waiting for Broly and others to arrive. Obviously, Old God knew very well what happened on the ground. Are we going to practice in the Temple of God? Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. Broly ignored Son Goku and looked at Old God in front of him. I think you should already know what happened on the ground. Broly looked at Old God and said lightly, Yes. I didn't expect the strength of the androids to be so strong. The Old God sighed helplessly. He really didn't expect that humans could develop such a powerful fighting machine. In that case, I don't need to explain too much. After Dr. Gero escapes, he will definitely develop a more powerful android again, so before that, we need to borrow the Spirit Time House of the God Temple. Broly looked at the Old God and directly explained his purpose. Son Goku's current strength is much stronger than in the original work. If he practices in the Spirit Time House, Broly is confident that he can surpass the limit of Super Saiyan and reach the second level of Super Saiyan. Although it is not clear whether this will upgrade the system again, Broly is not going to try it. After all, if Son Goku's strength becomes stronger, it will also be beneficial to him. No problem, I know. Come with me. The Old God nodded, and then led everyone to the Spirit Time House. This is the entrance to the Spirit Time House. But only 2 people can enter the Spirit Time House at a time. Who of you wants to go in first? The Old God looked at Broly and others and asked. Only 2 people can go in at a time. This is a bit of a headache. Who should go in first? Son Goku scratched his head. He really wanted to go in and practice immediately. After all, practicing in there for 1 day is equivalent to practicing outside for 1 year, and his strength will definitely be greatly improved after BCP comes out. But behind him are Trunks and Vegeta. What a joke! Is there no way for all of us to go in? Vegeta clenched his fists and glared at the Old God with an unhappy look. He and Son Goku had the same idea. They both wanted to go in and practice as soon as possible. Stop arguing. If Vegeta wants to go in and practice, you should be quiet. Broly glanced at Vegeta coldly. Faced with the terrifying aura of Broly, Vegeta immediately shrank his neck and dared not continue to be presumptuous. You all step back. After everyone stepped back, the energy in Broly's body began to change. The originally powerful aura suddenly turned into the aura of God. The powerful divine aura instantly gushed out of his body. This scene directly shocked the Old God in front of him. Although he didn't quite understand what this energy was, the oppressive feeling made him want to kneel down. This was the oppression from the power of God. Son Goku and others might not feel anything, but as the god of the earth, he could clearly feel it. Open it for me. As Broly blasted out with a palm. The entrance to the spiritual time house in front of him was instantly torn into a huge crack. What? He actually tore the entrance to the dimensional space directly. Mr. Broly, how did he do it? Mr. Popo also showed an extremely surprised expression. If you want to come in to practice, follow me. After Broly finished speaking, he walked in first. And then Son Goku and others walked in one after another. Too amazing, Broly is too strong. Just now, I even had the urge to kneel down. After the dimensional crack in front of him was completely closed, The old god breathed a sigh of relief. But recalling the feeling just now, the old god still had a lingering fear on his face. Is this the spirit time room? Wow, I didn't expect the gravity here to be much greater than that on Earth. After walking out of the rest area of the spirit time room, Son Goku immediately noticed the difference in gravity between here and Earth. According to his estimation, the gravity here is about the same as that of King Kai Star, which is 10 times that of Earth. 10 times the gravity. This place is perfect for them to practice. It's really a good place to practice. Looking at the endless empty ground around him, Vegeta's face also showed an excited expression. Son Goku, eat this, and then release your most powerful power. Broly threw the beans in his pocket to Son Goku. Well, I know, Mr. Broly. Looking at the beans thrown by Broly, Son Goku ate them immediately without hesitation. As the beans entered his throat, Son Goku's energy consumed by the previous battle was completely restored at this moment. I'm going to start, Mr. Broly. After saying that, Son Goku's expression began to become serious. Then he opened his legs, put his hands on his waist, and began to exert force. Hiya! As Son Goku continued to shout, powerful energy gushed out of his body. Soon, Son Goku's black hair turned golden. The golden energy flame burned on his body. But Son Goku's energy continued to increase, and it lasted for more than 10 seconds before finally stopping. Forcibly increasing the energy to the strongest, which made Son Goku gasp. Kakarot, this guy is so much stronger than me. Feeling the powerful energy in Son Goku, Vegeta couldn't help but clench his fists. I thought that after becoming a Super Saiyan, I would be able to surpass Son Goku, but now it seems that I am really too arrogant. Even Super Saiyans have strong and weak points. If you want to truly surpass Son Goku, you need to continue to improve your basic combat power. Only in this way can you get a greater energy increase after transforming into a Super Saiyan. This is my strongest power at the moment, and Mr. Rowley. Son Goku looked at Broly and said seriously, 890 million is not bad. Broly looked at Son Goku and nodded. If Son Goku had not been absorbed by Android 19, he would definitely be able to defeat Android 19 with his strength. Then, Mr. Broly, what should I do next? Son Goku looked at Broly with a puzzled look. Next, I will show you the second stage of Super Saiyan. Broly said lightly with a raised corner of his mouth. What? The second stage of Super Saiyan. Could it be that Super Saiyan has a second form? Broly's words were like a bolt from the blue, and Son Goku and the other two all showed shocked expressions. That's right. The second stage of Super Saiyan is to surpass one's own limits in the basic field of Super Saiyan. Like this. Speaking of this, Broly suddenly clenched his fists. Powerful energy immediately gushed out of his body. The black hair instantly turned grass green, and then Broly's muscles became fuller. This is the first stage of Super Saiyan. Now I want to surpass the limit based on this. Watch out. Speaking of this, Broly growled. 1310. Accompanied by the growl, the green flames around Broly's body, which were originally like green flames, instantly appeared in the shape of a jet. Crackling, blue arcs visible to the naked eye lingered around the green flames. Then Broly's aura surged again, and his green hair was like a hedgehog, completely upside down. Under the continuous impact of this huge energy, the ground under Broly's feet collapsed instantly. The energy radiating from his body alone was enough to make Son Goku and the other two feel somewhat unstable, as if they would be blown away by this huge energy if they were not careful. This is the second stage of Super Saiyan. After saying that, Broly returned to normal. Too strong, I didn't expect this is Mr. Broly's full strength. Super Saiyan second stage, so exciting. Son Goku was shocked, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Although Broly's powerful energy shocked him, he was more excited. It turned out that they Saiyan could become so powerful. It's amazing, I didn't expect Super Saiyan to have a second stage. Trunks was also shocked. If he could become a second stage Super Saiyan, then even if there were any powerful opponents on Earth in the future, he would be able to better protect his mother and the residents on Earth. Too scary. Broly's power is really scary. Vegeta was almost stunned. Originally, he had the delusion that after becoming a Super Saiyan, he must trample Broly under his feet. But now it seems that his idea is really ridiculous. Facing Broly in the second stage of Super Saiyan, Vegeta felt that he might not be able to take even one move. Becoming a Super Saiyan. The method of becoming a second-level Saiyan is not difficult, but your basic combat power is too weak now. After you practice for a while, I will tell you how to surpass the limit of Super Saiyan faster. Broly looked at Son Goku and the other two and said seriously, "The fastest way to become a second-level Super Saiyan is extreme anger." Of course, it is not easy to make a person feel extreme anger. Unless someone sacrifices to the sky, it is difficult to achieve. However, there is a second way. That is to improve the strength of basic combat power. As long as the strength of basic combat power is maintained, and a little anger is added, it can easily become a second-level Super Saiyan. This is how Cab and Caulifla in Dragon Ball Super became second-level Super Saiyan. Understood, Mr. Broly, we will work hard to practice. Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly, his face full of excitement. Sure enough, with Mr. Broly's guidance, the strength can be improved faster. Trunks and Vegeta also started their own practice. Broly took out a recliner from the Universal Capsule and lay leisurely while drinking juice. Broly's basic combat power will increase by 1,000 with every breath, so Broly doesn't need to practice at all. As long as he stays in the Spirit Time House for another year, his basic combat power can be improved by points. Southern Island. Dr. Gero, who was afraid to fly for fear of being discovered, has not returned to his research institute until now. Damn Broly, I didn't expect that his current strength has grown to such a terrifying level. It's a pity that my ultimate work still needs some time to grow. But fortunately, number 19 has collected more combat data for me, plus the energy cores of number 17 and number 18. Now, as long as these combat data and energy cores are implanted into the body of Cell's strength will become even stronger. Dr. Gero looked at the green biochemical man-made man in the culture tank and couldn't help showing a gloomy sneer on his face. Although number 17 and number 18 were destroyed by Broly, it didn't matter to Dr. Gero. As long as Cell grows up, there will be no one in the entire universe who can be Cell's opponent. Just wait, Broly. My ultimate android Cell will definitely destroy all of you. Dr. Gero laughed wildly with a smug look on his face. Boom. But at this moment, the heavy anti-theft door of the laboratory was opened with a bang. Hey! Then a green monster covered with black spots slowly walked in. You? Who are you? Looking at the familiar yet strange green monster in front of him, Lu Bogong's eyes widened in surprise. Because the monster in front of him was so similar to his ultimate work. Facing Dr. Gero's shocked question, Cell chose to ignore it and walked straight to the culture tank not far away. He looked at the little Cell in the culture tank that had not yet fully developed with an obsessive look. Although I don't know why this time and space has changed so much, even Android 17 and Android 18 have changed, but everything doesn't matter. As long as I absorb it, I can not only successfully evolve into a complete body, but my strength may also become stronger. When number 19 was fighting with Son Goku, Cell was hiding in the distance and watching. But because Son Goku and others in this time and space were too powerful, and number 17 and number 18 did not appear, Cell did not act rashly. However, when number 17 and number 18 in this time and space appeared, Cell was completely confused. What's going on? I took so much effort to ride Trunks' time machine to this time and space. The purpose is to absorb Android 17 and Android 18 in this time and space, so as to evolve into a complete form and make my strength reach the strongest form. However, Cell found that number 17 and number 18 in this time and space were completely different from the androids in his time and space. They were not transformed from human bodies, but androids with pure mechanical structures. In this case, he could not evolve himself by absorbing Android 17 and number 18 in this time and space. In addition, the powerful power displayed by Broly later made Cell even more afraid to act rashly. But fortunately, Cell did not give up, but kept lurking, waiting for the moment when Dr. Gero escaped, and he followed him. Now it seems that Zhang Tian really does not favor him. Although he does not know why this time and space has changed so much, it does not matter. He can clearly feel that the power contained in the body of Cell in this time and space is extremely powerful, even countless times stronger than him. As long as he absorbs it before the other party is fully formed, he can not only evolve into a complete body, but also become stronger. By then, he can destroy all humans in this time and space, including Broly. Become the strongest person on the entire Earth and even the entire universe. You. How do you know about number 17 and number 18? Who are you? Dr. Gero looked at Cell in front of him with a shocked face. Although the Cell in front of him is a little different from the Cell he designed, the appearance is very different. Although he does not know what the other party is, Dr. Gero has a hunch that the other party must be Cell. Dr. Gero, to be precise, we are not my father. After all, if it weren't for you, this world wouldn't exist, so as a reward I plan to personally send you off. Cell glanced at the horrified Dr. Gero beside him, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. What, you're indeed Cell. What is going on? Puff. Before Dr. Gero could finish his words, Cell flashed in front of Dr. Gero, and his arm pierced through Dr. Gero's chest like a sharp blade. Goodbye, Dr. Gero. After saying that, Cell's arm condensed with golden light, and the powerful energy cannon directly blasted Dr. Gero's body into pieces. Next, it's your turn, me in this time and space. Looking at the little Cell who was still in the culture tank and had not yet fully formed, Cell's face immediately showed an extremely greedy expression. Crack. Crack. Then he smashed the culture tank of the little Cell with a punch, and the tail sting behind him instantly turned into a bloody mouth, and the next second he swallowed the little Cell who had not yet fully formed into it. As the little Cell was sucked into Cell's body little by little, the expression on Cell's face suddenly became crazy. Power. Unparalleled power. Cell clenched his fists, and the huge energy seemed to be rapidly gestating in his body. The powerful energy continued to gush out from Cell's body. Then the ground under his feet collapsed instantly. Dr. Gero's laboratory also collapsed completely under the impact of this terrifying energy. And Cell's body gradually changed. The arms that were originally a little skinny suddenly swelled at this moment, and the face that looked like a wormhole now grew a human face. The carapace wings behind him continued to grow larger, and then fell on his back. KK. Grass-green energy continued to gush out from Cell's body. At this moment, the old god in the Temple of Heaven also naturally sensed this terrifying and powerful energy. Then the whole person showed an expression of disbelief. What kind of monster is this? He actually has the aura of Mr. Broly, Mr. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Cooler in his body at the same time. Feeling the terrifying energy, the old god was shocked and the scepter in his hand fell to the ground. And the people who were also in the Temple of Heaven were also shocked. This powerful energy made all of them tremble. It was too strong, really too strong. This is probably the strongest energy they have ever felt. What on earth is going on? That monster. Is he also a man-made man created by Dr. Gero? Piccolo's forehead was covered with cold sweat, his fists were clenched tightly, and his expression was extremely nervous. Although they were so far apart, the powerful energy emanating from the opponent still made Piccolo unable to muster any courage to fight against him. Too scary. Can this breath really be emitted by a human? Compared to that, Frieza is nothing. Krillin was so shocked by this powerful energy that he collapsed on the ground. Everyone, please don't act rashly. The only way now is to wait for Goku and the others to come out of the spirit time chamber. Although Tien Shin Han was also shocked to the extreme, he understood that facing such a powerful enemy, it would be useless even if they stayed. It would be better to wait until Goku and the others finish their training before thinking of a countermeasure. Tien Shin Han is right. Let's wait for Kakarot and the others to come out before discussing countermeasures. Raditz scratched his head with embarrassment. Although he is also a Saiyan, his presence is really too low. Even among the people on Earth, He is not even Piccolo's opponent. Now this is the only way. Piccolo nodded silently with a gloomy face. Although if they do nothing, Cell will definitely attack the human city, but they really can't do anything now. It would be a complete death to rush over rashly. Besides, as long as he is still alive, he can use Dragon Ball to revive those who were killed. The graveless Earthlings killed by Cell. So for them, doing nothing now is the wisest choice. Come on, Dad. You must finish your training quickly. Son Gohan clenched his fists, his expression extremely solemn. In the Spirit Time Room. Because of the different speeds of time, for Son Goku and others, they have been training inside for 6 months. And in these 6 months, under Broly's guidance, the strength of the 3 of them has been unprecedentedly improved. As for becoming the second stage of Super Saiyan, it is only a matter of time. Mr. Broly, can we start? Son Goku clenched his fists and looked at Broly excitedly. He can't wait to surpass the limit of Super Saiyan. Yes, Mr. Broly, I always feel that something big may happen outside. Trunks said with a serious expression. Although they have been training in the Spirit Time House for half a year, only half a day should have passed outside, but even so, Trunks still felt uneasy. Although Vegeta did not speak, the expression on his face was also extremely expectant. Let's start with Son Goku, you two watch out. Broly slowly stood up from the recliner. Looking at Son Goku, who had practiced the first stage of Super Saiyan to the limit, he nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Son Goku can already integrate the first stage of Super Saiyan into normal life. And this is the limit of the first stage of Super Saiyan. After reaching this level, it will be much easier to surpass the limit of Super Saiyan. Son Goku, first concentrate all the energy in your body to your back. Broly looked at Son Goku and said seriously, concentrate all the energy to the back? Although I have never tried it, it should not be difficult. I will try it now. Son Goku nodded. Then he opened his legs and pulled out a posture. Angry. It's really hard to get me angry all of a sudden. Son Goku scratched his head. Although he knew that what Mr. Broly said was correct, he really couldn't get angry for a while. You can recall the scene where your companions were killed by the enemy. This last step is also the most critical step. If you can't do it, then I can't help you. After Broly finished speaking, he returned to the recliner again and took a sip of juice first. This feeling of improving strength without training is really great. Mr. Broly, let me try it. At this time, Trunks took the initiative to step forward and said, No problem. I have told you the method. As for whether it can succeed, it depends on you. Broly said lightly. SGG. However, Trunks seemed not to hear Broly's words and directly took a horse stance. Ask for flowers. 0. Put his fists on his waist. Started to increase his breath crazily. Swish! The moment the golden flames gushed out, the energy in his body was frantically condensed towards Trunks' back. Soon Trunks completed the first step. It seems that Trunks has a great chance of success. Broly glanced at Trunks, who had successfully condensed the energy to his back, and his face also showed a hint of expectation. Next, it's to make yourself angry. Trunks clenched his fists, and he was very touched by Broly's previous words. Then he recalled the scene of Brother Gohan's tragic death at the hands of the android, and then Trunks' forehead suddenly bulged with blue veins. Damn android. Brother Gohan, I must become stronger and avenge you. HAAA. Finally, and Trunks roared. The energy in his body suddenly exploded and soared wildly, and soon reached countless times that of the first stage of Super Saiyan. Not only that, Trunks' hair, which was originally a little scattered, now stood upside down like a hedgehog. The golden flame on his body, like a flame, even appeared in a jet shape. This makes Trunks look extremely powerful. Great, so amazing, Trunks actually succeeded. Son Goku looked at Trunks beside him in surprise. He didn't expect Trunks to successfully surpass the limit of Super Saiyan so easily. Damn. I was actually surpassed by this kid. No, I want to do it too. Vegeta clenched his fists, looking unconvinced. He, the Prince of Saiyan, was actually surpassed by a teenager, which made Vegeta very annoyed. Oh. Then Vegeta also began to try to transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan. However, in the end, both Son Goku and Vegeta failed to succeed. Because Broly killed Frieza in advance, Krillin in this time and space did not sacrifice to the heaven, so Son Goku really couldn't think of anything that could make him angry. And Vegeta was more angry because of jealousy, so he also failed to successfully transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan. I didn't expect that I would be the first to succeed. Trunks looked at his hands in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would be ahead of Uncle Goku and Vegeta to become the second stage of Super Saiyan. Of course, what shocked Trunks the most was not the terrifying increase in strength of the second stage of Super Saiyan. Compared with the first stage of Super Saiyan, his strength at this moment has soared dozens of times. And this improvement is not based on his normal combat power, but on his original first stage of Super Saiyan. So this made Trunks' strength explosively improved. Even he himself was shocked by his powerful strength. Well done, Trunks. Broly stood up and patted Trunks on the shoulder. He was not surprised that Trunks would be the first to succeed. After all, after experiencing such a desperate time and space, watching the people around him die one by one in front of him, Trunks should be angrier than anyone else. So it was not surprising that he would be the first to become the second stage of Super Saiyan. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Broly. Without your guidance, I'm afraid I won't be able to surpass the limit of Super Saiyan in a few years. As he said this, Trunks bowed deeply to Broly. Although he has always doubted Broly's identity, judging from his performance, he is definitely a good person. Don't thank me, all this is the result of your hard work. Although the second stage of Super Saiyan is very strong, it is still not the limit of our Saiyan. Come on, improve your strength, there is a more powerful form waiting for you in the store. As he said this, Broly smiled. More powerful form. Could it be that Mr. Broly has mastered a power that is more powerful than the second stage of Super Saiyan? Listening to Broly's words, Trunks was stunned and thought of something. Yes, it must be like this. Otherwise, Mr. Broly would definitely not say that. Don't think about it, you will know in the future. Broly waved his hand casually and then sat back on the recliner again. The world outside the spiritual time house. Everyone looked anxiously at the bottom of the Temple of the Gods. Faced with Cell's powerful strength, human cities were destroyed in an instant. How long will Goku and the others have to wait? If this continues, it won't take half a day for that monster to kill all humans. Piccolo clenched his fists in an unbearable manner. I don't know, they have only been in for 16 hours, and it will take about 8 hours for them to come out at the earliest. 1. Krillin counted the time on his fingers. D***. The old god sighed helplessly, then looked at Piccolo and said lightly, Piccolo, I have something to discuss with you, come with me. Piccolo nodded his headscarf with a heavy face. Piccolo and the old god on Earth are the same person, so of course he knows what the other person is thinking at the moment. That is fusion. Although this method can quickly improve his strength, Piccolo still has some rejection in his heart. Because once he merges with the old god, his personality will be affected by the old god. But now Piccolo can't care so much, as long as he can quickly improve his strength. After all, if nothing is done, Cell will kill everyone on Earth in a short time. A moment later, Piccolo walked out of the main hall of the Temple of the Gods. Everyone can clearly feel that Piccolo's strength has been greatly improved. Not only that, Piccolo's aura seems to be completely fused with the aura of the old god. FT. Bobo looked at Piccolo, and a sad look appeared on his face. Although he knew that Piccolo and the old god were one, the old god at that time might never come back. Wait. Piccolo, what are you going to do? Noticing Piccolo's actions, Krillin immediately showed a panic expression. He knew that Piccolo was going to stop the monster alone. Don't worry, I won't be stupid enough to fight the monster head-on. I just plan to investigate the specific strength of the monster, so that when Lao San and the others come out of the spirit time room, we can be prepared. And if I don't go, it won't take long for Cell to kill everyone on Earth, and by then he will definitely find the location of the Heavenly God Temple. Piccolo said with a particularly serious expression. At this moment, He no longer has any of his previous arrogance. Because of his relationship with the old heavenly god fusion, Piccolo's character has also become better. Uncle Piccolo, let me go with you. Son Gohan clenched his fists and said with some worry. Don't worry, Gohan, I won't die. After all, if I die too, then the Shenron on Earth will disappear with 937. Piccolo rubbed Son Gohan's hair and smiled. He felt that he still had the ability to delay Cell for some time. Swoosh! Then Piccolo left the Temple of Heaven under the eyes of everyone. Soon Piccolo searched for Cell's aura and found his location. Because of the successful absorption of Little Cell, Cell has now completely evolved into a complete form. And because Dr. Gero implanted Broly cells and energy into Little Cell's body, Cell is now a complete form, but it is different from the original. Although the appearance looks very different from the original, the height and muscle size of the body are closer to Broly. This guy, is he really a man-made man developed by Dr. Gero? Such a strong aura, how did Dr. Gero do it? Piccolo hid in the distance, carefully observing Cell, who was still slaughtering the residents, and his fists tightened unconsciously. But Piccolo did not lose his mind because of his increased strength. He knew very well that even if he had become stronger after merging with the old god, he would still not be a match for Cell. Because the aura on Cell was too strong at this moment. Piccolo even felt that Cell's aura was even more terrifying than Broly's aura when he became a Super Saiyan and fought cooler. Oh kid. After an energy bomb completely destroyed the city in front of him, Cell noticed Piccolo, who was hiding in the distance and watching. Swish! Then Cell's body instantly rushed towards others. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Piccolo in almost a blink of an eye. +4. Looking at Cell, who had come to him, Piccolo's face immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. He had obviously suppressed his aura to the lowest level, and Piccolo never thought that even so, he was still discovered by Cell. Haha, it turned out to be you, Piccolo. I thought it was Son Goku and the others who came. I was so happy for nothing. Cell glanced at Piccolo with an arrogant look on his face, then shook his head in disdain and turned to leave. Although Piccolo's strength has improved a lot, Cell didn't take him seriously at all. He was even too lazy to attack him. You just let him go? Piccolo asked with his eyes wide open, somewhat incredulously. I have no interest in a weakling like you. Go and call Son Goku and Broly over, or I will kill everyone on this earth. After saying that, Cell flew away directly, ignoring Piccolo. Looking at the departing Cell, Piccolo felt angry. He had already merged with the old god, but compared to Cell, his strength was still too weak to withstand a single blow. Even Cell, that guy, was unwilling to attack him. You be *************** D. I won't allow you to hurt any Earthlings again. Unwillingly, Piccolo roared, and then chased in the direction Cell left. After noticing Piccolo catching up behind him, Cell also stopped. Then he looked at Piccolo with a cold face. Just because I don't want to attack you doesn't mean I won't. In that case, come on, I also want to see how big the gap between our strength is. After saying that, Piccolo took off his gravity suit. Hey, 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 hey! With a low roar, Piccolo's energy began to increase sharply. Take it. The moment the voice fell, Piccolo rushed directly towards Cell. He clenched his fist and hit Cell's face fiercely. However, facing the oncoming attack, Cell's face seemed particularly calm, as if he didn't take Piccolo's attack to heart at all. Let the opponent's fist fall on his face. Snap. A crisp sound came out. Cell actually used his face to block Piccolo's heavy punch. But he didn't react at all, and his body didn't even take a step back. Piccolo looked at Cell with horror. He didn't hold back in that punch just now and almost used all his strength. However, his attack not only failed to hurt Cell, but also didn't cause any impact on Cell at all. Dang! Magic flash! Piccolo roared again, and his body quickly flashed back, holding his right wrist with his left hand, and then fired a powerful energy cannon at Cell. Boom! The energy cannon hit Cell directly and immediately raised a puff of smoke. Did it succeed? Piccolo panted heavily and said with some excitement and expectation. He didn't hold back in that attack just now. Even if he couldn't kill Cell, he could definitely injure him severely, right? Hee hee. Are you tickling me? Cell's voice came from the smoke and dust. Boom. The next second, a powerful energy erupted. Under the impact of the powerful energy, the smoke and dust were blown away in an instant. Then Cell's body appeared in front of Piccolo intact. KGG. Looking at the intact Cell in front of him, Piccolo was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. Cell raised his mouth and grabbed Piccolo's wrist with both hands. Got. With the sound of flesh being torn apart, Cell tore Piccolo's 2 arms off. The intense pain made Piccolo faint immediately. Then he fell headfirst from midair. In the Temple of Heaven, seeing Piccolo being defeated so easily, everyone celebrated again. Uncle Piccolo. I'm going to save Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan, who was extremely angry, immediately rushed over to rescue Piccolo. But he was stopped in time by Krillin. Don't be impulsive, Gohan. You'll just die if you go there now. Goku and the others should be out soon. Krillin was still calculating the time in his mind. It had been almost 24 hours since Son Goku and the others entered the Spirit Time Room. So if Mr. Popo's guess was correct, Goku and the others should be out soon. Click. The crisp sound of the door opening was heard. Then Son Goku, Broly, and the other 4 walked out of the Spirit Time Room one after another. However, the moment they came out of the Spirit Time Room, the expressions on the faces of the few people who were still smiling became solemn. This breath. Krillin, what happened? Son Goku looked at Krillin and the Son Goku who was still struggling in Krillin's arms, and said with a solemn expression, What, a new android? I didn't expect that Piccolo would choose to merge with the god. After listening to Krillin's explanation, Son Goku was very surprised. Cell's affairs also had a simple understanding. Although the distance information of the other party was not clear, the other party dared to slaughter the residents of the Earth like this, which Son Goku absolutely could not agree to. Of course, among the few people, Trunks was the most shocked. He didn't understand why this time and space had changed so much. What artificial human cell? Trunks had never heard of this name in his time and space. Trunks, let's go. No matter how strong that guy is, I will not allow him to hurt the residents of the Earth like this. Son Goku looked at Trunks and Vegeta and said with a serious expression, Well, Uncle Goku is right. We must not let him continue to destroy the Earth like this. Trunks clenched his fists. He felt that the reason why this time and space had such a big change must be because of himself, so he must dedicate his power to this time and space. Swish! However, Vegeta, who had been silent at the side, flew directly to the outside of the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta still remembered the last time he was defeated by Android 19. So this time he must use his own power to destroy all the androids. Vegeta. Looking at Vegeta's departing back, Son Goku shook his head helplessly. Mr. Broly. Son Goku glanced at Broly and then put his hand directly on Trunks' shoulder. Yeah. Broly nodded and also put his palm on Son Goku's shoulder. Swish! Then the bodies of the 3 disappeared directly on the spot. When they reappeared, the 3 had come to Cell. Broly and Son Goku, you came at the right time. Cell looked at Son Goku and Broly, and his face immediately showed an excited expression. Mr. Broly, leave this guy to me. Son Goku looked at Broly and said very seriously, Be careful, Cell's strength is not as weak as you think. Broly glanced at Cell, and then a look of disappointment appeared on his face. When dealing with number 17 and number 18, Broly noticed Cell hiding in the distance, and he also let Dr. Gero go. The purpose was to see how much Cell could grow in the end. But now it seems that his expectations for Cell are still a bit too high. Although the aura emanating from the Cell in front of him was indeed much stronger than the perfect Cell in the original work, it still couldn't make Broly have any emotional fluctuations. It couldn't even make the belligerence of the Saiyan in Broly's body react at all. Don't worry, Mr. Broly. Under your guidance this year, my strength has improved a lot. Son Goku said that he directly became the first stage of Super Saiyan. The energy emanating from his body also increased 50 times in an instant. Son Goku, even if you become a Super Saiyan, you are not my opponent at all. Cell looked at Son Goku in front of him with disdain. Although the opponent's combat power increased 50 times after becoming a Super Saiyan, Cell still didn't take Son Goku seriously. He kept his eyes on Broly. He could feel that he had the same energy as Broly in his body, which made Cell look at Broly more greedy. If he could absorb Broly into his body, then his strength would definitely become stronger. Want to absorb me? Don't dream, Cell. After noticing Cell's greedy expression, Broly immediately guessed what the other party was thinking. After all, Cell has a part of his energy in his body, so Broly naturally understands what Cell wants to do. But unfortunately, if he was still the same person as 3 years ago, maybe Cell would really have that chance, but now Cell has no chance at all. Del. After listening to Broly's words, Cell's face suddenly showed an unhappy expression. He didn't expect Broly to see through his inner thoughts at a glance. This made him very unhappy. Take it, Cell. Son Goku completely ignored the change in Cell's expression, and his body turned into a golden light and rushed towards Cell. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Cell in almost an instant. Then he clenched his fist and hit Cell's chest fiercely. However, facing the fist of Son 0.2 Goku, Cell easily dodged it by turning sideways. However, Son Goku seemed to have expected it. After the punch missed, his body twisted quickly, and then a whip kick was aimed at Cell's neck was whipped out fiercely. Bang! Cell was totally caught off guard and was directly whipped away more than 10 meters by Son Goku's whip kick. Cell, it seems that your strength is not as strong as I thought. After a successful attack, Son Goku immediately showed a smile on his face. You are too proud of yourself. Son Goku, I will let you see my true strength now. After Cell finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his fists. The next second, a shocking scene happened. I saw that Cell's body was gushing out the same grass-green flame as Broly. This is the same Super Saiyan energy as Mr. Broly. Son Goku was extremely shocked. He didn't know how Cell could have the same energy zone as Mr. Broly. And at this moment, Cell's strength was directly increased by dozens of times. It was as if he had become a Super Saiyan like them. Swish! At this moment, Vegeta also rushed over. Seeing Son Goku, who was already fighting with Cell, Vegeta's face suddenly turned red. He felt that he was really like a clown at this moment. If I had known earlier, I would have let Son Goku use instant transmission to bring him along. Vegeta, you're here too, but you came just in time. Cell looked at Vegeta with a smug look on his face. Kakarot, you guy, step back, let me deal with him. After saying that, Vegeta also became a Super Saiyan. Powerful energy instantly gushed out of his body. Deal with me? That's ridiculous, Vegeta. Do you think you can promise me? Vegeta's words made Cell laugh uncontrollably. He didn't know where Vegeta got the confidence to say such a thing. In Cell's database, Vegeta's strength is not the lowest, but it is not strong either. He is even weaker than Son Goku and others, so Cell was really amused by Vegeta's words. Mr. Vegeta, Cell is very strong. Let's join forces to deal with him. Trunks persuaded him with some worry. TSK, there is no need for that. Just watch me step on this monster hard. After Vegeta finished speaking, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised a curve. Swish! Then Vegeta's body suddenly disappeared from the spot, and his speed was so fast that he came to Cell in almost an instant. Then he clenched his fist and hit Cell's chest hard. Xiaoji. Cell snorted coldly, and then stretched out his palm and grabbed Vegeta's fist. Interesting, it seems that your strength is not as weak as I thought, but this is just right. Although his attack was easily blocked by Cell, Vegeta did not show any worry on his face, but instead showed a hint of excitement at the corner of his mouth. Vegeta, you are really arrogant. Cell did not expect Vegeta to be so arrogant. Even though the attack was easily blocked by him, the other party could still say such arrogant words. This made Cell very confused. Arrogant. I will be more arrogant later. Now I will let you see the results of my training this year. As he said this, Vegeta showed a proud arc at the corner of his mouth. Then Vegeta spread his arms and pulled out a posture. Hey! A low roar came from Vegeta's mouth, and at the same time as the sound came out, The energy in Vegeta's body began to soar rapidly at an exponential rate, and his golden hair stood upside down. The golden flames around his body, like flames, also appeared in a jet shape at this moment. Visible blue arcs of electricity swirled around Vegeta, making crackling sounds. 1 + 4? How could this happen? Why can Vegeta release such powerful energy? Looking at Vegeta, whose strength suddenly soared, Cell showed an extremely surprised expression on his face. Vegeta couldn't even defeat Android 19, that rubbish, a day ago. Why did Vegeta suddenly become so much stronger now? Such powerful energy even surprised Cell. Hee. You ugly monster, now you know why I'm crazy. Because I, Vegeta, have the capital to be crazy. Vegeta pointed his right thumb at his nose with an arrogant expression. After Broly's guidance and his hard practice, Vegeta successfully mastered the second stage of Super Saiyan's transformation. This is why Vegeta had to fight the android Cell alone, because he needed to verify his own strength and also needed to prove through a battle that he, the Saiyan Prince, was definitely not weaker than anyone else. Vegeta, you're such an arrogant guy. Although your strength did surprise me, it was just a surprise. You can't defeat me. Cell stretched out his finger and shook it back and forth in front of Vegeta, with a provocative look on his face. Although Vegeta, who became the second-level Super Saiyan, was very strong, Cell was not worried. Because after absorbing Little Cell, the powerful energy he obtained was so strong that even Cell himself couldn't believe it. He thought that he might have become the most powerful existence in the entire universe. With Vegeta in front of him, it was naturally impossible for him to be his opponent. Oh, really? Then you should open your eyes and watch carefully. Vegeta stepped out with his right foot, and the ground collapsed instantly. Vegeta's body instantly shot toward Cell. His speed was so fast that he arrived in front of Cell in almost an instant. Then he punched Cell's chest with his clenched fist. What? How could it be so fast? Cell's eyes suddenly bulged, and he looked at Vegeta in shock. Although he knew that the opponent's strength had become much stronger, Cell really didn't expect Vegeta's speed to be so fast. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding was heard. Vegeta's fist actually sank directly into Cell's lower abdomen, and then Cell's whole body bent into the shape of a shrimp, and then flew backwards fiercely into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, and finally Cell's whole body was embedded fiercely on the rock wall in the distance. $75. Vegeta's strength has increased so much. What kind of training did they go through in the Spirit Time Chamber? At this time, Piccolo's arms that were torn off by Cell also grew back. But when he saw the scene where Vegeta punched Cell away, Piccolo was really shocked. Vegeta couldn't even defeat Android 19 a day ago, but now Vegeta can actually punch away Cell, a super android whose strength is countless times stronger than Android 19. This shocked Piccolo. It seems that Mr. Vegeta can defeat Cell alone. Trunks clenched his fists excitedly. He thought that since Vegeta could punch Cell away, he should be able to defeat Cell. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Cell's aura has not decreased at all. Son Goku said with a serious expression. Vegeta, who has become a second-level Super Saiyan, is indeed very strong, but Cell's aura has not decreased at all, which also means that Vegeta's attack just now did not hurt Cell at all. It's true. Cell's aura has not decreased at all. After being reminded by Son Goku, Trunks was stunned, and then he also noticed this. If Cell was injured by the punch just now, then Cell's aura should have decreased a lot at this moment, but at this moment Cell's aura has not decreased at all, which also means that Cell is not injured at all. Boom! An explosion sounded. Then Cell instantly shook off the rubble on his body, and then came to Vegeta again. This guy, he is really not injured. Looking at the intact Cell in front of him, Vegeta's expression became solemn. You know, he didn't hold back on that punch just now, and Vegeta didn't expect that he still couldn't hurt Cell even so. It's almost enough fun. In this case, let me show you my true strength. Cell raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then Cell put his hands on his waist, opened his mouth, and began to shout wildly. Hey, Accompanied by the roar that continued to come out of Cell's mouth, the The breath emanating from Cell was also rapidly rising. Error. The grass-green flame also appeared in a jet-like shape, gushing out from Cell's body. Crackling. The blue arc visible to the naked eye lingered around Cell's body. In the blink of an eye, the momentum emanating from Cell directly increased by dozens of times. 1 plus 4? How is this possible? Looking at Cell, who had also become a second-level Super Saiyan, Vegeta immediately widened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief. Although he knew that Cell also had some of their genes in his body, Vegeta never thought that Cell could also become a second-level Super Saiyan. You know, he made great efforts to become a second-level Super Saiyan. There is such a thing. Cell has also reached the second level of Super Saiyan. Trunks clenched his fists and was ready to join the battle at any time. If both sides are second-level Super Saiyan, then it will definitely not be so easy for Vegeta to defeat Cell. Mr. Broly is right. We really thought Cell was too weak. Son Goku looked serious and began to re-examine Cell in front of him. However, even though Cell became the second stage of Super Saiyan, Broly's expression was still calm, without any ripples. Although Cell had become Lightning Cell at this moment, he still couldn't feel excited. After all, his basic combat power had reached 10 billion. Based on the strength Cell had shown so far, he really couldn't take it seriously. Take it, Vegeta. The moment Cell's voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Swish! When he reappeared, Cell's body had already arrived in front of Vegeta. What? So fast? Looking at the Cell that had appeared in front of him, Vegeta's pupils shrank suddenly. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! A low collision sound was heard, and Vegeta's eyes suddenly bulged, and then his eyes moved down. He saw that Cell's fist had sunk into his lower abdomen. Duh! Then Vegeta directly vomited a mouthful of acid water. Then his body flew backwards. Boom! After his body pierced through more than 10 high-rise buildings, Vegeta finally stabilized his body. Swish! Cell didn't intend to give Vegeta any chance to breathe, and his body teleported behind Vegeta again. He then kicked Vegeta hard on the back, knocking him out again. Kamehameha wave. Then Cell put his hands on his waist and began to gather energy frantically. The powerful Kamehameha wave blasted towards Vegeta. However, just before the Kamehameha wave was about to hit Vegeta's body, Broly's body instantly came in front of Vegeta. Then he slapped the Kamehameha wave that was coming towards him and slapped it away. 1 plus 4? You slapped my Kamehameha wave away? Cell looked at Broly in surprise. He never thought that Broly would slap his Kamehameha wave away with just one slap. Although it was not his strongest attack, it was definitely not weak. Looking at Broly in front of him, Vegeta was stunned for a moment and was a little overwhelmed. He thought that after he became a second-level Super Saiyan, he would be able to prove his strength to everyone, but now it seems that his idea is still too naive. Cell's strength is far superior to his. If Broly had not acted in time just now, he would probably have been severely injured by Cell's attack. You are not Cell's opponent, let me do it. Broly said lightly. Although Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks have reached the level of Super Saiyan second level, but facing the Cell who also has his own energy and has become a Super Saiyan, Son Goku and Vegeta have no chance of winning even if they add up. So instead of letting them continue to waste time, Broly plans to take action himself. He wants to see how Cell can use his energy to that extent. Okay, I know. Vegeta loosened his clenched fist. Although he was very unwilling, Vegeta knew that Broly was right. He was no match for Cell. Even in the previous fight, he couldn't see clearly the trajectory of Cell's body movement. It was almost impossible to defeat Cell in this situation. Broly, you finally plan to fight yourself. Cell looked at Broly, and his expression became serious. But soon Cell's face became greedy again, because he had Broly's energy in his body, which made him eager to absorb Broly as well. In this way, his strength would definitely become stronger. Cell, use all your strength, don't let me down. Broly raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and then hooked his finger at Cell. As you wish. Cell snorted coldly and then immediately attacked Broly. His speed was very fast, and Cell came in front of Broly in almost an instant. Then he clenched his fist and hit Broly's chest fiercely. Abu. However, the seemingly sure-hit attack was easily dodged by Broly. The amazing reaction speed even surprised everyone present. It's amazing, Mr. Broly's reaction speed is too fast, and he can actually avoid it at that distance, Trunks said in surprise. At that moment, he could hardly see how Broly's body moved, but Broly easily avoided Cell's attack. The speed was so fast that even Son Goku and others who had reached the second level of Super Saiyan could hardly catch him. Sure enough, Mr. Broly still needs to take action in the end. Son Goku sighed a little depressed. He had similar ideas to Vegeta, thinking that becoming the second level of Super Saiyan would solve the problem of androids. But now it seems that they underestimated the power of androids. What's wrong, Cell? Do you think you can hit me with such a slow attack? Broly looked at Cell and said with a sneer. Cole. Cell snorted coldly, and then attacked Broly again. But this time, Broly's attack was obviously more fierce. He used his fists and feet together to launch a violent attack on Broly's body. The whole shadow blasted towards Broly's body like raindrops. However, Broly's body was like a light feather, dancing in the wind, allowing Cell to attack him from all directions, but it was useless. Cole. Cole. How could this happen? I have already become a perfect body. Now I am the most powerful existence in the entire universe. How could this happen? After punching tens of thousands of times in a row, Cell still did not achieve any effect. At this moment, he was obviously a little emotional. While roaring, he attacked Broly again. Dib. However, at this moment, Broly grabbed Cell's fist with a slap. Cell, your strength disappoints me too much. Broly shook his head, then clenched his right fist and punched Cell's lower abdomen fiercely. Bang! A low collision sound was heard, and Cell's body suddenly bent into the shape of a shrimp. Then the whole body immediately flew backwards fiercely into the distance. Boom boom boom. After piercing through countless mountains, the body finally stabilized. Cole. Damn Broly, you forced me to do this. Now I'll show you my real strength. Cell roared again. As Cell roared, his muscles began to bulge. The aura emanating from his body also gradually soared. Soon it reached a new height. It's amazing, Cell can actually raise his aura to this level. Son Goku clenched his fists, feeling pressured. Although Son Goku knew that Cell was definitely not Broly's opponent, he still became nervous unconsciously when he felt Cell's terrifying aura. Sacrificing speed for combat power. Broly looked at Cell, who was getting taller and taller, and shook his head helplessly. He really overestimated Cell. He thought that after getting his Super Saiyan energy, the other party might be able to burst out with strength that was countless times stronger than in the original book. But now it seems that he really had too high expectations for Cell. Even if he got his Super Saiyan energy, his current strength might be only a dozen times stronger than the Lightning Cell in the original book. He didn't use his Super Saiyan energy perfectly at all. Not to mention, he was like a fly in the battle like himself. Go to hell, damn Broly. Cell roared and immediately attacked Broly. At this moment, Cell was 3 meters tall, and his arms and legs became thicker, but his speed was obviously reduced. In Broly's eyes, his attack was like slow motion. Even without entering the realm of ultimate freedom, Broly could easily dodge all of Cell's attacks. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My strength is obviously the most powerful existence in the entire universe. How can you dodge my attacks again and again? Cell roared crazily. He really couldn't figure it out. His current strength had long surpassed the limit set by Dr. Gero. But why couldn't he defeat Broly? He couldn't even touch Broly's clothes. This made Cell very angry. Cole. Cell roared again, then raised his huge fist and smashed it towards Broly's body. Swish! Broly's body flashed again, and still easily dodged Cell's attack. So amazing, Broly is just playing with Cell. Piccolo looked at Broly with a shocked face. He could feel that Broly was just playing with Cell. After all, Broly now has not transformed into any form. If he wanted to, he could probably defeat Cell in an instant. Damn the asterisk 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 D. If you have the ability, don't keep hiding. After continuous attacks and constant roars, Cell has begun to breathe heavily. Okay, then I won't hide. Broly raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Then he clenched his fists suddenly. A huge amount of energy immediately gushed out of his body. Swish! The moment the grass-green flame gushed out, Broly's hair turned green. Although they were both green flames, the green flame gushing out of Broly was obviously more intense. The energy was also more powerful. What? What? How could this be possible? How could the gap in strength between us be so big? After feeling the powerful energy gushing out of Broly, Cell was shocked and his eyes widened, and his legs retreated repeatedly. Although he had always wanted to absorb Broly into his body, Cell was very clear at the moment that he was no match for Broly. The difference in strength was too great. Cell, don't you want to fight me head-on? Come on, I'll satisfy you now, Broly said with a sneer on his face. Swish! The next second, Broly's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. When his body reappeared, Broly's body had already arrived in front of Cell. Then Broly's clenched right fist slammed into Cell's chest. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn apart, Cell's body was directly torn into a bloody hole by Broly's punch. Cell then spit out a mouthful of blood, and the expression on his face was extremely painful. Good opportunity, too late. Cell endured the severe pain from his chest, and the tail thorn behind him suddenly stretched out and stabbed Broly. As long as he could absorb Broly's energy, he had the confidence to turn defeat into victory. Then facing Cell's maintenance, Broly did not even dodge, raised his neck, and let the other party attack him. Clang! The moment the tail thorn touched Broly's skin, a metal collision sounded. The huge gap in strength made Cell's tail thorn unable to break Broly's skin. There is such a thing. Seeing this scene, Cell no longer dared to have any unrealistic fantasies and immediately turned around and fled. Want to run? Is it possible? Beerus snorted coldly. Then he raised his arm, and Angel's freeze-frame magic was activated. Cell, who had already escaped 2 kilometers, was suddenly frozen in place. How? How is it possible? How could this happen? Cell's eyes suddenly bulged, and no matter how he struggled, his body could not move. He felt a terrifying chill. Disappear, Cell. Planet Destroyer. Along with Broly's voice, a powerful energy cannon instantly engulfed Cell's body. This blow directly shattered all of Cell's cells. Even if he also had Namex regenerative cells in his body, he would definitely die if his energy core was destroyed. Huh. Exhaling, Broly withdrew from the transformation of the Super Saiyan with some regret. Cell's strength was too weak, and fighting with such an opponent could not make Broly's strength improve again. If he wanted to make the Super Saiyan blood in his body boil again, he had to fight a stronger opponent. Wow, so amazing! That monster Cell had no power to resist at all in Mr. Broly's hands. Trunks opened his mouth in shock. Son Goku, Vegeta, and others were also shocked. Their strength was still too far behind Broly. Thank you, Mr. Broly. You saved the Earth again this time. Son Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. Every time he said he would protect the Earth with his own strength, but in the end he still needed the help of Mr. Broly's power, which made Son Goku a little helpless. Broly frowned slightly, did not answer Son Goku's words, and looked into the distance. Son Goku, retreat. Broly, who noticed something strange, immediately shouted loudly. Son Goku, who had not yet figured out the situation, twisted his body slightly. Swish! However, at this moment, a purple energy beam shot from nowhere instantly pierced Son Goku's chest. Son Goku, who was pierced through the chest, immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Old Son. Seeing Son Goku injured, everyone shouted anxiously. Get out! Broly looked in the distance, the direction where the energy beam was shot out, and then an energy cannon blasted directly over. Boom! The powerful energy cannon directly blasted a huge crater on the ground. However, there was no human figure at all. Son Goku is in your hands, I'll go after that guy. After taking out a Senzu bean and throwing it to Piccolo, Broly flew away directly. What happened just now? Piccolo looked at Trunks and Vegeta and asked. Both of them were stronger than him. Although he didn't find anything, he felt that Trunks and Vegeta might have found something. No, I don't know. I didn't even notice any breath fluctuations just now. Who hurt Mr. Goku? Trunks clenched his fists and his expression was extremely angry. If Mr. Broly hadn't reminded him in time, I'm afraid that the blow would have directly pierced Son Goku's heart. Damn it, what's going on? First Cell and now this guy who didn't even see his shadow. Why are there so many powerful guys on 10 low-level planets? Vegeta clenched his fists angrily. He really couldn't understand why so many powerful guys appeared again and again on the low-level planet Earth. Even the natives of this planet, the Earthlings, can create artificial people whose strength exceeds their scions. This is what Vegeta can't accept. Who is it? Although it is not clear who fired the energy beam, there are probably not many people in the Dragon Ball world who can completely hide themselves under their noses. Soon, a figure appeared in Broly's mind. Hit? Could it be him? Broly frowned. In the entire Dragon Ball world, the one who can hide himself the best is probably Hit, the #1 killer in the 6th universe. Although the gods of destruction are powerful, they are not good at hiding themselves. Especially the powerful divine power of the Broken God. Unless there is the help of Angel, it is difficult to hide his own aura. But if it is really Hit, why did he appear in the 7th universe and come to the Earth? This is what Broly can't figure out. Debut. Broly quickly caught up with the universe. But still no gains. However, just when Broly was about to use instant transmission to the Gods of Destruction world to ask Whis if he knew, a few purple energy beams came again from a distance. Swish! 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 Broly raised his eyebrows, and his body dodged all the energy beams that were coming like a ghost. You are really extraordinary to be able to make Gods of Destruction care so much. At this time, a voice came out and a mixed purple figure appeared in Broly's sight. The person who came was Hit, the #1 killer in the 6th universe. It's you. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Broly's originally nervous expression immediately relaxed. Although he didn't know why Hit appeared here, he was looking for someone to fight at this moment. After all, Cell's strength was too weak, and the battle with Cell didn't satisfy him at all. Do you know me? Hit looked at Broly with a surprised face. Although he knew it was impossible, Hit felt that the expression on Broly's face seemed to know him. But it was indeed his first time in the 7th universe. The #1 killer in the 6th universe, how could I not know him? Broly looked at Hit and said lightly. In general, Hit's strength is not that strong, but Hit's assassination and concealment abilities are probably the best in the entire Dragon Ball world. Combined with the flash time kung fu that can temporarily control time, Hit has almost never failed in every assassination mission. It seems that you know me very well. In that case, you should know that I have never failed. Although I don't like working for Gods of Destruction, the reward he gave me this time is something I can't refuse. Hit looked at Broly and said very confidently. Hee. I see. No wonder you are here. It turns out that Kampa brought you here. I didn't expect that Kampa was so unrepentant that he didn't dare to come. Broly raised a smile. No wonder Hit appeared here. It turned out to be Kampa's doing. But Broly also guessed that Kampa was taught a lesson by him last time, and he would definitely not let it go. I don't know what you are talking about. But since you have heard of my name, you should also know that few people I target can survive. You will be no exception. Hit looked at Broly and said very confidently. Although he witnessed the scene of Broly killing Cell easily, Hit did not feel scared. Instead, it made him more confident in this mission. And as long as he completed this mission, he could get the permanent right to use the shuttle cube. For Hit, the shuttle cube that can travel to any universe is too important. In this way, even if he offended the Gods of Destruction of a certain universe, he could drive the shuttle cube to escape to other universes to live. Really? Then you can try. Even Kampa is no match for me. Do you think you can kill me? Broly sneered. He just thought Hit's assassination ability was very strong, but Hit's frontal combat ability was not even as good as Son Goku's Super Saiyan God Blue. The only thing that Broly was afraid of was probably Hit's weird flash time skill. What a joke. Although I don't like Gods of Destruction Kampa either, I know very well how strong Gods of Destruction is. Humans can never defeat Gods of Destruction. Hit obviously didn't believe Broly's words. In his opinion, humans can never defeat the powerful Gods of Destruction, and even Gods of Destruction can easily destroy anything in a universe with just a thought. This is why Hit needs the Shuttle Cube. Once he has the Shuttle Cube, he really doesn't have to worry about provoking Gods of Destruction. It seems that Kampa didn't tell you why he wanted to kill me. But that's right. After all, how could Kampa, King Chien, spread such a shameful thing as being defeated by a human? Broly smiled faintly. Okay, stop talking. Aren't you here to kill me? If you can do it, then just come on. Broly looked at Hit in front of him and said calmly. He was not in a hurry to get rid of Hit. If he wanted, he could use Angel's free-frame magic to control Hit firmly the moment he showed up. But in that case, he would not be able to see Hit's flash time skill. Huh, what an arrogant guy. Hit snorted coldly, and then his body suddenly turned into a purple stream of light and rushed towards Broly. Hit's speed was very fast, even faster than Gods of Destruction. Almost the moment the voice fell, Hit's body had appeared in front of Broly. Then he stabbed Broly's chest with a knife. Swish! However, at the moment when Hit's knife was less than 5 centimeters away from Broly's chest, Broly easily dodged Hit's attack by turning sideways. But at the same time when Broly dodged Hit's attack, Hit's second attack followed. Although it still missed, it did not affect Hit's mood. Time prison. After Broly dodged the attack again, Hit's eyes condensed, and the purple energy instantly wrapped around Broly's body. Then Broly's whole body was instantly fixed in place. Bang! Hit punched Broly's chest fiercely. And Broly's body was also pushed back hundreds of meters. However, such an attack not only did not make Broly feel scared, but made Broly's face reveal an excited smile. Is this your ability? It's really interesting. If that's the case, I'll be more serious. Broly's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. The black hair instantly turned bright red. This time Broly did not become a 4th-level Super Saiyan, but a Super Saiyan God Red. Powerful divine power immediately gushed out from Broly's body. The speed of Super Saiyan God Red is second only to Ultra Instinct. In this form, Broly can minimize his own consumption and also reach the fastest speed. He wants to see who is faster, his strongest speed, or the first killer of the 6th universe. Divine power? Feeling the powerful divine power gushing out of Broly, Nishi's face showed a brief surprise. But soon he regained his composure. No wonder the Gods of Destruction care so much. It turns out that you are not an ordinary human. As a being who has lived for thousands of years, Hit naturally also mastered the divine power, so he could naturally feel the powerful divine power emanating from Broly. The strength of this divine power is very terrifying, even Nishi was shocked. But even so, Hit is still very confident in his own strength. After all, what he is good at is not the confrontation of strength, but finding the opportunity to defeat the enemy in one blow during the battle. As long as he gets the chance, he can make the opponent lose all resistance in an instant. I really want to know how you mastered that time power. Broly looked at Hit in front of him and said calmly. Any magical power needs to be based on divine power. Although Broly is not sure what kind of magical power Hit's flash time power belongs to, it is certain that if you want to master this ability, you must have a certain grasp of divine power. It seems that I seem to have underestimated you. Hit looked at Broly with surprise. He just used a little time power, but Broly had noticed it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and make a move. Let me see how much control you have over time. As he said that, Broly opened his legs and took a fighting stance. Broly dared not be careless when dealing with an opponent like Hit, because he knew Hit's ability very well. As long as he found a flaw in himself, Hit would definitely hit his vital point in an instant. My ability is not something that everyone can see. The moment the voice came out, Hit's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared directly in front of Broly. He clenched his fist and hit Broly's chest fiercely. However, facing the oncoming attack, Broly was calm. While dodging Hit's attack with one side of his body, he bent his legs and hit Hit's chest heavily. What? Hit had never expected Broly's reaction speed to be so fast. In a hurry, he could only turn the arm that was hit out and protect his chest. Bang! The sound of the collision of flesh sounded. The powerful impact force directly made Hit's body fly back several kilometers. The whole body hit the meteorite in the distance fiercely. Boom! The huge meteorite was directly shattered by Hit's body. Swish! Then Broly's body turned directly into a red light and attacked Hit again. He punched hard. However, Hit dodged Broly's attack this time, and his fist directly blasted the meteorite behind Hit into powder. What a strong attack! Hit covered his chest with one hand, and his expression was obviously a little ugly. Although he turned from defense to offense in time and put his arm against his chest, Broly's powerful attack still made him feel pain in his chest, as if his internal organs were dislocated. Now Hit finally understood why Kampa offered such a high reward. Shuttle Cube. This thing is a very important means of transportation for Angel and Gods of Destruction. And Kampa actually gave it to him, which is enough to show how difficult this mission is. What's wrong, Hit? Your strength is not just this? If this is your full strength, it's really disappointing. Broly shook his head with some regret. The moment he first saw Hit, he did feel that the belligerent factor in his body was becoming active, and so far his blood in his body has not completely boiled. In this case, he would not be able to improve his strength through fighting. If he could not improve his strength through fighting, then such a fight would not have much meaning for him. I did underestimate you. Broly, you're stronger than I expected. But anyway, since I have accepted the mission of Gods of Destruction, I must complete this mission. So next, I can only show all my strength. Speaking of this, Hit's eyes suddenly became serious, and an invisible killing intent gushed out of his body. This feeling is different from the direct impact brought by the powerful divine power. But it is also chilling, because this is an absolute killing intent that can only be released after killing countless people. Huh. Then Hit suddenly roared, and the lavender energy flame gushed out of his body. And at the moment when the energy gushed out, the breath emanating from Hit's body was also transformed into divine power. But this divine power is not strong. Of course, maybe it's because Hit is good at hiding, so the divine power in his body can't be excited about this. Almost at the moment the sound came out, Hit's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. And when he reappeared, his body had come to a distance of less than 5 meters from Broly. Then several purple energy beams instantly shot out towards Broly's body. Swish! 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 Facing the oncoming purple energy beams, Broly didn't dodge or avoid, but swung his fist and knocked them out one by one. However, at the moment when Broly knocked away the last energy beam, a purple energy ball instantly hit his chest. Bang! Under the bombardment of the energy ball, Broly's body was instantly knocked dozens of meters away. Swish! Before Broly could stabilize his body, Hit flashed in front of Broly again. Then he hit him with a fierce whip kick. Facing the attack, Broly's body reacted instinctively and also hit him with a whip kick. Bang! The legs of the two hit each other fiercely, and no one gave in for a while. Interesting, invisible energy cannon? That's a good ability. Broly looked at Hit in front of him with a serious expression. At this moment, he finally felt the gradually boiling blood in his body. It must be said that Hit's ability is indeed very tricky. The released energy cannon can be absolutely invisible. Even Broly didn't notice it just now. Come again. Hit's face did not show a trace of excitement because the energy cannon hit Broly. On the contrary, his expression was still particularly solemn. Although the invisible energy cannon is very powerful, it will not have a second effect against a strong man like Broly due to probability. He thought that Broly, who was hit by his invisible energy cannon, would definitely be seriously injured, but now it seems that his energy cannon only made Broly look a little embarrassed. But in fact, Broly was not injured at all. What a tricky guy. Hit snorted coldly, and then his body flashed again, pulling away from Broly. Want to run after the fight? It's not that easy. After saying that, Broly's right foot stepped out suddenly, and his body immediately chased after Hit like an arrow from a string. Get out of here. As he approached Hit, Broly punched Hit's back directly. However, the next second, Broly couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It was seen that his fist actually pierced Hit's waist in an instant. Is it the power of time again? Broly looked around with a serious expression. That was Hit's ability, Flash Time Space. Hit might be hiding somewhere at this moment, planning to give him a fatal blow. Flash Time Space. As Hit's voice came out, the originally dissipated Hit's phantom was condensed again, and then Lang Lang punched Broly's chest. Facing the sudden attack, Broly instinctively crossed his hands against his chest to resist. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the collision of flesh, Broly's body retreated more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. Damn. I was blocked by him again. Hit's expression was particularly serious. Unexpectedly, even his Flash Time Space did not have any effect. In this case, he only had the last resort of Flash Time Gong. If even Flash Time Gong could not cause an effective attack on Broly, then he could only run away. As a qualified killer, he would never choose to continue fighting to the death with his opponent when he knew he was defeated. Instead, he would sneak into the darkness and look for another chance to attack. Although there is only a trace of time power, you can play it to this extent. I have to say that Hit is really amazing. If your strength is a little stronger, I may not be your opponent. Broly looked at Hit in front of him with a serious expression. Through the fight just now, he could clearly feel that Hit used that trace of time power very cleverly. However, because Hit's own strength is not strong, even if he can use the power of time to attack himself, it is still difficult to seriously injure himself. After all, the gap in strength is too big. Just like in the original book, Hit fought Jiren. Hit was given the best opportunity and time to defeat the enemy with one move, but because the gap in strength between Hit and Jiren was too large, even if Hit used his strongest attack, he still couldn't hurt Jiren at all. Hit is in this situation now. Although he is very good at using the power of time, the gap in strength is a fatal flaw. Hit murmured, and then his body rushed directly towards Broly. The same move will not work on me a second time. After saying that, Broly punched Hit, who was attacking him head-on. Broly, who turned into the red color of Super Saiyan God, was extremely fast. However, at the moment when Broly's fist was less than 5 centimeters away from Hit's face, Hit's body dodged like a ghost. At the moment of dodging the attack, Hit's knuckles instantly landed on Broly's neck. Vital hit. At the moment the voice fell, Hit's attack also landed on Broly's neck. Success. Seeing that Broly was successfully hit, Hit's face immediately showed a touch of excitement. However, at this moment, Broly's right hand directly grabbed Hit's attacking arm. 1 plus 1 plus 4? No effect? How's that possible? My attack clearly hit your vitals. Hit looked at Broly, who seemed to be fine, with a look of astonishment, and was extremely shocked. His attack just now hit Broly's vitals very accurately, but the other party was not affected at all at this moment, which made Hit feel particularly incredible. Are you shocked? There is no vital point in my body at all. As he said, Broly grabbed Hit's wrist and pulled it hard, and punched Hit's chest with his right fist. Bang! The low sound of flesh colliding and the crisp sound of bone cracking sounded almost at the same time. Under the powerful force of Broly's attack, At's chest suddenly sank. The whole person was like a cannonball shooting towards a distant planet. Boom! The originally small planet was smashed into a huge crater by Hit's body. 1313. Great! So powerful! How could there be such a guy? Hit stood up slowly, purple blood still gushing out of his mouth, and the expression on his face was particularly painful. He thought that under the effect of the flash time skill, his last blow would definitely be able to severely injure Broly, but he never thought that his attack would have no effect on Broly. This shocked him greatly. It seems that I can only think of a way next time. With this thought, Hit did not stop for long and directly took out the shuttle cube. Shuttle cube. The moment Broly saw the shuttle cube, his pupils suddenly shrank. No wonder Hit could come to the 7th universe. It seems that Kampa really gave him Angel's shuttle cube. Otherwise, Hit would be far from being able to leave his own universe. Did I let you go? When Hit was about to enter the shuttle cube, Broly's body instantly blocked him. Oh no. Looking at Broly, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Hit frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Come as you want, leave as you want, it's not that easy. Since you are here to kill me, you should also be prepared to be killed. As he said that, the red power of God gushed out of Broly's body instantly. The power of God was so strong that Hit in front of him even took 2 steps back. Such a strong power of God. Hit clenched his fists and looked at Broly with a particularly solemn expression. I'll take the shuttle cube. Broly was not in a hurry to attack Hit, but instead shrunk the shuttle cube behind him and put it into his pocket. The shuttle cube is much more important than Hit's life. As long as he has this thing, he can enter any universe at will. Even time travel is not impossible. Damn, my shuttle cube. Seeing his shuttle cube being taken away by Broly, Hit's heart was bleeding. Why did he come to the 7th universe to assassinate Broly? The purpose was to get this shuttle cube. However, not only has the mission not been completed, even the shuttle cube has been taken away by Broly, which makes Hit extremely annoyed. But he is very helpless. After all, he is indeed not Broly's opponent. Are you ready, Hit? Now it's your turn, said Broly. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't dislike Hit, but since the other party was coming to kill him, Broly naturally couldn't let him go easily. Abu. The next second, Broly's body suddenly shot towards Hit. In the red form of Super Saiyan God, Broly's speed was almost fully exerted. In a flash, he arrived in front of Hit. He punched Hit's chest hard. However, just when his fist was about to land on Hit's chest, Hit's body once again dodged the attack in a very clever way. Then Hit didn't hesitate at all, and immediately used Chi to transform himself into dozens of clones. Then he fled in different directions of the universe. Wanna run? Can you run? Looking at the dozens of Hit in front of him, Broly was not only not panicked, but also showed a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He saw his right hand spread out and then suddenly clenched. The next second, a shocking scene happened. The one who was originally fleeing Hit in all parts of the universe were frozen in place. What? How could this happen? Hit was shocked. No matter how hard he tried, his body could not move at all. Isn't it Angel's ability to freeze people in place and make them unable to move? Hit really couldn't understand why Broly could do it. Very good. Since we can't tell which one is real, we'll just destroy you all. Looking at the dozens of Hits frozen in place, Broly sneered. Then energy surged in his hands. The energy cannon blasted out, and the 2 Hits instantly disappeared in place under the power of the energy cannon. Damn, must find a way. Hit's forehead was covered with cold sweat. If he couldn't think of a way, Broly's attack would probably fall on him in the next second. Boom. Boom. 2 more energy cannons blasted out, and Hit's clones were destroyed again. And Hit's expression became more and more nervous. At this moment, he couldn't make any moves at all. In this case, even if he had a little control over the power of time, it would be completely useless at this moment. Wait. I can give you the shuttle cube. Can you spare my 10 lives? At this time, Hit took the initiative to speak. Although this would directly expose the real body in the clone, Hit couldn't care less now. The body was completely frozen in place, so as long as Broly eliminated the other clones, he would eventually find him. Spare your life. Broly sneered. If I remember correctly, you came here to kill me. Why do you think I should let you go? If Hit was just simply competing with himself, Broly might let him go. But Hit's goal was to put himself to death, and all of Hit's previous attacks were also aimed at killing himself, so Broly naturally couldn't let him go. I am the #1 killer in the 6th universe. If you are willing to spare my life, I can kill anyone for you, Hit said with a somewhat ugly expression. No one is not afraid of death, and Hit is no exception. The reason why he wants to get Angel's shuttle cube is that he is worried about being targeted by a powerful opponent. After all, as a killer, his hands are covered with blood, and it is inevitable that he will be retaliated by a powerful opponent. Help me kill? Sorry, I don't need it. So you can die. As Broly said this, his mind moved, and the energy compression cannon in his hand condensed instantly. This time he directly compressed the energy compression cannon in his hand 60 times, and the power reached an extremely terrifying level. This blow is enough to easily destroy a planet. Energy compression cannon. When the energy compression was completed, Suchin did not show any mercy and directly fired the energy compression cannon at Hit in the distance. Hit, whose body was completely frozen in place, could not do anything to respond, and let the power of the energy compression cannon explode completely on his body. Finally, with Hit's unwilling roar, his body completely disappeared in the universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Hit, the first killer of the 6th universe. The main plot of Dragon Ball has changed. The Infinite Combat System has begun to upgrade. Upgraded successfully. Infinite Combat System, LV5 combat power plus 10,000 per breath. Just as Hit was completely destroyed by the energy compression cannon, Hit's prompt sound in Broly's mind also sounded. Upgraded again. Broly exhaled, closed his eyes, and really felt the changes in his body. He could clearly feel that his combat power would be greatly improved with each breath, and the speed of this strength improvement was very obvious. Then Broly returned to Earth. At this moment, Son Goku, Trunks and others were waiting in the Temple of Heaven, as if they were all waiting for Broly's return. After noticing Broly's approaching aura, everyone's faces showed an encouraging expression. "Great, Mr. Broly is back," Trunks said excitedly. Originally, after destroying Cell, Trunks planned to take the time machine back to his own time and space. But because the mysterious man who suddenly appeared behind almost killed Son Goku with one move, in order to avoid this time and space from encountering danger again, Trunks waited until now. "Are you okay, Mr. Broly? Who is the person who injured Goku before?" Krillin asked anxiously. "Yes, Mr. Broly, that guy should be very strong. I didn't feel his aura at all. Is he also a cyborg made by Dr. Gero?" Son Goku also said. But the only explanation he could think of was a cyborg. Since the androids have no chi, it is normal that he did not notice the existence of the other party. But the power of that attack was not weak at all. If Mr. Broly had not reminded him in time, the attack would have directly pierced his heart. It is not an android. The other party is from the 6th universe and is a very powerful killer. Broly looked at the curious people and explained. The 6th universe. Son Goku frowned and scratched his head, with a puzzled look on his face. "I almost forgot that you don't know these, but since everyone is here, I will explain it briefly." Then Broly briefly explained the 12 universes, the Supreme Kai Gods of Destruction Angel, and a series of other things. Son Goku and others were still confused. But they were shocked in their hearts. They thought that the King of Kai was the greatest god, but they didn't expect that there was a great King of Kai above the 4 kings of Kai. Above the Lord, there was a more mysterious Supreme Kai. There are even gods of destruction and angel. These unknown names shocked Son Goku. He was also extremely excited because he knew the vastness of this universe and the many powerful people in it. Each of these stimulated Son Goku's nerves, making him eager to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he compete with those super strong people. It's really shocking. I didn't expect this universe to be so big, and there are so many powerful gods above King Kai. Trunks also said with a shocked face. It's amazing. It seems that we still need to practice continuously. Krillin scratched his head, and his heart was also shocked to the extreme. TSK. What's the point of thinking so much? The most important thing is not to improve your strength, said Vegeta. He looked at Popo beside him, and then said, "Hey, I'm going to enter the spirit time chamber to practice again. You prepare for me." "Okay, Mr. Vegeta." Mr. Popo hesitated for a moment, then immediately nodded and agreed. Although he thought Vegeta was not a good person, but in the previous battle against the androids, Vegeta was indeed on their side. Vegeta is too cunning, I want to go too, Son Goku said hurriedly. Originally, Son Goku was a little depressed because he didn't contribute during the battle against Cell, and now he naturally didn't want to miss the good opportunity to practice. He wants to become stronger, and according to Mr. Broly, there is a more powerful Super Saiyan 3rd level above the 2nd level of Super Saiyan, so he must become a Super Saiyan 3rd level. In this way, when a powerful enemy appears on Earth again in the future, he will not be unable to contribute anything. Well, since the problem here has been solved, it's almost time for me to return to my time and space. Goodbye, everyone. Trunks looked at everyone present and said with some reluctance. Although this time and space has undergone great changes, fortunately, they have all been resolved in the end. And no one died because of this, which is the best result. Although Trunks was reluctant to leave, he knew that he did not belong to this time and space, so he had to leave. You are leaving so soon, Trunks. Aren't you going to practice with everyone for a while longer? Son Goku looked at Trunks with a serious expression. He knew that almost everyone in Trunks' time and space had died, so thinking that Trunks was going back to that time and space, Son Goku felt a little touched in his heart. No, Mr. Dark Sky. My current strength should be enough to protect the Earth in that time and space. Trunks shook his head and took out the time machine directly. And with the time machine, I might come back again someday. Trunks looked at everyone and nodded with a smile, then entered the time house. Hey, Trunks, although Shenron from your time and space is gone, Dragon Ball is not only found on Earth in this universe. Go find Namek, there are Dragon Balls there too. Broly looked at Trunks and reminded him before he died. What? Namek also has Dragon Ball. Great, Mr. Tribal Lin, thank you so much. I will go back to find Namek now. After hearing Broly's words, Trunks was very excited. Because of the different birth time, Vegeta and others were basically killed by the androids when he was born. And his mother was worried that Trunks might encounter unknown dangers when he went to Universe alone, so she never told him that Namek also had Dragon Ball. Well, if you encounter problems that cannot be solved in the future, you can also take a time machine to this time and space for help. Broly looked at Trunks and nodded slowly. Yes! Trunks nodded excitedly. Goodbye, everyone. Finally, under the eyes of everyone, he disappeared on the time machine. Uncle Broly, can I practice with you? Just after Trunks left, Son Gohan tugged at Broly's clothes and whispered. But his eyes were particularly firm. Practice with me? The Earth has Son Goku and I to protect it. Why do you still want to practice? Asterisk. Broly looked at the determined Son Goku and asked curiously. In theory, the original Son Gohan's heart is actually quite opposed to practice. And now, Son Gohan actually took the initiative to ask to practice with him, which surprised Broly. That's true. But you and Dad can't stay on Earth forever and protect the Earth. So I also want to improve my strength. So that even if you all leave Earth in the future, I can protect the Earth by myself. And I heard a lot from Brother Trunks about his time and space, so I don't want such a tragedy to happen again in our time and space. Son Goku looked at Broly, and his expression was still very firm. Because Trunks told him a lot about what happened in his time and space, this indirectly led to a big change in Son Gohan's heart now. He hopes that his strength can become stronger, as strong as his father and even Broly. In this way, no matter how powerful the enemy is in the future, he can contribute his strength. It's not necessary to rely on the protection of his father and Mr. Broly all the time. Did Trunks tell you about his time and space? I see. Hearing this, Broly nodded. It seems that Son Gohan did not change for no reason, but because of Trunks. I can take you to practice together, but my practice method is very hard. Are you sure you want to practice with me? Broly patted Son Gohan's shoulder with a smile on his face. He wanted to see if Son Gohan really wanted to become stronger from the bottom of his heart. If he really wanted to become stronger from the bottom of his heart, then it would not be impossible to give him some guidance. After all, Son Gohan's talent for practice and the energy hidden in his body are very huge. If he is guided well, he will definitely become a super strong man comparable to Jiren in the future. I'm sure, Uncle Broly. No matter how hard the practice process is, I want to make myself stronger. Son Gohan said very affirmatively. Okay, in that case, then you can practice with me. Broly touched Son Gohan's little head. You two should not enter the spirit time chamber for now. That kind of place is not very useful for you now. Seeing Son Goku and Vegeta rushing to enter the spirit time chamber to practice, Broly spoke directly. Why is that, Mr. Broly? Son Goku scratched his head and said in confusion. You have just surpassed the limit of Super Saiyan and reached the second stage of Super Saiyan. What you need now is physical training, not rushing to surpass the limit of the second stage of Super Saiyan. For us Saiyans, cultivating physical strength and improving basic combat power are more important than anything else. You can go to the gravity room to practice, and I will take Son Gohan to the spirit time chamber to practice now. Broly said and was about to take Son Gohan directly into the spirit time chamber. Understood, Mr. Broly. Son Goku and Vegeta, who were originally planning to enter the spirit time chamber to practice, were immediately awakened by Broly's words. Although the flow rate in the spirit time chamber was different, they had just come out of the spirit time chamber. Continuing to repeat such training will obviously not be of much use. And as Broly said, for them, the Saiyan, it is more important to train the strength of the body and improve the basic combat power. As long as the basic combat power is strong enough, the increase in strength after becoming a Super Saiyan will be greater. This is why Broly can defeat the second stage Super Saiyan Cell just by becoming a first stage Super Saiyan. Because Broly's basic combat power is strong enough, even if he only transforms into the first stage Super Saiyan, the increase in strength is very large. It is even stronger than their combat power after becoming the second stage Super Saiyan. In this case, I will continue to practice in the universe. Kakarot, do you want to come with me? Vegeta smiled and clenched his fist. Although the effect of practicing alone is the same, if Son Goku is with him, the effect of the two people comparing each other's practice should be better. No problem. In the face of Vegeta's invitation, Son Gohan nodded and agreed. Going to the universe to practice is much more efficient than their practice on Earth, so Son Goku will naturally not refuse. On the other side, Raleigh has brought Son Gohan to the Spirit Time House. Uncle Broly, can we start practicing now? Son Gohan said impatiently. Yes. First, let's help you become a Super Saiyan, which can quickly improve your strength. Concentrate your energy on your back and start. Broly looked at Son Gohan and said. Son Gohan was very savvy, and it took him only a short time to perfectly condense the energy in his body to his back. A golden light began to appear on his body. Very good, that's it. Recalling the scene when Piccolo was killed, I became angry. Broly looked at Son Gohan and reminded him. Uncle Piccolo. After being reminded by Broly, Son Gohan's expression became obviously angry. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the momentum emanating from his body was also rapidly rising. Nine. A deep shout came out from Son Gohan's mouth, and at the same time, the golden light emanating from Son Gohan became more and more dazzling. Huh. Finally, with a shout from Son Gohan, his originally black hair turned directly golden, and his gray pupils turned light green at this moment. Golden flames continued to spurt out from his body. It was successful in one go. Broly looked at Son Gohan, who had become a Super Saiyan, in front of him with some surprise. He thought that Son Gohan should need some training to successfully become a Super Saiyan, but he didn't expect that Son Gohan would succeed after just one try. It must be said that Son Gohan's talent is indeed very strong. If Son Gohan in Dragon Ball Super had not given up training, then his performance in the Tournament of Power would definitely be more eye-catching. Did I succeed? Son Gohan looked at his hands with a surprised expression on his face. He could clearly feel that the energy in his body had been explosively improved at this moment, and this powerful energy even made Son Gohan feel particularly incredible. Yes, you have now successfully become the first stage of Super Saiyan. Broly nodded with certainty. The process of Son Gohan becoming a Super Saiyan was much simpler than when he taught Son Goku. He hardly spent any effort, 000, just taught him how to become a Super Saiyan. Great. Thank you, Mr. Broly. Without your help, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for me to become a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan carefully felt the majestic energy in his body and then looked at Broly with gratitude. He was very grateful to him. Without his help, it would take him a long time to successfully become a Super Saiyan. Don't be happy too early. You have only reached the first stage of Super Saiyan now. Although your strength has increased a lot, it is far from enough. Compared to the androids developed by Dr. Gero and Cell, your current strength is still too weak. Broly smiled and shook his head gently. If it weren't for his intervention, I'm afraid Son Gohan would have successfully become the second stage of Super Saiyan at this moment. So in order to make Son Gohan stronger, he must make Son Gohan full of pressure. I know, thank you, Mr. Broly. I will practice harder. Son Gohan clenched his fists. His expression was particularly firm. He was still immersed in the joy of becoming a Super Saiyan, but was pulled back by Broly again. He knew that Broly was right. Although he successfully became a Super Saiyan, his current strength was still too weak. I am afraid that he is not as good as Frieza at the beginning, let alone Cell. So he must work harder to improve his strength. Only in this way can he better protect the Earth. Very good. You are right to think so. A person can enter the spirit time chamber for 2 days in his lifetime, so you can practice in it for 2 years without any problem. When you come out, I will personally collect your training results. Broly patted Son Gohan on the shoulder with a smile on his face. Yes. After listening to Broly's words, Son Gohan immediately nodded seriously. I will work hard to practice. Seeing Son Gohan so confident, Broly left the spirit time house. He had done everything he could, and the rest could only be left to Son Gohan to practice on his own. As for Broly, he had been in the spirit time house for a year before, and now he really didn't want to stay there any longer. Then Broly returned to the Universal Capsule Company. He came to Bulma's luxurious villa. And Bulma naturally heard from Krillin and others that Broly easily eliminated Cell and resolved the crisis of the androids. At this moment, she dressed up carefully, wearing a pink dress, standing by the window in a daze, as if waiting for Broly's return. Swish! But at this moment, Broly's figure suddenly appeared behind her. Then a pair of big hands hugged her tightly. You finally decided to come back. Sniffing Broly's familiar scent, Broly's worry completely disappeared, replaced by a look of relief. Hee. The power of the android is too strong. I spent a lot of effort to solve this problem. Broly smiled slightly and then directly picked up Bulma. The next day, the sun shone through the curtains on Broly's face. He stretched and sat up. Looking at Bulma, who was still sleeping, Broly immediately showed a smile of aftertaste. It must be said that in this regard, Bulma can still meet all his requirements. Although Lasli and Bulma are both top goddesses in the Dragon Ball world. But Lasli is only 17 years old after all, and she is too immature. She is indeed a little bit restrained in some aspects. Compared with the mature goddess and the almost perfect Bulma trained by Broly, she is obviously much weaker. But it doesn't matter. After all, they have only been together for a short time. Broly is confident that it will be difficult to train her like Bulma in the future. However, when Bulma woke up, Broly immediately found the difference in her body. At this moment, Bulma's skin became whiter and tighter, and her age seemed to have returned to 18 years old. What surprised Broly even more was that he actually felt a trace of God in Bulma's body. Although it was very weak, Broly was sure that he was definitely not wrong. That was the power of God. How come my skin suddenly became so much whiter, and the texture of my skin is better? Looking at herself in the makeup mirror, Bulma exclaimed. I just accidentally ate something yesterday. How could my appearance suddenly change so much? This made Bulma excited and extremely excited. Could it be that eating that thing can keep me young forever? What's going on? It's so strange. And this divine power seems to have a trace of my breath? Broly was still thinking, what's going on? But at this moment, his brows suddenly twisted, and then his eyes moved down. After a long time, Broly let out a long breath. But Bulma's expression was particularly pleasantly surprised, and the whole person cheered as if she had discovered a new world. Great, I was going to use Dragon Ball to keep me young forever, but now it seems that even if I don't use the power of Dragon Ball, I can still stay young forever. Bulma stroked her cheek and admired herself in the makeup mirror. I can't tell you how happy she was. Dest. Broly couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he didn't dislike this kind of thing, and was even very willing to accept it, he always felt like he was being treated like a cow. But what surprised Broly the most was that the trace of God's power in Bulma's body was actually obtained in this way. Originally, Broly had planned to guide Bulma to cultivate the breath of God. After all, as long as you master the power of God, your lifespan will be extended to thousands of years. Unexpectedly, Bulma actually developed a more convenient way to master the power of God. Although the strength of the power of God is very weak, it doesn't matter. Broly found that after what happened just now, the trace of God's power in Bulma's body became much stronger. It seems that he doesn't need to guide Bulma to cultivate the breath of God in the future, and Bulma can stay young forever. After saying goodbye to Bulma, Rowley went to King Kaistar. He hasn't visited the Lasley siblings for half a year, and now it's time to check the results of their cultivation. Swish! An instant under the effect of transmission, Broly's body instantly arrived at King Kaistar. It's Mr. Broly. It's been a long time. King Kai, who was originally watering the flowers leisurely, suddenly showed a nervous expression when he saw Broly suddenly appearing in front of him. Well, I came to see how Lasley and the others were doing in their training. Broly spoke lightly, and then flew towards the Lasley siblings who were not practicing. At this moment, Lasley was fighting with her brother Lapis. But although it was a battle, Lapis was almost completely abused by Lasley. The whole person was beaten up, and his clothes were blown to pieces. Brother-in-law. Great brother-in-law, you are finally here, save me. Seeing Broly suddenly appear, Lapis grabbed Broly's trouser legs as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and then hid behind him. 3 ***. Looking at the Broly who suddenly appeared, Lasley lowered her head with a shy expression. Hee, it turns out that only brother-in-law can subdue sister. Then I'll go to rest first. After saying that, Lapis ran to the other side of King Kai without looking back. Dr. Gero and the remaining androids have been killed by me. While speaking, Broly reached out and took Lasley into his arms. Thank you for avenging me. Lasley quietly nestled in Broly's arms, as if she was most at ease only in Broly's arms. Actually, you don't have to practice so hard. With your current strength, I'm afraid no one on Earth can be your opponent. While speaking, Broly looked at Lasley's current combat power index. Lasley, combat power, 1.2 billion. After seeing Lasley's current combat power index, Broly was shocked. Although it is a little worse than in the original book, Lasley is now a complete human being without any transformation. As a human being, it is already very remarkable to be able to practice to this level. Facing Broly's words, Lasley bit her lip and continued, I know that, even if I don't practice, you will definitely protect me from harm. But I just want to practice desperately to improve my strength. If you encounter an enemy that you can't deal with that day, I can do something for you. Lasley looked up at Broly's eyes. Her eyes were particularly clear, but also very firm. She is not a woman who likes to rely on others. Although Broly is so powerful that there are not many people who can hurt him, Lasley still hopes that she can do something for Broly. Even if it is just some trivial things. Don't worry, that day won't come. Broly took Lasley into his arms again and gently stroked her short golden hair. By the way, I learned a new method of cultivation in the Gods of Destruction world. As long as you master this method of cultivation, your strength will improve faster. How about it? Do you want to learn it? Broly looked at Lasley and showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Well, as long as I can improve my strength quickly, then of course I am willing. Lasley nodded and said excitedly. Very good, then I will teach you how to feel the existence of God's breath now. After speaking, Broly slowly sat on the ground and told Lasley how to feel the breath of replenishment. And Lasley immediately followed Broly's teachings and began to feel the existence of God's breath. Perhaps it was because it was very difficult for humans to master the power of God. After more than a week of cultivation, Laszlo only initially felt the existence of God's breath, but could not absorb God's power into her body at all. This also made Laszlo very anxious. Because according to Broly, if you want to truly master the power of God, you must take the breath of God into your body. Only in this way can you master the power of God. Once you master the power of God, your lifespan will not only be extended to thousands of years like Broly, and your appearance will remain youthful forever, and of course your strength will also be greatly improved. Although all these make Laszlo very yearning, but she has not made any progress after practicing for so long, which makes Laszlo a little depressed. In fact, in addition to this method, there is another way to master the power of God. Broly looked at Laszlo and couldn't help but smile. In fact, Laszlo's progress is already very fast. After all, in the original work, even Son Goku and Vegeta, the two main characters in the Dragon Ball world, took a month to master the power of God. And Laszlo only used more than one planet to feel the existence of the breath of God, which is actually not slow. Really? Really 4.9? Laszlo looked at Broly with some surprise. Although according to her current training method, as long as she puts in the effort, she will definitely be able to master the power of God in the end. But when Broly said that there was another way, Zeely was naturally attracted. Yeah, but this method requires the joint efforts of both of us. Broly picked up Laszlo and went back to the room. After listening to Broly's explanation, Laszlo's fair face suddenly turned red. Can this really allow me to master the power of God immediately? Laszlo's pretty face has turned red at this moment. Of course, how could I lie to you? And this will not only allow you to master the power of God faster, but also the strength of the power of God you master will become stronger later. There are many benefits. Broly explained seriously. Of course, he was not talking nonsense. After what happened with Bulma, Broly found that it was true. The divine power mastered in this way is not only more stable, but also requires almost no cultivation by the owner. As long as the divine power in Broly's body is strong enough, Bulma's divine power will also be strengthened to a certain extent. Of course, this kind of practice still needs to be continued, otherwise the strength of the divine power will still stagnate. $308. Laszlo struggled for a long time and finally seemed to have made up his mind, and his expression became extremely serious. Then he began special training. And Broly gently stroked Laszlo's short golden hair and began to help Laszlo master the divine power as soon as possible in his own way. Half an hour later, accompanied by a cough from Laszlo, the divine power in his body began to slowly breed. The breath on his body was also transformed into divine power. After saying goodbye to Bulma, Broly went directly to Namek. His purpose was simple. Through the power of Namek Shinran, find the location of all the Super Dragon Balls. Only in this way can he obtain the most perfect immortality. Although Broly was not sure whether the immortality obtained from Super Shinran could be immune to Xeno's erasure ability, but Broly felt that, even if it could not, it would at least be immune to Angel's erasure ability. Moreover, Kampa had sent assassins to him, so it was obviously unlikely for Broly to do nothing. Moreover, because the last battle was not in the 6th universe, Kampa did not dare to really use his full strength. This time he would have to experience the full strength of Gods of Destruction. Under the effect of instant transmission, Broly's body instantly expanded to Namek. And the current elder of Namek looked at Broly, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and showed a surprised expression. It turns out to be Mr. Broly. It's been a long time since we met. The elder of Namek looked at Broly and said very respectfully. He could clearly feel that Broly's strength had become stronger than the last time they met. And this time Broly had a little more power of God. Long time no see, great elder. I want to borrow Namek's Dragon Ball again. Broly said straight to the point. This was not the first time he had done this, so he thought that great elder Namek would definitely not refuse. Okay, I'll let Den get the Dragon Ball right away. The great elder agreed without hesitation. Then he ordered Den to go to various villages in Namek to collect the Dragon Ball. Half an hour later, Dend came with the Dragon Ball. Finally, with the help of Dend and Great Elder Namek, Broly successfully got the location of the 7 Super Wishing Beads. And 2 of the Super Wishing Beads were in the Gods of Destruction world of the 6th universe. As expected, the reason why Kampa suddenly came to the 7th universe last time was for the Super Dragon Ball. Broly stroked his chin and said lightly, "Last time, because of his sudden burst of powerful divine power, Kampa temporarily modified his plan and went to the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. This indirectly led to his failure to obtain the Super Wishing Bead of the 7th universe. According to Purunga, of the 7 Super Wishing Beads, 4 are in the South Galaxy, North Galaxy, and East Galaxy of their 7th universe. As for the other 3 Super Wishing Beads, 2 are in the Gods of Destruction in the 6th universe, and the last Super Wishing Bead is at the intersection of the 2 universes, which is the nameless star where the 2 universes Kampa and Beerus competed in the original Dragon Ball. After obtaining the specific locations of all the Dragon Balls, Broly did not waste the remaining 2 wishes. He directly asked Purunga to Bulma and Lasli will stay young forever, and the last wish is to maximize the cultivation talent of the 2 girls. Mr. Broly, your wishes have all come true. Dend looked at Broly and nodded. Dend respected his savior very much. Not only because Broly saved their entire Namek, but also because of Broly's strong fighting ability. Thank you, Sitong. Broly looked at Dend and nodded slowly. However, just when he was about to leave Namek and set off for the 6th universe, Broly suddenly thought of a very important thing. That is, there are no gods on Earth now. If there are no gods, the Shinran of the planet will disappear as well. In the end, Broly asked Dend beside him as in the original book. By the way, Dend, our planet is now missing a god. Are you interested in coming to Earth to be a god? Broly looked at Dend and asked, God, can I really do it? Dend clenched his fists timidly. Although he wanted to go, Dend was worried that he was not capable enough to do such an important job. You will be fine, Dend. Since Mr. Broly said so, there will be no problem. Why don't you go with Mr. Broly? This way you can get better training. Elder Namek said very confidently. Really, Elder. Dend looked at Broly and Elder Namek excitedly. Don't worry, Dend. Mr. Popo will assist you in your work. I believe you will be fine. After Broly finished speaking, Dend finally agreed happily. Then Broly took Dend instant transmission to the Temple of the God of Heaven on Earth. Mr. Popo, Dend will be the new God of Heaven on Earth in the future. Please assist him in his work in the future. Broly looked at Mr. Popo and said, Okay, Mr. Popo will definitely assist the new Lord of Heaven. Mr. Popo looked at Dend in front of him very excitedly. Since the old Lord of Heaven and Piccolo fusion, he was the only one left in the entire Temple of Heaven. There was no one to talk to, which made Mr. Popo very uncomfortable. Now that there was someone to accompany him, Mr. Popo would certainly not refuse. Then, Mr. Popo, please give me more advice in the future. Dend stretched out his palm to Mr. Popo very excitedly. Yes, Lord of Heaven, I will definitely assist you in your work. Mr. Popo was also very excited and shook Dend's palm tightly together. Looking at the scene in front of him, Broly's face also showed a satisfied expression. Then Broly took out the shuttle cube directly, set the destination to the 6th universe, and the shuttle cube disappeared instantly. The speed of the shuttle cube was extremely fast. It left the Earth almost instantly and went to the end of the universe. Finally, we left the 7th universe and came to the 6th universe. This is the 6th universe. It is indeed a brother universe. It is exactly the same. Looking at everything around, Broly couldn't help but sigh. Then Broly let the shuttle cube go to the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe. Since there are 2 Super Wishing Beads in Kampa's Gods of Destruction, he will naturally take them away. The 6th universe Gods of Destruction. Angel Vados noticed something strange and immediately raised his eyebrows. There was also a surprised expression on his face. Master Kampa, are you hiding something from me? Vados looked at Kampa with a serious face. After he lent the shuttle cube to Kampa, although Master Kampa did bring back a very talented candidate, he did not return his shuttle cube. But Vados didn't think much about it. After all, the shuttle cube was shared by Angel and Gods of Destruction. But now he clearly noticed that the shuttle cube was flying quickly in the universe. No way, Vados. You must be thinking too much. How could I hide something from you? By the way, how is the boy I brought back last time practicing now? Kampa scratched his face nervously and then immediately changed the subject. Although his practice is not bad, it is completely not on the same level compared to Mr. Broly. Vados glanced at Gabe, who was still practicing in the distance, and shook his head helplessly. He didn't know what Master Kampa had done. After learning that Broly was a Saiyan, he immediately went to the Saiyan planet in their 6th universe and brought his most talented Saiyan here. And that person was Gabe. TSK. How could such a thing happen? Gabe, like Broly, is a Saiyan. How could there be such a big gap? It must be that your teaching level is not as good as Whiss's. Kampa curled his lips and threw all the questions directly to Vados. Although he knew that Broly's cultivation genius was very rare and had nothing to do with race, Kampa just didn't want to believe it. He felt that Vados must not have been careful enough in guiding Gabe's cultivation, otherwise there shouldn't be such a big gap. You know, Broly can fight with him, the Gods of Destruction, and Gabe, the most talented Saiyan in the Saiyan clan, whom he brought back. But he couldn't even take one of his moves. TSK. Believe it or not, my teaching ability is much better than Whis. If I were to personally guide Mr. Broly to practice, Mr. Broly's current strength would definitely have surpassed you. Vados turned away angrily and didn't want to continue to care about Kampa. Although Gabe's talent is indeed not weak, it is completely incomparable with Broly's. Vados is very sure of this. This is not because he has been guiding Gabe to practice for too short a time, but Gabe simply cannot do what Broly does in the process of fighting and constantly surpass his own limits. Even Vados is particularly curious about this. They're all Saiyans. Logically speaking, if becoming stronger in battle is a unique ability of the Saiyan clan, then Gabe must be able to do it. But after Vados' various experiments, he found that Gabe does not have this ability. Perhaps Gabe can indeed grow beyond his limits in battle, but his growth rate is too slow compared to Broly. By the way, Lord Kampa, should you return the shuttle cube you borrowed from me last time? Vados suddenly realized that he was led astray by Kampa. He immediately looked at Kampa with a serious expression and asked, What is your shuttle cube? It is obviously our Gods of Destruction's exclusive means of transportation. Can I keep it with me for the time being? Kampa argued with a guilty conscience. Of course not. Master Kampa, you should know the importance of the shuttle cube. Without the shuttle cube, if Master Zeno urgently summons you to the Zeno Temple in the future, you will definitely not be able to arrive in time at your speed. And the consequences of being late, I don't need to say more. Vados looked at Kampa and smiled. Although it was unclear what Master Kampa did with the shuttle cube, Vados knew very well that the shuttle cube was definitely not in Kampa's hands at the moment. I know. TSK, you don't need to remind me. After hearing Zeno's name, Kampa's hair stood on end, and he was stunned for a while before he argued hurriedly. But in his heart, he was thinking that after Hit completed the task, he would destroy Hit so that the shuttle cube would be back in his hands. As long as Master Zeno did not summon him temporarily during this period, there should be no big problem. You know it. Seeing that Kampa was still stubborn, Vados did not want to pay attention to him anymore. However, just when Vados was about to leave, he felt the shuttle cube that was rapidly approaching the Gods of Destruction world. It came back? Did I really wrong Master Kampa? Feeling the shuttle cube that was flying towards them quickly, Vados could not help but doubt. Prior. It came back so quickly, it seems that Hit should have completed the task. Damn Broly, now you know how powerful Master Kampa is. Looking at the shuttle cube flying in the distance, Kampa couldn't help but laugh excitedly. In his opinion, Hit must have come back to report in the shuttle cube. And since Hit dared to come back, he must have completed the mission, otherwise Hit would not dare to come back to accept his wrath. However, when Broly walked out of the shuttle cube, Kampa was completely dumbfounded. 1 + 4? Broly, how did you get into my teleporting cube? Kampa's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. He really didn't expect that the person who came out of the teleporting cube was not Hit, but Broly. Huh? It was Mr. Broly. What's going on, Mr. Kampa? Vados frowned slightly. Although Vados was inexplicably excited to see Broly again, the other party came in his own teleporting cube after all. Long time no see, Miss Vados. Facing Kampa's shocked face, Broly released the legend in front of him and put it away. Then he ignored Kampa and came to Vados. It's been a long time, but why did you, Mr. Broly, use my teleporting cube? Vados asked curiously. Although it is not clear what Lord Kampa did with his own shuttle cube, the shuttle cube should not appear in Mr. Broly's hands, right? Haha, you have to ask Kampa about this. After all, I snatched the shuttle cube from a killer named Hit. Broly glanced at Kampa, who was still standing there in a daze, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What? Killer Hit. Hearing this, a trace of anger suddenly surged on Vados's originally calm face. As an angel of the sixth universe, Vados naturally heard of the name of Killer Hit. But I've got it. She really didn't expect Lord Kampa, the sixth universe gods of destruction, to do such a sinister thing as arranging a killer to attack Broly behind his back. Lord Kampa, I need your explanation. Then Vados looked at Kampa with an extremely cold face and spoke. Explain. What's there to explain? Don't forget that I am the gods of destruction of the sixth universe. I don't need to explain to anyone. Kampa's teeth were clattering, and he looked at Broly with resentment. He certainly knew that even for a super killer like Hit, it would be difficult to kill a guy who was as powerful as the gods of destruction. But Kampa never expected that Broly would snatch Hit's shuttle cube. In that case, if something happens in the future, don't expect me to plead for you, Lord Kampa. Vados glared at Kampa fiercely, and then said angrily, if it weren't for the fact that Angel couldn't do it at will, she really wanted to beat Kampa up now. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Broly, I really didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. If you had stayed in the seventh universe honestly, I might really have no way to deal with you. But I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. But since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Kampa said with a cold smile on his face. Boom. The powerful divine power immediately gushed out of Gods of Destruction Kampa's body without any spare power. And at the moment when the energy gushed out, the ground under Kampa's feet instantly sank. The huge spider web-like cracks spread rapidly and spread to the entire Gods of Destruction world. Saiyan Gabe, who was originally practicing, was also shocked and widened his eyes. Then he immediately rushed towards the direction where the energy was transmitted. Get out of the way, Vados. This is the sixth universe now. I, Kampa, have the final say. No one can save that damn ant this time. Looking at the angel Vados who suddenly stood in front of him, Kampa shouted angrily. Stop messing around, Master Kampa. The last incident is over, and you sent assassins to attack Mr. Broly. This is wrong, so I won't let you attack Mr. Broly. Vados still stood in front of Kampa, with no intention of moving away. Mr. Broly, please leave quickly. After all, this is not the seventh universe, where Master Kampa can use destructive energy without limit. Facing Master Kampa, who can use destructive energy without limit, you will never be a match. Vados reminded with some concern. Although Angel's strength is indeed stronger than Gods of Destruction is nominally the top god in the universe after all. So if Kampa really intends to force his move, Vados can't stop him. Abu. However, at this moment, Kampa's body suddenly flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, his body was already in front of Broly. Then he clenched his fist and slammed it into Broly's chest. $71. Looking at the fist so close, Broly couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then his body instinctively crossed his arms against his chest to resist. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding sounded. Beerus' body was directly hit by Kampa's punch and flew out. Although Broly defended in time, the powerful blow still made his body completely lose balance. Bang! Finally, it crashed into the distant mountain. Lord Kampa, that's enough. Are you really going to kill Mr. Broly here? Vados once again stood in front of Kampa, his face becoming more and more ugly. Stop talking nonsense. Vados, don't forget that I am the gods of destruction of the sixth universe. Although you are stronger than me, the principle of Angel is to obey and assist the work of gods of destruction, not to let you hinder my work. Kampa looked at Vados with a cold face. He would never let Broly go easily today. The other party took the initiative to deliver himself to the door. If Broly was allowed to run away this time, then there would be no need for him, the gods of destruction, to continue. Get out of the way, Vados. This is a matter between me and Kampa. Besides, we haven't fought, and everyone knows that I am definitely not Kampa's opponent. At this time, Broly also flew in front of Kampa again. He twisted his neck gently, and then there was a crackling sound from his body. I didn't expect Kampa's strength to be so much stronger than when he was in the seventh universe. It seems that after returning to the Gods of Destruction world, Kampa must have undergone very strict training. Well, in that case, please do as you please. 547 saw Broly's eyes so determined, Vados could only sigh helplessly in the end. Very good, I didn't expect that you, an ant, still have some backbone. It makes me look at you with a new eye. Seeing Broly actually let Vados move aside, Kampa's smile suddenly became wider. Since Broly didn't plan to run away, there was no need for him to rush. Come on, Kampa, let me feel how strong the Gods of Destruction is after letting go completely. The moment the voice fell, Broly suddenly opened his legs and pulled out a posture. A low roar came from Broly's mouth. At the same time as the roar came out, Broly's divine power suddenly exploded. The next second, the originally black hair turned directly black and red. The original casual clothes also turned red hair at this moment. The red eye sockets made Broly exude an incomparable extraordinary charm in every move. The black and red flames continued to gush out from Broly's body. And the strength of this divine power even shocked Kampa, who was a god of destruction. This guy is really a monster. His divine power has become so much stronger than the last time we met. Kampa looked at Broly with a gloomy face. Broly's powerful divine power actually made him, as the gods of destruction, feel a little uneasy. It's really shocking. It's been a long time since we last met, and Mr. Broly's strength has increased so much. Vados, who stepped aside, also looked at Broly with an unbelievable look. He clearly remembered that the last time Broly fought with Lord Kampa, he was not as strong as he is now. However, the divine power that Broly burst out now is several times stronger than before. Abu. At this time, Gabe also rushed over. Looking at the two people in front of him, Gabe couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Who is he? He can force Lord Kampa to use such power. Kampa looked at Broly in shock. This is Mr. Broly, from the 7th universe, but he is a Saiyan like you. Vados glanced at Gabe beside him, and then explained lightly. Although Gabe's talent is good, Vados, who has seen Broly's demonic growth ability, really has no feeling for Gabe. What? Saiyan? He is also a Saiyan. Can Saiyan really practice to this level? Gabe's eyes widened in shock. If the other party was also a super god, he might not be so shocked, but the other party's identity was actually a Saiyan, which shocked Gabe to the extreme. You know, the king of their Saiyan clan is far from being able to burst out such a powerful energy zone. After practicing hard for so long, it's time to accept the results. Damn, Ant, I won't give you any chance this time. Kampa narrowed his eyes and looked at Broly with a gloomy expression. However, the moment he finished speaking, swish! The body shot out towards Broly like a purple arrow. He was so fast that he arrived in front of Broly in almost an instant. However, Broly's face was full of confidence at this moment. He dodged the attack very easily. The reason why Kampa was able to knock him away just now was because he had not yet transformed. But it was different now. Now it was not only Kampa who had no reservations, but Broly also took out his strongest form. Don't you need to use the power of ultimate freedom? How arrogant. Seeing that Broly did not use the power of ultimate freedom, Kampa snorted coldly. Then his body rotated 180 degrees in the air and a sweeping kick attacked Broly's leg. But Broly's eyes twisted, and when Kampa moved, his right hand became a claw. While blocking Kampa's attack, he grabbed Kampa's ankle. I+4. Kampa exclaimed. However, Broly did not stop at all. He received the force of Kampa's attack and threw him to the ground. Kampa's strength plus Broly's full force. This made Kampa unable to stabilize his body, and finally he fell to the ground. Boom! The moment the explosion sounded, the ground, which was already full of cracks, was directly blown into a huge hospital. Even Gabe and Vados, who were hiding in the distance and watching the battle, were repelled several kilometers away by this huge energy. It's amazing! He can block Lord Kampa's attack and use Lord Kampa's power to fight back. Gabe's eyes widened with excitement and his fists clenched. Although he is the captain of the Sarah defense team and fights against universe pirates almost every day, this is the first time he has seen such a fierce battle. Take a good look, Gabe. It will be of great help to your future training. Vados reminded. Yes. Gabe nodded heavily immediately. Damn the asterisk 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 D. His strength is so much stronger than last time. Kampa stood up. Although the previous blow did not hurt him, it left him covered with stains, and he looked particularly embarrassed. Come on again, Kampa. This is your 6th universe. You won't still be my opponent here, Broly said with a confident arc at the corner of his mouth. He could feel that the Saiyan fighting factor in his body, which had been quiet for a long time, became active again at this moment. Even the blood in his body became restless at this moment, as if he was eager to have a fierce battle. What an arrogant B asterisk 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 D. I will let you know the horror of gods of destruction now. Kampa's fists creaked. The moment the voice fell, Kampa suddenly spread his arms and purple flames instantly gushed out of his body. Like Optimus Prime, it went straight into the sky. But even so, the strength of Kampa's divine power continued to soar. Soon, the purple energy gushing out of his body completely turned into dark purple. Even Kampa's purple skin seemed to be covered with a layer of dark purple at this moment, and the color looked darker. And this is also a symbol of Kampa's use of destructive power. Whoosh! The next second, Kampa stomped his feet violently, and a loud noise suddenly came from the ground. And Kampa's body was also shot out. The clenched fist seemed to be able to distort space, and it blasted towards Broly's body fiercely. Purple lightning lingered around Kampa's entire arm. And how powerful her punch was, just looking at it can make people feel lingering fear. Come on. Facing Kampa's heavy punch, Broly did not retreat, and roared and clenched his fist to meet it. His fist was also wrapped in black and red energy flames, and even when Broly swung his fist, the sound of glass breaking could be faintly heard. Go to hell. As Kampa roared, the two fists slammed heavily together. Boom! The moment the fists collided, the whole world seemed to be quiet. A few seconds later, a loud noise that made the eardrums tremble spread rapidly. Boom! The white energy sonic boom spread in all directions of the entire universe, with the bodies of the two people as the center. The small planets closer to the two were instantly crushed into powder by this huge energy. And the planets farther away, under the influence of this huge energy shock wave, began to erupt violent earthquakes. Even some planets began to have huge cracks on the surface, and it seemed that they would break at any time. Boom! Boom! Then Broly and Kampa's bodies flew back several kilometers in opposite directions. Each hit an asteroid and finally stopped. However, the space where the two men's fists collided just now was like a broken mirror, revealing a purple space crack. They even tore the space apart. Vados frowned. He never expected that just a fist fight between the two men would directly tore the space apart. It can be seen that both of them did not hold back in that punch just now. As expected of the gods of destruction who completely let go, their strength is indeed strong enough. Broly twisted his right arm gently. The punch just now made him clearly feel that his arm was a little numb. However, this did not make Broly feel timid, but instead made the excitement on his face even stronger. For him, this kind of battle is interesting. And the ultimate enjoyment brought by this kind of battle is something that Cell and Hit can never give. Only fighting with gods of destruction can make him feel this way. What a pleasure! Broly roared excitedly and then took the initiative to attack Kampa. Kampa had just stabilized his heels at this moment, and his expression was also very ugly. Because the arm that had just punched Broly was still a little numb. "Come on, Kampa." The moment Broly's voice came out, his body had already arrived in front of Kampa. Then he raised his fist and punched Kampa's body. "You guy." Kampa frowned, although he had cursed Broly countless times in his heart, but at this moment he could only use his numb arm to meet him. Bang! The fists collided again. The powerful energy spread as quickly as before. But this time, the sound of glass breaking was more obvious. Bang! This time Broly did not wait for Kampa to stabilize his body and attacked Kampa again. His laughter was like a nightmare, lingering in Kampa's ears, making Kampa tireless. But Broly was like a crazy fighting machine, punching harder and harder. Boom! 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 White sonic booms continued to appear in the universe, and the energy aftermath continued to impact the entire sixth universe. Every time the two of them fought, dozens of planets were crushed into powder by the energy wave. The space cracks that were torn by them before now expanded several times again. Too strong. I can't see clearly how they attack. Too fast, really too powerful. Gabe clenched his fists, and the expression on his face was even more shocked. This kind of fierce battle may not happen once in tens of thousands of years. However, it appeared in front of him today. Of course, the most important thing is that Gods of Destruction Kampa, who is now known as the strongest in the sixth universe, not only did not take advantage at all, but was also completely suppressed by a scion. Mr. Broly. Vados opened his eyes wide in shock. He thought that Broly would definitely not get any benefit when facing the completely unrestrained Lord Kampa. But now it seems that he thought too much. Broly's body is really too abnormal. When the two of them just started fighting, Lord Kampa's strength was still on par with Broly. But as the two continued to fight, Broly's strength was actually increasing at an astonishing speed. This made Kampa, who could have been on par with Broly, completely become the object of abuse at this moment. Does Mr. Broly's body really have no limit? Vados looked at the two people who were still fighting fiercely and said with a look of horror. She really wanted to know now whether Broly's body had any limit. Or could Broly really improve indefinitely in the battle? If he faced Angel, could Mr. Broly slowly catch up with or even surpass Angel in the continuous battle? Thinking of this, Guduichi couldn't help but take a breath. What's wrong, Kampa? You haven't run out of tricks, have you? You're still clamoring to kill me? How ridiculous. After punching Kampa away, Broly couldn't help but start to mock. He could clearly feel that through the fight with Kampa, his experience was starting to improve at an alarming rate. A******, you damn A*****. Why, I practiced so hard, but why did it end up like this? I won't accept this, damn ant, I must kill you. Kampa punched the ground angrily.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.